In the scorching heat of July, Jianglin City sizzled under the blazing sun. At the Awakening Plaza of Jianglin High School, many teenagers stood with anxious expressions, their eyes locked on the massive awakening machine at the center of the square. Today was the day they would awaken their innate talents, a pivotal moment that would determine whether they could become top-tier warriors in the future. Not far away, the teachers of the school watched the progress of the awakening ceremony with solemn expressions, their gazes intense. The teenagers lined up, walking one by one to the center of the plaza. The awakening machine emitted beams of light toward each student in turn, activating their innate talents. Wang Hao watched as one teenager after another stepped forward to awaken, his excitement building with each passing moment. He thought to himself, what kind of talent will I awaken? With my good looks, my talent is bound to be top tier. No doubt I'll have an SSS-level talent at minimum. Wang Hao had once been a hard-working programmer in the 21st century, overworked to the point of collapse. After dying suddenly during a grueling overtime session, his soul had transmigrated to this world of martial prowess. This was a high martial world that had developed over thousands of years. Here, warriors could split mountains and seas, and legendary martial saints were said to cross dimensions and roam the stars. But this was also a world plagued by demons and monsters, which constantly threatened human society. Bloodshed, death, and intense battles were the norm. Top-tier warriors guarded this fragile yet beautiful world, where the law of the jungle and martial supremacy were the fundamental principles. F-level talent. Next. A crisp electronic voice echoed. A boy with slumped shoulders walked dejectedly away from the plaza. Everyone cast sympathetic glances his way. An F-level talent was the lowest rank. It absorbed vital energy at a painfully slow pace and was weak in every aspect. Even if someone with such a talent managed to break through by sheer luck, they could only hope to become the most basic of warriors. Without an extraordinary stroke of fortune, they would remain at the bottom of the martial hierarchy their entire lives. D-level talent. Next. F-level talent. Next. C-level talent. Next. The awakening ceremony continued in tense anticipation. S-level talent. Next. The electronic voice rang out again, and the entire plaza erupted in gasps of astonishment. A girl with delicate features, dressed in an elegant long dress, left the plaza with a calm expression. She showed no trace of surprise, as if her S-level talent had been expected all along. That's Su Qingyan from the Su family, the most prestigious clan in Jianlin City. She awakened an S-level talent. She's beautiful, comes from a wealthy family, and now has such a powerful talent. How can anyone even compare? This is so unfair. The Su family is going to strike gold this time. With such a genius, they're bound to rise to even greater heights. Exactly. An S-level talent isn't something you see every day. Our school has only had one in all these years. The crowd buzzed with chatter. An S-level talent was an extraordinary rarity, occurring in only 1 in a million individuals. Many of the teachers couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Su Qingyan. The Su family had truly nurtured an exceptional talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to become a grandmaster and might even have a chance to ascend to the rank of martial saint. Everyone looked enviously at Su Qingyan. An S-level talent, what a marvel! The martial arts hierarchy ranged from body-strengthening martial apprentices to postnatal warriors, innate martial masters, grandmasters, great-grandmasters, and martial saints. At the very pinnacle were the legendary martial myths, which hadn't appeared in hundreds of years. Wang Hao stared enviously at Su Qingyan, thinking, an S-level talent, and so beautiful too. If only it were me, Soon, it was Wang Hao's turn. He took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the awakening detector. The detector emitted a warm, comforting light, enveloping him. Wang Hao felt a cozy warmth spread through his entire body, as if his blood were boiling. No talent detected. Next. The cold, mechanical voice pierced through the air. Wang Hao's heart sank, and the warmth instantly dissipated. His face turned grim. No talent? How could this be? The surrounding crowd cast him pitying glances. In this world, where the weak were prey to the strong, those without talent couldn't even become true warriors. They were doomed to remain at the lowest level of martial apprentice, forever confined to the bottom rungs of society with no hope of rising. Outside the plaza, Su Qingyan also stared at Wang Hao in shock. No talent? What a waste of such a handsome face. Su Qingyan glanced at Wang Hao's desolate yet strikingly handsome face and couldn't help but feel a faint sense of regret. How could he have no talent at all? Even an F-level would have been something. But as the thought crossed her mind, her disappointment quickly faded. Wang Hao's eyes were filled with despair. Having been in this world for nearly half a month, he knew all too well what having no talent meant. He slowly walked away from the plaza, his body trembling slightly. No talent. Damn it. How could this happen? Suddenly. Ding. A C-level talent has been detected 2 meters ahead. Would you like to copy it? Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. His pupils narrowed slightly. Was this an illusion? Sensing his thoughts, the mechanical voice repeated itself. Ding. A C-level talent detected 2 meters ahead. Would you like to copy it? Wang Hao didn't immediately respond. Instead, he stood at the edge of the plaza, pondering slowly. A C-level talent? Far too weak. System? Wang Hao silently called out in his mind. Ding! The system is online, asterisk asterisk. The cold, mechanical voice reverberated in his head, explaining the system's functionality. It turned out this system could copy others' talents, but it could only be used once a month. Moreover, the target had to be within 3 meters for a successful copy. A wave of excitement surged in Wang Hao's heart. Since he could copy talents, why not start with Su Qingyan's? Her talent was S-level, definitely superior to that C-level talent. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Hao began scanning the crowd for Su Qingyan. She stood at the edge of the plaza, her face icy and unapproachable, clearly not wanting to be disturbed. Wang Hao mulled over how to approach her when suddenly, the talent detection continued in the plaza. SSS-level talent, next. The abrupt, indifferent announcement froze the atmosphere. SSS-level talent? That was extraordinarily rare, something that might appear in 1 out of a billion people. In the middle of the plaza, a boy in a school uniform stood stunned before breaking into wild joy. Clearly, even he hadn't anticipated having an SSS-level talent. Ha ha ha, I have an SSS-level talent. I'm destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The boy shouted confidently, his voice brimming with pride and self-assurance. His exclamation echoed across the plaza, and no one could refute it. Over the past millennium, anyone with an SSS-level talent who didn't die prematurely had risen to prominence on the Blue Star. Many girls gazed at him with dreamy eyes, silently wishing they could be by his side. Even Su Qingyan, standing at a distance, was momentarily stunned, staring at Li Chang in astonishment. An SSS-level talent had truly appeared. Jianlin City might just give rise to a martial arts legend this time. Wow, isn't that Li Chang from the underachievers class? He actually awakened an SSS-level talent, amazing. This is a real comeback story. With an SSS-level talent, anyone can become a martial god. Who would have thought that someone so plain-looking would have an SSS-level talent? You really can't judge by appearances. Listening to the chatter around him, Wang Hao's heart burned with anticipation. This was a chance he couldn't let slip past. He had to copy Li Chang's talent now, and SSS-level talent was bound to be unparalleled. Su Qingyan could wait until next month. With that decision, Wang Hao began slowly moving closer to Li Chang. Meanwhile, the other students were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could be the one with the SSS-level talent. Jianlin High School is going to make headlines. An SSS-level talent in our midst. The principal was so excited he trembled slightly, his eyes blazing as he stared at Li Chang. The teachers around him were equally ecstatic. While S-level talents were rare, SSS-level talents were true prodigies, appearing only once in a billion people. Make sure Li Chang is prioritized for special training. Jianlin High School must produce a martial god, the principal declared passionately. The other teachers nodded emphatically, already planning to invest heavily in this genius. Li Chang, could you sign an autograph for me? You're destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Wang Hao's voice sounded near Li Chang's ear. Currently basking in his newfound glory, Li Chang felt even more pleased upon hearing Wang Hao's words. Without hesitation, he accepted the pen and paper, casually signing his name. Ding! SSS-level talent detected 1 meter ahead. Would you like to copy it? The system's voice sounded once again. Wang Hao didn't hesitate for even a second. Not copying an SSS-level talent would be sheer idiocy. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the SSS-level talent Divine Speed Physique. Your cultivation speed for any martial arts techniques is 100 times faster than average. Wang Hao's heart surged with joy, his face lighting up with a faint smile of excitement. He'd struck gold. Truly hit the jackpot. An SSS-level talent was as incredible as expected, with a cultivation speed 100 times faster. Who could possibly surpass him? Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Hao left the plaza. The other students saw Wang Hao get Li Chang's autograph and immediately swarmed toward Li Chang, each vying for their turn. Li Chang, riding the high of his newfound fame, didn't refuse anyone, signing autograph after autograph. The teachers stood by, smiling as they watched Li Chang. The atmosphere was lively and celebratory. But then, amidst the bustling crowd, splat! A sudden, sickening sound of blood splattering pierced the air. Li Chang's head was severed clean off by a student with bloodshot eyes and a crazed expression. Ah! Li Chang is dead. Why would you kill Li Chang? Are you insane, Chen Shan? Chen Shan's gone mad, he actually killed Li Chang. Chaos erupted instantly. From a distance, Wang Hao froze as he saw Li Chang collapse to the ground. His heart tightened. What just happened? Hadn't Li Chang just awakened the top-tier SSS-level talent? How could it just end like that? In the distance, the principal was stunned, thinking to himself, how did my top genius candidate just disappear like this? The teachers standing by the principal were equally dumbfounded. Everything was normal just moments ago, how could it suddenly turn into this? Boom! 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 A powerful surge of primal energy instantly swept across the entire plaza. Wang Hao felt as though his whole body had been shackled, unable to move. Is this the power of an innate master? Just a single thought could suppress the entire area. Everyone trembled in fear. The ferocious boy who had just killed Li Chang was being ruthlessly subdued by this overwhelming primal force. Roar! 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 The boy's body quivered uncontrollably, his expression turning hideously grotesque. His skin flushed red, sharp claws sprouted from his hands, and black fur emerged all over his body. Swish! 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 Before long, the creature was scorched by the principal's primal energy, slowly dissolving into a pool of blood. That student was a demon in disguise. Everyone is safe now. Continue with the testing, the principal snarled through gritted teeth, his face flushed with suppressed anger. The principal began withdrawing the oppressive force of his energy, and the plaza gradually returned to calm. Wang Hao let out a breath of relief, his back drenched in sweat. He realized he needed to stay low-key. Having just acquired an SSS-grade talent, he couldn't afford to be defeated by a demon. Li Chang's death cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Demons were terrifying. How had one managed to hide within the school for so long without being discovered? Many students recognized Qin Shan, some even considered him a close friend. It was hard to believe that the classmate they spent every day with had turned out to be a demon in disguise. Shortly after, the principal sent people to collect Li Chang's body. Even a deceased SSS-grade talent was incredibly valuable. Wang Hao didn't linger at school. He left immediately. Without revealing his talent, no one paid him any attention. Attribute sheet. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, Divine Speed Physique, SSS. Realm, Body Refinement, First Heaven. Technique, Basic Body Refinement Art. Martial Skill, Falling Cloud Palm, Grade F, Beginner Level. Vitality, 2.5, 1 vitality equals 100 kilograms of strength. Soul, 1. Time until next replication, 30 days. Note, vitality affects strength and physical resilience. The higher the vitality, the stronger the attack and sturdier the body. Soul affects mental sharpness and reaction speed. Seeing his attribute sheet, Wang Hao felt a wave of relief. It really was an SSS-grade talent. This talent was his key to becoming a martial god. Time to test its power. Wang Hao began channeling the basic body refinement art. As he activated the technique, he felt a warm current coursing through his body. It was as though energy from the air was being drawn into him. Is this what an SSS-grade talent feels like? Amazing. The progress was so obvious he could literally feel himself getting stronger. When he recalled practicing the same technique in the past, it had felt like nothing. Now, he could sense the primal energy in the air helping to purge impurities from his body. It felt incredible. Wang Hao focused entirely on his training. The primal energy gradually flushed out the impurities within him, and his vitality increased steadily. Time ticked away, and before he knew it, 4 hours had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced to body refinement, second heaven. A system notification echoed in his mind. After a while, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He was astonished he had already reached the second heaven of body refinement. He could hardly believe how quickly he had advanced. Boom! Wang Hao threw a punch into the air with full force. A loud sonic boom echoed as the air itself was blasted into a vacuum. His strength had grown significantly, and Wang Hao couldn't help but feel thrilled. He then returned to his room, where a force-measuring device awaited. Boom! He struck the device with all his might. The impact resonated with a crisp collision sound. 300 kilograms. His strength had increased by 50 kilograms in one go. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was incredible. A few hours of training had yielded such a dramatic increase in power. Just yesterday, his strength had tested at 250 kilograms. Now, 300 kilograms marked the threshold of the second heaven of body refinement. No wonder SSS-grade talents were so rare. The speed of improvement was absurd. In the past, no matter how hard he trained, his strength grew slowly. Yet now, just a few hours had brought a 50-kilogram boost. It was almost too good to be true. Wang Hao was awestruck and continued to immerse himself in his practice. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Brother, you're back. I heard there's a super genius at your school, is it true? A clear and pleasant voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. Wang Hao slowly stopped channeling the body refinement art. He walked to the door and saw a youthful, radiant girl standing there. The girl was dressed in the uniform of the third high school, her figure slender, her demeanor pure and captivating. This was Wang Hao's younger sister, Wang Xinyue, a student at Jianglin City's third high school. The siblings had always supported each other, sharing a deep bond. Xinyue, how did you hear about that? Wang Hao looked at his pretty little sister in front of him and asked. Wang Xinyue's big eyes sparkled with mischief as she slyly stared at Wang Hao. Your incident made it onto the Weibo trending list. I bet your principal is about to get dismissed. Wang Xinyue chuckled as she tapped on her phone screen. Wang Hao took the phone from his sister, and sure enough, he saw the trending headline. Shocking. The shortest-lived SSS-class talent in Jianglin City's history. TSK, that Li Chang was really unlucky, even in death, becoming a topic for gossip. But Wang Hao didn't expect the principal might lose his job. That principal was a person of innate cultivation. It seemed this incident had caused a huge stir. A genius with the potential to become a martial arts legend was gone just like that. Someone had to take the blame. Although it was difficult to detect demons, there always had to be someone held accountable. Some incidents, perhaps, were just unavoidable. If not for Li Chang's heaven-defying talent, the demon probably wouldn't have shown itself so easily. After reading, Wang Hao casually handed the phone back to his sister. Let them do whatever. It doesn't concern me anyway. Wang Hao shrugged, thinking to himself. Brother, what talent did you awaken? Wang Xinyue asked curiously, still unaware of Wang Hao's talent. I'm SSS class. Wang Hao confidently arched his brow, his tone full of pride. Wang Xinyue stuck out her tongue. Brother, stop bragging. SSS class? You think I'm dumb? There aren't that many SSS class talents out there. Brother, are you going to take the martial arts exam next month? Wang Xinyue's eyes lit up as she continued to ask. After awakening a talent, one could participate in the martial arts exam within a month. Students with good results could enter top-tier martial arts universities, where they could learn advanced martial techniques and receive more resources and subsidies. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then said, I'll take it. The martial arts exam is nothing to me. Wang Xinyue smiled, her dimples showing as she clenched her fists. Brother, I believe in you, go for it. When you get into a top martial arts university, we can finally move out of here. Wang Xinyue said, full of hope. Wang Hao nodded. They currently lived in the refugee district, an awful environment that was constantly at risk of demon attacks. Getting into a top martial arts university would grant them the right to live in the city center, where it was safe and comfortable. Looking at his hopeful little sister, Wang Hao silently made up his mind. He had to get her out of this terrible place, it was just too dangerous here. The two chatted for a little longer before Wang Hao went back to practicing his body tempering technique. In the days that followed, Wang Hao dedicated himself to the rigorous practice of the body tempering technique. Bang! Wang Hao's fist slammed into the strength testing machine in his room. 800 kilograms. A shocking number flashed on the machine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 4th level of body tempering. Whoosh! Wang Hao exhaled slowly. The 4th level of body tempering. The explosive strength coursing through his body made him feel exhilarated. Attribute panel asterisk. Name asterisk Wang Hao. Talent asterisk divine swift physique, SSS class. Cultivation level asterisk 4th level of body tempering. Technique asterisk basic body tempering technique. Martial art asterisk falling cloud palm, F class, perfect level. Vitality asterisk 8, 1 vitality equals 100 kilograms of strength. Soul asterisk 1. Time until next copy ability, 27 days. Over the past few days, Wang Hao had not only been practicing the body tempering technique, breaking through to the 4th level, but he had also been training in falling cloud palm with extraordinary results. Within just a few hours, he had skipped past the beginner and proficient stages, reaching mastery. After another day of practice, he reached the perfect level. He was now only one step away from the legendary godly mastery. The higher the proficiency of a technique, the stronger its damage output. Two individuals at the same cultivation level, but with different levels of mastery, would see the more proficient one easily overpower the other. Falling Cloud Palm was a compulsory course at their school. Though it was only F class, it had significant power and a high difficulty level. In training, out of thousands of students, fewer than 100 could master it, and those who reached perfect level were exceedingly rare. It truly lived up to the reputation of an SSS class talent. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Previously, it had taken him several months just to reach the beginner stage, but now, with his SSS class talent, he had achieved perfection in just a few days. Wang Hao even felt that with another day or two of practice, he could break through to godly mastery. Once he reached godly mastery, defeating enemies stronger than himself would be as simple as eating or drinking water. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Suddenly, there was a series of loud and aggressive knocks on the door. Wang Hao frowned, thinking, who's being so rude? Wang Hao, I know you're home. Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll kick it down myself. A menacing voice shouted from outside. Without hesitation, Wang Hao walked toward the door. Standing outside was a burly man wearing a white tank top and beige shorts, his face twisted into a fierce expression. I'm here to collect protection fees. You haven't paid this month yet, the man snarled aggressively. Wang Hao furrowed his brows. This man was none other than Zhang Hu, the thug who bullied his way through their refugee district. Zhang Hu relied on his strength to run rampant in this area. The residents of the refugee district despised him. You want to break down my door? Wang Hao stared coldly at Zhang Hu, his voice carrying an undeniable air of defiance. Zhang Hu's body trembled slightly. What's with this kid? That gaze was so oppressive. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, his body suddenly exuding a chilling aura. Kid, I told you to pay protection fees. Don't you understand what I'm saying? This is the refugee district. If I kill you, no one will care. I'm guessing you don't want to lose your life over some pocket change, huh? Zhang Hu threatened in a deep voice. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. If it had been before, he might have paid. But now. Rumble. Wang Hao didn't respond. Instead, he clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's pupils constricted, a sneer forming in his heart. He dared to make a move? This kid was just trash at the first stage of body refining. He must have a death wish. As one of the top thugs in the refugee district, Zhang Hu knew the strength of those around him. Wang Hao was nothing but a weakling at the first stage of body refining. Even if Zhang Hu stood still, Wang Hao couldn't land a hit. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Hu's lips. He hadn't even thought of dodging. Bang! Zhang Hu's body was sent flying by Wang Hao's punch, slamming hard into the wall by the street, making a crisp, crashing sound. Impossible! Zhang Hu screamed, trembling, his eyes full of fear. Aren't you just at the first stage of body refining? How is this possible? Zhang Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking in shock. Who told you I'm only at the first stage of body refining? Wang Hao replied indifferently. Zhang Hu suppressed his panic, swallowing back the blood pooling in his mouth. Isn't that Wang Hao? Who's that lying on the ground? That's Zhang Hu. Don't you know him? That guy has extorted countless protection fees. He's disgusting. Wow, that one kid is so strong? Zhang Hu is at the fourth stage of body refining, yet he got taken down by Wang Hao. Could it be he awakened some incredible talent? The crowd immediately erupted into chatter. Many stared at Wang Hao in astonishment, as if noticing this handsome young man for the first time. Wang Hao lived among them and was currently a student at First High. A few days ago, he had just awakened his talent. In half a month, the martial arts exam would take place. From now on, you don't have to pay protection fees anymore. Zhang Hu growled through gritted teeth, his face full of rage. Being defeated by Wang Hao was utterly humiliating. You've got it all wrong. Wang Hao sneered and slowly approached Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's heart tightened. What was this kid planning? Let's talk about how much you're willing to pay to buy your life. This is the refugee district. If I kill you, no one will care. I'm guessing you don't want to lose your life over some pocket change, huh? Wang Hao said, his lips curling into a cold smile. Zhang Hu froze. Wasn't that exactly what he had just said? Now it was his turn to taste the feeling of being threatened. He trembled uncontrollably. He never expected that Wang Hao would have the guts to threaten him. My boss is Black Wolf, the leader of the Black Wind Gang. If you dare kill me, he won't let you off. Zhang Hu warned shakily. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Black Wolf, the leader of the Black Wind Gang? He knew of him, an expert at the 9th stage of body refining, just one step away from the peak level. But, someone at the 9th stage of body refining didn't scare him at all. Wang Hao was now at the 4th stage of body refining and had mastered the perfect level falling cloud palm. Even if Black Wolf wanted to kill him, it would take some effort. Besides, in a few days, Wang Hao would only grow stronger. I've already given you a chance. If you want to die so badly, I'll help you achieve that. Wang Hao said coldly. Falling cloud palm. Wang Hao unleashed the perfect level falling cloud palm. The powerful gust of his palm strike, accompanied by an afterimage, slammed into Zhang Hu with immense force. Zhang Hu was engulfed in terror. How could this palm technique be so powerful? Snap! Zhang Hu's body was instantly pulverized by Wang Hao's falling cloud palm. Well done, Wang Hao. That was amazing. That scumbag has disgusted me for ages. He deserved to die. Wang Hao, you're incredible. Wow, that's a perfect level falling cloud palm. Wang Hao actually mastered it to such a degree. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. The people in the refugee district were long accustomed to scenes of life and death, so the bloodshed before them didn't faze them in the slightest. Many eyes gleamed as they stared at Wang Hao's mastery of the perfect level falling cloud palm. This kid was only 16 years old, yet he had already reached such mastery. Truly a genius among geniuses. No wonder Zhang Hu stood no chance against Wang Hao. Zhang Hu's death this time was well deserved. The power of the perfect level falling cloud palm was already comparable to some great martial techniques. Wang Hao exchanged a few words with the neighbors around him and then began to inspect the spoils of war from Zhang Hu's body. In his room, Wang Hao stared at the pill in his hand. It was a body refining pill, specifically designed to aid in body refining cultivation. Each one was worth 10,000 star coins. It seems Zhang Hu had made quite a fortune. He was carrying 2 bottles, totaling 20 body refining pills. In addition, there was an anonymous star coin card. Wang Hao checked it and found a balance of 100,000 star coins. This guy was indeed a nouveau riche. A glint of excitement flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He needed to leave this place for a while. He didn't know when that Black Wolf might show up, so it was safer to lay low for now. Once his strength improved, killing that Black Wolf would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Afterward, Wang Hao sent a message to his sister, explaining the situation in full detail. Then, he packed up his belongings and left home. Martial Artist Mall. With the 100,000 star coins he had just obtained, Wang Hao arrived at the Martial Artist Mall, planning to buy some powerful martial arts techniques to further enhance his strength. Sir, what can I help you with today? A staff member in a uniform from the Martial Artist Mall asked respectfully. The employees here were well trained and never underestimated Wang Hao just because of his young age. Wang Hao glanced around. The mall was bustling with people, many of whom emanated an aura of intimidation. There were also quite a few inspectors in law enforcement uniforms patrolling the area, maintaining order within the mall. With the enforcers patrolling, no one dared to cause trouble here. The assortment of goods in the martial artist mall was vast. I'd like to see if there are any suitable martial arts techniques, Wang Hao said. The staff member's eyes lit up and led him to the martial arts section. Sky-piercing fist, F-grade martial art, a ferocious and domineering fist technique. Price, 10,000 star coins. Ethereal footwork, F-grade martial art. Light and swift footwork that confuses enemies. Price, 20,000 star coins. Iron body, F-grade martial art, greatly enhances defense after training. Price, 20,000 star coins. Wind-cleaving blade. Technique, E-grade martial art, mastery allows one to slice through wind in waves. Price, 60,000 star coins. Wang Hao gazed at the myriad martial arts techniques before him, feeling a bit dazzled. The staff member waited patiently. I'll take these two, the wind-cleaving blade technique and the ethereal footwork. Wang Hao took a deep breath and resolutely made his choice. He had always been interested in blade techniques, but his previous lack of talent had held him back. Now that he possessed an SSS-grade talent, not learning blade techniques would be a waste. Footwork was just as important, essential for both chasing down enemies and escaping danger, making it immensely valuable. Sir, you don't seem to have a weapon yet. How about an alloy battle blade? It's on sale now for just 20,000 star coins, the staff member recommended with a smile. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. Alright, I'll take one. An alloy battle blade was a great weapon. Normally priced at 30,000 star coins, it was quite a deal at just 20,000. With the blade technique manual in hand, a good blade was a must. Wang Hao left the martial artist mall with 2 martial arts manuals and the alloy battle blade. Next, I need to find a place to train, use up those body refining pills, and master these 2 martial arts techniques, Wang Hao thought to himself. 5 days later, training room. The training room was designed specifically for martial arts practice. As long as you paid the fee, you could train there without any interruptions. Wang Hao gripped his alloy battle blade, swinging it tirelessly as sweat soaked through his back. Slash! Suddenly, a sharp, whooshing sound pierced the air. The wind-cleaving blade technique has reached the mastery level. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. That was more than enough for now, he thought with relief. E-grade martial arts were indeed far harder to master than F-grade ones. Although he had spent the same amount of time on both, the wind-cleaving blade technique had only reached mastery, whereas the ethereal footwork had already achieved perfection. As for the falling cloud palm, Wang Hao had already trained it to the divine level. The power of a divine level falling cloud palm was no weaker than the wind-cleaving blade technique, perhaps even more formidable. If others found out he had perfected the falling cloud palm, they would undoubtedly be shocked across the entire blue planet. Reaching perfection in martial arts required unparalleled talent. Except for a handful of grandmasters, almost no one could train a technique to the divine level. During these 5 days, Wang Hao had stayed at the martial arts hall, focusing entirely on improving his strength. He had also used up all the body refining pills he possessed. Wang Hao's body seemed like a bottomless pit, devouring the pills at a rate far beyond ordinary people. For others, a single pill could last an entire day. But for Wang Hao, it was consumed in just half an hour. However, his training speed was equally astonishing. In just 5 days, Wang Hao's strength had broken through to the 7th level of body refining. For a martial apprentice, the later stages of cultivation became increasingly difficult, yet Wang Hao advanced at a pace 100 times faster than normal. It had taken 20 body refining pills just to barely break through the 3rd level. For ordinary people, it was common to spend several months to advance a single level. Wang Hao opened his attribute panel, silently reciting in his mind. Name, Wang Hao talent, divine. 100 speed physique, SSS, realm, body refining, 7th layer cultivation method, basic body refining technique martial arts, falling cloud palm, grade F. Profound, wind slicing blade technique, grade E, mastery, ethereal step technique, grade F, perfected, vitality, 15 soul, 1, time until next replication, 22 days. Feeling the surging power within his body, Wang Hao was filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. What a pity the body refining pills were all used up, he thought to himself. If he had more of those pills, after just half a month of cultivation, he was confident he could reach the 10th layer of body refining and attain the peak level of a martial apprentice. But without the pills, the speed of progress was dismally slow. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd probably be infuriated. Reaching the 7th layer of body refining in less than 10 days, such a speed was already terrifying, surpassing even the most monstrous of talents. Wang Hao's star coins were nearly depleted as well. The only solution was to venture into the wild, battle demons, and hunt monsters to continue his rapid upgrades. He pondered for a moment, then turned and left the cultivation chamber. Hard training alone wouldn't suffice, only actual combat could truly enhance his strength. Black Wind Gang headquarters, a ferocious-looking man was holding a tablet, watching footage of Wang Hao killing Zhang Hu. This guy dares to kill a member of our Black Wind gang? He's courting death, the man sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This man was the Black Wolf, the leader of the Black Wind gang, and a formidable warrior at the 9th layer of body refining. Boss, that guy is Wang Hao from Jianglin First High School. I heard his strength was only at the 1st layer of body refining. Could he have gotten hold of some treasure to make killing Zhang Hu so easy? A subordinate asked, his eyes darting about. A glint flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. This kid's sudden surge in strength must mean he stumbled upon some incredible fortune. Capture him alive immediately. I want him to understand the consequences of crossing the Black Wind gang, Black Wolf ordered in a frosty tone. The subordinates promptly acknowledged the order and left the headquarters without delay. Wang Hao gripped his alloy battle blade and carried his pack as he ventured alone into the wilderness. I heard about a 6th layer body refining martial apprentice out here who killed a 1st tier monster and somehow got it to drop an inner core. That core's worth 1,000,000 star coins. No way, that's insane. A 1st tier monster dropping an inner core is a miracle. Exactly. Most 1st tier monsters don't even drop inner cores. That guy must be destined for greatness. If only I could kill a monster and have it drop an inner core. Keep dreaming. Even if you got one, could you survive to keep it with your mere 2nd layer strength? The surrounding chatter grew heated as faces turned red with argument. Hearing this, Wang Hao silently marveled at the fortunate encounter of that martial apprentice but paid no further attention, striding deeper into the untamed wilds. The wilderness was chaotic and perilous. Not only did it teem with battles between monsters and beasts, but conflicts among humans were also frequent. Killing and robbing were commonplace. Here, the most dangerous thing wasn't the monsters, it was human nature. You could never predict who around you might suddenly betray you. Even the most trusted teammates might not risk their lives for you. Roar! While searching for monsters, Wang Hao suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar in the distance. The sound carried a chilling intensity that made his heart race. His pupils narrowed as he spotted his target. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being torn apart echoed as a creature with razor-sharp teeth lunged at him. Wang Hao immediately activated his ethereal step technique, his movements becoming light and agile as he effortlessly dodged the attack. It's a green fang rat. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the creature. The green fang rat was a 1st tier monster with piercingly sharp teeth, swift movements, a taste for blood, and razor-sharp claws. Its fangs were prized materials for crafting weapons, making them quite valuable. Wang Hao's mind quickly recalled all the information he had about it. Wind-slicing blade technique. Targeting the monster, he swiftly slashed his blade. Kai! 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 The green fang rat screeched sharply, retaliating as Wang Hao initiated his assault. Clang! Wang Hao's blade collided with the monster, producing a crisp sound. A woo-woo! Wang Hao's wind-slicing blade technique, having reached the level of mastery, was precise and deadly in every strike. Coupled with his perfected ethereal step technique, he evaded the green fang rat's counterattacks with ease. Before long, the green fang rat was drenched in its own blood, its condition pitiful. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao delivered a decisive strike to the creature. The alloy blade slashed through the green fang rat's neck, instantly killing it and extinguishing its life force. Looking at the now lifeless, bisected green fang rat, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. So, I've already grown this strong? In mere moments, he had slain a 1st tier monster. Among 1st tier creatures, the green fang rat was considered one of the stronger ones. Typically, even a martial artist at the 8th layer of body refining would struggle to take it down. Yet Wang Hao, with his mastery of the wind-slicing blade technique and perfection in the ethereal step technique, had easily vanquished it. It seemed his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of body tempering. Wang Hao mused to himself. If he utilized the divine level falling cloud palm, he was confident he could hold his own against a 9th level body tempering martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao pocketed the fangs of the green fang rat. His eyes scanned the wilderness for more monsters. This battle in the wilds had only just begun. Wind-slicing blade technique. Wielding his alloy blade, cold and razor-sharp, Wang Hao effortlessly struck down another 1st tier beast. With each encounter, his combat experience grew richer. In just a few hours, he had slain dozens of 1st tier monsters, his backpack now brimming with spoils of war. Selling these materials should provide enough funds for his cultivation to last a while. Carrying the bulging backpack, Wang Hao slowly made his way toward the edge of the wilderness. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Listening closely, he could also hear shouting and cursing mixed in. Squinting slightly, Wang Hao realized someone was approaching. Not far off, a disheveled man in tattered clothing sprinted desperately with a bundle strapped to his back. A gang of fierce and menacing individuals trailed closely behind him. Old Six, take this core. I'll distract them. Meet me at the usual spot, the ragged man shouted loudly as he tossed a box toward Wang Hao mid-run. A monster. Core. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. No, he's trying to use me. asterisk swish. Asterisk without hesitation, Wang Hao swung his blade, striking the box out of the air. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the alloy blade cleaved the box cleanly in two, revealing its empty interior. There was nothing inside. The ragged man was visibly startled. He clearly hadn't expected Wang Hao to destroy the box so decisively without a moment's doubt. Xiaohua, stop playing games. A monster core isn't something a mere 6th level body tempering weakling like you could possess. Hand it over, and I might spare you. The leader of the pursuers, a man with a twisted smirk, spoke coldly. Xiaohua, pale-faced and gasping for air, glared venomously at Wang Hao. The pursuers belonged to the Blue Moon Gang, and their leader was Lan Shan, the gang boss, a 7th level body tempering martial artist. Wang Hao's gaze turned icy, his killing intent flickering. So, they want to use me, huh? Young man, I can see you're not one of them. Leave now. And we won't hurt you, Lan Shan addressed Wang Hao. Wait. Hand over the monster core, or I'll kill you right here and now. Wang Hao ignored Lan Shan and directed his demand at Xiaohua instead. Xiaohua froze in disbelief. Hand over the core? Does this kid even know what he's doing? Lan Shan was equally taken aback. What's with this kid? Does he have a death wish? Ah, kid, you've got guts. Fine, take it, let's see if you dare. Xiaohua sneered, pulling a blood-red monster core from his garment. It was indeed the core of a first-tier monster. Xiaohua tossed the core toward Wang Hao, who nonchalantly caught it without a second thought. Lan Shan and his men, seeing the core now in Wang Hao's possession, ceased their pursuit, glaring at him with dark expressions. Unperturbed, Wang Hao tucked the core into his backpack and asked coldly, "What? Planning to rob me now?" Lan Shan let out a menacing laugh. "I'll take your life instead." With a roar, Lan Shan signaled his men to charge at Wang Hao. Wind-slicing blade technique. The moment they attacked, Wang Hao retaliated, executing his wind-slicing blade technique. Asterisk slash. Asterisk employing his phantom step, Wang Hao dodged nimbly while wielding his alloy blade like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, effortlessly cutting down Lan Shan's subordinates. Not far away, Xiaohua watched the sudden battle unfold, his heart pounding in shock. This young man, his strength is terrifying. The air grew thick with the scent of blood. Lan Shan's men, merely at the 4th or 5th level of body tempering, couldn't even lay a finger on Wang Hao. Screams and the sounds of bodies hitting the ground rang out in succession. Watching his subordinates fall one by one, Lan Shan's heart twisted in agony. "You brat, you're courting death." Lan Shan bellowed in rage, charging directly at Wang Hao. Falling Cloud Palm. Wang Hao unleashed his divine-level Falling Cloud Palm, the powerful gust of energy slamming into Lan Shan with devastating force. "No!" Lan Shan screamed in terror, a flash of fear crossing his eyes before his body was obliterated by the sheer power of the palm strike, leaving nothing behind, not even a complete fragment of his form. "Boss, I surrender. Please don't kill me. Spare me, I'm a good person, don't kill me." Lan Shan's men, witnessing their leader reduced to fragments by Wang Hao's effortless strike, were utterly paralyzed with fear. Who is this guy? They wondered in terror. He kills without hesitation, like a demon incarnate. Wang Hao sneered and ignored their pleas. Before long, the Blue Moon gang members lay dead, all wiped out by Wang Hao alone. In the distance, Xiaohua's expression shifted from mockery to utter shock. This guy, he's a monster. The entire Blue Moon gang, so many of them, wiped out by Wang Hao single-handedly, and he didn't even suffer a scratch. "Young man, I've already given you the core. Am I free to go now?" Xiaohua trembled as he spoke, completely devoid of his earlier sarcasm. The metallic scent of blood lingering in the air relentlessly assaulted Xiaohua's senses. What kind of man was this? His strength was beyond comprehension. "I saved your life. How do you plan to repay me?" Wang Hao tilted his head slightly, his voice cold as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart clenched. The young man before him had killed so many people, yet his face showed no trace of emotion. His gaze was so indifferent, as if he were looking at a corpse. Could it be? Xiaohua's heart was instantly consumed by fear. I am willing to give you 100,000. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hao's blade had already swung down. Slash, blood splattered everywhere as Xiaohua fell to the ground, his wound gushing with blood. His expression froze in shock, clearly unable to believe that Wang Hao would act so decisively, giving him no chance at all. "Repay me with your life, then," Wang Hao muttered to himself. Staring at Xiaohua's lifeless body, Wang Hao felt no burden in his heart. "You were the one who wanted to harm me first. I simply gave you the ending you deserved. If I hadn't been strong enough to see through your scheme, I would be the one lying dead right now." With that, Wang Hao proceeded to loot the spoils of war from the bodies of Lan Shan and the others. These guys had quite the haul. Too bad they didn't carry any star currency cards, Wang Hao murmured to himself as he inspected a pile of herbs and precious materials. Carrying several hefty bags, Wang Hao slowly made his way toward the wilderness exit. The dense aura of death that surrounded him made him seem like a god of slaughter. Passers-by, seeing his intimidating demeanor, dared not harbor any impure thoughts. The warrior's market, green fawn rat teeth, iron wolf pelts, purple forest grass. A staff member carefully tallied the items from Wang Hao's bags. Their gaze toward Wang Hao grew increasingly respectful. These items, there was no way anyone could safely bring them out of the wilderness without immense strength. Despite his youth, this boy's capabilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. The bloodstains on his belongings and his body served as undeniable proof. Sir, these items are worth a total of 600,000 star coins, the staff member said respectfully. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. 600,000 star coins? Not bad. Oh, and this as well. Take a look, Wang Hao said, pulling out Xiaohua's beast core. The staff member's eyes lit up as they recognized the item. Sir, this beast core can fetch a price of 1 million star coins at our market, the staff member announced. A satisfied smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. 1 million star coins, good. That should be enough to buy the body refining pellets he needed to train up to the 10th stage of body refining. All right. I'd also like to purchase a few things, Wang Hao stated. After some time, Wang Hao left the warrior's market with 100 body refining pellets, a brand new set of combat attire, and 2 E-rank martial arts manuals. The training room, Wang Hao struck a peculiar pose, his body radiating waves of heat. Crackling sounds echoed from his frame. Upon close inspection, faint golden light shimmered across his skin. This diamond technique is ridiculously difficult to master. I've been training for hours and just barely reached the entry level. But it's definitely worth the money. It's an E-rank technique, after all, Wang Hao muttered to himself. The golden glow emanating from his body was the effect of the diamond technique he purchased at the market. Upon reaching the entry level, a layer of golden light would form on the practitioner's body, capable of mitigating enemy attacks. This martial art was notoriously challenging to train in. Wang Hao had spent hours just to reach the beginner stage, but the results were remarkable. With the diamond technique activated, Wang Hao felt his physical constitution improve significantly, and his attack power had also increased by a large margin. He had also purchased another E-rank martial art, Heavenly Blade Strike, a technique meant to serve as a finishing move. When mastered to perfection, it could rival the power of an average D-rank martial art. As for even higher levels of mastery, it appeared that no one had ever succeeded. According to the manual, if one could reach the ultimate realm of the Heavenly Blade Strike, they might even comprehend the blade intent, a concept understood only by gifted blade masters. With blade intent, coupled with a powerful weapon, killing enemies would become as effortless as eating or drinking. The thought of the blade intent's power ignited a fiery determination within Wang Hao's heart. He had never heard of anyone comprehending blade intent before reaching the innate realm. If he could master it quickly, even innate warriors would find it hard to withstand his attacks. Wang Hao continued to train diligently in the room, honing both the diamond technique and the Heavenly Blade Strike. Asterisk swish. Swish. Swish, asterisk he gripped his alloy combat blade, repeatedly, striking the alloy training dummy in the room. The proficiency of the Heavenly Blade Strike gradually increased with each swing. Time passed as he trained tirelessly, asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 10th stage of body refining. Asterisk the system's mechanical voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind as he panted lightly. A chilling aura emanated from his body, and faint golden light swirled around him. Bang! Wang Hao threw a powerful punch at the strength tester in the training room. The tester emitted a crisp crashing sound, causing the entire training chamber to tremble slightly. 4,000 kilograms of force. Wang Hao stared at the number displayed on the tester, his eyes narrowing sharply. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. Without utilizing any martial techniques for assistance, he had managed to unleash 4,000 kilograms of raw strength purely from his physical body. An average postnatal martial artist's physical strength would barely match this, Wang Hao thought to himself. His current strength was no less than that of an ordinary postnatal martial artist. And with the addition of Heaven's primordial blade, a confident smile tugged at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. Postnatal martial artist? He could easily dispatch one with a casual strike. The attribute panel displayed, name asterisk Wang Hao talent asterisk divine speed physique, SSS level. Realm asterisk body refinement, 10th stage techniques asterisk basic body refinement manual martial skills asterisk falling cloud palm, F grade, mastery, wind slicing blade technique, E grade, mastery. Ethereal steps, F grade, perfection, Heaven's primordial blade, E grade, perfection, Vajra technique, E grade, proficiency, vitality asterisk 40 soul asterisk 1, time until next replication, 12 days, looking at the attribute panel, Wang Hao felt a twinge of regret. His cultivation progress was still too slow. Although he had already broken through to the 10th stage of the body refinement realm, asterisk Heaven's primordial blade asterisk had yet to reach the mastery level. Still, the perfection level Heaven's primordial blade was already sufficient. Its power was nearly on par with certain D-grade martial skills. The Vajra technique had only just reached the proficiency stage. Testing it out, Wang Hao found that the proficiency level Vajra technique could absorb about 10% of incoming damage. Though it was only 10%, that was already incredibly powerful. Moreover, activating the Vajra technique would significantly amplify his attack power as well. For now, he would continue his training. He would consider other matters after breaking into the martial artist realm. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Wang Hao's communicator emitted a series of sharp alerts. He frowned, curious to see who it might be. He promptly opened the communication interface. Wang Hao, your sister stole something from our Li family. You better come here immediately. An icy voice came through. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Stole something? What a joke. He knew his sister's character better than anyone. While she could be a bit mischievous, she would never steal. This was pure nonsense. The Li family? If they didn't provide a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't let the matter rest. Without another word, Wang Hao left the training chamber and headed toward the Li family estate. At the Li family estate, the spacious hall was filled with priceless porcelain and calligraphy. A sweet-looking young girl stood there, her face flushed with anger as she glared at the people across from her. Wang Xinyue, stealing at such a young age? Clearly, your brother is no better. When he arrives, I'll have both of you detained. The Li family's eldest daughter, Li Lan, sneered mockingly. Behind Li Lan stood a group of servants, each wearing expressions of ridicule. Wang Xinyue's face turned red with frustration as she protested in a soft but determined voice, I didn't steal anything. You're framing me. A glint of disdain flashed in Li Lan's eyes. A stray girl from the slums? If she said the girl stole something, then she stole it. Who would care to listen to her objections? Nearby, the onlookers started whispering among themselves. Who would have thought such a pretty girl would turn out to be a thief? Maybe the Li family is just picking on her, trying to stir up trouble. Are you serious? The Li family is so powerful, why would they need to frame some little girl? Use your brain. Exactly. And like they say, flies don't land on uncracked eggs. If the girl hadn't caused trouble herself, no one would be accusing her. Hearing the murmurs, Wang Xinyue felt a deep sense of grievance. She had merely come here to look around, how could she suddenly be accused of stealing? She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she being framed? Li Lan listened to the growing chatter, a pleased smile curving her lips. Wang Xinyue, oh Wang Xinyue, it doesn't even matter whether or not you stole something anymore. You'll carry the label of a thief for the rest of your life, she thought smugly to herself. The surrounding crowd grew larger, and the murmurs of judgment continued. Get out of my way. A cold voice cut through the air from outside. The icy wind that followed made the onlookers shiver involuntarily. Wang Xinyue's tears began to flow uncontrollably the moment she heard Wang Hao's voice. Wang Hao pushed through the gathering crowd and gently embraced his sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No problem is too big for me to handle, Wang Hao said softly. Brother. I really didn't steal anything. Wang Xinyue sobbed. Wang Hao stroked her hair gently, his voice calm and reassuring. I believe you. Leave this matter to me. Heh, big words. You think you can handle this? Do you even know what your sister stole? Li Lan's mocking smile deepened when she saw Wang Hao arrive. Wang Hao's cold gaze locked onto Li Lan, devoid of any emotion, as though she were already dead. Your life isn't enough, he asked, his tone as chilling as the winter wind. Li Lan's pupils constricted sharply. She had done her research on Wang Hao, just a talentless nobody, a complete waste. My life? This is utterly ridiculous. The crowd around was dumbfounded. Is this kid insane? He actually wants the life of the eldest daughter of the Li family. Is he still dreaming? Exactly, Miss Li is a genius with an A-grade talent, a martial artist at the 5th level of body refinement. This guy has probably just awakened. Where does he get the audacity? Let's go, let's go. No need to watch. Even without thinking too hard, we know this kid is doomed. The onlookers stared at Wang Hao with faces full of disbelief. Wang Hao ignored their strange gazes, his cold eyes still fixed on Li Lan. Li Lan felt a chill run down her spine under his piercing stare. Seize these two for me. They dare to threaten me, she said through gritted teeth. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, anyone in Jianglin City who saw her would respectfully address her as Miss Li. For this kid to openly demand her life, he must be tired of living. If she didn't teach him a harsh lesson, who knows what kind of rumors would spread about her? Hearing her command, the servants behind Li Lan glared at Wang Hao with murderous intent. Daring to threaten Miss Li? He must have a death wish. Capture them alive. I want them to understand the consequences of threatening Li Lan. Li Lan ordered. The servants immediately lunged toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao smirked faintly. Capture me alive? Dream on. Falling Cloud Poem. He unleashed the divine level Falling Cloud Poem. With a body refinement level of 10 and the power of the divine level Falling Cloud Poem, he struck at the approaching servants with immense force. The overwhelming palm wind carried an aura of utter destruction. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a powerful shockwave erupted, kicking up a storm of wind and dust. Bang! 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 Amidst the sound of tearing flesh, The servants who lunged at him were instantly obliterated by Wang Hao's palm force. Wang Hao gently covered Wang Xinyue's eyes, shielding her from the gruesome scene. The crowd around was stunned. Blood splattered everywhere, pieces of flesh littered the ground. Everyone felt nauseated, their stomachs churning. The scene was simply too horrifying. Li Lan froze in disbelief. Wasn't Wang Xinyue's brother supposed to be a talentless waste? What was that devastating attack just now? That was the divine-level falling cloud pong. My nephew, who studies at Jianglin High School, knows that technique. Are you kidding me? Divine-level falling cloud pong? At his age, how could he possibly master it? Do you even understand how terrifying geniuses can be? Most of those Li family servants were body refinement level 8 or 9. Without divine-level palm force, there's no way he could have wiped them out. Wow, this kid is insanely strong. He looks like he's just in his teens, yet his power is astonishing. The Li family has really kicked a steel plate this time. And to think their genius daughter dared to steal from his sister, what a joke. Hey, weren't you saying something completely different just now? What do you know? The situation has changed. Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him and found them laughable. These people couldn't even distinguish right from wrong, utterly unworthy of his attention. They swayed with the wind, incapable of forming their own opinions. Li Lan trembled all over, her eyes filled with fear. She couldn't see any emotion in Wang Hao's gaze, only cold indifference, as if he were looking at a dead person. Was he really going to kill her? Fear consumed Li Lan's heart. My father is Li Gang. You can't kill me. Li Lan stammered, trembling. Wang Hao said nothing, his cold eyes fixed on her as he slowly approached. Li Lan's trembling intensified. Tell me, why did you frame my sister? Wang Hao finally spoke. It was Qin Xiao from Third High. He confessed to your sister, but after she rejected him, he came to me for help to frame her, to ruin her reputation. Li Lan quickly revealed. Chen Xiao? Wang Hao murmured to himself. He had never heard of this name. He's my classmate, and I think he's also the grandson of the third elder of the Lingxiao Pavilion, Wang Xinyue said softly. The grandson of the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew the Lingxiao Pavilion was a powerful and prominent family in Jianglin City. Its leader, Lin Shan, was a formidable martial artist at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, highly respected and renowned in the city. But even so, who dared to bully his sister? Even if it were the King of Heaven himself, he wouldn't let it slide. Wang Hao had already sentenced that bastard to death in his heart. So young, yet so cruel. If he didn't teach him a severe lesson now, how would he ever rise again in the future? Seeing the change in Wang Hao's expression, Li Lan felt a glimmer of hope reignite in her heart. I have a good relationship with Chen Xiao. If you dare kill me, Lingxiao Pavilion will never let you off. Li Lan threatened fiercely. Wang Hao sneered at Li Lan, thinking to himself, Lingxiao Pavilion? What of it? Do they think they can scare me? Brother, let it go. Lingxiao Pavilion is too powerful. Wang Xinyue's voice trembled as she pleaded. She hadn't expected that simply rejecting someone's confession would lead to her being framed like this. Wang Hao patted her head and smiled. Don't be afraid. Lingxiao Pavilion is nothing to worry about. Not far away, Lan Li's heart sank. Could it be that he wasn't afraid at all? Her expression changed, realizing she was no match for Wang Hao's strength. I have a Hotian pill. Don't kill me, I'll give it to you. I also have plenty of star coins. My father is Li Gang, he's wealthy. Lan Li hastily begged for her life, her words tumbling over themselves in panic. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. A Hotian pill? This was a rare and miraculous pill that could accelerate the formation of a yuan seed. After reaching the 10th layer of body refinement, one must condense a yuan seed within their body. Only then could they ascend to the rank of a true Hotian martial artist. Once the yuan seed forms, a martial artist's abilities experience a dramatic surge. A single Hotian first-layer martial artist could easily suppress multiple powerful peak body refinement practitioners. The Hotian pill was worth over 1 million star coins and was extraordinarily scarce. Yet this little girl had one. Hand over the Hotian pill and your star coin card. Wang Hao ordered coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, locking onto Lan Li. Terrified, Lan Li fumbled in her pocket and produced a small box along with a star coin card. Wang Hao took them, opening the box to reveal a crystalline, translucent pill inside. It really was a Hotian pill. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. This girl hadn't lied to him. He pocketed the items. Seeing her belongings taken, a flicker of delight passed through Lan Li's eyes. Oomph, she thought darkly. How dare you take something from me, the great Miss Li? Once my father returns, I'll make sure you pay in blood. Hatred surged within her. She swore she would kill Wang Hao. Suddenly, a gleam of cold light flashed. Lan Li felt her entire body turn icy, the chill piercing to her bones. Her mind went blank, unable to comprehend what had happened before she lost consciousness entirely. I never said I wouldn't kill you. I only told you to hand over your stuff, Wang Hao said nonchalantly, shrugging. The surroundings erupted into chaos. He actually killed the Li family's eldest daughter. Incredible. The Li family head is going to explode over this. Ruthless. Such a pretty girl, gone just like that. What a waste. Pretty? Ha, don't be fooled by appearances, she was a cold-blooded killer herself. Lan Li's death caused an uproar. No one had expected Wang Hao to actually go through with it. Though the Li family wasn't the most powerful clan, they held considerable sway in Jianlin City. The death of their eldest daughter was huge news. Not to mention, Li Gang, the Li family head, was a well-known Hotian martial artist with a formidable reputation. Paying no mind to the discussions around him, Wang Hao swiftly left the Li estate with Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue's face was full of shock. The eldest daughter of the Li family, just like that, was gone. Not long after, Li Gang returned to his home. Seeing the blood-soaked scene before him, anger and grief intertwined within him, cutting into his heart. Like a blade. Lanner, I will avenge you. Li Gang roared, his voice shaking the streets. Passers-by jumped, startled by the sudden outburst. The news of Lan Li's death quickly spread across Jianlin City. Though the Li family wasn't the most affluent, Lan Li was infamous as a she-devil and had connections with many of the city's notorious young elites. The incident sparked widespread attention. At the Su family residence, Wang Hao killed Lan Li. A stunningly beautiful woman's eyes flickered with surprise. It must be someone else with the same name. The Wang Hao from our school doesn't even have talent, another remarked. Lan Li was an A-grade talent, a fifth-layer body refinement practitioner, and had several powerful bodyguards at her side. Even if Wang Hao were an S-grade genius, there was no way he could kill Lan Li at this point. It's probably not him. Su Qingyan thought to herself. Recalling that despondent boy, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Such a pity, his talent was far too poor. Truly frustrating. Pushing the thought aside, Su Qingyan returned to her training, the cold energy surrounding her intensifying. While the rest of the city remained fixated on news of Lan Li's death, elsewhere, Wang Hao was training diligently with his sister in the cultivation chamber. Having acquired the Hotian pill, he intended to make the most of it. Once he broke through and became a martial artist, what would the Li family head amount to? Nothing more than a stepping stone, easily crushed. Inside the cultivation chamber, 2 days later, Wang Hao adjusted himself into peak condition. He swallowed the Hotian pill, warmth spreading throughout his body as the medicinal energy surged within him. A comforting sensation coursed through him, filling every corner of his being. He immediately began practicing the foundational body refinement technique, crackling sounds emanating from his body. The Yuan energy in the air seemed to be drawn to him, slowly converging in his dantian. Boom! Wang Hao punched the alloy training dummy in the chamber. A powerful aura erupted from within him, shattering the alloy dummy with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to martial artist status and achieving Hotian first layer. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and joy filled Wang Hao's heart. Finally, he had broken through. Now, he was officially a martial artist. A tribute panel, name * Wang Hao talent * divine speed physique, SSS grade, realm * Hotian level 1 cultivation technique * basic body refinement art martial arts * falling cloud. Palm, F grade, perfected, wind slashing blade technique, E grade, perfected, ethereal step, F grade, flawless, heaven origin strike, E grade, flawless, diamond technique, E grade, proficient, vital energy * 80 soul. Power * 1 time until next replication * 10 days with his vital energy skyrocketing to 80, Wang Hao now had the ability to effortlessly wield 8,000 kilograms of force. Combined with the amplification from his Yuan power seed and the explosive force of his martial arts, he was confident he could deal damage equivalent to 10,000 tons. The basic body refinement art can no longer keep up with my cultivation pace, Wang Hao thought to himself. After breaking through to the level of a martial artist, he relied more on the Yuan power seed within his body. The more power the seed accumulated, the more devastating its energy bursts would become. It was clear he needed to purchase a new cultivation technique. Continuing to cultivate with the basic body refinement art would only delay his progress indefinitely. Moreover, the medicinal pills used by martial artists were far more expensive. Yuan Qi pills, which accelerated the growth of the Yuan power seed, cost a staggering 100,000 star coins each. Phew! Wang Hao exhaled softly. He knew he needed to work even harder to gather resources. Both the expenses for advanced cultivation techniques and Yuan Qi pills were extraordinary. However, that Li Lan had been unexpectedly considerate. Before her demise, she had left him a star coin card. Upon checking, Wang Hao discovered that the card contained a staggering 5 million star coins. Truly a young lady from a powerful family, with such abundant wealth at her disposal, Wang Hao mused. As for the Li family, if they dared to provoke him, he would ensure they regretted it. If he could also deal with Li Gang, he might even gain access to something even more valuable. Wang Hao couldn't help but start devising plans in his mind. Brother, have you really broken through to become a martial artist? Wang Xinyue's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao affectionately patted her head and smiled. That's right. Your brother is now a Hotian martial artist. Wang Xinyue blinked her big eyes, her thoughts racing. Her brother had become a martial artist. Despite being young, she understood what it meant to become a martial artist at the age of 16. He was a genius among geniuses. After all, many of her school teachers were only martial artists themselves, yet her brother had already surpassed them at just 16 years old. Brother, could it be that you really have an SSS grade talent? Wang Xinyue asked, her adorable eyes fixed on him. Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. That's right, but this must remain a secret. Don't tell anyone, or there could be big trouble. Wang Xinyue quickly covered her mouth and promised to never reveal it. Afterward, Wang Hao took his sister to Jianglin City's most luxurious Zhonglian shopping mall to reward both himself and his sister. Becoming a martial artist marked a turning point in his life. No one would dare to provoke a martial artist lightly, as it symbolized immense personal combat prowess. Inside Zhonglian shopping mall, Wang Hao bought his sister countless beautiful clothes and indulged her with snacks she had always longed to try but could never afford. After shopping, the siblings returned home carrying a mountain of goods. In the slums, outside Wang Hao's house, members of the Black Wind Gang loitered around, their eyes scanning the area. The front of the house was in complete disarray. Boss, do you think Wang Hao's not coming back? One of the underlings yawned, a toothpick dangling from his lips. Black Wolf casually picked up a rock and hurled it at Wang Hao's house, sneering. We'll wait another day. If he doesn't show up, we'll head to his sister's school to find her. The group exchanged sinister smiles. They all knew Wang Hao's younger sister, a student at 3rd high school. She was not only a beauty but also had an aura of innocence that made her stand out. They had never found a chance to target her before, but now that Wang Hao dared to go against the Black Wind Gang, the situation had changed. For Wang Hao's transgressions, someone had to pay the price. The gang continued to linger on the streets of the slums, waiting. Nearby residents witnessed the scene but felt utterly powerless. All they could do was silently pray that Wang Hao and his sister wouldn't return. As for confronting Black Wolf, they didn't even dare to entertain the thought. Black Wolf was a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. The idea of Wang Hao standing a chance against him seemed absurd. No matter how extraordinary Wang Hao's talent was, it would take time to grow stronger. After all, even the most gifted prodigies needed time to hone their skills. Wang Hao returned home with his sister, only to find a group of shady figures loitering near their house. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Hao demanded coldly, his gaze sharp as it swept over the group. Black Wolf rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. This really was Wang Hao. The brat had actually come back. But what caught Black Wolf's attention was the person standing behind Wang Hao. His eyes locked onto Wang Xinyue, who was dressed in a white dress that made her look ethereal, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Wang Xinyue, already beautiful, looked even more pure and radiant in her new outfit. Kid, you killed someone from our Black Wind Gang, and you dare ask who I am? Black Wolf sneered. Wang Hao frowned slightly. The Black Wind Gang. Oh, right. It must have been that thug Zhang Hu, who had been extorting protection fees. If not for their interference, Wang Hao would have almost forgotten about them. Brother, our home was trashed by them. Wang Xinyue hid behind Wang Hao, her voice trembling slightly. Wang Hao scanned the room, taking in the mess around him. Rage ignited within his chest. If you're going to cause trouble, don't blame me for not holding back, Wang Hao said coldly. He set down the bag he carried and drew out his alloy combat blade. Black Wolf, seeing Wang Hao prepare for a fight, sneered mockingly. Kid, surrender quietly, and I'll make this quick for you. Refuse, and I'll make you suffer. Black Wolf threatened, his tone chilling. Run, Wang Hao. Black Wolf is a body refinement 9th level expert, you can't defeat him. A sudden urgent shout came from nearby. Wang Hao's heart warmed slightly. It was Uncle Lin, their neighbor. Uncle Lin, don't worry. These guys aren't enough to make me run. Wang Hao replied, his gaze cold and unwavering as he stared down Black Wolf and his gang. Sky Origin / Wang Hao uttered the words under his breath. The energy within his body surged into the alloy blade. A powerful aura erupted from him. Black Wolf and his companions felt their hearts tighten. Energy force. Wang Hao was a martial artist, ***, how could that be? No. Wang Hao, spare me. I won't dare to challenge you again. Black Wolf cried out in terror. The aura emanating from Wang Hao pressed down like a mountain, leaving Black Wolf utterly defenseless. Uncle Lin and the other neighbors were stunned. Wang Hao had actually become a martial artist. Swish, Wang Hao ignored Black Wolf's pleas for mercy. The aura on his alloy blade surged forth. Boom. 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 With a deafening explosion, Black Wolf and his henchmen were obliterated by Wang Hao's attack. Blood and dismembered body parts scattered everywhere, painting a gruesome and terrifying scene. After cleaning up the spoils of his victory, Wang Hao prepared to leave the slum district. Wang Hao, you're amazing. You finally got rid of the Black Wind Gang. That damned Black Wind Gang, they've finally been wiped out. My daughters. Spirit in heaven can finally rest in peace. Thank you, Wang Hao, for helping us get rid of the Black Wind Gang. The surrounding neighbors were ecstatic, as if celebrating a festival. The Black Wind Gang had been bullying the slum residents for far too long, and everyone had had enough. Wang Hao exchanged a few words with the neighbors before leaving the slums with his younger sister. The residents understood that Wang Hao, now a martial artist, was no longer someone they could compare to, so they didn't try to keep him. Wang Hao and his sister found a random hotel in the city to stay temporarily. Once he was admitted into a top-tier martial arts university, he would be able to buy a house in the city center. On Blue Star, with its population in the hundreds of billions, the slum areas were already overcrowded. The city center, safe and prosperous, had housing prices so astronomical that they were jaw-dropping. Moreover, buying a house in the city center required a city residency permit. There were two main ways to obtain such a permit. First, join the Martial Alliance and earn merit. Second, gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Excellent academic performance would grant you the permit. The martial artist shop was as lively as ever, with all kinds of people bustling through its aisles. After arranging accommodations for his sister, Wang Hao headed to the martial artist shop alone. He navigated through the crowded space and walked straight to the martial arts technique section. Do you have any techniques suitable for martial artists to cultivate? Wang Hao asked the staff directly. Sir, are you looking for techniques for postnatal martial artists to train with? The staff member replied respectfully. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Why? Is there a problem? The staff member took a deep breath and asked in disbelief, Sir, are you already a martial artist? Wang Hao nodded. That's right. I just had a breakthrough. As he spoke, Wang Hao circulated the energy in his dantian, and a powerful aura immediately emanated from him. The staff member's pupils shrank sharply. Wang Hao appeared so young, yet he was already a martial artist, a genius among geniuses. To them, this was a rare opportunity. If they could win him over, the future held boundless potential. A surge of enthusiasm welled up in the staff member's heart. Sir, have you considered joining the Sky Martial Society? If you pass their assessment, you can obtain a postnatal level cultivation technique for free, the staff member continued. Wang Hao fell into thought. The Sky Martial Society, he knew about it. It was an organization founded by Ling Tian, martial god, one of Huagua's top martial powerhouses. This group spanned the entire nation, its influence vast and formidable, a true titan. Ling Tian martial god had achieved the rank of martial god centuries ago, easily defeating many veteran martial gods upon his breakthrough. The Sky Martial Society he established became renowned, even attracting many martial artists from foreign countries to join. However, the entry requirements for the Sky Martial Society were exceedingly strict. First, one needed a recommendation from an internal member. Second, one had to pass their assessment. The Sky Martial Society's standards were incredibly high. Many geniuses from top martial arts universities had attempted to join, but most failed. The society's assessments were even tougher than standard martial arts competitions. But for those who succeeded, the rewards were immense. Not only would one gain direct access to an urban residence permit, but they would also receive a free villa, along with a variety of cultivation resources and martial arts rewards. More importantly, joining the Tianwu Society came with a powerful backing. Any force that wanted to target you would have to think twice. Can I participate? I've just broken through to the warrior realm. Isn't Tianwu Society only open to innate level practitioners? Wang Hao squinted his eyes slightly and asked. The threshold for Tianwu Society was notoriously high. Ordinary postnatal practitioners were unqualified, only those at the innate level could take the assessment. The staff member replied respectfully, Tianwu Society has recently established a new department. As long as you're at the warrior realm, you can take the assessment. Once you pass, you'll become a preparatory member of Tianwu Society. He then explained the assessment details in full. So that's how it works, Wang Hao thought to himself, fully understanding now. Only warriors under the age of 18 could take this assessment. If they passed, they would automatically become preparatory members of Tianwu Society. Upon reaching the innate level, they could officially join without further testing. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement in his chest. Tianwu Society. Passing the test would also grant him an urban residence permit, a small house, and a high-level postnatal cultivation method. Alright, I'm in, Wang Hao said resolutely, without any hesitation. The staff member's eyes lit up and immediately began processing his application. Once the paperwork was done, Wang Hao bought an F-grade combat blade and left, preparing for the start of the assessment. In an advanced training room, Wang Hao gripped the F-grade Ironblood blade, his entire body surrounded by a chilling aura. He focused intently, practicing the heavenly blade technique, swinging the blade repeatedly. Countless flashes of blade light flickered in the air. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Wang Hao had been practicing for 2 days. Yesterday, he had finally reached the divine realm with the heavenly blade technique. Yet he could feel it, he was still just shy of grasping the true essence of blade momentum. That slight gap was a chasm. The blade unyielding, merciless, brimming with killing intent. Wang Hao recalled the scene of slaying the Black Wolf and others in the slums with the heavenly blade technique. His blood boiled, his desire to cut down all enemies growing ever stronger. Extreme damage, an unstoppable force of destruction. Swish, swish, swish. It was as though something exploded in his mind. I understand now. This is blade momentum. A sharp, peerless aura wrapped around his body. Heavenly blade technique. Wang Hao muttered under his breath as he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, as though the air itself had condensed into a massive, invisible blade. That blade momentum surged directly toward the advanced training rooms. Super mannequin. Though he hadn't physically swung the blade, the attack had already been unleashed, roaring toward the mannequin. CHHH. 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 The super mannequin let out a sharp tearing sound. Then, with a deafening crash, it exploded into pieces. Wang Hao opened his eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the shattered mannequin in the distance. The blade momentum was complete. Who among warriors below the 4th level of the postnatal stage could withstand my blade momentum? Wang Hao's heart swelled with confidence. Anyone below the 4th level, no matter how many, would fall before him. As for those at the 4th level, he wasn't entirely sure yet. The 4th level of the postnatal stage was a major turning point. Strength would surge dramatically, with a significant increase in elemental energy and explosive power. Warriors below the 4th level were considered to be in the early stage, while those at the 4th level had entered the mid-stage. Mid-stage warriors could easily crush early-stage ones. The gap in strength was almost insurmountable. Wang Hao had great faith in his abilities but wouldn't let it make him arrogant enough to underestimate others. With his SSS grade talent, as long as he followed a disciplined path of cultivation, he would inevitably become a martial god someday. Moreover, in 8 days, he would be able to replicate a new talent. Wang Hao had already made up his mind to replicate Su Qingyan's talent. Coincidentally, everyone would be taking the martial arts exam together that day, giving him the perfect opportunity to replicate her talent. Additionally, the Tianwu Society assessment was set to begin in 1 day. Wang Hao had 1 more day to improve his strength. He took the assessment very seriously. Passing it would earn him a high-level postnatal cultivation method. Wang Hao had already browsed the cultivation methods available in the warrior shop. They were all low-level and had very slow efficiency. Only the top-tier forces possessed methods that could rapidly accelerate cultivation. Given that he was naturally blessed with a 100x cultivation speed, he was determined to fully capitalize on this advantage. His goal was to become the fastest, strongest man alive. Next, he decided to focus all his efforts on mastering the diamond technique. Wang Hao immersed himself completely in cultivating the asterisk diamond technique star. Lingxiao Pavilion. From within a room, the continuous sound of shattering echoed, crash, crack. 2 imposing guards stood at the door, ignoring the commotion inside. Inside, a short-statured youth, his face dark with anger, was furiously smashing the room's valuable items. These included ancient porcelain and priceless calligraphy and paintings. The once luxurious room was now a chaotic mess, the floor littered with shattered ceramics and broken antiques. If I can't seek revenge, I'll destroy everything here, the youth roared viciously, his hands relentless as he continued to demolish everything in sight. This young man was none other than Chen Xiao, the grandson of the 3rd elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, and also Wang Xinyue's classmate. Upon hearing the news of Li Lan's death, Chen Xiao was furious, practically ready to explode. Li Lan had only gotten into trouble because of him. If people found out that someone had stood up for him and ended up killed, and he acted as if nothing had happened, Chen Xiao wouldn't be able to show his face in Jianglin City anymore. Despite his young age, Chen Xiao had a domineering personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made Li Lan help him deal with Wang Xinyue in the first place. Li Lan's death ignited a blaze of fury in him. That Wang Hao dared to kill Li Lan, and Li Lan had even claimed she had a close relationship with Chen Xiao. This was an outright insult to Chen Xiao's pride. After Li Lan's incident, Chen Xiao had been ranting about avenging her, but his grandfather, Chen Hong, stopped him and put him under house arrest. Creek, the door opened. An old man with a white beard and a stern face walked in. Get lost. Don't bother me, I'm not eating anything. Chen Xiao didn't even glance at him, grabbing a teapot and hurling it. Chen Hong caught the teapot with ease and let out a sigh. Ah Xiao. It's not that Grandpa doesn't want you to take revenge. I promise you, once the Tianwu Association's preparatory member assessments are over, I'll personally twist off Wang Hao's head and bring it to you. Chen Hong's heart ached as he looked at his grandson's anguished expression. Grandpa. Sob, why do we have to wait? You weren't like this before. Chen Xiao couldn't hold back his tears anymore. They welled up in his eyes as he leaned into Chen Hong's arms, crying. Chen Hong gently patted his grandson's head and said soothingly, My dear grandson, the big shots from the Tianwu Association are in Jianglin City this time. Lingxiao Pavilion must tread carefully. Let's wait until the Tianwu Association's matters are over, and then we'll take care of everything else. The news of Wang Hao killing Li Lan was soon overshadowed by the buzz surrounding the Tianwu Association's preparatory member selection. The earlier uproar about the incident vanished without a trace. Even the Li family stopped their investigation into Wang Hao. The entire population of Jianlin City was abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating the start of the Tianwu Association's preparatory member assessments. This is a golden opportunity. If you can join the Tianwu Association, you'll never have to worry about the rest of your life. Did you see the participation requirements? Martial artists under 18. That alone eliminates 99% of the people. This time, they're focusing on nurturing geniuses. I heard that any genius who passes the assessment will receive full support. This has never happened before. Yeah, but it's for the best. Concentrating resources on nurturing talent is the only way for humanity to grow stronger quickly. Geniuses? They all turn into cowards when facing demons. I think it's better to give the resources to martial artists with actual combat experience. Every street and alley buzzed with discussions about the Tianwu Association's preparatory member selection. It wasn't just Jianlin City, the entire nation was talking about it. This was a nationwide selection. As long as someone met the criteria and passed the assessment, they would receive the full support of the Tianwu Association. All major families, factions, and organizations with eligible candidates sign up for it. After all, the Tianwu Association was founded by the martial godling Tian, who wouldn't want to join. In an advanced training room, Wang Hao remained focused on practicing the Vajra technique. Golden light glimmered all over his body. Each of his strikes carried an overwhelming force. Boom. 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 Wang Hao's fists continued to punch through the air in the training room, producing ear-splitting explosions. The sound grew louder with each passing moment. Bang. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Hao's fist suddenly unleashed a golden wave of energy. The golden wave shot forward, striking a super mannequin in the training room and instantly reducing it to ashes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mastery of the Vajra technique has reached perfection. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He could feel a tremendous power surging within him. It was the power of the Vajra technique. So this Vajra technique truly is the pinnacle of E-grade martial arts. Wang Hao felt that as his mastery of the Vajra technique reached its peak, his strength had surged significantly. Now, he was confident he could challenge any martial artist at the Minhotian level. The strength coursing through his body filled Wang Hao with confidence. Since breaking into the martial artist realm, it seemed that the system had become more intelligent. Now providing notifications when his martial arts mastery improved, Wang Hao pulled up his attribute panel and silently recited frowny face name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 speed divine body, SSS realm, first stage of Hotian realm, techniques, basic body strengthening technique, skills, blade. Momentum, beginner, plus 50% blade technique power, martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, mastery, wind slicing blade technique, E grade. Mastery, ethereal footwork, E grade, perfection, heaven origin strike, E grade, mastery, Vajra technique, E grade, perfection, vital energy, 90. Soul, 1, time until next replication, 7 days. He now possessed 3 martial arts at the mastery level and 2 that had reached perfection. If others knew that Wang Hao had achieved such remarkable progress in under a month, they'd surely be stunned. Advancing in martial arts isn't just about talent, it also demands a tremendous amount of time. Many innate martial artists spend their entire lives mastering just one martial skill to perfection. Reaching the perfect level of a martial skill is already an incredible feat, let alone ascending to the divine level, which is the realm of martial arts grandmasters. Right now, Wang Hao could be considered an invincible presence among early acquired stage martial artists. A slight smile crept across his lips. Although his martial skill level wasn't particularly high, his exceptional proficiency compensated for much of the gap. More importantly, he had also grasped the concept of blade momentum. While his blade momentum was only at the beginner level, its power was already astonishing. After all, blade momentum is something typically comprehended only by innate martial artists. Wang Hao had never heard of an acquired stage martial artist mastering blade momentum before. Next up, it was time to participate in the Tianwu Association's examination. After sending a message to his sister, Wang Hao headed straight for the examination venue of the Tianwu Association. Walking through the streets of Jianlin City, he noticed that the surroundings were far livelier than usual. Many people were discussing the Tianwu Association's examination. Today's the start of the Tianwu examination, so exciting. Yeah, I wonder if any geniuses will show up. I heard Su Xinghe from the Su family is participating. He's already a 5th level acquired stage master. What? He's only 18 years old, how could he possibly reach the 5th level of the acquired stage? Their family has been consuming body-strengthening pills and vitality pills like their candy, not to mention Su Xinghe has extraordinary talent. And there's Chen Tian, the young master of Lingxiao Pavilion. He's 18 too and has already reached the 6th level of the acquired stage. The Tianwu examination is drawing so much attention? Wang Hao silently marveled as he listened to the chatter around him. Although he had known the examination was important, seeing the sheer number of people interested still made him feel a surge of excitement. Su Xinghe, Chen Tian. Let's see who the real genius is. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace toward the examination site. Jianlin City, Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance headquarters was currently packed with people. Guards dressed in Alliance uniforms were patrolling the area. The Tianwu examination was taking place right here. The Martial Alliance building was so crowded with onlookers that it was nearly impossible to move. It took Wang Hao quite some effort to squeeze his way to the entrance. Entry is prohibited, a guard said coldly. Wang Hao pulled out the identity token he had received earlier from the martial artist mall staff. The moment the guard saw the token, his demeanor changed, and he respectfully allowed Wang Hao to pass. Who was that? The guard actually let him in. He must be one of the participants, you can tell by the guard's reaction. That young man looks about the same age as my cousin. Could he already be a martial artist? Don't underestimate geniuses. When they cultivate, it's like they're using cheat codes. But this is just too outrageous. Wang Hao, of course, had no idea that his entry had caused such a stir. Not that it mattered to him, his goal was the vast sea of stars. Once inside the Martial Alliance, staff members promptly greeted him and guided him to the examination site. Before long, Wang Hao followed the staff toward the venue. It was a spacious plaza. Not far from the plaza, the VIP seats were filled with powerful and imposing figures. The candidates stood in the center of the plaza, waiting for the examination to officially begin. There were over 200 participants. Each one wore a cold, determined expression, unwilling to concede to anyone. After all, those who could break through to the martial artist level before the age of 18 were rare geniuses, each carrying their own sense of pride. Looking at the crowd, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. He hadn't expected Jianlin City to harbor so many geniuses. There hadn't been any prior signs or rumors about it. Wang Hao quietly stood to the side, waiting. Around him, the other prodigies were also waiting. Despite their extraordinary talents, in the grand scheme of the Tianwu Association, they were like insignificant ants. What will the examination involve this time? Someone among the candidates whispered. Whatever it is, Li Tai, will definitely pass, a burly young man declared confidently. Anyone can talk big. Just don't end up slinking away in defeat, a boy in white sneered. Su Xinghe, do you really think you're the only capable person in Jianlin City? I've been holding back all this time, Li Tai retorted, unable to resist after Su Xinghe mocked him. Letting me beat you like a dog was you holding back? Li Tai, you've got some nerve. Ha ha ha. Su Xinghe fired back without hesitation. The others in the plaza began to cast strange, amused glances at Li Tai. While Li Tai was undoubtedly a talented genius, he had always been overshadowed by Su Xinghe. As far as everyone knew, Li Tai had never won a single match against Su Xinghe. So, Li Tai's boastful words were nothing short of a joke in everyone's eyes. Nobody believed him in the slightest. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, his face darkened with anger as he glared hatefully at Su Xinghe. Suddenly, his gaze froze, seemingly locking onto something. You little punk, what are you staring at? Looking for death? Li Tai's fury erupted as he noticed a young boy standing in the plaza. Wang Hao? Are you talking to me? Wang Hao responded coldly, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Tai. Li Tai grew even angrier at Wang Hao's brazen attitude. A mere kid dared to act so arrogantly? Oh, what? Not convinced? Want to spar with me? Li Tai sneered. If he couldn't handle Su Xinghe, surely this little brat wouldn't be a problem. The crowd watched intently, eager for a show. Though Li Tai wasn't as strong as Su Xinghe, he was still far superior to most of the other exam candidates. Offending Li Tai over a kid wasn't worth it. Whoosh, Wang Hao didn't waste words, he charged forward. Li Tai's eyes filled with disdain. You little rascal, courting death, huh? Already in a foul mood, he was more than happy to vent his anger on Wang Hao. Li Tai's body surged with elemental energy, forming a protective armor around him. His hands glowed with concentrated power, exuding an aggressive aura. Smack! Before Li Tai could make his move, Wang Hao had already closed the gap, delivering a fierce slap straight to Li Tai's face. The crisp sound echoed as Li Tai was sent flying through the air. What's with all that barking? Wang Hao shouted, his slap sending Li Tai sprawling. The crowd froze in shock. Where did this boy come from? He slapped Li Tai into the air with a single strike? Was Li Tai some kind of fraud? Sure, Li Tai was always overshadowed by Su Xinghe, but he was still a third-stage postnatal martial artist with an A-level talent. Li Tai's head buzzed from the impact. His face burned with pain, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. A cold, mocking voice echoed in his mind. Who's barking now? This kid, he's got guts. Who is this boy? I've never seen him before, but his strength is unreal. Yeah, to send Li Tai flying with one slap, it's unbelievable. Li Tai isn't some pushover. Could he be a hidden prodigy from some major faction? The crowd buzzed with speculation, all eyes on Wang Hao. Even the distinguished guests in the VIP section had taken notice of the commotion. Hallmaster, should we intervene? A middle-aged man in the VIP section asked respectfully. Beside him sat a stern-looking man with sharp eyes, carefully observing the scene in the plaza. He was none other than Guan Shang, the hallmaster of the Tianwu Society's Jianglin City branch, responsible for selecting reserve members. Interesting. Very interesting. Such a young martial artist, where did he come from? Guan Shang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused on Wang Hao. Before long, a staff member handed him a file. Wang Hao, 16 years old. Guan Shang's pupils constricted. 16? I'm asking you, what were you barking about earlier? Wang Hao growled, stomping his foot down on Li Tai's chest. Li Tai felt as if a mountain had crushed him, leaving him completely immobilized. The crowd gasped at the display. Who was this boy, so domineering and merciless? Kid, do you dare let me go? That was a sneak attack. If you've got the guts, let me up, and we'll fight fair. Li Tai, trembling all over, still managed to maintain a defiant tone. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with disdain. This trash dares call it a sneak attack? Beaten like this, and still wants a rematch? Asterisk crack. Asterisk Wang Hao's foot came down hard, a faint sound of bone cracking accompanying the motion. Li Tai's ribs snapped under the pressure. Ah! Li Tai let out a blood-curdling scream as cold sweat poured down his forehead. The crowd collectively sucked in a breath. This boy was ruthless. Can't understand human language? I asked. What were you shouting about earlier? Wang Hao's icy tone cut through Li Tai's cries of pain. Li Tai's mind was entirely consumed by the searing agony. Any thoughts of fighting back had long evaporated. This young man, you've gone too far, don't you think? He only mocked you, was it necessary to torment him like this? A cold, commanding voice interrupted. The crowd turned to look. A man dressed in a green shirt stood there, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixed on Wang Hao. That's Chun Tian from Lingxiao Pavilion. Is he stepping in for Li Tai? This just got interesting. Yeah, Chen Tian's a 6th stage postnatal expert. What do you think? Can this young guy take on Chen Tian? Don't be ridiculous. Chen Tian's 6th stage postnatal. No matter how strong this kid is, he's not that strong. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Wang Hao's face remained expressionless. A mere 6th stage postnatal? Is he your dad? You here to stand up for him? Wang Hao sneered, his foot still pressing down on Li Tai as he locked eyes with Chen Tian. Although he wasn't completely confident about defeating someone at the 6th level of postnatal martial arts, Wang Hao was certain he could put up a good fight with his mastery of blade momentum and various powerful martial techniques. Chen Tian's expression darkened. This brat, could it be that he doesn't recognize me, Chen Tian? Looks like I'll have to make sure you remember me, Chen Tian said coldly. Wang Hao kicked Li Tai aside with one swift motion and said icily, I'd like to see just how strong Li Tai's father really is. Chen Tian's face grew grim. This guy's mouth was far too sharp. What's this? Is the young master of the Chun family looking to bully someone? Just as the two glared at each other, Su Xinghe interjected. Su Xinghe strode to Wang Hao's side, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Tian. Well done, young brother. Li Tai's mouth is way too arrogant, he deserved a good lesson. Su Xinghe said approvingly to Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked and offered Su Xinghe a friendly smile. No matter what, as long as Su Xinghe was on his side, there was nothing to worry about. Quiet down. The assessment is about to begin. A stern voice echoed from afar, interrupting the commotion. Guan Sheng slowly made his way toward the plaza. At his words, the plaza fell silent instantly. No one dared to make a bad impression on the examiner. Chen Tian shot a cold glance at Wang Hao, snorted, and turned away. Wang Hao and Su Xinghe also shifted their attention toward Guan Sheng. I am Guan Sheng, the master of the Chasing Wind Hall under the Tianwu Guild. I will be overseeing this assessment. This selection process for the Tianwu Guild allows only 10 spots for Jianlin City. In other words, 95% of you will be eliminated, Guan Sheng said calmly. The crowd was stunned. A 95% elimination rate was outrageous. Every participant here was a martial arts prodigy under the age of 18, chosen from tens of thousands of peers. And now so many of them were going to be eliminated? Wang Hao's face remained calm. A 95% elimination rate? That wasn't going to be a problem for him. He had already observed the crowd. Most of them were low-level martial artists, with the majority being below the 4th level of postnatal martial arts. Only a handful were above that level. The odds of passing were high, Wang Hao thought to himself. Guan Sheng scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering momentarily on Wang Hao. Seeing the youth's unshaken demeanor, he silently assessed Wang Hao as someone brimming with confidence. Does anyone wish to withdraw? Once the assessment begins, there will be no option to quit midway, Guan Sheng continued. The crowd immediately began to stir. Faced with the staggering 95% elimination rate, many participants hesitated about whether to quit. Before long, a significant number chose to leave. The plaza was reduced to only 150 participants. Those who lacked confidence in their abilities had all departed. Even Li Tai, who had just been defeated by Wang Hao, had been carried away. As he was taken off, Li Tai glared at Wang Hao with a murderous gaze, as if trying to kill him with his eyes alone. Wang Hao remained utterly unbothered. Guan Shang watched the departing participants with an emotionless expression, saying nothing. After some time, the plaza was finally cleared. Good, no one else is leaving. The assessment begins now, Guan Shang announced. As his words echoed, the plaza erupted with excitement once again. The first test, strength evaluation. Only the top 80 will move on, Guan Shang declared straightforwardly. Staff members brought out advanced strength testing devices. You are prohibited from using any martial techniques. Only your innate blood energy can be utilized. Anyone caught cheating will be immediately disqualified, Guan Shang added. The crowd grew tense. Relying solely on one's natural strength ensured fairness and prevented those from wealthy families with superior martial techniques from gaining an advantage. This rule gave talented individuals from humble backgrounds a better chance. Wang Hao watched the eager participants, feeling a surge of anticipation. Finally, it was starting. Soon, the testing officially began. Staff members brought out a list and called participants up to test their strength one by one. Lin Yan, step forward, a staff member announced. A man in a black jacket walked up. Bang! Lin Yan's fist slammed into the testing device. Lin Yan, 6,000 kilograms. Next, Wang Xia. Wang Xia, 6,100 kilograms. The testing was intense, and many participants watched nervously. The strength levels of these lower-level martial artists generally hovered around 6,000 kilograms, with only a few exceptional talents reaching 7,000 kilograms. It seemed like passing the strength test wouldn't be an issue, Wang Hao thought to himself. Next, Wang Hao, the staff member, called loudly. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Finally, it was his turn. He stepped onto the platform with a steady stride. So that's Wang Hao, the guy who sent Li Tai flying with a single slap. Someone whispered nearby. The name Wang Hao, why does it sound familiar? Wasn't there news a few days ago about a Wang Hao who killed the eldest daughter of the Li family? Could it be him? Wow, it's very possible. It must be him. Hearing this, Su Xinghe's eyes lit up. So it was this young man who had defeated Li Lan. How interesting. He hadn't expected someone so young to stand so boldly against powerful enemies. Truly impressive courage. In the distance, in the VIP area, an elderly man with white hair glared intently at the boy on the testing platform, veins bulging on his forehead. So it's him, the one who's caused my grandson so much grief. Just wait, when I get the chance, I'll make you pay for this. Chen Hong spoke coldly. Wang Hao stood on the testing platform, took a deep breath, and channeled the energy within his body. His blood surged, and his strength quickly gathered. Then, with a powerful strike, he punched forcefully. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Wang Hao, 9,000 kilograms. Next, Su Xinghe. The staff member glanced at the numbers on the force meter, his pupils dilating sharply. The strength of this young man was terrifying. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene fell silent. No way, 9,000 kilograms? My strength at the third level of the Hotian stage is barely over 6,000. Could this be a mistake? Holy crap, that's insane. How old is Wang Hao? Could he already be an intermediate level martial artist? It's possible. Li Tai's strength isn't something just anyone can handle. This boy is definitely a dark horse. Impossible. The minimum strength of an intermediate level martial artist is over 10,000 kilograms. He must still be a lower level martial artist. Discussions erupted all around. Everyone was shocked by Wang Hao's strength, 9,000 kilograms, the highest number recorded in the test so far. Su Xinghe stared at the young man on the testing platform, unable to suppress the nervousness in his heart. Wow, 9,000 kilograms. That's absolutely ridiculous. What was more shocking was that this young man hadn't even broken through the midstage of the Hotian level. He was practically a monster. In the distance, Wan Shang's face lit up with excitement. He knew very well that Wang Hao's current level was only the first stage of the Hotian realm. To possess such immense strength at Hotian Stage 1, it was truly an astonishing talent. In the VIP section, Chen Hong's eyes narrowed. 9,000 kilograms. As a high-level martial artist, he naturally understood the significance of such a number. This Wang Hao had immense potential. If he were to join the Tianwu Guild. A flicker of cold light passed through Chen Hong's eyes as he seriously evaluated Wang Hao's worth. Chen Tian, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain on his face. 9,000 kilograms? That's nothing. I can easily hit 20,000 without breaking a sweat. What a group of weaklings. Su Xinghe, 14,000 kilograms. Next, Chen Tian. The staff member continued announcing results. Su Xinghe was a martial artist at the 5th level of the Hotian stage. A result of 14,000 kilograms wasn't unusual. Wang Hao, however, was still only at the first level of the Hotian stage and just 16 years old. The two couldn't even be compared. As soon as Su Xinghe's numbers were announced, the crowd's attention immediately shifted to him and Chen Tian. Chen Tian wore a smug expression. It was clear he saw himself as the undisputed winner. He lazily walked onto the platform, making no preparations whatsoever, and casually threw a punch. Bang! With a deafening boom, the force meter displayed a number. Chen Tian, 20,000 kilograms. Next, Yi Jin, the staff member, announced. So this was the power of an intermediate-level martial artist? A casual strike, and it reached 20,000 kilograms. Wang Hao stared at Chen Tian on the platform, utterly stunned. My god, Chen Tian is terrifying. 20,000 kilograms of strength, that's already comparable to some high-level martial artists. That's insane. I thought Wang Hao was impressive enough, but Chen Tian is on another level. It looks like Chen Tian is definitely getting into the Tianwu Guild this time. Stop kidding yourself. If Chen Tian doesn't get in, who else could? You? Su Xinghe glanced at Chen Tian on the platform, feeling an immense amount of pressure. Chen Tian was only one level higher than him, but his strength was a full 6,000 kilograms greater. And it seemed he wasn't even using his full power. As Chen Tian stepped off the platform, he shot a disdainful glance at Wang Hao. In the VIP section, Chen Hong felt a wave of satisfaction as he watched the young master of his clan deliver a 20,000 kilogram punch. So what if that kid was talented? If he went up against their young master, he'd be crushed in seconds. Chen Tian's performance brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The following participants were generally of lower levels, with most of their strength hovering around 6,000 kilograms. After a while, the assessment finally ended. Many in the crowd waited nervously for the results. The staff wasted no time, quickly announcing the list of those who passed the first round. Chen Tian, Li Tai, Lu Xiangshan, Wang Hao, Su Xinghe. As the names were announced, the failed participants left the square one after another. Soon, only 80 contestants remained, ready for the next round of testing. Guansheng stepped to the center of the square. All of you are geniuses from Jianlin City. Congratulations on passing the first round of assessments. Next, we will proceed to the second round. For martial artists, the most important thing is combat ability. Strength means nothing if you can't use it. The Tianwu Guild doesn't need useless fighters. The second round is simple, 3 one-on-one matches. Win 3 consecutive matches, and you'll pass the test and join the Tianwu Guild's reserve team. Lose, and you're eliminated. It's that straightforward. As soon as Guansheng finished speaking, the atmosphere in the square became electrified. The crowd was fired up. After all, combat ability was the essence of a martial artist. Wang Hao took a deep breath. As long as he didn't face Chen Tian or Su Xinghe, he figured he wouldn't have much trouble. The crowd moved toward the other side of the square, where the arena was already set up. Wang Hao followed along, but suddenly he felt someone in the VIP section staring at him. He turned around and saw an elderly man with snow-white hair. Goodness! Who's that old man? Did I offend him somehow? Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine under the man's icy gaze. Wang Hao, that old man is the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Su Xinghe, who was walking beside him, explained. The person you killed, Li Lan, was related to his grandson. That's why he doesn't like you. Wang Hao blinked. Lingxiao Pavilion's old geezer? I haven't even gone after him yet. Thanks for the heads up, brother Su. I get it, Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao, don't worry. With your strength, you'll definitely pass this assessment. Once you become a pre-member of the Tianwu Association, that old man won't be able to do anything to you. Su Xinghe grinned. Building connections with such a genius early on was undoubtedly the right move. Wang Hao nodded, feeling reassured. As long as he passed the assessment, that old geezer wouldn't be able to touch him. Besides, with how quickly he was progressing, it wouldn't take long before he could turn Lingxiao Pavilion upside down. Then, who'd have the final say would be a whole different story. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the arena. First match, Chen Tian vs. Li Tai. Second match, Lu Xiong vs. Xin Lian. The organizers announced the matchups one by one. My opponent is Jiang Xiao. Wang Hao listened, his mind replaying the recent events. Jiang Xiao's strength was only 7,100 kilograms. It should be easy to overpower him, Wang Hao thought to himself. As long as I don't run into Chen Tian or Su Xinghe, there shouldn't be a problem. Soon, the battles on the arena began. Chen Tian took the stage and instantly defeated his opponent with no suspense. Everyone gained a deeper understanding of Chen Tian's strength. Watching the matches, Wang Hao learned quite a bit. While these people didn't have the same profound mastery of martial arts as he did, their ability to grasp timing and angles during their moves was indeed worth studying. After watching several matches, Wang Hao felt incredibly satisfied. The battles on the arena were intense and fierce, with complex martial arts techniques and powerful attacks interweaving on the stage. The air was thick with tension. Next match, Wang Hao vs Jiang Xiao. Both contestants, please step onto the stage, the organizer announced. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao slowly walked toward the arena. In the audience, a man in a blue shirt had a dark expression. This was Jiang Xiao. He had been watching earlier when Wang Hao defeated Li Tai. What's this kid supposed to be? Jiang Xiao cursed inwardly. Fine, since I'm here, I might as well give it a shot, he muttered to himself. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two stepped onto the arena. Both contestants in position. Let the match begin, the referee announced loudly once they were on the stage. Boom! Without saying a word, Wang Hao threw a punch, and the energy coursing through his veins surged forward. Jiang Xiao, facing him, turned pale. This Wang Hao was like a ferocious beast. I admit defeat. Before Wang Hao's punch could even land, Jiang Xiao hurriedly conceded. That kind of punch, there was no way he could block it. The audience broke into chatter. Jiang Xiao was too timid. He gave up before the fight even started. Wang Hao frowned slightly, surprised that his opponent surrendered so quickly. He withdrew his energy. Wang Hao wins. Next match, Su Xinghao vs Wang Lihu, the referee announced. Wang Hao stepped down from the arena. Time passed slowly. Su Xinghao's opponent also conceded without a fight. After all, the gap in strength was clear, and surrendering wasn't shameful. Thus, the first round ended swiftly. In the second round, Chen Tian's opponent also surrendered. For this round, Wang Hao finally participated properly, but his opponent couldn't even withstand a single punch, being instantly defeated. Final match of the third round, Wang Hao vs Lin Long. At the staff's announcement, all eyes turned to Wang Hao. Lin Long? The last match of the round? Wang Hao recalled Lin Long's stats from his first assessment, 7,600 kilograms. Another quick win? I haven't even encountered a real challenge yet, Wang Hao thought to himself, feeling slightly annoyed. He'd expected at least one intense fight. There's definitely something fishy going on, he thought. Nearby, Guan Sheng sneezed abruptly. Who's bad-mouthing me? He glanced at Wang Hao on the stage, his eyes filled with delight. A 16-year-old martial arts prodigy appearing in such a small place. Like Jianlin City, what a stroke of luck. With proper training, this kid could easily surpass the top talents from big cities. Thinking this, Guan Sheng's eyes gleamed with pride. Wang Hao, let's have a real fight, Lin Long said, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'm game. At the referee's signal, the two clashed instantly. Boom! Wang Hao's punch landed squarely on Lin Long, producing a crisp impact, but Lin Long didn't even flinch, his fist swiftly countered. Bang! Wang Hao was forced back 2 steps by the immense power. You've been holding back your strength? Wang Hao's eyes blazed as he stared at Lin Long. This strength wasn't merely 7,000 kilograms, it was likely approaching 10,000 kilograms. My talent allows me to greatly enhance my combat power in a short time. Wang Hao, watch out, I'm going to show you my true power, Lin Long declared, his body surging forward with speed. Lin Long's strength is incredible, it's far beyond the level of an ordinary early-stage Hotian warrior. I didn't expect him to have such a hidden trump card. Wang Hao is in danger, Lin Long's power has increased several-fold. It looks like Wang Hao's going to lose. What a pity, such a genius, yet he's up against an opponent this strong. The crowd below the stage watched in shock as Lin Long's power skyrocketed. From the VIP section, Chen Hong smirked coldly at the arena. You little bastard, once you fail this assessment, you'll meet your end. Guan Shang watched the fight with a tinge of worry. He regretted not arranging a weaker opponent for Wang Hao. If Wang Hao failed here, how could he recommend him to join the Tianwu Guild? Although Guan Shang was a hall master, rules were rules. No one could enter the Tianwu Guild casually, they had to pass rigorous assessments. Of course, elders were an exception to this rule. Forget it, he thought. If Wang Hao succeeded, it would be fortunate, if not, so be it. Guan Shang comforted himself. A true genius would shine no matter where they were. Even if not in the Tianwu Guild, Wang Hao's talent would surely lead him to carve out his own path. Wang Hao, oblivious to Guan Shang's wavering confidence in him, faced Lin Long's enhanced strength. Lin Long's relentless pursuit left Wang Hao no room to relax. At this moment, Lin Long's power was at least at the 4th level of Hotian, rendering Wang Hao's regular attacks insufficient. If that's the case, then I'll go all out, Wang Hao thought. Casting aside any underestimation, he began to channel the Yuan energy within him. Activating the asterisk Vajra. Art asterisk, golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. Wang Hao felt his strength surge dramatically. At the same time, his asterisk ethereal step asterisk technique came to life, making his movements as swift and elusive as falling leaves in the wind. Lin Long's attacks couldn't touch him at all. Lin Long stared at Wang Hao, who was now radiating dazzling golden light, and was utterly shocked. Impossible. Could it be that Wang Hao also possesses some kind of martial art or talent that enhances his power? Gritting his teeth, Lin Long accelerated the circulation of his yuan energy, attempting to suppress Wang Hao once more. But no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't land a single hit. Wang Hao moved like the wind, an untouchable blur in front of him. Gradually, Lin Long's momentum began to falter. That golden light around Wang Hao, it's so intense. This is a perfect level Vajra art. How is this possible? Simply unbelievable. Stop talking and just look at Wang Hao's footwork. Lin Long can't even keep up with him. That's a transcendent level ethereal step. Wang Hao is terrifying. I haven't even mastered perfect level martial arts, and Wang Hao has already reached the transcendent level. It's maddeningly enviable. The golden radiance on Wang Hao's body and his ethereal movements instantly became the focal point of the entire crowd. Below the stage, Su Xinghe watched Wang Hao with excitement, thinking, this guy is incredible. Lin Long's strength should be about the same as mine, but Wang Hao is suppressing him as if it's nothing. I wonder if Wang Hao has a girlfriend. I should introduce my sister to him, maybe he could give me some guidance. This is transcendent level martial arts we're talking about, it's insanely impressive. Meanwhile, Chen Tian's face darkened. A transcendent level ethereal step, paired with a perfect level Vajra art. Chen Tian knew exactly how much talent and comprehension that required. Even though he was a genius himself, none of his martial arts had reached the perfect level. He had never even dreamed of achieving the transcendent level. In the distant VIP section, Chen Hong's expression turned grim. This boy was far too dangerous to be left alone. No matter what, even if he passed the assessment, Chen Hong resolved to find a way to eliminate him. The other VIPs were also astounded. A transcendent level ethereal step was beyond their wildest imaginations. Jianglin City has finally produced a true dragon. Guan Sheng exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Wang Hao had exceeded all his expectations. A 16-year-old martial artist, already mastering transcendent level martial arts? Even the legendary Ling Tian martial god wasn't this strong at that age. Guan Sheng felt as though he were dreaming. He had thought Jianglin City lacked exceptional talent, but now it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. On the stage, Lin Long was on the verge of despair. He couldn't even land a single hit on Wang Hao and was left with no choice but to attempt one final strike. Flaming dragon fist, Lin Long roared, his yuan energy surging at full speed. His right hand gathered a blazing mass of yuan energy, and the air around him grew scorching hot. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. This guy was finally going all out. Falling cloud palm, Wang Hao countered, unleashing his own martial art. Intense yuan energy gathered in his palm, causing the air to resound with a deafening roar. A massive palm imprint emerged, brimming with turbulent energy. Despair flashed in Lin Long's eyes as the overwhelming force surged toward him. Lin Long's yuan energy dissipated in an instant, and he was blasted off the stage by the impact, landing heavily outside the ring. Another divine-level martial art, falling cloud palm. This kid is totally cheating, I'm completely convinced. Same species, but the gap is just too big. 2 divine-level martial arts, plus a perfect level 1, this is terrifying. I'm utterly shaken. Don't call me a martial artist anymore, I don't deserve it. +1. +1. As soon as Wang Hao unleashed his falling cloud palm, the entire city erupted once again. Even the people seated in the distant VIP section stood up in unison. What kind of genius was this? He didn't even seem human. Referee, did I win? Wang Hao asked nervously, noticing the fervent gazes of the crowd. It's just divine-level martial arts, I wasn't even using my full strength. If they knew I had also mastered blade intent, they would be even more shocked. Wang Hao thought to himself. Divine-level martial arts? Isn't it just something anyone with hands can use? This fight gave Wang Hao a clearer understanding of his own abilities. Divine-level martial arts were even more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Long's strength earlier had far surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd level. Ho Tian. Wang Hao even felt that Lin Long's power was nearing the 6th level of Ho Tian. The referee beside them was dumbfounded as well. Dual divine-level mastery? This was absurd. Cheating wouldn't even be this exaggerated. Wang Hao wins. The referee took a deep breath and announced the result of the match. As the announcement was made, Guan Sheng rushed onto the stage without hesitation. Wang Hao looked at Guan Sheng's fervent expression and felt a bit uneasy. What's going on with this hall master of the Tianwu Society? Does he have some kind of peculiar fetish? Young man, would you be willing to join our Tianwu Society? Guan Sheng asked earnestly, his face full of sincerity. Wang Hao stared at him, puzzled. Didn't I already pass the assessment to become a provisional member? What else is there to join? We'll discuss that at the Martial Alliance. Xiao Chen, take care of the provisional member arrangements for the others. I have something to discuss with Wang Hao. Guan Sheng said, not even waiting for Wang Hao's response. Before whisking him away, the people around the stage were completely dumbfounded. Is this what genius treatment looks like? In the VIP section, Chen Hong watched as Guan Sheng took Wang Hao away, his eyes filled with resentment and even a hint of trembling. A single divine-level martial art could be attributed to luck. But two? That was true, undeniable talent. Wang Hao was a bona fide peerless genius. Chen Hong's gaze was filled with despair. He had long known about his grandson's disgraceful behavior, trying to ruin someone's reputation after failing to confess his love, even plotting harm. And now, Wang Hao's performance today was seared into his mind. Dominant and unyielding. That Li Tai was beaten like a dog after just one scolding. To think his grandson had done such things. Chen Hong clenched his fists, his heart burning with fury. Below the stage, Su Xinghe was already somewhat numb. His heart surged with excitement, barely able to contain himself. He had to introduce his sister to Wang Hao. A genius. With dual divine-level martial arts, and his sister being so beautiful, it would be easy to win over someone like Wang Hao. Soon after, Guan Sheng's assistant led the other assessment passers to the Martial Alliance's office to handle the necessary procedures. Inside the Martial Alliance's office, Hallmaster Guan, are you saying you want me to directly join the Tianwu Society as a full member? Wang Hao asked in disbelief. Just moments ago, Guan Sheng had proposed that Wang Hao become an official member of the Tianwu Society. Guan Sheng nodded, smiling. Our Tianwu Society is the most powerful martial organization on Blue Star, you should know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to take the assessment. But don't you only accept Tian-level martial artists? Wang Hao asked, confused. Guan Sheng's smile grew even brighter. That's for ordinary geniuses. Someone with your exceptional comprehension can join even at the Hotian level. Alright, I'll join. Wang Hao agreed without hesitation. Becoming an official member of the Tianwu Society was, without a doubt, the best choice for him. You've made the right decision. Trust me, you won't regret it. Guan Sheng promised with a smile. He then proceeded to detail the organizational structure and various benefits of the Tianwu Society. The Tianwu Society's headquarters was located in the imperial capital, with branches spread across the entire country. Members of the society were evaluated internally through a comprehensive system. The society's president, Ling Tian, martial god, was a martial sage, while the vice presidents were also globally renowned martial experts. Beneath them were 12 branches, each overseeing multiple halls, 72 in total. Guan Sheng was the hall master of the Chasing Wind Hall within the 7th branch and was himself a grandmaster-level expert. This is the general structure of the Tianwu Society. You don't need to worry about these details for now. We operate on a contribution point system. Every member has contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, various resources, and even star coins. Whatever exists on Blue Star, the Tianwu Society can help you acquire it. Since you've just joined, we'll arrange a villa for you in Jianglin City, gift you 3 martial arts techniques of grade C or below, and provide you with a top-tier cultivation method. You can choose the specifics yourself. Additionally, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 1 million star coins for your daily expenses. Guan Sheng thoroughly explained the benefits of joining the Tianwu Society. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. A monthly stipend of 1 million star coins, access to 3 C-level or below martial arts techniques, 1 top-tier cultivation method, and a villa. The Tianwu Association was beyond generous. I won't elaborate too much. These are just the basic benefits. Every day, the Tianwu Association releases a large number of tasks. Completing these tasks earns you contribution points. Contribution points are very important. They can be exchanged for a lot of things. Star coins can also be converted into contribution points, but I don't recommend doing that often. Also, every member must complete at least 3 tasks a year, or they'll be kicked out of the Tianwu Association. Guan Sheng added. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. This was reasonable. No organization would give you such benefits without expecting something in return. This terminal is for you. It contains all the information about the Tianwu Association, and you can also use it to exchange martial arts techniques, Guan Sheng said, producing a mechanical terminal. With a quick scan, the terminal automatically attached itself to Wang Hao's wrist. Wang Hao stared at the device, strapped to his wrist in amazement. The terminal was practically weightless, as if it wasn't even there. Don't worry, this terminal doesn't track or record any of your personal information. It's mainly to facilitate communication between Tianwu Association members. It can also function as a phone and supports any apps available on the market. Guan Sheng explained. Wang Hao fiddled with the terminal, marveling at its advanced design. Hallmaster Guan, if I were to choose a cultivation method, which one would you recommend? Wang Hao asked directly. Cultivation methods were not his area of expertise, and he trusted that Guan Sheng would have more insight. Guan Sheng gave him a satisfied look, appreciating Wang Hao's inclination to make the most of his resources. For a genius like Wang Hao, he wouldn't hold back, especially given his unparalleled potential. What's your innate talent? Guan Sheng asked. Only by understanding his talent could he recommend the most suitable method. My talent lies in accelerating cultivation. Speed. Whether it's martial arts or cultivation methods, I can train at an exceptionally fast rate, extremely fast. Wang Hao replied. However, he didn't disclose the full extent of his ability, which was an SSS grade talent that enhanced his cultivation speed 100-fold. That level of talent was too shocking. He'd just heard about Li Chang's SSS grade talent, and that guy hadn't lasted long. It was better to keep things low-key. Hearing this, Wan Shang fell into deep thought. Enhancing cultivation speed meant, I have two options for you. The first is the vital energy greenwood technique. It's challenging to cultivate, but it excels in energy recovery and is highly effective for healing injuries. The second is the threefold vital energy method. This technique is also difficult, as each stage requires 3 cycles to advance, but the resulting energy is immensely destructive, nearly 3 times more potent than ordinary energy. Both of these methods can be cultivated to the master realm. Once you reach the master realm, there are even higher level techniques available, but you'll need contribution points to exchange for those, Guan Sheng explained. Faced with the choice between the vital energy greenwood technique and the threefold vital energy method, Wang Hao weighed the pros and cons. One specialized in recovery, while the other boasted immense destructive power. Both were tempting in their own ways. Hall Master Guan, what do you think I should choose? I really can't make up my mind. Wang Hao admitted, scratching his head. Guan Sheng's eyes gleamed with approval. He had expected Wang Hao to immediately choose the threefold vital energy method. After all, he'd witnessed Wang Hao's fiery temperament during the incident with Li Tai in the plaza. A technique with strong offensive power would naturally appeal to him. Yet, here he was, seeking advice. Impressive. I suggest you go with the vital energy greenwood technique. While its offensive power is average, its recovery capabilities are exceptional, allowing you to build a solid foundation. As for offensive power, your fast martial arts training speed can easily compensate. After all, staying alive is the key to dealing damage, Guan Sheng said with a smile. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. That made sense. He could always acquire other talents later to enhance his offensive capabilities, so there was no need to worry about that now. He promptly exchanged for the vital energy greenwood technique through the terminal. Guan Sheng then provided some additional information about the Tianwu Association before dismissing him. As for martial arts, Guan Sheng was confident that with Wang Hao's talent, even a sea-level martial art would be more than sufficient for him. Mr. Wang Hao, I'm your personal assistant, Chen Xuan. If you need anything, just let me know. Standing nearby was a refined young man who had been waiting at the Martial Arts Alliance entrance for Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao stepped out, Chen Xuan approached him immediately. A personal assistant? Wow, the Tianwu Association really knows how to make an impression, Wang Hao exclaimed, glancing at the young man beside him. He could tell that Chen Xuan had reached the 9th level of body refinement. To think they'd assign such a powerful martial artist as his assistant. Alright, Brother Chen, take me to see the villa the Tianwu Association prepared for me, Wang Hao said eagerly, his anticipation growing. Chen Xuan nodded and led Wang Hao out of the Martial Arts Alliance. As they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd. So this is Wang Hao, the one who mastered dual-path divine martial arts? He really is handsome. He looks so young. Could he still be underage? The rumor has it that Wang Hao is only 16 years old, and most importantly, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. What? Such an incredible genius is single? I have to help him. Bro, wake up, you're a guy too. You can't help with that. Fine, I admit it. I have a sister. Outside the gates of the Martial Alliance, the crowd stared at Wang Hao with eyes full of admiration. Jianlin City hadn't seen a genius of this caliber in years. Even though Chen Tian had decent talent, he was nowhere near Wang Hao's level. Chen Tian was already 18, while Wang Hao was only 16 and had mastered dual divine martial arts. That alone was enough to utterly overshadow Chen Tian. Wang Hao glanced at the people gathered outside, finding it a bit odd. 16 years old, dual divine mastery, what's the big deal, he thought. Ignoring the crowd, he followed Chen Xuan to the villa he owned at the Sky Martial Association. Oh, and he had a sister too. Wang Hao suddenly remembered. Afterward, he and Chen Xuan returned to the hotel they had been staying at in Jianlin City, at the Su family estate. Su Xingha held a terminal in his hand, though it was noticeably less advanced than the one Wang Hao carried. Brother, congratulations on passing the Sky Martial Association's preliminary member selection. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. A stunning young girl, dressed in a delicate dress and radiating cold elegance, walked briskly into the hall. Her petite frame and exquisite features seemed to dim the brilliance of everything around her. Sister, I encountered an exceptionally talented young man during the assessment this time. Should I introduce him to you? It's a rare opportunity, you don't want to miss it. Su Xing's eyes lit up as he looked at his beautiful younger sister. Su Qingyan frowned slightly, her mind drifting to the image of a boy with a forlorn expression from the day his talent awakened. She silently wondered how Wang Hao was doing now. Forget it, brother. Just focus on your own training. I'm not interested in these matters right now, Su Qingyan sighed softly, her tone gentle but firm. I'm not joking, sister. That guy has mastered dual divine martial arts. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius, only 16 years old, with boundless potential. And he's ridiculously handsome too, practically heaven's chosen one. Su Xinghe continued to persuade her, undeterred by her lack of interest. He was deeply impressed by Wang Hao and considered their relationship the closest among that group of people. If he could become Wang Hao's brother-in-law, he could directly seek his guidance in martial arts and soar to new heights himself. Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled for a moment. 16 years old, dual divine martial arts, such talent was exceedingly rare. Seeing his sister waver, Su Xinghe pressed on, sister, people are already vying for his attention. I still have some face with him now, but when he truly rises to prominence, I won't be able to help anymore. Su Qingyan closed her eyes briefly, and a vivid memory surfaced in her mind. It was an autumn night. A 6-year-old Su Qingyan played alone in the city playground. Back then, she wasn't as strikingly beautiful as she was now and often fell victim to bullying by other children. They would snatch her belongings and even pull her pigtails. Su Qingyan, proud and headstrong from a young age, never complained or tattled. One rainy night, those children messed up her pigtails and took her cherished doll. At that moment, a scruffy little boy rushed over. He fought desperately to recover her doll. Though he was beaten badly, he didn't give up, charging at them again and again. Su Qingyan cried, begging them to stop, but no one listened. She remembered how the moon shifted across the sky as the confrontation dragged on. Finally, whether out of exhaustion or fear of the boy's persistence, the children returned the doll to her. The boy, bruised and battered, handed her the doll with a smile. Then, with surprising care, he helped fix her messy pigtails. Su Qingyan could never forget the look of determination on his face. Though disheveled, he had left an indelible mark on her heart. After that, those kids never dared to bully her again. She never saw that boy again. But after much investigation, Su Qingyan eventually discovered his identity, Wang Hao. Unfortunately, he had no talent. Otherwise, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyan knew all too well what awaited someone without talent in the martial world. That's why she preferred for Wang Hao to live an ordinary life. Su Qingyan's expression grew distant, her mind replaying scenes of Wang Hao. No, brother. I'll reach the pinnacle of martial arts through my own efforts. I don't need anyone's help. Don't bring this up again, she said softly yet resolutely. Su Xinghe sighed. He understood his sister's nature well. Since she had made up her mind, there was no point in pressing further. Alright, if you don't want to hear about it, I'll drop it. But you didn't see it. Wang Hao's final move, the cloudfall palm, was absolutely unbelievable. Su Xinghe trailed off, still awed. What did you just say? Wang Hao? Cloudfall palm? Su Qingyan's mind reeled. Could it really be him? Su Xinghe noticed his sister's sudden intensity and felt a wave of confusion himself. Brother, tell me quickly, she demanded, her urgency evident. Su Qingyan urged, seeing her brother's confused expression. Su Xinghe then recounted the details of Wang Hao's final battle to Su Qingyan. Are you sure he used the falling cloud palm? Su Qingyan asked anxiously, staring intently at Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe nodded. Don't worry, I'm a reserve member of the Tianwu Association. I know this move for sure. Su Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Could it really be Wang Hao? She pulled out her phone, opened a photo, and asked excitedly, is this Wang Hao, the one you mentioned? Su Xinghe took the phone and looked at the screen. How do you have a picture of Wang Hao? Su Qingyan's lips curled into a faint smile, and there seemed to be tears glistening in her eyes. Brother, are you sure this is our new home? Wang Xingyue looked at the luxuriously decorated villa, the large swimming pool, and the beautiful garden with a face full of surprise. Wang Hao nodded, smiling. That's right. I'm now a member of the Tianwu Association. A villa like this is nothing. Wang Xingyue ignored his words and eagerly started exploring the villa. Wang Hao, sir, here are your and your sister's city residency documents, along with all the relevant paperwork for the villa. Chen Xuan respectfully handed over a stack of documents. Wang Hao carefully checked them to ensure nothing was missing, then put the documents away. Who would have thought I, Wang Hao, would one day be living in a villa? Looking at the magnificent villa before him, Wang Hao was immensely satisfied. The desire in his heart grew even stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough could he truly have everything he wanted. Wang Hao and his sister spent the rest of the day relaxing, indulging in food, drink, and play without practicing any martial arts or techniques. They simply enjoyed life. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. After washing up and having breakfast, he headed straight to the training room. The villa was equipped with a dedicated training room, making it convenient for him to practice his techniques and martial arts. Wang Hao held a manual in his hand, the Greenwood Chi cultivation technique, and began flipping through it. This manual had been delivered to the villa directly after he exchanged for it. Following the energy circulation pathways described in the manual, he cautiously guided the internal flow of his energy. After some time, he finally figured out the correct circulation path. As the greenwood chi cultivation technique began to operate, slowly, the energy from the heavens and earth was drawn into Wang Hao's body like a whale gulping down water. Wasn't the greenwood chi cultivation technique supposed to be difficult to practice? How did he succeed on his first try, and why was the energy absorption rate so fast? Wang Hao was a bit surprised. Previously, when he practiced the basic body refinement technique, the energy absorption was as slow as a snail's pace. This greenwood chi cultivation technique was extraordinary. Feeling the swift circulation of energy within his body, Wang Hao was exhilarated. Oh, right, he had also bought 10 chi pills and wanted to test their effects. He took out a bottle and poured out a chi pill. Why does this chi pill taste like chewing gum? Wang Hao muttered, chewing a couple of times before swallowing it. As soon as the chi pill entered his body, Wang Hao immediately felt a surge of energy accelerating within him. Focusing intently, he channeled all his energy into its circulation. An hour later, the energy from the chi pill was completely absorbed. A faint cloud pattern appeared on the energy seed within his body. The number of cloud patterns represented a Hotian martial artist's level. 2 cloud patterns meant the second level, 3 patterns the third, and so on. The more cloud patterns there were, the harder it became to condense them in later stages, and the energy required would increase exponentially. Cultivating during the Hotian stage was truly challenging. Wang Hao looked at the now empty bottle of chi pills and felt a bit frustrated. Even after all that effort, he hadn't fully condensed a single cloud pattern. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed another chi pill. Damn it, still no breakthrough. This is ridiculous. Wang Hao muttered, staring at the energy seed within his body, which had only 1 cloud pattern. He had used up 3 chi pills just to condense the first cloud pattern. Then he consumed 6 more, yet he still hadn't managed to form the second one. It was like a bottomless pit. If others knew about his cultivation method, they'd be utterly shocked. For most people, absorbing a single chi pill could take a very long time. Those with poor talent might need an entire week just to absorb one. Moreover, most people relied primarily on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for their cultivation. After all, 1 chi pill cost 100,000 star coins. The average person simply couldn't afford to use them regularly. Wang Hao, on the other hand, could consume 1 pill in just an hour. At this rate, even the richest person in the world would go broke. This is the last one. If I don't break through after this, I'll take a break. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and swallowed the final chi pill. As the energy within his body roared and surged, he focused all his efforts on absorbing it. A faint green glow enveloped his body. An hour later, boom, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, and the second cloud pattern finally formed on his energy seed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Hotian second level. The system's notification sounded in his mind, and Wang Hao exhaled with relief. He could feel the newfound strength coursing through him. His power had grown significantly. Such a shame that this cultivation method is so expensive. Just breaking through to the second level of the Hotian realm had cost him 1,000,000 star coins. If he continued cultivating like this, even the thought of it made his heart ache. He used to think spending 1,000,000 star coins in a month was already excessive, but now he'd burn through that in a single day. Forget it. Money is just an external possession. Strength is what truly matters. As long as he became strong enough, everything else would follow. Opening his attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited name, Wang Hao, talent, divine body of 100-fold speed, SSS, realm, second level of Hotian, technique, greenwood chi art, skill, blade momentum, beginner, increases blade power by 50%, martial arts, falling cloud palm, grade F, mastered, wind slicing blade technique, grade E, mastered, ethereal steps, grade E, perfected, heaven origin / grade E, mastered, Vajra. Art, grade E, perfected, vitality, 120, soul, 1, time until next replication, 6 days. Wang Hao's vitality had reached 120, which meant his physical strength had hit 12,000 kilograms. And this was just at the second level of Hotian. That Su Xingha had only 14,000 kilograms of strength at the 5th level of Hotian. Once Wang Hao reached the 5th level himself, even he couldn't imagine how strong he'd be. And then there was Chen Tian. Once I break through, I'll crush him in an instant. Not to mention Lingxiao Pavilion's Chen Xiao let him train in secret for a few days. If one of the old geezers from Lingxiao Pavilion decided to play dirty, things could get troublesome. Afterward, Wang Hao finished his meal in the villa and prepared to train. Even without energy pills, his cultivation speed was far faster than ordinary people's. But having gotten used to the lightning-fast progress from using energy pills, this standard training now felt unbearably slow. Suddenly, he remembered that he still hadn't chosen 3 of his martial arts techniques. Joining the Tianwu Guild allowed him to select 3 Grade C martial arts. Opening his terminal, he browsed the Grade C martial arts options. With his current pace of cultivation, practicing low-grade martial arts would be a complete waste of time. Grade C martial arts were generally designed for innate martial artists and grandmasters. For ordinary people to even attempt these advanced techniques wouldn't just be a waste of time, it might even prove impossible to learn. As Wang Hao scanned the martial arts descriptions on his terminal, his interest was piqued. Ninefold blade technique, Grade C, enables 9 consecutive forceful strikes. Mastering the 9th strike can allow one to counterattack and slay enemies. Thunder sound art, Grade C, uses sound waves to attack, disrupting the opponent's concentration. Shadow demon steps, Grade C, a mysterious and unpredictable footwork technique. Soaring cloud movement technique, Grade C. Wang Hao's heart itched with desire as he looked at these techniques. He wanted to learn them all, but alas, he could only choose 3. He sighed in resignation. After much deliberation, he finally made his decision. He chose a blade technique, a movement technique, and a fist technique. The fist technique was to ensure that he could unleash his full power even without a weapon in hand. Ninefold blade technique, Shadow demon steps, Thunder strike, fist, these were the 3 Grade C martial arts he selected. These techniques were immensely powerful but notoriously difficult to master. However, given Wang Hao's cultivation speed, which was 100 times faster than average, he had no concerns about failing to learn them. He completed the exchange through his terminal and also purchased 50 energy pills. The star coins Li Lan had given him last time hadn't been spent yet, so now was the perfect opportunity to use them to boost his strength. The news of Wang Hao mastering dual perfected martial arts techniques and becoming a member of the Tianwu Guild spread across Jianglin City within a single day. It even became a hot topic nationwide. The Tianwu Guild was the most powerful faction in Huaxia, with admission requirements so high that ordinary people had no hope of joining. For Wang Hao to join while still in the Hotian realm was unprecedented. He was bound to grow at an astonishing pace. At just 16 years old, he had already broken through as a martial artist. No one could match such speed. While others might only be awakening their talents at 16, Wang Hao was already miles ahead. Jianlin City. Lingxiao Pavilion Grandpa, why haven't you captured Wang Hao for me yet? I want Wang Hao. I want Wang Hao. Chen Zhao's loud cries echoed through the entire courtyard. The guards at the door exchanged nervous glances. Capture Wang Hao? That was a death wish. Wang Hao was now a member of the Tianwu Guild. If anything happened to him, the guild would send experts to annihilate Lingxiao Pavilion without breaking a sweat. The guards began to hesitate. Serving this young master didn't seem like it would end well for them. With a single exchange of looks, they both revealed the same worry in their eyes. Inside the room, Chen Hong frowned deeply, his face etched with exhaustion as he watched his grandson bawl. He had already explained hundreds of times that Wang Hao was untouchable, but Chen Xiao stubbornly refused to listen. So what if he's a 16-year-old martial artist? When I turn 16, I'll become a grandmaster, a martial saint. Chen Xiao screamed through his tears. Hearing this, the guards became even more resolute in their thoughts. A 16-year-old grandmaster? Martial saint? This kid must be delusional. Chen Hong sighed as he looked at his grandson throwing a tantrum. Perhaps he had spoiled him far too much. Grandson, listen to your grandpa. Don't provoke Wang Hao. I really can't afford to cross him right now, Chen Hong said with a sigh. But our brother Chen Tian is also part of the Tianwu Association. What are we afraid of? Brother Chen Tian is even stronger than him. Chen Xiao argued persistently. Chen Hong fell silent. Chen Tian was indeed strong, but Wang Hao? He squinted slightly, recalling Wang Hao's performance at the Martial Alliance Plaza. If he didn't make a move, would Wang Hao strike first? Forget it. After all, I've only got this old life left, and my grandson is still young. If that's the case. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Hong's eyes. For the next few days, Wang Hao stayed at home, diligently practicing martial techniques and cultivation methods. As for heading out to fight beasts and gather resources? No. Now that he was a genius, he wouldn't recklessly spend star coins to venture out. What if he encountered a demon and got himself killed? Then his little sister's good days would be over too. No, he had to train. Become stronger. Ding. Congratulations. To the host, the C-level martial technique Ninefold Blade Art has been cultivated to the proficient stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the C-level martial technique Shadow Demon Steps has been cultivated to the proficient stage. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The C-level martial technique Thunder Strike Fist has been cultivated to the proficient stage. Inside the villa's training room, Wang Hao continued practicing these C-level martial techniques. The difficulty of C-level techniques was indeed much higher than F-level and E-level ones. The previous techniques were so easy for Wang Hao to master, advancing to proficiency or even perfection with little effort. But with these techniques, he had only reached the proficient stage. Whoosh! Wang Hao punched the air, lightning flashing faintly from his fist. He withdrew his internal energy. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he finished his training, the terminal in his hand suddenly buzzed. Wang Hao activated the terminal. Master Guan. The screen revealed the image of Guan Shang. This terminal even had video call functionality. Quite impressive. Wang Hao, I reviewed the martial techniques you selected. You haven't truly mastered them yet, so don't rush. After all, you've only been practicing for a few days. Many natural-born martial artists take several weeks to even get started. You need to learn patience. Don't be too hasty. Guan Shang spoke in a calm tone, trying to reassure Wang Hao. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Were those martial artists stupid? They couldn't master it in weeks, but he had done it in just a few hours. Seeing Wang Hao's surprised expression, Guan Shang thought he was discouraged and was about to continue comforting him. Master Guan, I've already mastered all 3 martial techniques. Wang Hao interrupted. What? All 3? Guan Shang's eyes widened in shock. This kid had only been practicing for a few days. Guan Shang thought back to when he first entered the martial artist realm and spent 2 months mastering a single C-level martial technique. And yet Wang Hao, in just a few days, had mastered 3. It was almost as if he was cheating. While C-level martial techniques were incredibly powerful, their cultivation difficulty was equally high. Many martial artists primarily focused on D-level techniques, at most specializing in one C-level technique. This kid's talent far exceeded Guan Shang's expectations. Taking a deep breath, Guan Shang's expression grew serious. Wang Hao, from now on, you must never reveal how quickly you cultivate martial techniques. Seeing Guan Shang's sudden seriousness, Wang Hao realized the gravity of the situation and quickly nodded in agreement. The highly publicized SSS-level talent holder Li Chang had already shown Wang Hao the consequences of being too high profile. Wang Hao had no intention of following in his footsteps. This world was rife with powerful demons, and demons of the same level were generally stronger than ordinary martial artists. I'll do my best to keep attention on you. Minimal. Just focus on your cultivation for now. I'll also provide you with 30 yuan chi pills each month to help you improve your strength quickly. Guan Shang added before ending the call. Is this his way of protecting me? Wang Hao wondered. Demons often targeted highly talented martial artists. If he attracted too much attention, he could easily become a target. But still, this Master Guan was so stingy. 30 yuan chi pills? That would only last him a few days. His cultivation methods consumed pills like water. The 50 yuan chi pills he had exchanged for a few days ago were already half gone. Oh well, 30 is better than nothing. Wang Hao buried himself back in his training. Not far from the villa area, in a small cafe, a man sat with a pair of binoculars, staring at the villa district. Why doesn't this Wang Hao ever leave the house? He muttered under his breath. He had been stationed at this cafe for days. This man was an assassin from the Azura Hall, codenamed Shadow Kill. A few days ago, he'd taken on a lucrative job, 10 million star coins to kill a martial artist in the early Hotian stage. And the clients specifically requested that Shadow Kill handle it. A talented martial artist? Perfect, I love taking down prodigies. Shadow Kill smirked as he reviewed the intel before accepting. When he saw the target was a member of the Tianwu Association, he initially wanted to decline. But the payout was just too tempting. Wang Hao was merely a martial artist at the early stage of the postnatal realm. A genius is still a genius, but without adequate strength, losing your head still means death, doesn't it? Shadow Kill, on the other hand, was a postnatal six-fold martial artist. His talent was uncanny, making him a master of the shadow element. He could briefly merge into shadows, concealing his presence, and even manipulate shadows to assassinate targets. However, the strength of his shadow was only half of his actual body's power, so sending his shadow alone was sufficient for weaker opponents. Shadow Kill's reputation in the Azura Hall was impeccable. He had never failed a mission, boasting a 100% success rate. Even high-level martial artists often fell victim to his shadow skills with ease. Initially, he planned to send his shadow to assassinate Wang Hao, but Wang Hao was a genius, and if the attempt failed, it would only alert the enemy. For the sake of that 10 million star coin bounty, Shadow Kill decided to act personally, aiming to execute a clean kill in one strike. Patiently, Shadow Kill continued to wait in the cafe. Patience, after all, was a fundamental quality for an assassin. A few days later, inside the villa's cultivation chamber, the air was filled with a faint blue-green energy. Wang Hao was enveloped by the same ethereal energy. Boom! 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 A surge of immense power erupted from within Wang Hao, shaking the entire cultivation chamber with a ripple of energy shockwaves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to postnatal third stage. The system's notification sound echoed, and Wang Hao was so moved he almost wanted to cry. It hadn't been easy. He looked at the empty bottles scattered all over the floor. This breakthrough had consumed 60 energy pills, an outrageous amount. However, the speed of his progress was astonishing. He had achieved it in just a few days, and with the highly challenging chi creation evergreen technique no less. It would take other postnatal martial artists months, if not longer, to achieve a similar breakthrough. Of course, they didn't have the luxury of consuming energy pills like candy the way Wang Hao did. For him to make such strides in just a few days was truly astonishing. This rapid progress demonstrated just how monstrous the hundredfold speed physique really was. The energy within his body surged and roared, endlessly nourishing his physical form. The energy seed within him now bore 3 distinct cloud patterns. Opening his attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited, name, Wang Hao, talent, hundredfold speed physique, SSS grade, realm, postnatal. Third stage, technique, chi creation evergreen technique, skill set, blade momentum, beginner, enhances blade techniques by 50%. Martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, mastery, wind slicing blade technique, E grade, mastery, ethereal step, E grade, perfected. Heaven's edge / E grade, mastery, Vajra technique, E grade, mastery, shadow demon step, C grade, proficient, ninefold blade. Technique, C grade, proficient, thunderstrike fist, C grade, expert, vitality, 160, soul, 1, time until next talent replication. One day, with vitality at 160, Wang Hao's strength was equivalent to 16,000 kilograms. Adding in the amplification from the Vajra technique and other martial arts, even Wang Hao couldn't fathom the extent of his own power. The Vajra technique at the mastery level was exceptionally powerful. Wang Hao estimated it could amplify his strength by 80%. However, his progress with other C-grade martial arts had been slow, as most of his time had been spent consuming energy pills for cultivation. To his surprise, his fists had reached the expert level before anything else. This shocked him. Could it be that he was naturally suited to practicing fist techniques? Still, he couldn't help but feel indignant. A real man should wield a blade. Fist techniques? Pfft, go sit in the corner and collect dust, he muttered to himself. Tomorrow marked the day he could replicate another talent, which coincided with the martial arts exam. Wang Hao thought back to what had happened that afternoon. The new principal of Jianglin No. 1 High School had personally called him, speaking with a friendly tone, and asked if he had time to participate in the assessment tomorrow. After some consideration, Wang Hao decided to go. He knew that to replicate Su Qingyan's talent, he would have to be at the school. Just the thought of that breathtakingly beautiful girl made Wang Hao's heart race a little, but he quickly shook his head to deny it. No, it's not her looks I care about, it's her talent I want. Women will only slow down my path to becoming stronger. Over the past few days, several well-known martial arts universities had secretly contacted Wang Hao, offering free tuition, complimentary cultivation resources, and a monthly star coin stipend. After carefully researching, he learned that the most prestigious martial arts universities included the Imperial Martial Academy and the Starry Academy in the Imperial Capital, as well as the Demon Martial Academy and the Skyfire Academy in the Magic Capital. These 4 schools had the best faculty and resources. Among them, the Imperial Martial Academy was the most renowned. However, none of these top-tier academies had reached out to Wang Hao directly. You're not going to contact me? Fine, I'll come to you anyway. Wang Hao smirked. After practicing for a while longer, he washed up and prepared to rest. The thought of seeing Su Qingyan tomorrow, or rather, replicating her talent, filled Wang Hao with excitement. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up bright and early. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast in his villa, he felt rejuvenated and ready to head to school for the martial arts exam. Strolling along a fresh, verdant path, Wang Hao was in high spirits. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A chilling killing intent began to spread through the air. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply, sensing something was amiss. Shhhhhhh. A shadow leapt out from the side of the path, a cold blade flashing with a chilling glint in the air. Shadow Demon Step. Wang Hao immediately activated his C-rank martial art, the Shadow Demon Step. His body dodged the attack with astounding speed. */. The blade missed Wang Hao but struck a nearby tree, cutting it down in an instant. Shadow Killer's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of movement technique was that? How did it avoid his sudden ambush? Standing a short distance away, Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the young man before him, a murderous intent rising within him. You dare gamble with my life? Die! He triggered the Vajra technique, and a thin layer of golden energy enveloped his entire body. He now resembled a mighty war god clad in golden armor and charged fiercely toward Shadow Killer. Seeing Wang Hao choose to counterattack rather than flee, Shadow Killer's lips curled into a mocking smile. You think you're invincible just because you're a prodigy? Whoosh. 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 Shadow Killer lunged at Wang Hao with his blade, his movements swift and precise. Wang Hao thrust his right hand forward, releasing a palm strike that whipped up a gust in the air. Shadow Blade Technique. Shadow Killer's blade instantly transformed into three, all slashing towards Wang Hao simultaneously. Boom. Wang Hao's falling cloud palm collided forcefully with Shadow Killer's blade technique, creating an ear-splitting explosion. Both were forced back several steps from the impact. Shadow Killer, dissatisfied and gnashing his teeth, realized his blade technique had been easily blocked by Wang Hao's palm strike. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground came to life, moving as though it had a will of its own. It surged toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. What on earth is this shadow? He quickly used the Shadow Demon step to evade. Shadow Killer grew increasingly frustrated as he watched Wang Hao's elusive movements. This 10 million bounty isn't going to be easy. He charged at Wang Hao again, thinking, his powerful palm technique can't be used endlessly. The stronger the martial art, the greater the energy consumption. He must be running low on energy. Seeing Shadow Killer pursuing him, Wang Hao snorted coldly. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Instead of fleeing, he weaved back and forth along the narrow path. Relying on his mastery of the Shadow Demon step, Shadow Killer couldn't even come close to catching him. What's the deal with this shadow? Wang Hao wondered. Better to avoid it entirely to stay on the safe side. Ding. Congratulations, host, your C-rank martial art, Shadow Demon step, has reached mastery. Suddenly, the system notification rang in his mind that he had broken through. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy as his movements became even more unpredictable and mysterious. Shadow Killer's face twisted in frustration. He's gotten even faster. What on earth is he doing? After this breakthrough, Wang Hao realized that Shadow Killer's shadow couldn't touch him anymore. He decided it was time to go on the offensive. Thunder Strike Fist. Wang Hao gathered his inner energy into his fist, the power surging wildly through his body and concentrating in his knuckles. Seeing Wang Hao suddenly turned to face him, Shadow Killer was delighted. Coming to die? Perfect. Shadow Blade technique. Shadow Killer struck again, but Wang Hao's body erupted with an overwhelming force of thunder. His fist, brimming with unstoppable might, hurtled toward Shadow Killer. Boom. 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 Shadow Killer's face went pale with terror. Impossible, he cried out, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from Wang Hao. No. Shadow Killer screamed as Wang Hao's fist crashed into him. The shadow blade shattered instantly, and Wang Hao's punch continued forward, smashing into Shadow Killer's chest. Bang. With a loud crash, Wang Hao's fist pierced through Shadow Killer's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Panting slightly, Wang Hao looked at the wide-eyed, lifeless Shadow Killer before him. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Ding. Detected an S-rank talent at 0 meters ahead. Would you like to copy it? The system's voice suddenly rang out. An S-rank talent. Wang Hao blinked immediately, suspecting it was related to that mysterious shadow. Su Qingyan, I'm sorry, but this time I'll have to let you go. He took a deep breath and decisively copied the talent from the youth in front of him. Ding. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the S-rank talent Void Shadow. You can temporarily merge into shadows and simultaneously control your shadow within a 10-kilometer radius of your body. The shadow possesses half of your strength. The Void Shadow engulfed him, and Wang Hao couldn't contain his excitement. This skill was incredible, not just for assassinations or stealth, but it was practically a cheat for farming and grinding. He began imagining it already, himself lying at home cultivating while his shadow explored, claimed treasures, and brought endless resources back to him. Without wasting time, Wang Hao dealt with Shadow Killer's corpse. On the body, he found a star currency card and a manual titled Shadow Blade Technique, a D-rank martial art with mysterious properties, capable of creating multiple phantom blades to attack enemies. So that's the move he used earlier. Not bad. I'll take it. Wang Hao also discovered a token engraved with 3 words. Third Elder, Lingxiao Pavilion. Wang Hao's gaze turned ice cold. Aside from him, no one else would dare come after me. I was planning to let your grandson live a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Against the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, Wang Hao wasn't yet confident of a one-hit kill, but Chen Xiao, that talentless waste who never awakened his abilities, he had full confidence in taking care of him with ease. After disposing of Shadowkill's corpse, Wang Hao checked the time. It was 7 in the morning. The martial arts exam began at 9. He had plenty of time to deal with Chen Xiao first, and then head to school. Taking a deep breath, he cleaned up the bloodstains from Shadowkill and the grime on himself before setting off for Lingxiao Pavilion. Chen Zhao's room. Don't worry, grandson. I've already hired an assassin from the Azura Hall to take care of Wang Hao. We'll hear good news soon. Chen Hong said to Chen Xiao. Outside the room, a shadow flickered across the ground. So it really is this old bastard, Shadow Wang Hao thought to himself. Azura Hall, I've got you in my sights. You dared to take a job against me? Just wait and see. Shadow Wang Hao continued lurking at the doorway. This place didn't even have a shred of security? Wang Hao found it strange. The third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion had no sense of decorum at all? He had seen the estates of other big figures before, no matter how small the place. There were always guards stationed. He had expected to carefully sneak in, but here, there wasn't even a hint of defense. Grandpa, once Wang Hao is dead, you must bring his sister here. I'll make that wretched woman wish she were dead. Chen Zhao's sinister voice carried out from the room. Outside, Shadow Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. He thought to himself, in a moment, I'll send you straight to hell. Chen Hong smiled and said, don't worry, grandson. Once Wang Hao is dead, his sister will become my pawn. After that, you can do whatever you want with her. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll definitely be obedient from now on. Chen Xiao said sweetly. Chen Hong's face lit up with satisfaction. His grandson was truly thoughtful and obedient. Stay here, grandson. I'll go get you some oranges. With that, Chen Hong left the room. Chen Xiao watched his grandfather's hunched back as he left, thinking to himself, when I become a martial saint, a martial god, I'll definitely splurt. Asterisk. Before Chen Xiao could finish his grand ambitions, the sound of blood splattering echoed through the room. His pupils instantly lost their focus. Grandpa, it hurts so much, that was Chen Xiao's final thought. After killing Chen Xiao, Shadow Wang Hao immediately left Lingxiao Pavilion. Not long after Shadow Wang Hao left, Chen Hong returned with a bag of oranges, slowly pushing open the door to Chen Zhao's room. The thick stench of blood assaulted his senses. Chen Hong's heart clenched violently. My grandson. Seeing Chen Xiao lifeless on the floor, Chen Hong was engulfed by a fiery rage. His shout echoed throughout Lingxiao Pavilion. His whole body trembled as his mind screamed. Who did this? Who killed my grandson? I'll make them pay. His aura surged uncontrollably. Boom. With a deafening roar, Chen Hong's aura broke through. He had ascended to the 9th level of the postnatal stage. 9th level. Yet Chen Hong felt no joy at all. The price of this breakthrough was far too great. The death of his grandson was an irreparable loss. His eyes scanned the surroundings with a deadly glare. There wasn't a single clue. Not even the slightest trace of battle. It must be Wang Hao. It has to be Wang Hao. Chen Hong was convinced that Wang Hao had sent someone to kill his grandson. The thought that Wang Hao might have done it himself never crossed his mind. In his opinion, Wang Hao's cultivation was only at the early stages of the postnatal stage. Sneaking into Lingxiao Pavilion unnoticed was impossible. Wang Hao, whether it was you or not, I'm going to kill you. Chen Hong had already marked Wang Hao as his mortal enemy. The identity of the killer didn't matter. He needed Wang Hao's life to avenge his grandson's soul. News of Chen Hong's breakthrough quickly spread throughout Lingxiao Pavilion. At the same time, word of Chen Zhao's death also made the rounds. Everyone knew Chen Xiao had a terrible reputation. While he was a scoundrel, he also had a powerful grandfather. Serves him right. That was what many in Lingxiao Pavilion thought. Chen Xiao had bullied servants, beaten and cursed countless people, and had no respect for anyone. If it weren't for his strong grandfather, many in Lingxiao Pavilion would have longed to get rid of him themselves. Jianlin First High School. Today was the day of the martial arts exam. Parents gathered anxiously outside the school gates, waiting for the results of their children's exams. The streets were completely blocked, and members of the Martial Alliance were patrolling the area. Wang Hao sat in the luxury car driven by Chen Chuan as they slowly approached the gates of Jianlin First High School. As soon as he got out of the car, he was stunned by the sight before him. The parents were just too enthusiastic. Even though they couldn't enter the school, they had completely blocked the street outside the gates. Still, this wasn't surprising. It was just like the college entrance exams in Wang Hao's previous world, where parents waited anxiously outside the school for news. But in this world, the martial arts exam was far more important than the college entrance exams of his past life. The martial arts exam directly determined one's future. Getting into a top-tier martial arts university meant access to resources and training that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. So, getting into a top-tier university was the ultimate chance to rise above the rest. Wang Hao took a deep breath and walked toward the school gates. Whoa, isn't that Wang Hao? I've seen his photo before. He's the 16-year-old genius who's mastered dual martial arts. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. All heads turned to look at Wang Hao. I've tried to keep such a low profile, and yet I still got recognized. As expected, gold shines no matter where it is. Becoming a martial artist at just 16. That kind of talent is enough to make people jealous. He's so gifted, and on top of that, he's good-looking. I, Zhao Ritian, refuse to accept this. If only I could be Wang Hao's girlfriend. Talent doesn't matter, I just like how handsome he is. Quick question, how impressive is it to be a martial artist at 16? I'm 8 years old and still in elementary school, but I think I'll be a martial saint by 16. What do you all think? 7, and asterisk. Asterisk percent UN percent. Wang Hao is the greatest genius Huagua has seen in 100 years. Any objections? I object. He's the greatest genius the world has ever seen. +1. Listening to the excited chatter around him, Wang Hao felt a bit nervous. Was he really that amazing? The greatest genius in the world? It sounded exaggerated, but it didn't seem entirely unreasonable either. Silently, Wang Hao gave a mental thumbs up to the person who just called him the world's greatest genius. At the school gates, a middle-aged man in casual attire was standing there, smiling. "Good morning, principal." "Good morning, principal." The students entering the school greeted him, and the principal nodded back with a warm smile. After a while, Wang Hao finally made it to the gates and looked at the middle-aged man. So this was their new principal? "Good morning, principal." Wang Hao greeted him. "Ah, Wang Hao. You're finally here. Let me take you to the exam venue," the principal said with a laugh. Wang Hao looked puzzled. Take me to the exam venue? Before he could ask, the principal was already leading him away. The students waiting behind to greet the principal were left completely stunned. Was this the kind of treatment top-tier geniuses received? The principal personally picking him up. Wait, had the principal been standing there this whole time just to wait for Wang Hao? The surrounding students grew even more envious and jealous. In the principal's office, the principal brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the cup. "Wang Hao, this tea is made from 200-year-old Tao enlightenment leaves. Try it. It's a rare treasure. I don't bring it out casually," the principal said warmly. Wang Hao blinked and looked at the tea, which gave off a faint, delicate fragrance. He took a sip and downed it in one go. "This tastes amazing. Like juice. No wonder it's called Tao enlightenment tea." Wang Hao gave a thumbs up in admiration. The principal's eyes widened as he finished his own cup in one measured sip. Normally, he savored every detail when drinking tea, afraid to miss anything. But Wang Hao, he just chugged it like it was juice. Did he know how many tons of juice this one cup of tea could be? Traded for. Suddenly, a sharp blade aura erupted from Wang Hao's body, as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. The intense pressure caused Wang Hao's momentum to surge dramatically. Even the principal, an innate martial master, felt a trace of oppression. The principal's face turned to shock. This is blade intent? How could this be? How could someone at this level comprehend blade intent? This is completely unreasonable. He stared at Wang Hao, thinking to himself that this was simply monstrous. So this was what it meant to be a genius? He had no words. It took a while before the blade intent around Wang Hao gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. "Wang Hao, was that blade intent you just demonstrated?" The principal took a deep breath, staring at him in disbelief. Wang Hao nodded. "That's right, it was blade intent." The principal stared at him as if he were a freak. It really was blade intent. This Wang Hao was terrifying. As an innate martial master himself, the principal hadn't even managed to comprehend a trace of martial intent. Martial intent was a manifestation of mastery over various techniques. Whether it be fist intent, sword intent, blade intent, and so on. Only those with an extraordinary understanding of martial arts could grasp it. And here was this young boy, already comprehending blade intent at such a tender age. The principal felt like he'd been left completely in the dust by the younger generation. "This year's martial arts exam will take place in a secret realm, where you'll need to hunt down ferocious beasts. Wang Hao, I'll leave it up to you to decide how to handle it," the principal said. He had initially planned to ask Wang Hao if he was confident about taking first place, but after witnessing Wang Hao's blade intent, he thought to himself, first place, whatever, it didn't even matter anymore. No hands? Fine. No hands at all? That works too. After giving some brief instructions, the principal told Wang Hao to get ready. Once Wang Hao left, the principal stared at the teacup Wang Hao had just drunk from, lost in thought. Could it be that the Tao enlightenment tea was supposed to be consumed this way? His eyes lit up as he gingerly picked up a small piece of Tao enlightenment tea leaf from the table, brewed it, and downed it in one gulp. It really tastes just like juice. The principal licked his lips, savoring the flavor. But why was there no reaction at all? The principal was dumbfounded. My Tao enlightenment tea leaves. Oh no, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Opening his status panel, Wang Hao silently read the attributes to himself. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Void Shadow. S-Class, ***, Realm, Postnatal Stage, 3rd Layer, Techniques, Azure Wood Chi Cultivation Method, Combat Skills, Blade Intent, Minor. Achievement, boosts blade strength by 80%, ***, Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Class, Mastered, Wind Cleaving Blade Technique, E-Class, Mastered. Ethereal Footwork, E-Class, Perfected, Heavenly Origin / E-Class, Mastered, Diamond Technique, E-Class, Mastered, Shadow Demon Footwork, C-Class. Proficient, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-Class, Proficient, Thunder Punch, C-Class, Proficient, ***, Vitality, 160, Soul, 2, Time until next. Replication, 30 days, ***. Looking at the status panel, Wang Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His blade intent had reached minor achievement, and the rest of his C-Class martial arts were all at the proficient level. Now, dealing with most high-level martial artists shouldn't be a problem. His soul attribute had also increased to 2 points, a result of replicating the Shadow Kill talent. Increasing soul strength usually required reaching the Grandmaster level or cultivating expensive advanced martial techniques. Those soul cultivating techniques were exorbitantly priced, starting at S-class, a cost Wang Hao simply couldn't afford. With his soul at 2, Wang Hao felt his perception greatly enhanced. Not only could he sense his surroundings more clearly, but he could also control his body with much greater precision. Walking with a light step, Wang Hao headed toward the assessment site on campus. Students around the campus noticed him and cast envious glances his way. Wang Hao's performance during the preliminary selection for the Tianwu Association had been exceptional. In Jianlin City, you could ask a random person who the governor was, and they might not know. But ask about Wang Hao? They'd definitely know. At just 16 years old, Wang Hao had mastered 2 martial arts techniques, an achievement that placed him among the best, not just in Jianlin City, but nationwide. Wang Hao, could I get your autograph? As Wang Hao leisurely strolled through campus, a timid voice called out. From beside him, Wang Hao shivered, instantly recalling the time a month ago when he had asked Li Chang for an autograph, only to be flatly rejected. That memory still made him uneasy. An autograph? Absolutely not. Never. No. Sorry, I injured my hand and can't sign right now. My apologies. Wang Hao blurted out before sprinting away. The female student stood there, stunned, watching Wang Hao disappear at an astonishing speed. She blinked, trying to process what had just happened. Wang Hao injured his hand, she murmured, seizing on that key detail. Before long, the news of Wang Hao's injured hand spread throughout the school. Wang Hao trained so hard he hurt his hand. Even with an injured hand, Wang Hao is still pushing himself. He's so dedicated. Wang Hao is unbelievably hardworking. His hand injury must be serious, but he's still practicing martial arts. What? Wang Hao's hand is broken? It wasn't long before rumors of Wang Hao's broken hand swept through Jianlin High. The students were abuzz with speculation. Injuring one's hand during martial arts exams? That was the mark of a true genius. They were in awe. Standing on the field, waiting for the martial arts exam to begin, Wang Hao listened to the chatter around him. He glanced down at his hands, lost in thought. My hand is broken? Why don't I feel a thing? A while later, the clock struck 9. With a resigned expression, the principal slowly walked up to the podium on the field. Several of the school's teachers stood behind him, waiting for the announcement. Students, this year's martial arts examination will take place in the Savage Beast realm. You will face fierce beasts in combat, the principal declared loudly. His voice echoed across the campus. The entire school erupted into chaos. The Savage Beast realm? That was an incredibly difficult challenge. Seriously? The Savage Beast realm? This is going to be insane. Yeah, totally. I once followed my uncle into the wilderness to fight savage beasts. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. You've been to the wilderness? That's amazing. I've only trained up to the 4th or 5th layer. Without a guide, I wouldn't dare go there. Listening to the excited chatter, Wang Hao quietly chuckled to himself. It felt like he was chatting with a group of kids. These classmates were just too adorable. As he absent-mindedly listened, something caught his eye. A stunning figure not far away. A breathtakingly beautiful girl stood nearby, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and pleated skirt. Her exquisite face seemed to radiate with an ethereal charm, as if she had absorbed all the essence of heaven and earth. Her single ponytail was tied neatly, her skin was smooth and porcelain-like, and she carried an air of elegance that was utterly captivating. Her aloof demeanor gave the impression that she was someone to be admired from afar, someone you wouldn't dare approach lightly. Many of her classmates couldn't help but fix their gaze on her, motionless, as though she were the center of the universe. Su Qingyan. Wang Hao blinked, feeling that she was even more beautiful than before. He took in her slender, shapely figure, brimming with youthful vitality. Combined with her composed and distant aura, she was like a celestial being who had descended to Earth. Not far away, Su Qingyan seemed to sense Wang Hao's gaze. She turned her head, her delicate features coming into his view. Wang Hao's heartbeat quickened. He thought to himself, how can such a beautiful girl even exist? My poor heart. Calm down, Su Qingyan noticed Wang Hao staring at her dazedly and couldn't hold back a faint smile. That slight upward curve of her lips was, without a doubt, the most beautiful sight in the world. Woman, you're playing with fire. Wang Hao took a deep breath. This girl was too dangerous. He had to find a way to deal with her. He couldn't let her charm hurt other students, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the principal on the stage continued explaining the details of the assessment. All candidates nationwide will be entering the same secret realm. Defeating ferocious beasts will earn you points. The ranking based on these points will determine your martial exam results, and your performance in the realm will be broadcasted live. In real time. The ferocious beasts in the realm are all level 1, relatively weak. Only the person who delivers the final blow will earn the points. Participating in the attack won't grant any points. Candidates are prohibited from stealing points from others, but you may use force to drive competitors out of the secret realm. However, attacking your fellow classmates or other candidates directly is strictly forbidden and will result in severe punishment. The assessment lasts for 3 hours. After that, all students will be automatically transported out of the secret realm. Boom! Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the stage, its dazzling, multicolored lights swirling constantly. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, his eyes locking onto the magic array. This was the teleportation array that would send them into the secret realm to face the ferocious beasts. Students, your identification tokens will record your points for defeating beasts. They also come with a safety mechanism. If you're in danger, pressing the button on the token will allow you to exit the secret realm immediately, the principal continued. These tokens can also detect your vital signs. If you lose consciousness or are completely incapacitated, you will automatically be transported out. At the edges of the field, staff members were busy distributing the tokens. The boys and girls gripped their tokens tightly, their expressions tense as they stared at the magic array. Finally, it's time to crush some weaklings. No, I mean, it's time for the martial exam. Wang Hao also fixed his gaze on the array above. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out from the principal's hand, and the magic array began to move slowly. Wang Hao watched as the array gradually expanded, its light enveloping everyone on the field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the spread of the array's radiance, the people on the field vanished in an instant. Wang Hao felt as though he were floating in chaos, a bone-chilling wind cutting through him. Before long, a blinding light appeared before his eyes. Roar! A ferocious growl echoed from the distance as Wang Hao slowly descended into a dense forest. Towering trees and thick underbrush stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, faint noises broke the stillness. The air carried a refreshing crispness, a stark contrast to the dry, oppressive heat of Jianlin City. Around him, other students were scattered, their uniforms clearly marking them as belonging to different schools. It seemed the teleportation had distributed them randomly. Wang Hao assessed the students nearby. No one made any rash moves, but many wore wary expressions, their eyes filled with suspicion as they scanned their surroundings. Hey, which school are you from? You look familiar, a tall student suddenly asked as Wang Hao prepared to leave. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Hao immediately sensed a hidden hostility. What's this supposed to mean? Is he planning to eliminate me? Wang Hao was well aware of the rules of the assessment. If he got eliminated now, his score would be 0. Not only did he have to be cautious of the ferocious beasts, but he also had to stay vigilant against other students. After all, they were all competitors. What's this? Are you trying to take me out? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as he stared at the tall student. The tall student chuckled and said, "Are you going to leave on your own, or should I make you? Just so you know, I'm at body refinement stage 7. You?" Smack! Before the tall student could finish his sentence, Wang Hao had already struck. With a single slap, the tall student was sent flying, crashing into a distant tree before slumping unconscious to the ground. A flash of golden light surrounded his body, and he was instantly teleported out. Anyone else want me to leave the hard way? Wang Hao turned to the other students nearby, his voice filled with provocation. The other students' faces turned pale, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? He had taken out a body refinement stage 7 student with just one slap. A 7th level body refinement practitioner is considered a high-level martial artist, even capable of vying for spots in prestigious schools. Yet, he was eliminated just like that. No way, no way. Brother, you go ahead. I've got something to take care of. A student quickly spoke up, and the others scrambled to find excuses to leave as well. Wang Hao watched them leave one by one, showing no intention of stopping them. After all, these people posed no threat to him whatsoever. At South Sky High School, the principal of South Sky High looked at Wang Hao, who had just eliminated their prized prospect for top schools, and was so furious he nearly exploded. Who is that guy? I want his full background, the principal barked, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Wang Hao. Principal, he's Wang Hao from Jianlin City, the assistant replied immediately. The principal froze. Wang Hao? Isn't he a martial artist? How is he allowed to take the martial arts exam? Principal, he's still a student at Jianlin High School, the assistant explained. How is that possible? A martial artist taking part in an exam meant for body refinement stages? I'm reporting this. The principal cursed as he raged uncontrollably. Inside the secret realm, Wang Hao was busy hunting fierce beasts. Every beast he encountered fell effortlessly to him. Wang Hao's combat style was straightforward, one punch to finish the job. No beast could withstand a single blow from him. In just half an hour, Wang Hao had already racked up a score of 500 points. He had personally slain 500 fierce beasts. The secret realm consisted of jungles, plains, and valleys, all hiding numerous beasts. Wang Hao wasn't in a rush. He took his time methodically slaughtering them. Back on Jianlin High School sports field, the principal watched Wang Hao calmly. searching for beasts in the secret realm, unhurried as ever. Wang Hao's performance had been in his sights the entire time, and the score was undoubtedly in the hundreds by now. The principal was secretly delighted. Not long after, a points leaderboard appeared above the field. 1. Jianglin High School, Wang Hao, 500 points. 2. Imperial High School, Chenhua, 48 points. 3. Magic City High School, Lanling, 47 points. The principal looked at the leaderboard and couldn't stop grinning. Wang Hao had 500 points, while the second place had less than 50, a tenfold gap. Su Qingyan wasn't bad either, she earned 20 points, ranking 29th, and the principal was quite pleased. 2. Students in the national top 50, and one of them in first place. Who would have thought this was Jianglin High School? In previous martial arts exams, the best Jianglin High had ever achieved was a spot in the top 100. Among so many schools nationwide, this result was simply miraculous. Wang Hao had truly brought glory to Jianglin High. The principal's face beamed with pride. First place, how satisfying. Beating Imperial High School and Magic City High School, stepping on their reputations, it felt incredible. The release of the leaderboard caused an uproar in schools across the nation. Who the hell is this Wang Hao? 500 points, he's definitely cheating. The principals of Imperial High School and Magic City High School were especially livid, their faces turning green. In past martial arts exams, it was always a battle between their two schools for the top spot, while the others could only fight for third. Where did Jianglin High School suddenly find such a powerhouse? The score gap was outrageous. Not just the principals of Imperial and Magic City, but others across the nation were in utter disbelief. Wang Hao's 500 points blindingly shocking. The Imperial High School principal immediately called to file a complaint. There's no way this 500 points is legitimate. Hello, this martial arts exam has had no cheating. The data is accurate, and the candidate's information is fully verified. The person on the other end replied firmly. The Imperial High principal's face darkened. Accurate? Are you telling me this is accurate? As soon as the call ended, Wang Hao's score began climbing rapidly again. In just 10 minutes, his score increased by another 100 points, reaching 600. The Imperial High principal stared at the ever-increasing score, his face so dark it seemed it could wring out water. Elsewhere, in a certain governmental department, a stern-faced man watched the screen, observing a young man effortlessly dispatch a fierce beast before continuing forward. This kid is too casual, it's like killing chickens. Truly deserving of the title of a dual-path martial arts prodigy. Incredible, the man murmured in admiration. Director, many school principals are calling to question Wang Hao's score. They want a thorough investigation, a subordinate reported. Ha, a bunch of useless fools. What good does questioning do? They can't produce a 16-year-old martial artist themselves, so they just whine and complain, the man sneered. Is it so hard to admit someone else's excellence? They're grown men and still act like petty children. Release a statement. Let everyone know just how remarkable the talent Jianglin High School has cultivated, the man ordered. 16 years old and a dual path martial arts prodigy? That's just absurd. The Imperial High principal stared at his phone screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had heard some rumors before, but who would believe such tales? It sounded like a joke, utterly impossible. Now faced with this monstrous talent, the principal suddenly lost all confidence. He looked at the leaderboard, where Wang Hao's score had already soared to 1,000 points, and his mood sank to rock bottom. Not only at the Imperial Capital First High School, but principals from other schools were also silent. There was no way around it, he was truly a monster. The principal of Jianglin First High School stared at the messages on his phone. The relevant authorities even went out of their way to praise their school. Who would dare to call Jianglin First High a small school now? It's now the creme de la creme. Don't believe it? Just look at who's ranked first on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He was still leisurely hunting for beasts, taking them out in a single strike. As he slowly searched the surroundings, in a nearby valley, a group of students in matching uniforms was aggressively hunting for isolated classmates. They were students from Zhongshan First High School. Leading them was Li He, a student with a unique ability to sense the locations of his peers. Thanks to his gift, Li He had managed to gather quite a few classmates within just 30 minutes, forming a team to operate together in the secret realm. When they encountered students from other schools, they eliminated them outright. With their numbers advantage, Li He's group had already taken out numerous opponents and significantly boosted their points. They continued combing the area. Li He, there's a lone student over there. Let's take him down, suggested one of the students, whose eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Just one? What? A waste of time. Let's look for more targets instead. Li He hesitated. The assessment was nearing the 1-hour mark, but their points were still mediocre. They had spent too much time gathering classmates and had hardly had any opportunities to hunt beasts. There's Barely any beasts around here, and hardly any other students left. Let's just deal with him, it's an easy job, the glimmerite student urged. Li He reluctantly nodded. With that, the group rushed toward Wang Hao's direction. Back at Zhongshan First High's campus, on the sports field, the principal stared intently at the screen showing Li He's group's movements, his heart tightening. What were they thinking? Their performance had been commendable so far. With their numerical advantage, they had eliminated numerous opponents and slain plenty of beasts. At this rate, apart from the 4 elite academies, they'd have no trouble securing spots at other top schools. But now, they were heading toward Wang Hao. This was pure self-sabotage. It wasn't just the principal who was anxious, the teachers watching nearby were all on edge. Wang Hao's points had already reached 1,200. Even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. The principal's eyes were filled with despair as he watched his students charge toward an opponent they had absolutely no hope of defeating. What did it matter that they had numbers on their side? The principal wanted to hold on to some shred of hope, but reality was far too cruel. In the secret realm, on the plains, you're asking me to withdraw from the assessment? Wang Hao looked at the group of students in matching uniforms before him, his face full of confusion. It was the first time on his journey that he'd seen so many people gathered together. Li He's eyes flashed coldly as he said icily, "Didn't I make myself clear? Or do we have to resort to force?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. These people clearly didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. A breeze swept through, making the sweltering secret realm suddenly feel a bit cooler. Yuan Hong, take 2 others and handle him, Li He commanded. Seeing that Wang Hao hadn't surrendered, there was no need for him to personally deal with a lone target. 3 students immediately stepped forward, smirking maliciously as they fixed their gazes on Wang Hao. "Kid, since you're asking for trouble, don't blame us for being rude. Remember my name." Yuan Hong's eyes were icy as he clenched his fists, ready to strike. Asterisk smack. Smack. Smack, asterisk before Yuan Hong could finish, Wang Hao charged forward without a word. 3 crisp slaps echoed in the air. In an instant, Yuan Hong and the 2 students beside him were sent flying by Wang Hao. The trio was instantly teleported out of the secret realm. Li He's expression shifted drastically. Who was this guy? He knew Yuan Hong's capabilities, though Yuan Hong was only at the 6th level of body refinement, his defense was top-notch. Yet this boy had taken Yuan Hong down with a single slap, and with such ease. Even Li He himself wouldn't have been able to manage that so effortlessly. Could he be a super genius from the Imperial Capital First High or the Magic Capital First High? Wang Hao shook his hand slightly. Yuan Hong's face was unexpectedly tough, it had almost hurt his palm. Fortunately, his soul power had recently advanced to level 2, allowing him to precisely control his strength. Otherwise, if he had gone all out with that slap, they might have been killed outright. We misjudged him. Retreat. Li He's eyes grew resolute as he ordered a retreat. The students around him were filled with anger. They had just lost 3 teammates, how could they simply turn and leave? Are you mistaken? Either walk yourselves out of the secret realm, or I'll send you out myself, Wang Hao said calmly, as if he were discussing something trivial. Li He and his group's faces darkened. One person was telling dozens of them to leave the secret realm? Was this a joke? Did he think taking down a few people made him invincible? Even stacked together, they could crush him with sheer numbers. Li He didn't want to fight. He simply didn't want to risk losing more teammates over a tough opponent. After all, their goal was to earn points, not to waste lives, but this guy opened his mouth and declared he was going to eliminate all of them, treating them as if they were nothing. Well, if that's how it is, then let's fight. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on dozens of us at once, Li He said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classmates charged toward Wang Hao in unison. Watching the crowd rush at him, Wang Hao remained utterly calm, without even the faintest ripple of emotion. He simply swung his fist lightly. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk he didn't even need to employ any special techniques or martial arts. By merely twisting his body ever so slightly, he easily evaded all the attacks. His fists flew out continuously, and one by one, Li He's classmates were taken down. Li He's eyes filled with despair. Neither he nor his group could even touch Wang Hao's shadow. On the contrary, Wang Hao's effortless punches knocked them all out one by one. Effortless was the key word, his movements were so casual it was as if he were afraid of using too much force and accidentally injuring himself. Li He had never experienced such a demoralizing fight before. He was filled with frustration. The opponent looked about the same age as them, yet his terrifying strength reduced them to mere playthings. After a long moment, everyone around Li He was already lying on the ground, defeated. Who the hell are you? Li He's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Wang Hao with intense hatred. You're not worthy of knowing, Wang Hao replied coldly. Bang! Before Li He could react, Wang Hao delivered a punch that sent him flying. Instantly, a layer of golden light enveloped Li He, and he was ejected from the secret realm. The area was now completely empty. Wang Hao let out a yawn. He had thought this group might get his blood pumping, but instead, he felt absolutely nothing. Boring. Completely dull. Though, he couldn't deny that the thrill of dominating weaker opponents did bring him a certain satisfaction. Stretching lazily, Wang Hao continued roaming the secret realm, searching for other fierce beasts to challenge. In another part of the world, the principal of Zhongshan No. 1 High School looked as pale as a sheet. He had nearly brought all their school's top elites, and now, every single one of them had been defeated by Wang Hao. It seemed inevitable that the school's rankings would hit rock bottom this year. The principal was overwhelmed with disappointment. This Wang Hao was absolutely infuriating. One person bullying an entire group, it was outrageous. The principal cursed silently in his heart. Oh, how he wished Wang Hao were a student from his own school. Meanwhile, in another corner of the secret realm, a rocky valley stretched out, desolate and rugged. A stunning young girl dressed in a white t-shirt and a pleated white skirt stood facing three fierce beasts. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gripped a long sword tightly in her hand. Her delicate frame was trembling ever so slightly. Nearby, the lifeless bodies of several fierce beasts lay scattered on the ground. Clearly, Su Qingyan had just endured an intense battle, leaving the energy within her body somewhat unstable. The three remaining beasts, sensing that Su Qingyan was weakened, immediately charged at her. Su Qingyan bit her lip, her longsword flashing forward in a swift motion. The blade seemed imbued with a special power, emitting a low, resonant hum. Howl, a pained cry erupted from one of the beasts as Su Qingyan's sharp blade pierced straight through it, killing it on the spot. The remaining two beasts hesitated, their eyes flickering with fear as they glanced at their fallen companion. Well, isn't this Su Qingyan from the Su family in Jianlin City? Need a little help from your big brother? Just as Su Qingyan stood in a tense standoff against the beasts, a rough voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Su Qingyan didn't respond. She simply pursed her lips slightly and thrust her longsword forward once again. The blade sliced through the air like lightning, striking the beasts directly. Asterisk swish. Swish, asterisk, two sharp sounds rang out as the remaining beasts were pierced through the heart by her sword, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Su Qingyan's face instantly turned pale. The continuous battles had drained her energy significantly. Despite her exhaustion, she stood firmly in the valley, unwavering and resolute. Impressive as always, Goddess Su. An S-class talent, no less. But I'd imagine your stamina must be running low by now, the rough voice taunted once again. Su Qingyan frowned, slowly turning to face the source of the voice. A burly young man clad in a blue school uniform stood there, his gaze burning with intensity as he stared at her. Wang Shua, what do you want? Su Qingyan asked coldly, her body trembling slightly. What do you think I want? Wang Shua sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. I know you're desperate to get into one of the four great academies. But if I eliminate you here and now, do you think you'll still have that chance? A cold wind swept through the valley, brushing against Su Qingyan and causing her pleated skirt to flutter. She looked like a breathtaking figure from a painting, her beauty utterly unparalleled. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyan replied, so this is the caliber of the Wang family. From the imperial capital? All this just because I refused your gift? How petty. Wang Shua's expression darkened. Not long ago, when Su Qingyan visited the imperial capital, she had inadvertently caught Wang Shua's eye. He had been instantly captivated by her, particularly after learning of her S-class talent. His desire for her only grew stronger. He tried every possible way to win her favor, but Su Qingyan barely gave him the time of day and outright rejected his advances multiple times. And who was Wang Shua? A member of the powerful Wang family from the imperial capital. To be turned down by a woman he pursued? So what if she had an S-class talent? An untapped S-class was nothing more than a waste in his eyes. The more he couldn't have her, the more he desired. Horror. He hadn't expected to encounter her during the martial arts exam, and at her weakest moment, no less. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would truly be a fool. As long as you're willing to be my woman, I'll help you rack up points in this assessment and guarantee your admission into one of the four great academies. All kinds of cultivation resources, martial techniques, I'll provide them unconditionally. Wang Shua declared. This was the best offer he could make, and if she still refused, he would have no choice but to resort to force. Get lost. Su Qingyan's cherry red lips parted slightly as she coldly replied. I know your brother passed the Tianwu Guild's preliminary membership exam a few days ago, but that's just a preliminary member. Do you really think he's untouchable? Wang Shua continued, his tone dripping with malice. Preliminary members dying during missions is completely normal. I'm very familiar with how these things work. Su Qingyan clenched her fists tightly, her teeth lightly biting down. Are you threatening me? Wang Shua's intent to use her brother against her was glaringly obvious, and she could not ignore it. A cruel smile spread across Wang Shua's face. As long as you agree to be my woman, all of these problems will disappear. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, her sword suddenly pointing directly at Wang Shua. How dare he threaten her using her brother? Even if it meant forfeiting the assessment, she would make sure he would never forget this moment. Wang Shua, seeing her attempt to resist, sneered coldly. So, that's how it's going to be. Let me show you true despair, ha ha ha. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Shua, freezing the atmosphere. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk the pressure was suffocatingly strong. Body refining night stage? Su Qingyan's eyes widened in shock. She could scarcely believe it. Wang Shua had reached the body refining ninth stage, the power radiating from Wang Shua was astonishing. Su Qingyan vividly recalled that the last time she saw him, he had only been at the body refining third stage. But now, he had leapt directly to the ninth stage. Advancing 6 levels in one bound, she knew Wang Shua's talent, just a regular B grade. Even if he consumed body refining pills every day, this kind of rapid progress was simply impossible. My father hired 10 grandmasters to perform a spiritual infusion for me. If it weren't for time constraints, I'd already be at the body refining 10th stage by now. So, what? Still thinking of resisting? Wang Shua said smugly, clearly reveling in Su Qingyan's astonishment. Su Qingyan furrowed her brows deeply, overwhelmed by how powerless she felt. If only she had power like Wang Hao's. As Wang Hao's image flashed in her mind, a sense of helplessness engulfed her. So this was the strength of a top-tier aristocratic family? Hiring 10 grandmasters for spiritual infusion, though it would heavily damage the foundation, it was a risk many were willing to take in order to excel in the martial arts exam. It seemed that standing out among the 4 great academies was utterly hopeless now. Su Qingyan gripped the token in her hand tightly. Wang Shua's eyes burned with desire as he stared at Su Qingyan. Such a perfect woman, she would undoubtedly be his. Slowly, he began to approach her. At the body refining ninth stage, she stood no chance. Her strength was already depleted. Even at her peak, she wouldn't be his match. Watching Wang Shua inch closer, Su Qingyan sighed softly and prepared to activate the switch embedded in her token. Hey, you fat bastard, get away from Su Qingyan. Suddenly, a sharp, icy voice cut through the tension. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. That voice. Wang Shua's face instantly turned red with rage. He hated being called fat, especially fat bastard. You son of a bitch, do you know who I am? Wang Shua turned toward the source of the voice, his body trembling with fury, his eyes blazing with fire. Wang Hao stood there, gazing at the burly youth before him with a mocking smile. Just a fat nobody. What makes you think you're worth anything? Wang Shua's fury ignited further. How dare this guy call him fat? Before Wang Hao could finish speaking, Wang Shua launched himself like an arrow, rushing toward him with immense force. Wang Hao's eyes flickered with disdain. This guy really didn't know his own limits. Wang Shua charged forward, his momentum like a raging storm. Asterisk slap, asterisk a loud smack echoed as Wang Hao swung his hand, landing a fierce slap across Wang Shua's face. Wang Shua was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree. With a crisp impact. Not far away, Su Qingyan witnessed the scene, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Though she had already known Wang Hao had broken through to the martial artist realm, seeing him casually send a body refining ninth stage contender flying was still a breathtaking sight. Wait, he wasn't disqualified for this? Wang Hao looked at the distant, trembling figure of Wang Shua, his face showing a hint of surprise. That slap had been one of his practiced moves. It had easily taken down those at the body refining 4th or 5th stage before. As he now focused on Wang Shua's aura, he could tell, body refining ninth stage. Not bad, this guy actually had some strength. You bastard. You animal. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Wang Shua was nearly in a frenzy. This guy, this absolute bastard, had not only called him fat bastard in front of Su Qingyan but had also humiliated him like this. From a young age, Wang Shua had lived a life of privilege, always getting what he wanted. No one had ever dared to cross him. His father was the head of the prestigious Wang family in the imperial capital, a family so influential that countless people sought to curry favor with them. The family had doted on Wang Shua, who had only ever suffered a loss in front of Su Qingyan. Yet, Wang Shua had long considered Su Qingyan as his woman, so taking a hit now and then didn't bother him. But this man before him, how dare he open his mouth and call him a fat idiot so casually? Wang Hao looked at the fuming Wang Shua, who seemed on the verge of exploding, and found it amusing. If Wang Shua wanted his life that badly, then so be it. Wang Hao's face turned cold as he made up his mind. While Wang Shua continued cursing and ranting, Wang Hao struck again. Boom. Wang Shua's eyes filled with terror as an unstoppable force bore down on him. No, my father is Wang. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hao's fist came crashing down. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Wang Shua's entire skeletal structure shattered in an instant. He was enveloped in a golden light and teleported away, his face frozen in fear. Wang Hao thought to himself, well, enjoy the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Don't thank me. It's just a small favor. He couldn't even recall what Wang Shua had said about his father's name earlier. Not important. Wang Hao, thank you. A soft, melodious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Hao turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful young girl standing before him. Her delicate figure was just starting to show its graceful curves. Her fair, smooth skin was so radiant. It was hard to look away. Though her face was slightly pale, her youthful energy was captivating, and her cold, refined aura made it seemed as though all the spiritual energy in the world had gathered around her. Su Qingyan, I wasn't too late, was I? Wang Hao smiled as he slowly walked toward her. Su Qingyan's lips curved into a gentle smile as she replied softly, thanks to you, otherwise. The two of them began chatting easily ***** on the athletic field of Jianlin No. 1 High School. Su Xingha watched the screen, noticing the occasional smile on his younger sister's face. His mouth twitched. Since when was my little sister this gentle? As a reserve member of the Tianwu Guild, Su Xingha had the privilege of attending the martial arts exam at Jianlin. If his sister truly ended up with Wang Hao, he could already imagine Wang Hao calling him big brother-in-law. Maybe Wang Hao could even teach him some martial arts. Not that learning martial arts was the point, what mattered was that his sister genuinely liked him. Nearby, the school principal was so distracted watching Wang Hao and Su Qingyan chat that he couldn't focus on anything else. He was slightly annoyed, but when he glanced at the top of the leaderboard, where Wang Hao's score of 1,600 points was miles ahead of second place, he decided to let it slide. The second place score wasn't even 100. Want to win? Keep dreaming. Seeing the students from Imperial Martial High and Magic Martial High being trampled underfoot by Wang Hao, no, by his student, brought the principal immense satisfaction. ***** Inside the mystical realm, Su Qingyan followed Wang Hao as they hunted fierce beasts. Your score is already 1,800? Su Qingyan's eyes were dreamy with disbelief. 1,800, she had only scored a little over 60, less than 1/30th of his score. It was simply mind-boggling. Wang Hao scratched his head and said, it's just points. Honestly, if I weren't so bored, I wouldn't even bother hunting these beasts. Hearing this, Su Qingyan was stunned. He's racked up such a massive score just because he was bored. Wang Hao, it looks like you've got first place in the bag. Su Qingyan exclaimed, her rosy lips slightly parted, her eyes fixed on him with a hint of admiration. Wang Hao blinked. That should be enough, right? Though defeating these beasts was as easy as squashing a chick for him, other candidates didn't have his level of strength. For them, taking down even one beast required significant time and effort, and they wouldn't dare approach a pack of them, let alone watch their backs against the threats posed by other participants. The first place prize for the martial arts exam includes a C rank or lower martial arts manual, 10 million star coins, and the freedom to choose one of the 4 top academies, Su Qingyan added. That reward is issued by the Martial Arts Alliance, and the school will likely have additional prizes too. Rewards? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Why didn't I know about this? Then he remembered the principal had mentioned something about prizes during the opening ceremony, but at the time, he must have been distracted by something else. You didn't know? Su Qingyan stared at him, dumbfounded, looking at the adorable girl in front of him. Wang Hao found her particularly endearing. Noticing his gaze, Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed faintly. Well, it makes sense. Since you're already a member of the Tianwu Guild, you probably don't care about these small rewards, she said with a smile. Wang Hao felt a little embarrassed. Should he admit that he'd been too busy looking at her back then to pay attention to the principal's speech? Su Qingyan, let's go hunt some more beasts. Let's secure the top 2 spots and give the principal a pleasant surprise. Wang Hao suddenly remembered the principal's priced martial tea and thought, that old man really got a deal. 1 cup of tea for 2 top 3 placements. Su Qingyan hesitated, worried that she might hold him back. What's wrong? Don't want to? Wang Hao asked, noticing her hesitation. Su Qingyan quickly shook her head. I'm willing. As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Wang Hao took a deep breath, catching a faint whiff of Su Qingyan's delicate fragrance. This Su Qingyan, she actually dares to shake my resolve. The two continued to swiftly search the area for ferocious beasts. With Wang Hao's immense strength, Su Qingyan's score kept climbing steadily. By 11:30 a.m., the martial arts exam had already been underway for 2.5 hours. Many candidates had been eliminated. Some were taken out by fierce beasts, while others lost in battles between candidates. Now, only those with exceptional talent and strength remained in the secret realm. On the leaderboard, Wang Hao was still far ahead of everyone else. His score had reached an impressive 2,800 points. Originally ranked in the 40s, Su Qingyan's score skyrocketed to 800 points with Wang Hao's help, securing her the second spot. At the Imperial Capital First High School, the principal stared at the leaderboard, his face dark with disbelief as Su Qingyan shot up to second place in just half an hour. Wang Hao, being a dual-path divine martial genius, was understandable, but who exactly was Su Qingyan? 1. Jianlin First High, Wang Hao, 2,802. Jianlin First High, Su Qingyan, 803. Imperial Capital First High, Jinhua, 188.4. Magic City First High, Lanling, 186. The principal stared at the leaderboard in complete shock. How can your school possibly have 2 geniuses at the same time? This is absurd. Make sure they haven't used any performance-enhancing drugs. The principal of the imperial capital First High hurriedly called the relevant departments, but no one answered. It wasn't just the imperial capital First High, other schools were equally dumbfounded. Su Qingyan, 800 points? Isn't this outright cheating? Especially the principal of Magic City First High, whose face had turned ashen. Originally, their student Lanling was in the top 3, but now she had been pushed out. There must be something shady going on here. Jianlin First High, this inconspicuous school, actually produced 2 martial genius students? Unbelievable. At Jianlin First High, their principal was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at the leaderboard. Wang Hao was incredible, and now he even helped bring a second place to their school. Once the exam was over, he would have to reward him generously. Inside the secret realm, Wang Hao continued to lead Su Qingyan in sweeping through the ferocious beasts. After learning that Jiang Li was in first place, Wang Hao became even more relentless, leading Su Qingyan in a frenzy of hunting. With his help, Su Qingyan's score surged rapidly. On a flat plain within the secret realm, a young man in a black jacket had just taken down several ferocious beasts, his expression nonchalant. Young Master Chen, the first place should be secured this time, right? A dark-skinned boy beside him asked excitedly. The boy in the jacket waved his fist confidently. Shouldn't be a problem. With my 8th-tier body refinement strength, I'm practically unstoppable among these candidates. This young man was none other than Chen Hua from the imperial capital First High. He possessed an S-level talent and hailed from the prestigious Chen family in the capital. With access to abundant resources, high-tier techniques, and a personal mentor designing his training plan, he had worked hard to achieve his powerful 8th-tier body refinement level. The dark-skinned boy beside him was Zhao Ping, a fellow student from the same school. Young Master Chen, I heard Wang Shua from the Wang family has already reached the 9th tier of body refinement. Do you think he might threaten your first place? Zhao Ping asked with some concern. Chen Hua let out a cold laugh. Wang Shua? That loser only reached the 9th tier because his father paid a grandmaster to infuse him with power. Sure, he's 9th tier now, but he doesn't have any real strength. That kind of power, gained through infusions, won't last more than 2 years. After that, breaking through to the warrior realm will be nearly impossible. By then, I might already be an innate martial master. Zhao Ping listened, sighing inwardly. This is the life of the elite, having top-tier experts infuse power into you. Young Master Chen, with your unparalleled talent and dedication, there's no way that loser Wang Shua can compare. Who knows, maybe you'll even become a grandmaster in 2 years. Zhao Ping added. Chen Hua felt pleased hearing this. Although Zhao Ping's words were a bit exaggerated, who wouldn't enjoy flattery? Zhao Ping was truly a great sidekick. Still, that little girl from Magic City First High is a bit of a threat. A flash of caution appeared in Chen Hua's eyes as a youthful girl's image surfaced in his mind. Hearing this, Zhao Ping seemed to recall something. Chen Hua was referring to Lan Ling, the genius girl from Magic City First High, who also possessed top-tier talent. Moreover, Lan Ling's father was the governor of Magic City. With abundant resources at her disposal, Lan Ling was known for her willful and domineering personality, fearing nothing. Never mind her for now. This secret realm is huge anyway. If given the chance, I'd love to face her in a fight. Chen Hua said, though in truth, he had no desire to encounter her. She's just a little girl. If she really goes up against you, young Master Chen, she'd surely be crushed. Zhao Ping chimed in with more flattery. Chen Hua didn't respond, instead continuing to hunt beasts with Zhao Ping in the secret realm. Young Master Chen, have you heard? Recently, there's been talk of a 16-year-old dual-path divine martial arts prodigy. Zhao Ping quickly spoke up, trying to lighten the mood. Chen Hua waved dismissively. That kind of news is obviously fake. A 16-year-old martial artist? Dual-path divine martial arts? Please. Those country bumpkins have no idea what it means to master martial arts fully. Zhao Ping, don't listen to those empty words anymore. A true warrior's most important trait is to stay grounded. Zhao Ping nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this. The notion of dual mastery in martial arts sounded like nothing but bragging. Real strength was far more reliable. The two continued their search within the secret realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive boulder came hurtling towards them from not far away. Chen Hua's pupils contracted as his fist lashed out with explosive force. Boom! His punch struck the boulder, shattering it into pieces. Fragments scattered across the plains. Zhao Ping's face turned pale with fear as he wondered, what on earth was that? Who's there? Chen Hua demanded in a deep voice. His shout echoed across the vast, open plain, sounding particularly loud in the silence. Hee, Chen Hua, what a surprise to run into you here. Truly an unexpected delight. Well then, why don't we settle whose number 1 right now? A crisp and ethereal voice rang out from not far away. A girl with twin ponytails and a face as delicate as a porcelain doll stood grinning mischievously at Chen Hua and Zhao Ping. Chen Hua fixed his gaze on the sweet-looking, petite girl in front of him, a headache building in his mind. Though he wasn't afraid of her, her astonishing strength was undeniably troublesome to deal with. At least during their current body refinement phase, she was nearly invincible. Lan Ling, I don't want to fight you. Let's not give others the chance to take advantage of us. We should focus on hunting those fierce beasts, Chen Hua said with a frown. Zhao Ping, standing beside him, was utterly shocked by Chen Hua's words. Chen Hua was actually backing down. Oomph, what's there to hesitate about? As long as I defeat you, I'll definitely be number one. Don't tell me you're actually scared. Lan Ling's eyes gleamed with sly intent as she taunted him. Chen Hua pressed his lips together, knowing full well that with Zhao Ping's help, they could secure first place by steadily hunting down the beasts. Lan Ling might be strong, but she was just one person. There was no way she could match their speed in taking down prey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Chen Hua hesitated, Lan Ling had already begun throwing massive boulders. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Hua smashed each incoming boulder with his fists, sending fragments flying in every direction. Lan Ling, don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you. Chen Hua shouted, anger bubbling up as Lan Ling persistently launched her attacks. Did she really think he was an easy target? Lan Ling waved her little fists and smirked. Come on, Chen Hua, stop hiding like a coward and fight me already. A flicker of fury flashed in Chen Hua's eyes. She really didn't know when to quit. She had the audacity to be this arrogant? He took a step forward, charging directly at Lan Ling. Lan Ling's dimples deepened as a cold smirk played on her lips. In the body refinement phase, I'm invincible. Bring it on. Boom. Lan Ling threw a punch that seemed to make the very air tremble. Chen Hua's eyelid twitched. He had already committed to the charge. There was no turning back. He had no choice but to meet her punch head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, and Chen Hua was sent flying backward by Lan Ling's overwhelming strength. Is that all you've got? Chen Hua, the so-called super genius of Imperial City First High? Can't even take one punch? You're pathetic. Lan Ling sneered, her voice dripping with derision. As she looked at the fallen Chen Hua, Zhao Ping stood frozen, his mind reeling. He had never expected the superstar of their school to be so easily dominated by a little girl. Chen Hua's body trembled slightly as he thought to himself, Lan Ling has crossed the line. Once I break through to the martial artist stage and gain yuan energy, I'll make sure to reclaim my dignity. Lan Ling's talent was of the strength-focused kind, making her nearly unbeatable in the body refinement phase. Even if Chen Hua advanced to the 9th or 10th level of refinement, victory against her was far from guaranteed. Lan Ling, don't get too cocky. Being ahead now doesn't mean anything, Chen Hua said in a low voice. Lan Ling snorted. Spare me the excuses. If you can't win, you can't win. Just get out of the secret realm already. Chen Hua glanced around. The open plains offered no place to hide. Not far away, Wang Hao watched the scene unfold and asked, is that Chen Hua and Lan Ling? Su Qingyan nodded. She had done her homework and was well-versed in the talents from various schools. So you're saying, if we take them out, we'll secure first and second place for sure? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hunting those fierce beasts was getting boring. Taking on the strongest competitors would be far more thrilling. Su Qingyan continued, they're both super geniuses with S-rank talents and extensive resources backing them. External assessment agencies all agree that the number one spot will definitely go to one of them. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Well, in that case, let's just let them duke it out. Hey, you lot. Time's almost up. Stop fooling around and get out of the secret realm. As Chen Hua hesitated over how to escape, a voice suddenly rang out. Lan Ling muttered under her breath, they can't possibly mean me, can they? Chen Hua, if you don't leave, I'll make you. Lan Ling ignored the voice and continued to threaten Chen Hua. Chen Hua paid her no mind, focusing instead on devising a plan. Smack! Out of nowhere, a powerful attack came hurtling toward Chen Hua. His heart raced, nearly leaping out of his chest in terror. Asterisk, what the hell is going on here? Asterisk, boom. Chen Hua was sent flying by Wang Hao's slap, losing consciousness mid-air. Immediately, a golden light enveloped him, transporting him out of the secret realm. Gulp! Zhao Ping swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. Who on earth is this guy? Chen Hua, a genius at the 8th level of body refinement, got taken out with a single slap. This was like something out of a cheat code. In the distance, Lan Ling blinked in surprise. Chen Hua got eliminated? Are you going to leave on your own, or should I help you? Wang Hao turned to Zhao Ping and asked. Zhao Ping, looking at Wang Hao with the stunning beauty by his side, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't recognize either of them, but Wang Hao seemed oddly familiar, like someone he'd seen before. His body trembled slightly. Big brother, no need to trouble yourself. I'll leave on my own. Wait. Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and interrupted. Zhao Ping almost burst into tears. Please, big brother, don't tell me you want to handle it yourself. How many points does Chen Hua have? Wang Hao asked directly. Zhao Ping let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a question. He immediately replied, young. Master Chen. Oh no, I mean Xinhua had nearly 200 points. Wang Hao smiled. Not over 200? Alright, no problem. You can go. Zhao Ping exhaled deeply, finally. Feeling safe. Staying here was far too dangerous. Without wasting another moment, he activated his token and was instantly transported away. Watching Zhao Ping disappear, Wang Hao smiled in satisfaction. Well, at least that guy was cooperative. Hey, you over there, what's your name again? How many points do you have? Wang Hao casually asked Lan Ling. Lan Ling, still stunned by Wang Hao's earlier display, was at a loss. Who is this guy? She quickly replied, Big brother, I have a name. It's Lan Ling. Wang Hao listened to her sweet, childlike voice, then glanced at her petite figure, which, strangely, had developed more than it should have. A true baby-faced lowly. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao forced himself to put on a serious expression. Listen, kid, don't try to cozy up to me. I'm not falling for it. Just tell me, how many points do you have? Standing nearby, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up as she watched Wang Hao's demeanor. Lan Ling pouted, looking pitiful. Big brother, my points are also under 200. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Looks like we're good here. Hold on, what if she's lying? Just now, I clearly saw this. Little Loli's fist almost flattened Xinhua. No, I'd better check. I should verify it with her token. Hand over your token. I need to check it, Wang Hao said decisively. Lan Ling widened her eyes, looking puzzled. Come closer, and I'll show you, she said pitifully. Su Qingyan observed the pitiful act from this so-called top-tier genius of Magic City First High and couldn't help but secretly wonder, this is the legendary prodigy? What a complete contrast in vibe. Smart choice, Wang Hao muttered, stepping closer to Lan Ling. A sly glint flashed in Lan Ling's eyes as the energy within her began to flow. She thought to herself, the moment you get close, I'll punch you into next week. Boom! Just as Wang Hao was about to reach her, Lan Ling struck first, throwing a heavy punch directly at him. Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. He had been expecting this. He casually threw a punch in return. Lan Ling's heart sank. It's over. Bang! The moment their fists collided, Lan Ling was sent flying by Wang Hao's punch. A golden light instantly enveloped her, and her body vanished from the secret realm. Not much of a fighter, huh? Wang Hao muttered under his breath, watching Lan Ling exit the realm. Afterward, Wang Hao and Su Qingyan continued searching for beasts within the secret realm. Wang Hao estimated that Lan Ling probably didn't have more than 800 points. Well, better to aim for a solid 1,000 just to be safe. At Magic City First High, the principal's heart sank as he watched Lan Ling get eliminated by Wang Hao's punch. Not even in the top 3. Is this still supposed to be a top-tier school? Staring at the ever-climbing scores of the top 2. On the leaderboard, the principal felt utterly numb. Meanwhile, the principal of Capital First High let out a sigh of relief. At least their school stayed in the top 3. Half a day later, the martial arts exam finally concluded. All students were transported out of the secret realm. The rankings were announced immediately. 1. Jianlin First High, Wang Hao, 3,400 points. 2. Jianlin First High, Su Qingyan, 1,001 points. 3. Capital First High, Xinhua, 198 points. 4. Magic City First High, Lan Ling, 196 points. 45. Tianshui First High, Su Huang, 51 points. 98. Tailin First High, 41 points. On the sports field of Jianlin First High, the principal was overjoyed to see the final rankings. Jianlin First High had taken the top 2 spots, history in the making. Fresh out of the secret realm, Wang Hao glanced at the rankings and couldn't help but beam with pride. As expected, he was number 1. That Lan Ling really hadn't lied, her points didn't even reach 200. Su Qingyan, seeing herself in second place, was in high spirits and smiled brightly. With the martial arts exam concluded, the leaderboard was officially revealed for all to see. The residents of Jianlin City weren't surprised. After all, a 16-year-old dual-path genius martial artist taking first place was expected. However, Wang Hao's score of over 3,000 points still shocked many. Killing thousands of Tier 1 beasts is no small feat. Even an average martial artist would take ages, not to mention finding them. In the secret realm, Wang Hao was simply too powerful. Meanwhile, outside of Jianlin City, the reaction was chaotic. Some shouted about rigging, others accused him of cheating, with a flood of skepticism and insults. Audiences from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital were especially furious. Jianlin High? A regular school dares to take the top 2 spots? Impossible. There's definitely something fishy. The top 3 should all come from us in the Imperial and Magic Capitals. No other place could possibly compete. At this moment, Wang Hao paid no attention to these rumors. After the exam ended, he declined all invitations and went straight back to his villa. In his private training room, Wang Hao consumed a vitality pill and began circulating his greenwood energy cultivation technique. His aura grew steadily stronger. In the Imperial Capital, within the Wang family estate, Inside an opulent room, a group of people in white coats was resetting the broken bones of a burly young man. The room echoed with cries of pain. Who dared to harm my son so viciously? A middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, listened to the wails with rage burning in his eyes. Master, it was Wang Hao, this year's martial arts exam champion, an assistant reported respectfully. Wang Hao? Who's that? I've never heard of him. Wang Xiong frowned. As the head of the Wang family, he rarely concerned himself with trivial matters like the martial arts exam. However, he had heard of exceptional talents like Chen Huav, the Chun family, and Lan Ling from the magic capital. While he didn't know much about them, their names were familiar. Many people were convinced that one of the two would take the championship this year. So who was this Wang Hao? Where did he suddenly come from? And he even injured his son like this. Clearly, he had no regard for his own life. Master, Wang Hao's background is highly mysterious. All his records are heavily encrypted. All we know is that he's the champion of Jianlin City's martial arts exam, a 16-year-old martial genius. There's even talk online that he's already mastered dual-path divine martial arts, the assistant continued. Highly encrypted? Wang Xiong's brow furrowed deeper. Only individuals with extremely secretive backgrounds would be protected to such an extent. This Wang Hao. I don't care how skilled or mysterious he is. Right now, I just want him dead. Is there any way to make that happen? Wang Xiong said coldly. A chilling aura erupted from Wang Xiong, filling the room. The assistant felt as though he'd been caught in a violent storm. Was this the power of a grandmaster? Just his anger alone made the entire space feel oppressive. Master, Wang Hao cannot be touched for now. As the martial arts exam champion, he's under the spotlight of many powerful figures, the assistant reminded. Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. The martial arts champion? Fine, I'll let you live a few more days. The next morning, the first place rewards for the martial arts exam were distributed, 10 million star coins and a C-rank martial art. Wang Hao had already chosen his reward. He felt he needed a body refinement martial art at this stage. Although the diamond technique *** was impressive, it was only E-rank. Even at its peak, it could barely rival a standard D-rank martial art, not nearly worthy of his current level of power. Thunder. Body refinement technique, C-rank martial art, an extremely domineering body refinement method. Extremely difficult to cultivate and requires the power of thunder to succeed. ***. Looking at the description of the technique, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Despite being a C-rank technique, it could rival standard B-rank martial arts. Once mastered, it would allow the body to produce a thunderous force on its surface, bold and awe-inspiring. Requires the power of thunder for practice? Wang Hao's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a solution. He could use a special training chamber to cultivate. Special training chambers could adjust the environment based on needs, providing various elemental forces, be it thunder, fire, or ice. Everything was available, though the cost was steep. A thunder training chamber, for instance, cost 500,000 star coins per day. Many people balked at such a price and gave up immediately. But Wang Hao didn't care about the expense. After all, he wasn't short on star coins at the moment. Moreover, mastering the technique would significantly boost his strength, giving him a greater sense of security. Wang Hao quickly made up his mind. With the thunder body refinement technique *** in hand, he left his villa, heading to the city center's special training facility. As soon as he stepped outside, Chen Xuan was already waiting for him in a car at the gate. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao arrived at his destination, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Wow, isn't that Wang Hao? He ran into him. It's really Wang Hao, the martial examination champion. I didn't expect him to come here to train. This is Jianlin City's 16-year-old martial arts genius. He's outshone both the imperial capital and the magic capital. Truly incredible. I wish I could be that strong. Wang Hao, I love you. I want to have your babies. Hearing the enthusiastic shouts from the crowd around him, Wang Hao felt a bit drained. No matter where he went, someone would recognize him. Ever since he demonstrated his dual mastery in divine martial arts at the Martial Alliance, his fame in Jianlin City had skyrocketed. Even going to the supermarket to buy groceries, he couldn't avoid being recognized. Outside, it was even worse. Wang Hao had essentially become the city's poster boy. After clinching the title of martial examination champion, his reputation soared even higher. Being a genius sometimes came with its own set of troubles, Wang Hao thought to himself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Hao entered the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. The staff members, upon seeing him, lit up with excitement and quickly helped him with the necessary procedures. As he waited, a man in a suit walked out from near the elevator and approached him directly. Mr. Wang Hao, I'm the manager of the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. The chairman would like to have a word with you. Are you available now? The suited man asked respectfully. Wang Hao blinked. He had only come here to use the specialized training rooms. How did this suddenly involve the chairman? Oh well, he thought, it's not like I have anything better to do while waiting. Might as well meet him. Lead the way, Wang Hao said, taking a deep breath. The manager, beaming, escorted Wang Hao to the elevator. Before long, Wang Hao reached his destination. Knock, 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 the manager gently knocked on the door. Chairman, Mr. Wang Hao has arrived. A voice from inside called out, come in. The manager led Wang Hao into the room. The office was simply decorated. So, you're the martial examination champion of Jianlin City, Wang Hao, correct? I'm Jun Yan, the chairman of the Limitless Martial Arts Hall, said a slightly chubby middle-aged man. Wang Hao nodded and asked, that's right. Chairman Zhu, what can I do for you? Jun Yan gestured for him to sit down and poured him a cup of premium tea. As Wang Hao observed this imposing yet approachable man, he found the whole situation a bit surreal. It's just a martial examination champion, why all this attention? Mr. Wang Hao, we would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for the Limitless Martial Arts Hall, Jun Yan said directly. Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Be their spokesperson? You've got to be kidding me. There are so many geniuses and masters out there, why pick me, a mere junior martial artist? Noticing Wang Hao's shock, Jun Yan smiled and said, Mr. Wang Hao, I mean it. With your talent and potential, becoming a grandmaster is inevitable, and you even have a good chance of becoming a martial saint. Our decision to sign you was made after careful consideration. Wang Hao took the teacup, blinked, and thought to himself, a martial saint? That's a given. What would I gain from being your spokesperson? And what would I have to do? Wang Hao asked, taking a deep breath. The Limitless Martial Arts Hall wasn't a small establishment, it was renowned throughout the country, with branches in cities nationwide. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Jun Yan's eyes. Truly a genius martial artist, he gets right to the point with his questions. As long as Mr. Wang Hao agrees to be our spokesperson, you'll have free access to all the training rooms in the Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Additionally, we'll pay you an annual endorsement fee of 30 million star coins, Jun Yan stated. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Free access to all training rooms? That was an incredible opportunity. He knew the Limitless Martial Arts Hall had many specialized training rooms, all with exorbitant costs, especially those rooms brimming with vital energy, which could significantly speed up training compared to normal environments. And on top of that, 30 million star coins, a massive sum of money. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and asked, what exactly would I need to do? Jun Yan smiled calmly and said, we would use your image for promotional materials and signage for Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Additionally, you would need to agree not to endorse any other martial arts halls. Hearing this, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating in his mind. The terms were reasonable, nothing too restrictive. I accept. I'll have my assistant contact you to handle the details, Wang Hao said. Jun Yan's eyes gleamed with delight, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He then respectfully escorted Wang Hao out of the office. After leaving, Wang Hao immediately used his communicator to contact Chen Xuan, instructing him to head to the Limitless Martial Arts Hall to finalize the endorsement arrangements. Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Thunder Training Room. Wang Hao stood in the empty chamber, surrounded by an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down his spine. The floor seemed specially crafted, icy cold to the touch. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk above, dark clouds roiled, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Following the instructions of the thunder body refinement technique in his mind, Wang Hao began absorbing the wild lightning elements around him. The electricity coursed through his body, causing a slight tingling pain. He trembled slightly, quickly activating the thunder body refining art within him. Absorb the power of thunder with all your might. Wang Hao shouted loudly. As soon as his words fell, the thunderlight in dark clouds above the room suddenly grew thicker. The air filled with a frenzy of electric energy. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and the thunder body refining art within him began to greedily absorb the surrounding lightning elements. Waves of intense pain spread through his body. He felt a faint trace of power emerge within him. This power was weak, like a fragile thread that could vanish at any moment. Even at 100 times the speed of cultivation, it's still this slow, Wang Hao muttered under his breath as he eyed the faint energy within him. More thunder power. Intensify it, he gritted his teeth and shouted forcefully. Boom! The lightning elements in the air nearly solidified. Thunderbolts flickered across the ceiling, radiating an aura of overwhelming dread. As the lightning elements increased, Wang Hao's absorption speed accelerated as well. 3 hours later, frowny face ding. Congratulations to the host. Thunder Body Refining Art, C-Rank Martial Technique, has reached the entry level. Vitality plus 10. Finally, he had reached the entry level. And this body refining technique directly increased his vitality by 10 points. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He opened his stats sheet and silently recited frowny face name, Wang Hao, talent, 100-fold speed physique, SSS, void shadow, S-rank, realm, postnatal stage, third heaven, techniques, vitality. Greenwood art, skills, blade momentum, minor achievement, boosts blade power by 80%, martial arts, falling cloud palm, F-rank, mastery, gale blade technique. rank, mastery, ethereal step, rank, perfect, heavenly edge slash, rank, mastery, diamond art, rank, mastery, shadow demon step, rank, proficient, ninefold blade technique, rank, proficient, thunder fist, rank, proficient, thunder body refining art, rank, entry level, vitality, 170, soul. 2. Time until next replication, 29 days. As expected, his vitality had increased by 10 points. Feeling the newfound strength within his body, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel elated. It seemed his choice to cultivate the thunder body refining art was the right one. Not his meridians ached slightly, a clear sign that this technique couldn't be practiced for extended periods. His instincts told him that pushing further could lead to injury. Deactivate the thunder power. Wang Hao called out loudly. The room instantly returned to calm as the lightning energy dissipated in a flash. This specialized training chamber was truly remarkable. Thunder body refining art. Wang Hao activated the technique again, and the latent thunder energy within him surfaced on his skin. He clenched his fist, feeling his strength surge dramatically. Boom! He swung his thunder-imbued fist forward with force. The air crackled with a sizzling sound, followed by a loud explosion. Testing his other attributes, he discovered that activating the thunder body refining art increased his damage output by nearly 50%. This was only at the entry level, yet the power was already so formidable. Afterward, Wang Hao switched to a different training room to begin practicing the martial arts techniques he had acquired from an assassin. In the days that followed, Wang Hao devoted himself tirelessly to training at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The promised 30 million star coins from the hall had also been credited to his account, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about money in the short term. With the endorsement fee in hand, Wang Hao began using energy pills at an astonishing rate, consuming 20 per day. This meant he was spending a whopping 2 million star coins daily on just the pills. Not to mention, he was using the highest grade energy cultivation rooms. Any innate martial master witnessing this would be left speechless. This wasn't cultivation, it was outright burning money. Jianglin City, Azura Hall branch. In a VIP room, an elderly man with white hair was conversing with a middle-aged man. Hallmaster Shin, the task I entrusted to your Azura Hall failed, and you're completely unfazed, the white-haired elder asked coldly. The middle-aged man snorted. Wang Hao's strength is nothing like what you described. You claimed he lacked combat experience, a mere novice. Yet we lost a genius assassin from our branch because of him. The white-haired elder's gaze turned icy. How was I supposed to know your assassin was so incompetent, unable to handle a mere beginner? Incompetent? He was one of the top assassins of our branch. Incompetent? Do you even know what a top assassin means? Shin Chang roared furiously. Chun Hong, let me make this clear, there will be no refunds. Even if you take this to our main hall master, you can forget about getting your money back. Shen Chang added firmly. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Who said I wanted a refund? Chen Hong replied coldly. Shen Chang stared at the expressionless elder, his brow furrowed. What was this old man plotting? I want to hire more assassins to kill Wang Hao. Chen Hong declared in a chilling tone. Shen Chang laughed mockingly. Kill Wang Hao? You must be insane. Do you even realize how many eyes are on him right now? Killing him? Keep dreaming. Chen Hong seemed to have anticipated Shen Chang's reaction. Ever since Wang Hao gained fame as the martial examination champion, his reputation had reached its peak. Adding to that, being a member of the Tianwu Society made assassinating him nearly an impossible task. Can't you at least hear the price I'm offering? A cold glint flashed in Chen Hong's eyes as he spoke icily. Shen Chang scoffed. This isn't about money, Chen Hong. Do you have any idea how many people are watching Wang Hao right now? After the failed assassination attempt on Wang Hao, Shen Chang immediately conducted an investigation. He discovered that Wang Hao's information was heavily encrypted and protected. Moreover, Wang Hao was surrounded by hidden experts who were secretly safeguarding him. Killing Wang Hao was no less difficult than killing a grandmaster. In fact, in certain ways, assassinating Wang Hao was even harder than assassinating a grandmaster. A soul-refining martial art, Chen Hong said calmly. The moment those words left Chen Hong's mouth, the atmosphere in the room froze. A soul-refining martial art? Shin Chang abruptly stood up, exclaiming in shock. His expression turned abnormally excited. Soul-refining martial arts were extremely valuable, with starting prices in the billions of star coins. They couldn't even be measured by ordinary currency. The lowest grade of a soul-refining martial art was S-level. Shin Chang recalled that during the last Imperial Capital auction, even a standard S-level martial art sold for 2 billion star coins. And that was just an ordinary S-level technique, let alone a soul-refining martial art. Even if its price were set at 10 billion, it would undoubtedly be hotly contested. Are you serious? Shin Chang locked his gaze on Chen Hong, eyes brimming with desire. Acquiring even a single soul-refining martial art would be an extraordinary fortune, Chen Hong sneered. Didn't you just say that price wasn't the main issue, Shin Chang? Shen Chang squinted slightly. Was this old man toying with him? The soul-refining martial art is real, but it's only half of it, Chen Hong added coldly. Shin Chang furrowed his brows but quickly regained his fervent expression. Even half a soul-refining martial art was far superior to an ordinary S-level martial art. I need to see the soul-refining martial art first, Shin Chang said urgently. You tell me first, can you kill Wang Hao or not? Chen Hong ignored his demand and shot back with a question. Shin Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, as though he had thought of something. He finally spoke. Since Wang Hao ranked first, he must have gone to the Imperial Martial Academy. Besides, his cultivation level is only at the early Hotian stage. 10 days later. In a vital energy training chamber. Inside the chamber, a young man sat cross-legged. Beside him were countless small bottles piled up like a mound. The surrounding vital energy, like filings to a magnet, was being absorbed entirely into Wang Hao's body. The energy had almost solidified into a tangible form. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the young man, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th stage of the Hotian realm. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Finally, a breakthrough. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. A week ago, he had just broken through to the 4th stage of the Hotian realm. Seeing that he still had plenty of star coins left, he decided to continue cultivating. He hadn't expected advancing to the 5th stage to be so challenging. After breaking through the 4th stage, he had to consume 40 vital energy pills a day. This 100x cultivation speed was no joke. He could even fully absorb all 40 pills every day. Wang Hao dedicated 4 hours to martial arts training, 3 hours to practicing the thunder body refining technique and 1 hour to other martial arts. The rest of his time was entirely devoted to cultivating his technique. These 10 days had been the period of fastest growth in Wang Hao's power since he came to this world. Advancing 2 realms in 10 days, just the thought was astonishing. But the cost was equally enormous. His 30 million endorsement fee was nearly depleted. Now, he had just over 10 million star coins remaining. Spend fast, enjoy the thrill. Then realize it's all gone. Wang Hao looked at the mountain of empty medicine bottles and let out a deep sigh. He had thought several million would last a long time, but it had vanished in the blink of an eye. Opening his attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited frowny face name, Wang Hao, innate abilities, divine speed physique. SSS, Void Shadow, S, Realm, 5th stage of Hotian Realm, techniques, Azure Wood Chi technique, skills, Blade Momentum, minor achievement, increases blade power by 80%, fist momentum, beginner, increases fist power by 50%, martial arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F level, mastered, wind splitting blade art. E level, mastered, ethereal footwork, E level, perfected, heavenly origin blade, E level, mastered, Vajra technique, E level, mastered, shadow demon steps. C level, proficient, ninefold blade art, C level, proficient, thunderbolt fist, C level, perfected, thunder body refining technique, C level, proficient. Shadow blade technique, D level, skilled, chi and blood, 320, soul, 2, time until next copying ability, 19 days. Looking at his attribute panel, Wang Hao felt a rush of exhilaration. His chi and blood had reached 320, which meant his physical strength now equaled 32,000 kilograms. The thunder body refining technique had reached the proficient level, and when activated, its power even made Wang Hao feel terrifying. However, the shadow blade technique was still only at the skilled level. Among the other grade C martial techniques, only Thunder Strike Fist had reached the state of perfection, while the others remained unbroken barriers. Wang Hao had also grasped the essence of the fist technique, leaving him somewhat speechless. Was he truly destined to master fist arts? He pondered over this question seriously. Forget it, he thought to himself. For now, continuing to train won't yield much improvement in the short term. Wang Hao opened his communicator. It was already brimming with messages, spam ads, invitations from classmates, and blessings from friends. Even Master Guan from the Tianwu Association had sent him a congratulatory message. What surprised Wang Hao the most was that Su Xinghe had also sent him a message of congratulations. Additionally, several stunning young women had proactively sent him gorgeous photos. Ever since Wang Hao had gained fame, many bold and beautiful girls had approached him, hoping to get closer. But Wang Hao had turned down every single one of them. This one's got a great figure, those long legs are really attractive, and those eyes mesmerizing, Wang Hao muttered as he scrolled through the photos of these beautiful women, critiquing them one by one. After a while, he snapped out of it. These temptations were clearly a distraction. I can't keep looking at these. Half an hour later. But those black stockings. Quite alluring. Reluctantly, Wang Hao shut off the messages and saved these sinful photos into a private folder. Beep beep, beep. Just as he was about to turn off the communicator, it buzzed again. Wang Hao, you're so busy these days. The martial arts exam is over, and you haven't even returned to school. Tomorrow's the deadline for college applications. Are you still planning to attend university? The principal's voice rang in Wang Hao's ears, tinged with concern. Of course I am. I'll definitely be at school tomorrow. Don't worry, principal. Wang Hao replied with a smile. At Jianglin No. 1 High School, in the principal's office. On the other end of the line, the principal's tone was critical, but his face was full of joy. The past 10 days had been the highlight of his career. Universities were lining up to contact him, hoping he could ask Wang Hao if he wanted to attend their schools. Even if Wang Hao wasn't planning to enroll, they were willing to let him be an honorary student. The conditions they offered were incredibly enticing. And if that wasn't enough, other high schools were reaching out, asking the principal for advice on how to cultivate such an outstanding student. After chatting briefly, the principal hung up. A principal, the headmaster of Hanyun No. 1 High School, just called. They're asking if you'd be willing to give a lecture at their school. They're offering a 3-million star coin speaking fee, the assistant said as he entered the room. The principal chuckled and shook his head. Hanyun No. 1? That's just some no-name school. Only 3 million? So stingy. Not worth my time. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. Today was the day to submit his college applications, marking the official end of his high school journey. He recalled what the principal had said the day before, feeling a strange sense of emotion. He was only 16 years old, still just a student, yet he was already a 5th-level post-heaven realm martial artist. While his classmates were still struggling around the 4th or 5th level of body refinement, he had far surpassed them. Even the genius Su Qinyan had only just reached the 7th level of body refinement. As for his true combat strength, honestly, Wang Hao himself wasn't even sure how powerful he had become. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that the road ahead was long and that this was only the beginning. Afterward, Wang Hao hopped into Chen Xuan's luxury car, heading straight for school. Chen Xuan glanced at Wang Hao sitting beside him, his eyes filled with admiration. Yes, admiration. When he first got to know Wang Hao, Chen Xuan had thought of him as merely a gifted teenager and had felt envy. But after spending time together, that envy transformed into genuine respect. In Chen Xuan's eyes, Wang Hao was a young man, entirely dedicated to martial arts. Every day was spent in training. He never attended parties, indulged in youthful pleasures, or wasted money extravagantly. To put it simply, aside from cultivation, he had no other pursuits. On rare occasions, when he took a break, it was only to accompany his little sister grocery shopping. Since taking up the endorsement for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao's training had become even more intense. He practically lived in the cultivation chamber. Chen Xuan had never seen anyone as relentless as Wang Hao. Though Wang Hao's life appeared glamorous on the surface, behind it lay an unimaginable level of effort. Chen Xuan couldn't help but wonder, if he had had a friend like Wang Hao back in the day, how different his own life might have been. Unaware of Chen Xuan's thoughts, Wang Hao sat quietly. Not long after, the car pulled up to Jianglin No. 1 High School. The gate guards, recognizing the car's license plate, waved them through without hesitation. After stepping out of the car, Wang Hao walked into the campus alone. Many students greeted him enthusiastically as he passed by. Without any airs, Wang Hao greeted them back one by one. That's Wang Hao, the number 1 prodigy of Jianglin City, no, of all of China now. Do you even need to say it? Wang Hao's genius is already widely acknowledged. But come on, the number 1 in all of China? He was the number 1 genius on the entire blue planet, bro. If you hadn't said it so quickly, I almost couldn't hold back. Wang Hao, the eternal legend. Happy face. +1. After Wang Hao's soul power reached level 2, his sensory abilities improved exponentially. He could clearly hear the chatter from afar. These classmates are so adorable, he thought. Keep talking. He strolled toward the principal's office. The campus environment was fresh and beautiful, and the innocence of his classmates around him brightened his mood. A few minutes later, he arrived at the principal's office. The principal was making tea. Wang Hao, what are you up to? I've been waiting for you forever, the principal said with a laugh as he stood up to greet him. Wang Hao grinned. Hee, I won't be late next time. The principal exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Wang Hao, you've brought immense honor to our school. This old man doesn't have much to offer you, but take this spatial ring. And this blood spirit warblade. It's the weapon I used back in the days on the demon battlefield. It's no use to me now, so it's all yours. The principal's face was full of pride as he handed Wang Hao the ring and the blade. Looking at the blade, shining with a cold gleam, and the ancient-looking ring beside it, Wang Hao hesitated. These are too valuable, principal. I can't accept them. When an elder gives you something, you don't refuse. If I'm giving it to you, you take it. The principal's expression turned serious. His tone resolute. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao accepted the ring and the blade with both hands. Principal, I won't let this blade down. It will surely be soaked with the blood of demons. Good, good, good. Heroes are always among the young. The future of the world belongs to you all. One day, demons will be eradicated by your generation. The principal laughed heartily. Hearing these words, Wang Hao felt a surge of hot blood coursing through his veins. The demons were powerful, and the war between humans and demons had lasted for thousands of years, making them sworn enemies. Hatred for the demons was already etched into his very blood. Wang Hao understood that the excellent cultivation environment he now enjoyed was built on the silent sacrifices of the pioneers who came before him, who shouldered the heavy burdens and paved the way. Wang Hao, you're the most talented young man I've ever met. One day, you might stand at the pinnacle of martial power. But you must understand, this world is more dangerous than it seems. No matter what, always keep a trump card to protect yourself. That's the only advice this old man can give you. The principal spoke earnestly. Wang Hao felt a lump in his throat, his voice slightly choked as he replied, Principal, I'll remember. I won't fail. You. Though the principal looked no older than his 40s, his aura carried a sense of weariness. Wang Hao didn't know what the principal had been through, but he was sure it was related to the demons. One day, he vowed to eradicate the demons and restore peace to this world. After a few more words of advice, the principal finally let Wang Hao go. Watching Wang Hao leave, the principal's face was filled with a comforting smile. With young men like him, what is there to fear from the demons? Stepping out of the principal's office, Wang Hao began examining the blood spirit warblade in his hands. The blade exuded an icy aura, chilling to the bone. What a fine weapon! Though Wang Hao didn't know much about blades, he could sense the toughness and spirit of this blade. It was no ordinary item. He stored the blood spirit warblade inside the spatial ring. At that moment, he noticed a small package inside the ring. Opening it, he found it contained the Tao comprehension tea that the principal had brewed for him last time. Holding the small package of tea leaves, Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart. That old man, always so understated when giving things, it really touched him. After the last martial exam, Wang Hao had looked up information about Tao comprehension tea. This particular tea was harvested only from the Tao tree, with just a few ounces worth millions of star coins. The tea leaves, as if still carrying the warmth of the principal's care, strengthened the resolve in Wang Hao's eyes. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Hao headed straight for his classroom. The principal had just informed him that admissions officers from 4 top-tier academies were waiting for him. As soon as he reached the doorway of the classroom, Wang Hao saw the 4 representatives from the elite schools standing there. They had already been notified by the principal and knew that Wang Hao would be at the school today. The students in the classroom stared curiously at the prestigious admissions officers. They're here for Wang Hao. He's amazing. While we're all agonizing over which schools to apply to, he doesn't even have to lift a finger. Top schools are coming to him. Yeah, when you compare yourself to him, it's hard not to feel envious. If you had Wang Hao's talent, they'd come looking for you too. I'm ranked over 100,000. I'm not even sure I can get into a decent martial academy. I wonder which school Wang Hao will choose. He's the first national martial exam champion from Jianlin City. His fame is incredible. The classroom buzzed with chatter, everyone eager to know which school Wang Hao would ultimately choose. Before long, Wang Hao stepped into the classroom. Die in the distance, for middle-aged men with eager expressions stood at the entrance. These are the admission officers of the 4 great academies? Are they always this enthusiastic? Seeing their expectant gazes, Wang Hao felt a bit nervous. The 4 teachers immediately strode over to Wang Hao with warm smiles. Good morning, teachers. Wang Hao greeted them politely. Teacher Zhang Bin from Star Academy nodded with satisfaction. As expected of this year's top scorer in the martial arts exam, your aura is steady, and your foundation is solid. Jiang Hong, a teacher from Magic Martial Academy clad in a deep gray suit, followed up. Wang Hao, I'm a teacher from Magic Martial Academy. I hope you'll consider joining us. We are the top school in Huadhua and will never let your talents go to waste. In the hallway outside the classroom, many students watched curiously as Wang Hao interacted with the teachers. Wang Hao, let's head to the office next door to talk, suggested teacher Lu Su from Imperial Martial Academy. Teacher He Luan from Skyfire Academy nodded in agreement. It was indeed inconvenient to have such an important discussion in a crowded hallway. The group of teachers led Wang Hao into the office next door. Each academy presented generous offers, competing to have Wang Hao enroll. Star Academy even promised full tuition coverage and substantial subsidies for cultivation resources. Skyfire Academy offered similar terms. Jiang Hong from Magic Martial Academy then said, Wang Hao, if you join our academy, not only will your tuition be fully covered, but you'll also be granted 1 session per month in the energy pool for cultivation. This proposal left the other teachers in shock. The energy pool, a special cultivation resource formed from condensed energy liquid, allows training speeds at least 10 times faster than ordinary cultivation rooms. However, energy pool resources are exceedingly scarce and are typically reserved for innate martial masters and grandmasters. For an ordinary martial artist like Wang Hao to access such a privilege, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. 10 times the training speed, combined with his own acceleration ability, could potentially result in a 100-fold efficiency boost? The thought made him feel a surge of excitement. Star Academy and Skyfire Academy teachers appeared somewhat resigned upon hearing this offer. Such privileges were beyond their capacity to provide. This was the strength of Magic Martial Academy. Teacher Lu Su from Imperial Martial Academy then spoke up. Wang Hao, if you join Imperial Martial Academy, you can directly enter our Divine Martial class. As long as your talent and strength are sufficient, you'll have access to all the resources you desire, including cultivation sessions in the energy pool and even opportunities to train in the Divine Dao realm. The Divine Martial class. The Magic Martial Academy teacher looked at Lu Su in shock. This was an outright shortcut for Wang Hao, an extraordinary gesture. The Divine Martial class is Imperial Martial Academy's elite martial arts program, exclusively for the most gifted prodigies. Even top-tier talents like Chun Hua from Imperial City High School and Lan Ling from Magic Martial High School could not compare to the students in the Divine Martial class. Moreover, the minimum requirement for Divine Martial class students is the peak level of the Hotian stage, with S-grade talent as the baseline. The Divine Martial class boasts the best cultivation environment at Imperial Martial Academy, hosting monthly ranking competitions. The higher one's rank, the more cultivation resources they receive. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a flicker of interest. The Divine Martial class? The universities in this world were completely different from those in his previous life. Martial academies had extremely stringent graduation requirements. For instance, at Imperial Martial Academy, only those who reach the Xiantian stage are eligible to graduate. Different academies have varying standards. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao decided to join Imperial Martial Academy. The Divine Martial class was filled with top-tier prodigies, and he was eager to see such talent firsthand. It would also make it easier to replicate their abilities. Wang Hao then informed the teachers of his decision. Though the other academy teachers were disappointed, they still offered him words of encouragement. He promptly began the enrollment process. With the teachers from Imperial Martial Academy, Wang Hao has decided to attend Imperial Martial Academy. I knew it. Of course, he'd choose Imperial Martial Academy, it's the top school in Huagua. If only I could go there too. Imperial Martial Academy is incredible. The news of Wang Hao's decision quickly spread throughout the campus. On a street within the school grounds, a stunning young girl in a floral dress appeared. Her skin was fair and delicate, glowing like pearls shimmering in the air. She had a well-proportioned figure, exuding youthful vitality. Imperial Martial Academy, huh? Then I'll go there too. The girl's lips curved into a radiant smile. At Imperial City High School, in a quiet, fragrant pavilion, a handsome young man stared at the message on his phone. So, Wang Hao is going to Imperial Martial Academy? Heh, good. We'll see each other there. I promise to give you a surprise when the time comes. Chen Hua gripped his phone tightly, his gaze resolute. Crack, the phone seemed to shatter. Under the force of his grip, damn it. Wang Hao, it's all your fault, Chen Hua muttered incessantly, staring at the shattered pieces of his phone in his hand. The governor's mansion in Magic City, inside a luxuriously decorated room. A girl dressed in a long-sleeved dress with white stockings on her legs pouted, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Linger, I've received news that Wang Hao has decided to enroll at the Imperial Martial Academy. A middle-aged man in the room spoke. Humph, that damn Wang Hao. How dare he treat me so harshly? I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Lan Ling gritted her teeth as she spoke, her frustration evident. Thinking back to that day in the secret realm, when she was actually countered and defeated, Lan Ling felt deeply aggrieved. She was always the one overwhelming others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to step on her? Such an adorable girl, and he didn't even feel a shred of pity. I'll break through as a martial artist and become stronger than him. Once school starts, I'll defeat him fair and square. Lan Ling declared to her father, Lan Shang. Lan Shang's face twitched slightly at her words. Defeat Wang Hao. He had already looked into Wang Hao. That dual-path genius of divine martial arts wasn't going to be easy to beat. Moreover, Wang Hao had joined the Celestial Martial Society. With his talent, he was bound to become a powerhouse. Linger, what you're asking might not be possible. You know Wang Hao's talent. Lan Shang said hesitantly, I don't care. I'm going to defeat Wang Hao. Lan Ling tossed and turned on the bed, shouting loudly. Lan Shang spent quite a while trying to comfort her, but Lan Ling just wouldn't stop throwing a tantrum. Linger, you don't necessarily have to defeat Wang Hao yourself. The Imperial Martial Academy has many extraordinary talents. Isn't your cousin a student in the Divine Martial class? You can have him put Wang Hao in his place. Lan Shang suddenly came up with an idea and suggested it. Lan Ling's expression improved slightly upon hearing that. Fine, let my cousin deal with you for now. Once I get stronger, I'll take care of you myself. After finalizing his school choice, Wang Hao left the campus directly. Once he was gone, he returned to the Extreme Martial Hall to continue training and boosting his strength. 3 days later, inside the Vital Energy training room of the Extreme Martial Hall, Wang Hao kept consuming vitality pills, with the energy within them surging through his body. A faint azure energy slowly enveloped him, flowing endlessly. He could feel the sixth cloud mark of the energy seed within him, still faint and undefined. Wang Hao felt disheartened. It was too difficult. He glanced at the scattered vitality pill bottles all over the ground. A slight melancholy washed over him. In just 3 days, Wang Hao had absorbed over 100 vitality pills. causing his wallet of star coins to take a massive hit. This wasn't cultivation, it was pure money burning. Outrageous. Wang Hao sighed deeply, and now he was almost out of star coins. What remained wasn't enough for him to rapidly advance his strength. There was still a long wait until school started. If he could get into the divine martial class, he might have access to more training resources. He wondered how effective the vitality pool and enlightenment realm training would be. Oh, right, the principal had given him some enlightenment tea last time. He should see if it's useful. Over the past few days, he had also made time to train in other martial arts techniques. But the progress wasn't as fast as with the E- and F grade techniques. After all, higher-tier martial arts were far more challenging than lower-tier ones. Then, Wang Hao pulled out the enlightenment tea leaves the principal had given him. Carefully, he brewed a cup. He estimated that the amount of tea leaves he had would make about 3 cups. This was a treasure, it had to be used sparingly. Enlightenment tea could aid in B-grade or even A-grade martial arts. Using it now for C-grade techniques was already considered extravagant. I hope this doesn't disappoint me, Wang Hao murmured to himself, staring at the lightly fragrant tea. Then, he drank it in one gulp, **** ding. Congratulations, host. C-grade martial art Thunder Body Refining Technique has broken through to perfection. Vitality plus 30****. Not long after, the system notification echoed. Lightning energy flickered across Wang Hao's body, making him look like the god of thunder himself. The effects were astonishingly fast. Wang Hao reveled in the surge of powerful lightning energy coursing through him, feeling particularly elated. On second thought, he decided to use up the rest of the enlightenment tea. No matter how valuable it was, it wouldn't help if it wasn't converted into strength. Wang Hao grabbed the remaining tea leaves. Gulp! Gulp! He downed 2 more cups of tea in one go, **** ding. Congratulations, host. C-grade martial art ninefold blade technique has broken through to perfection. Ding. Congratulations, host. D-grade martial art shadow blade technique has advanced to proficient level. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fist momentum has advanced to minor success, increasing fist technique power by 80%, **** satisfaction. The flood of notifications lifted Wang Hao's spirits immensely. A surge of overwhelming dominance welled up within him. This aura seemed capable of suppressing the entire space around him. He opened his attribute panel, silently observing: name, Wang Hao, talent, divine speed body, SSS-level, void shadow, S-level, realm, postnatal 5th. Stage, technique, Greenwood Chi creation manual, skills, blade momentum, minor mastery, 80% enhancement in blade techniques, fist momentum, minor mastery, 80% enhancement in fist techniques, martial arts, falling cloud palm, F-level. Transcendent, wind slicing blade technique, E-level, transcendent, ethereal step, E-level, perfected, heavenly origin / E-level, transcendent, diamond manual, E-level, transcendent, shadow demon step, C-level, proficient, ninefold blade. Technique, C-level, perfected, thunderbolt fist, C-level, perfected, thunder refinement body manual, C-level, perfected, shadow blade technique, D-level, proficient, chi and blood, 350, soul, 2, time until next replication, 16 days. Possessing 3 C-level martial arts at the perfected stage, Wang Hao clenched his fists as an overwhelming power surged within him. He thought to himself, if he activated the thunder refinement body manual right now, even a top-tier expert at the higher stages of the postnatal realm would find it hard to withstand this force. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Wang Hao's terminal blared with an alarm. He quickly retracted his chi and opened the terminal. On the screen appeared the image of Master Guan. Wang Hao, are you sure you want to take on a mission right now? Master Guan asked hesitantly. Wang Hao nodded firmly. I feel that solely relying on cultivation isn't enough. Without real combat experience, growth will be too slow. Honestly, I've run out of money to further enhance my abilities, Wang Hao thought helplessly. Master Guan looked at the focused young man in front of him and couldn't help but silently grumble. You're progressing way too fast. Even through the screen, Master Guan could sense the faint oppressive aura radiating from Wang Hao. Has this kid gotten stronger again? It's only been a few days. It's like he's on cheat mode or something. Never mind, geniuses have their own rhythm. Let's assign him a suitable mission. After some contemplation, Master Guan found a mission that was both fitting for Wang Hao and good for combat training. There's a team mission to gather purple star grass. Each stalk can sell for 1 million star coins, and there's no limit to how many you can collect. Completing the mission also earns you 1,000 contribution points, Master Guan explained. Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the mention of purple star grass. He knew it was a crucial ingredient for making chi elixirs. Alright, I'll take this mission, Wang Hao readily agreed. The amount of star coins didn't matter much, what mattered was contributing to the Tianwu Guild, Wang Hao thought to himself. Master Guan then explained the details of the mission. Purple star grass could only be found at the edge of Nebula Mountain in Jianglin City. Nebula Mountain was rife with ferocious beasts and extremely dangerous. After giving his instructions, Master Guan sent the mission details to Wang Hao. Wang Hao opened his terminal and accepted the mission without hesitation. Wang Hao, completing the mission isn't the most important thing. The key is to be cautious in Nebula Mountain. Not only do you have to watch out for beasts, but also for the people around you, Master Guan warned seriously. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Nebula Mountain wasn't within the human domain. It was rich in spiritual energy and home to many rare cultivation resources. Though it was teeming with beasts, many martial artists ventured there for treasure hunting and herb gathering. With Wang Hao's dual transcendent level martial arts, as long as he didn't venture too deep, he could undoubtedly protect himself. Seeing Wang Hao's resolute expression, Master Guan finally felt at ease. After repeating his warnings a few more times, Master Guan ended the video call. 3 days later, at Nebula Mountain, Wang Hao took a deep breath and continued immersing himself in martial arts cultivation. At Jianglin No. 3 High School, the campus buzzed with youthful energy. On the sports field, a radiant girl with a cheerful smile stood surrounded by a group of lively friends. Yeah, is your brother really coming to your graduation ceremony? A delicate girl asked expectantly. The other girls nearby looked at Wang Xinyue with equal excitement. Of course. My brother spoils me the most. He'll definitely come to my graduation ceremony. Wang Xinyue replied proudly, her smile beaming. Wow, does that mean I'll finally get to see the legendary Wang Hao? I'm so excited, the delicate girl squealed in delight. Hearing this, Wang Xinyue's smile grew even brighter. Ever since Wang Hao became famous, her status as his sister had also become widely recognized. Wang Xinyue had become a bit of a celebrity at Jianglin No. 3 High School, surrounded by admirers. Yeah, you're so lucky to have such an amazing brother. If only we had brothers like that, another girl lamented, her thoughts drifting to her own brother, who spent all day playing video games. She couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Hua, stop dreaming. If anyone's trading brothers, it'd be me and Yayet. We're the closest, after all, another voice chimed in. Wang Xinyue couldn't help but feel elated. With such an incredible brother, there was no way she'd trade him for anything. The group of girls began animatedly discussing Wang Hao. Yeah, does your brother have a girlfriend? I have a friend who'd love to meet him, a girl in a Lolita dress asked, her cheeks turning rosy. Xian, we all know that friend you're talking about is actually you, the delicate girl teased. Xian's face turned even redder. The girls frolicked on the playground, radiating youthful energy. Inside a luxurious villa. Brother, tomorrow is my graduation ceremony. You have to come, okay? Wang Xinyue said as she ate, looking at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was wolfing down his food, clearing nearly everything on the table. The graduation ceremony is tomorrow already? Wang Hao asked. He vaguely remembered promising his little sister that he would definitely attend. Wang Xinyue widened her eyes, wondering if her brother had trained himself into a daze. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Wang Hao replied firmly. Since it was his sister's graduation ceremony, he might as well go. After all, the mission at Xingyun Mountain wasn't until the day after. With no money left to spend on training, he figured he might as well relax for a bit. As soon as Wang Hao said that, a bright smile appeared on Wang Xinyue's face. Xinyue, eat more food. We didn't have much to eat before, but now you can make up for it. Eat your fill, Wang Hao said while eating. Wang Xinyue looked at her brother, amazed at how he could eat so much without gaining an ounce of weight. Was this the physique of a martial artist? The next day, Chen Chuan drove the siblings straight to Jianglin No. 3 High School. Wang Hao made an effort to stay low-key, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. The siblings strolled around the campus, as the graduation ceremony wasn't set to start for a little while. Brother, look, those are my best friends, Wang Xinyue said, pulling Wang Hao toward the edge of the playground. Wang Hao followed her gaze and saw a group of young girls eagerly waiting for something. He greeted them, and the girls immediately squealed with excitement. Oh my gosh, we finally get to see the real Wang Hao. I'm so happy. Wang Hao, it's really you. You're so handsome. Ah, Wang Hao, you're my fan? No, I'm your fan. The young girls' eyes sparkled as they gazed at Wang Hao. I told you all, don't get too excited. Keep calm. Wang Xinyue softly reminded her friends, who were on the verge of losing control. Looking at the overly thrilled girls, Wang Hao found the situation quite amusing. After a while, the girls finally managed to calm down. Many of them asked to take pictures with Wang Hao, and of course, he didn't refuse. As long as they didn't ask for autographs, taking pictures was fine. After posing for photos with the girls, Wang Hao prepared to attend his sister's graduation ceremony. Once the pictures were done and the ceremony over, Wang Hao and Wang Xinyue were ready to leave. Brother Wang Hao, can I call you that? A crisp, childlike voice called out from behind. Wang Hao turned around and saw an adorably cute little girl dressed in a Lolita outfit. She looked fresh and captivating, her skin smooth and radiant. Though petite, she exuded a youthful energy. For a moment, Wang Hao was stunned. This little girl seemed like she had stepped straight out of an anime. Was she one of Xinyue's friends? How? Had he not noticed her earlier? At this point, Wang Xinyuet and her friends had already gone off to hang out after the ceremony. Of course, little one. Do you need something from me? Wang Hao asked with a smile. Faced with such an innocent young girl, he naturally felt nothing but goodwill. Brother Wang Hao, do you have a girlfriend? The girl asked, her wide eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Wang Hao's lips twitched. What was up with kids these days? Being so direct? That question hit him like a sucker punch. A young martial arts prodigy like him didn't even have a girlfriend. What was the point of all his martial training? Taking a deep breath, he replied with righteous determination, little one, my heart is devoted to martial arts. A girlfriend would only distract me from training. I don't need one. The girl stared at him blankly, clearly startled by his response. Seeing the girl stunned, Wang Hao felt secretly pleased. She must be awestruck by my unwavering commitment to martial arts, he thought. So, you're saying you don't have a girlfriend? The girl exclaimed excitedly. Wang Hao? What kind of conversation was this? Was this a question or a multiple-choice test? Were kids' minds always this peculiar nowadays? Shouldn't she be impressed by his intense dedication to martial arts? Brother Wang Hao, my name is Lin Zian. Can I be your girlfriend? The girl asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Wang Hao swallowed nervously, looking at the utterly adorable little girl in front of him, who seemed like she had walked straight out of a fantasy. Her youthful energy was overwhelming. No, absolutely not. At least not for the next 3 years. He couldn't allow himself to entertain such chaotic thoughts. If you become my boyfriend, my sister won't dare to scold me anymore. Then you can help me teach her a lesson. Lin Zian added. No way, little one. My heart is set on martial arts. Wang Hao replied firmly. Lin Zian's eyes seemed to glisten with tears. Wang Hao panicked. The thing he feared most was girls crying, especially a pure and innocent little girl like this. Little sister, don't cry. I really can't. Wang Hao quickly tried to comfort her. Lin Zian's face was full of grievance. How about this, little sister, if you can cultivate yourself into a martial god, I'll agree to be your boyfriend. Wang Hao, seeing she was about to burst into tears, hastily offered this condition. A sly glimmer flashed in Lin Zian's eyes, and she immediately broke into a smile. Brother Wang Hao, let's pinky swear. Wang Hao reluctantly reached out his hand to hook her pinky. Feeling her soft little hand, Wang Hao froze for a moment. So soft. Lin Zian asked for Wang Hao's contact information and then happily skipped away. Watching her bounce away, Wang Hao wore a helpless smile. On his face, though inwardly he felt utterly exasperated, he had been completely played by a little girl. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he felt a wave of relief. Becoming a martial god wasn't something that could be accomplished so easily. Even he, a genius with SSS-level talent, didn't have a 100% guarantee, let alone such a young girl. Besides, by the time she reaches the level of a martial god, I'll probably have already become invincible across the world. Wang Hao then left the third high school. After leaving, he returned to the extreme martial arts gym to continue his martial arts training. He decided to hold off on practicing his techniques for now. Although his progress was far faster than that of ordinary people, without the help of yuan qi pills, the training was simply too slow and exhausting. He resolved to wait until he obtained some yuan qi pills before resuming his cultivation. Instead, he focused on unleashing powerful bursts of energy in the training room. Time slowly slipped by, and Lin Zian's matters gradually faded from his mind, no longer occupying his thoughts. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. After freshening up and packing all the essentials, he set off directly for Xingyun Mountain. Xingyun Mountain was located on the outskirts of Jianglin City. This place was frequented year-round by martial artists who came to train or search for rare herbs and treasures. Half an hour later, Wang Hao finally arrived at the edge of Jianglin City. So, this is Xingyun Mountain? He gazed at the rolling mountains and dense forests ahead, speculating quietly to himself. The air around him carried a sense of tension and danger. The spiritual energy in this area was noticeably denser than that of Jianlin City. All around, martial artists were loudly recruiting others. The Black Knight Squad is hiring anyone above the 5th level of the Hotian stage. Join now. Guaranteed strength. The Fiery Mountain Squad needs a defensive martial artist, minimum 3rd level of the Hotian stage. The Blazing Sky Squad is recruiting offensive martial artists. Sign up quickly. The Moon Spirit Squad is looking for one more member. Wang Hao looked at the lively scene before him and couldn't help the slight twitch of his lips. This scene was exactly like assembling a team in an online game in his past life. I'm the Yasuo who dominates the field. Is Xingyun Mountain really that dangerous? Why are there so many people forming teams? He recalled Guan Shang's earlier warnings. The man had even suggested he join a team. But Wang Hao had refused at the time. Fighting monsters and hunting treasures soloing is way more thrilling. I'll challenge Xingyun Mountain alone. He firmly resolved in his heart. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Young man, with talent as strong as yours, are you really planning to enter Xingyun Mountain? I'd advise you not to go, it's not a place for someone as exceptional as you. Wang Hao turned his head and found an elderly man with snowy white hair standing nearby, though he hadn't noticed when the man had arrived. The old man exuded an extraordinary aura, mysterious and unfathomable, resembling the reclusive masters of legend. Old sir, can you be more specific? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Could this be one of those legendary experts? They love to observe quietly from the sidelines and occasionally guide talented youngsters. Could it be that my identity as a genius martial artist, even though hidden, cannot escape their discerning eyes? Is this reclusive expert here to bestow an opportunity upon me? Wang Hao couldn't help but feel excited. Do you know what's most important in a dangerous place like this? The old man asked calmly. It should be strength in maintaining a cautious attitude. Wang Hao immediately replied. The old man revealed a look of satisfaction, as if pleased to impart wisdom. Young man, you're not wrong, but the key is intelligence. If you wish to venture into Xingyun Mountain, you must be thoroughly familiar with your surroundings and understand both your enemies and allies. Only then can you be undefeated. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, intelligence is crucial. I have the most detailed map of Xingyun Mountain right here. Originally priced at 10,000 star coins, it's now only 998 star coins. It's a rare opportunity, don't miss out, the old man said, presenting a map. Wang Hao felt a bit skeptical. Oh well, it's just 998 star coins, might as well buy it. Without further ado, Wang Hao readily paid for the map. Seeing this, the old man was inwardly overjoyed. Wang Hao examined the map carefully. By the time he finished, the old man had vanished, without a trace. Truly a reclusive master, coming and going like a shadow. Without hesitation, Wang Hao began his journey into Xingyun Mountain. Another naive fool fell for it. That old man has some incredible luck, always running into such gullible people, did you hear? That map is only 10 star coins inside, but the old man sold it for 998. Ruthless. Looks like you got scammed. Too, brother, yeah, that 998 star coins could have gone to spending time with a pretty girl instead. Wang Hao listened to the chatter and mocking comments around him, silently grumbling. In his heart, me, a dignified transmigrator, actually fooled by such a low-level scam. Seems like I've been cultivating too long, my reflexes are getting dull. His lips twitched slightly. Not far away, the old man was counting the star coins in his hands, grinning ear to ear. Then he stuffed the money into his pocket. Where's that half volume of the soul refinement? Martial art? I'm sure I had it in my pocket. Where did it go? The old man scratched his head, looking disappointed. Oh well, just consider it lost. He dismissed his disappointment and continued loitering at the entrance of Xingyun Mountain, searching for the next target. Wang Hao continued deeper into Xingyun Mountain. Sure enough, he saw the map being sold inside for just 10 star coins. Looks like there's quite the racket here. Oh well, let's just call it an expensive lesson. He thought to himself as he moved forward. Around him, groups of martial artists were gathering, many of them wearing masks to conceal their identities. There was no protection or safety here. If something went wrong, no one would help, and rescue was out of the question. The closer Wang Hao got to Xingyun Mountain, the more he could feel a faint tension in the air. The gazes of passers-by carried a hint of disdain, as if mocking his audacity to venture into Xingyun Mountain alone. After a while, Wang Hao finally approached the mountain. The number of martial artists had increased significantly. Not only locals but experts from all over had gathered. Here, from the mountain came the distant roars of beasts. Wang Hao pulled out the map he had just bought. The map was surprisingly detailed, clearly marking all the important locations and possible rare resources in Xingyun Mountain. Purple star grass was marked in a valley at the outskirts of the mountain. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the map and began heading toward the marked valley. Simultaneously, he sent out his shadow to scout ahead. As he was about to put the map away, he noticed something odd. At the center of the map was noticeably thicker than the edges. Could the craftsmanship be this shoddy? Did they cut corners? Thinking about the 998 star coins he had spent on the map, an annoyance rose in his chest. He took a deep breath and carefully peeled back the layers of the map. To his surprise, a piece of paper was stuck in the middle. Carefully, he tore it open. Star Soul Refinement Technique, an S-grade soul refinement martial art, harnessing the power of the entire sky's stars to temper soul strength. Wang Hao stared at the words on the paper, his breathing quickening. A soul refinement martial art. He inhaled deeply. This old man is no simple character, his skills are top-notch. A single move, and it's an S-grade martial art, the Star Soul Refinement Technique, harnessing the power of the stars in the sky. Wang Hao's heart burned with excitement. Ever since his soul power had increased last time, he had been paying close attention to any news about soul refinement. Martial arts. He discovered that such techniques were almost always secret weapons of major factions, rarely leaked. Even on the rare occasions they appeared, their prices were astronomical, tens of billions of star coins, and still nearly impossible to obtain. Grandpa, I misunderstood you earlier, I'm so sorry. I never expected you to gift me something so precious. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Wang Hao carefully stored the soul refinement martial art in his spatial ring. After calming his chaotic thoughts, Wang Hao continued toward the valley. His figure swiftly moved across the terrain ahead, every detail etched deeply into his mind. This shadow skill is incredibly useful, the ultimate tool for treasure hunting. He walked leisurely, heading deeper into the valley. Not far behind him, a group of masked martial artists was quietly closing in. Are you sure that guy has a spatial ring? The leader of the group asked. A tall, burly man named Li Sui responded, Boss, my eyes don't lie. I saw him put the map directly into the ring. He pretended to put it in his pocket, but there was nothing in there. Didn't expect to run into such a fat sheep. None of us even have a spatial ring, and this guy actually does. Seems like he's some young master from a major faction, here for some training, the leader sneered. This group was infamous in Xingyun Mountain for their misdeeds. They frequently engaged in shady activities, including robbery and murder. Their targets were always clear. They wouldn't provoke strong groups or individuals. Instead, they focused on those who were alone or appeared weaker. Many people despised them, but those who lacked the strength couldn't defeat them, and those much stronger than them didn't bother wasting time on them. After all, such things were commonplace in Xingyun Mountain. The leader, Wu Hai, was a high-level martial artist at the 7th stage of the Hotian realm. His brothers were also skilled fighters. Alright, let's make our move. A fat sheep carrying a spatial ring, this haul will keep us comfortable for a while, Wu Hai said with a cold smirk. The group nodded, their eyes burning with battle intent. Then, the 6 men swiftly began chasing after Wang Hao. Almost there, just ahead, it looks like there's a purple star grass. The image transmitted into Wang Hao's mind confirmed it. It seems this map is pretty accurate. There really is purple star grass in that valley. Wang Hao continued forward through the dense forest of Nebula Mountain. The distant roars of monsters echoed around him, but Wang Hao paid no attention. His goal was clear, the purple star grass. After harvesting the purple star grass not far ahead, Wang Hao kept moving forward. Hey, kid, mind lending me something? At that moment, a gruff voice sounded from behind him. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Had he been targeted? He slowly turned around to see 6 men, all wearing various masks, staring at him. They carried backpacks. Clearly, they were here to rob him. Wang Hao didn't say a word. He immediately pulled out the bloodstained warblade gifted to him by the headmaster from his spatial ring. In his mind, he thought, this time, I'll show you what real strength looks like. Clutching the blade tightly, Wang Hao locked his sharp gaze onto Wu Hai and his group. Boss, didn't I say this kid has a spatial ring? Ha, we've struck gold this time, Li Sui said excitedly. Well done, third brother. You're getting all the credit for this one. Kill him, and I'll make sure you enjoy heaven on earth. Wu Hai's face was flushed with exhilaration as he confirmed the existence of the spatial ring. The others stared hungrily at Wang Hao, their eyes like ravenous wolves eyeing a feast. Ninefold blade technique. Wang Hao unleashed his top-tier ninefold blade technique without hesitation. Charging forward with his blade, he swung it fiercely toward Wu Hai and his men. Foolish brat, offering yourself up for slaughter? Get him. Send this fat lamb to his doom. Wu Hai exclaimed coldly, certain of Wang Hao's demise. All of Wu Hai's men, except Li Sui, rushed toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's blade sliced through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind. His imposing aura was so overwhelming, it felt suffocating. Splat, one of Wu Hai's men was struck by Wang Hao's blade, blood spurting as his body was cleaved in two. Wang Hao didn't pause, following up with even heavier strikes. Shing. Each blow of the ninefold blade technique grew more ferocious. For consecutive strikes, all of Wu Hai's remaining men were cut down. The air grew thick with the stench of blood. Wu Hai's eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? This kid's aura clearly hadn't even reached the higher postnatal stage. How could he be this strong? Beside him, Li Sui trembled, grateful he hadn't joined the fight. Otherwise, he'd already be dead. Boss. We. Li Sui stammered, his voice shaking. Having killed the others, Wang Hao turned his cold gaze onto Wu Hai. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to freeze the air. Kid, we misjudged. Wu Hai began, but suddenly shoved Li Sui toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's pupils contracted as he swung his blade once more. No. Li Sui's eyes were filled with terror. Why? Why was this happening? Splat, before he could react, Wang Hao's blade severed him in one clean strike. Whoosh, the moment Li Sui was killed, Wu Hai bolted, running for his life. Damn it, running into someone this ruthless, I'm lucky I'm fast enough. Third brother, I'll burn the finest paper money for you. Don't blame me, blame this guy for being too deadly. As for the valuable materials on those brothers, too bad, but my life's more important. Wu Hai's thoughts raced as he fled. Watching Wu Hai's panicked escape, Wang Hao smirked coldly. A rat who betrays his own brothers just to save himself? Today, you won't escape. Shadow demon steps Wang Hao activated his perfected Shadow Demon Steps technique, transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued Wu Hai. With the Shadow Demon Steps in full effect, he became a blur, closing the distance in an instant. Kid, this wasn't my idea. They forced me into this. I've got an 80-year-old mother. Wu Hai's voice was trembling as he felt Wang Hao's presence closing in. Heavenly Origin / Wang Hao didn't waste words. He unleashed his E-level divine martial art, a slash of icy brilliance cutting straight for Wu Hai's body. Boom! The Heavenly Origin / struck Wu Hai, who spat blood as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Hao thought to himself, this E-level martial art still isn't strong enough. Against ordinary martial disciples, it's a one-hit kill. But against someone like Wu Hai, it's clearly not enough. Even divine level R-grade martial arts have limits when it comes to dealing with stronger fighters. Wu Hai knelt, his face filled with fear as he looked at Wang Hao. Who is this guy? His speed, his martial arts, they're terrifying. Don't think you can run. Your brothers are waiting for you. I'll make sure you're reunited with them. Wang Hao said coldly, his warblade already swinging toward Wu Hai. Wait. I know where to find high-level martial arts, Wu Hai cried. Out in desperation, his eyes filled with despair. Splat! Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Wang Hao's blade had already fallen. The iron-blooded war blade of the 9-layer blade technique severed Wu Hai's life in an instant. Sorry, but I don't need it. Wang Hao looked coldly at Wu Hai's wide-eyed corpse as he spoke. Advanced martial arts? Could anything be more powerful than soul-refining martial arts? What could these bandits possibly have of value? If they had anything good, it would have been stolen long ago. Wang Hao began rummaging through Wu Hai's belongings. Wu Hai's backpack contained a fair amount of rare celestial treasures, a few pieces of beast materials, and even several stalks of purple star grass. Seeing the dazzling array of items in front of him, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Who needs missions when robbing and looting? Is this satisfying? All these treasures together must be worth at least several million star coins, Wang Hao calculated silently. He quickly stored everything into his spatial ring. Having a spatial ring meant he didn't even need a backpack anymore, so convenient. Then, he went back to the other bodies he'd just killed. They also carried some beast materials and medicinal herbs, though far less than what Wu Hai had. There's even a martial arts manual? Ling Ming I, Grade D martial art. When activated, it enhances vision, allowing one to see distant details with clarity. Holy crap, isn't this just a glorified telescope? No wonder they noticed I had a spatial ring. They must have been keeping an eye on me with this. This kind of martial art is amazing, truly fitting for a high-level martial world. It's terrifying. Wang Hao stored everything into his ring and continued on his way. As for the bodies, let them rot and disappear over time. Killing a few people and reaping such a haul. If more came along, Wang Hao figured, he might not even need to take on missions anymore. These items were probably worth tens of millions of star coins, without a doubt. Not long after, a pack of ferocious beasts arrived and cleaned up Wu Hai and his crew's corpses. The area was left with nothing but footprints and bloodstains. No other trace remained. A while later, Wang Hao finally arrived at the valley marked on the map. Around the valley, many martial artists were searching for purple star grass. They moved in small groups or worked alone, combing the valley methodically. Wang Hao found a rock to sit on while his shadow darted through the valley, tirelessly searching for purple star grass. These people were so meticulous, they didn't even leave the cracks between rocks unchecked. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. No wonder purple star grass was so expensive. It was incredibly hard to find. Indeed, earning that million star coins wasn't going to be easy. Running into that one stalk of purple star grass on the roadside earlier had been sheer dumb luck. Uncle, look at that guy. He's just sitting on that rock, as if the purple star grass will jump out and find him. Young people these days are so lazy, they'd rather bask in the sun than put in any real effort, a young man grumbled. Lear, don't imitate him. How are you supposed to find purple star grass like that? Wasting time like this will only lead to regret. Besides, the grass grows not only on the valley walls but also in cracks between stones and near weeds. I've been searching here for 3 days and only found 2 stalks, the middle-aged man beside him said, glancing at Wang Hao with clear disapproval. This man, Chen Lin, was a seasoned veteran at harvesting purple star grass in the Nebula Mountains. The young man was his nephew, Chen Li. The two of them had been searching here for quite some time. While the others nearby didn't say anything, they nodded in agreement and continued their own searches. Hearing their conversation, Wang Hao's lips twitched. Do you even know how hard I'm working right now? My shadow is out there searching tirelessly. Wait, did he just say the grass grows on the valley walls? Wang Hao stood up and walked toward the cliffs at the edge of the valley. His shadow began to climb upward along the rock face. Seeing Wang Hao head for the cliffs, the young man sneered. Uncle, look at that guy. Does he really think he can climb up there to pick purple star grass? Chen Li chuckled. Young people these days are all about daydreaming. That cliff is at least 10 kilometers high. Forget about him, even an innate martial master Couldn't make it up there, Chen Lin scoffed, not pausing in his search. Wang Hao said nothing and continued waiting at the base of the cliff. His shadow climbed higher and higher. After a while, the shadow finally reached the top. The cliff face was covered in purple star grass, glowing with a strange, ethereal light. There really was a significant amount of purple star grass. Seeing the grass in front of him, Wang Hao silently celebrated his luck. Without wasting time, he controlled the shadow to climb back down and slipped his spatial ring onto it. Shadow, I'm counting on you. Bring all that purple star grass back, Wang Hao thought to himself as he watched the shadow's figure vanish swiftly up the cliffside. Uncle, that guy must have gone crazy, just standing there like an idiot. Does he think purple star grass will fall from the sky? Chen Li grew more animated as he spoke. Focus on finding your own purple star grass and stop worrying about him. That's his choice, leave him be. Chen Lin snapped, annoyed. Wang Hao frowned slightly. These two were really getting on his nerves. Oh, right. Didn't they say purple star grass wouldn't fall from the sky? Well, let's see about that. A glint of excitement flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as an idea came to him. After a while, the shadow returned to the stone wall covered in purple stargrass. Wang Hao controlled the shadow to pluck a stalk of stargrass from above. The purple stargrass slid down the wall and, before long, a stalk glowing with radiant purple light landed on the ground. Wow, it really fell from the sky, Wang Hao shouted excitedly. His voice echoed through the entire valley. Everyone froze, staring blankly at Wang Hao. Purple stargrass falling from the sky? How could that be, uncle? It really fell from the sky. Chen Li exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the purple stargrass in Wang Hao's hand. It must have fallen from above. This kid's just lucky, but luck can only get him so far. Hard work is the real solution. Chen Lin scoffed. The others nodded in agreement. Luck like this wasn't something to envy, it simply meant some people were born lucky. Chen Li frowned. He had followed his uncle for 3 grueling days without finding a single stalk, and yet this newcomer had stumbled upon one so quickly. Despite his frustration, he recalled his uncle's words and swallowed his jealousy, thinking, it's just one stalk, nothing to brag about. Holy crap, another one fell. Wang Hao shouted again, his excitement uncontainable. Chen Li's eyes widened in disbelief, his jealousy nearly igniting into visible flames. Wang Hao's voice echoed once more. Shaking the valley, everyone was panicking internally, wondering how this guy could be so absurdly lucky. 2 strokes of fortune in such a short time? It defied logic. Chen Lin's eye twitched, refusing to believe it was true. Uncle, let's just go wait over there too. This kid's barely been here and already got 2. Chen Li ground his teeth as he spoke, suppressing his own shock. Chen Lin replied, Lear, how many times must I tell you? Hard work is what counts. People like him. Damn it, another one fell. Can you not? I only need one. Wang Hao's exasperated voice interrupted Chen Lin mid-sentence. Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Another one? What was this kid trying to pull? Chen Li trembled with rage, nearly brought to tears. He and his uncle had toiled for 3 days and nights to acquire 2 stalks of purple stargrass, and now this guy had gotten 3 in a row? It was beyond unfair. Uncle, I'm done searching. I want to stand over there and wait for purple stargrass to fall from the sky too. Chen Li said bitterly, his eyes misty with frustration. Chen Lin opened his mouth to persuade him but found himself at a loss for words. Surrounding them, others stared at Wang Hao with longing and envy. They had poured their efforts into searching for the elusive purple stargrass, only to see this guy casually pick up 3 stalks just by standing there. Before long, a crowd gathered at the base of the stone wall, all waiting for more purple stargrass to fall from the heavens. Wang Hao appeared on the stone wall, stuffing the purple stargrass into his spatial ring. After packing everything up, he turned to leave. Hey, young man, why don't you wait a bit longer? Chen Lin couldn't help but ask. The others, equally puzzled, stared at Wang Hao. We're all here now, and you're leaving? What gives? Wang Hao shrugged, smiling. I've been looking for purple stargrass all day. I'm exhausted. Time to go get some rest. That statement left everyone in the valley dumbfounded. You've been looking all day? You were just standing there. Chen Li looked at Wang Hao helplessly, thinking his words were outrageously insensitive. Deep down, however, he just wanted Wang Hao to leave already and stop disrupting their waiting game. Amid their astonished gazes, Wang Hao walked straight out of the valley. The others remained at the stone wall, steadfastly hoping for more purple stargrass to fall. Wang Hao glanced into his spatial ring, his spirits soaring as he gazed upon the mountain of purple stargrass within. A total of 120 stalks, worth 1.2 billion star coins. The thought of having so much money at his fingertips thrilled him to no end. Finally, he could splurge on cultivating again. Consuming 50 vitality pills a day, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Feeling elated, Wang Hao made his way toward the outskirts of Nebula Mountain. Suddenly, he felt the eerie sensation of something watching him from behind. The prickling unease sent chills down his spine. Whoosh! In an instant, a massive black shadow lunged at Wang Hao without hesitation. Wang Hao activated his shadow phantom steps, darting to the side with incredible speed. Boom! The spot where Wang Hao had just stood was obliterated. As a massive tree was struck with such force it splintered and crashed to the ground, Wang Hao's expression turned grim as he locked eyes with the black-scaled giant serpent before him. The creature hissed, its forked tongue flicking menacingly, while black blood dripped from its jaws. Its glowing red eyes burned with fury, and its scales shimmered with an ominous black light. A black-scaled python. Wang Hao's face was laced with caution. The black-scaled python was a Tier 2 beast, one of the fiercest of its kind. Even seasoned high-ranking warriors often fell prey to its jaws. Facing it required immense strength, even for a pinnacle Hotian stage warrior. A whoosh. The black-scaled python didn't give Wang Hao any time to think. Launching another ferocious attack, Thunder Body Refinement Technique. Ninefold Blade Technique. Wang Hao instantly activated his martial arts body refining technique, and the power of thunder quickly enveloped his entire body. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him. The iron blood battle blade in his hand exuded an unparalleled sense of authority. Clang. Wang Hao unleashed the ninefold blade technique, slashing the black-scaled giant serpent with relentless blows. The blade collided with its scales, producing crisp, sharp clashing sounds. The black-scaled serpent let out a pained wail, clearly not expecting this seemingly frail human to wield such a powerful weapon in strength. Boom. Just as Wang Hao was preparing to land another strike, the black-scaled serpent lashed its tail fiercely at Wang Hao's battle blade. The immense force sent Wang Hao stumbling back several steps. His feet scraped against the ground, leaving a long mark before he managed to stabilize himself. The strength of this beast was truly astonishing. Although Wang Hao's current power was already comparable to some martial artists at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, he still had no advantage against this giant serpent. Luckily, this battle blade was grade B, Wang Hao thought to himself with relief. If he had been using his previous grade F blade, it would have shattered long ago. Even though the grade B blade was sharp, it still required yuan energy to maximize its effectiveness. I'm still not strong enough, Wang Hao thought as he stared at the black-scaled giant serpent in the distance, its body covered in faint scars. If I were already at the 7th level of the postnatal realm, I could crush this beast effortlessly. Damn it. I have to train like hell when I get back. I'm not stepping out again until I reach the 7th level of the postnatal realm. This world is just too dangerous. The black-scaled giant serpent also stared warily at Wang Hao, not expecting his strength to be this formidable. If not for its thick hide and durable scales, it would have been defeated already. Shaking off his thoughts, Wang Hao once again activated the ninefold blade technique, launching a fresh round of attacks against the black-scaled serpent. Bang. 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 A series of violent clashes resounded, and more wounds appeared on the serpent's body. The fierce back and forth between the two continued, the battle growing ever more intense. The entire jungle was left in utter chaos, trees and foliage destroyed in their wake. After a while, the black-scaled serpent was covered in blood. Huff, huff. Wang Hao panted heavily, the thunderous energy surrounding his body beginning to fade. Thankfully, the recovery effects of the vital Qi Greenwood art were excellent. A typical martial artist at the 5th level of the postnatal realm would have been completely drained by now. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the iron blood battle blade. The prolonged, high-intensity clashes had numbed his hand. I'll finish off this serpent in one go. Wang Hao resolved, once again activating the ninefold blade technique. The iron blood battle blade in his hand radiated an overwhelming oppressive force. Pale green yuan energy intertwined with pale purple thunderous energy, shimmering brightly on his body. Bang. 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 Each strike of the blade grew sharper and more forceful, layer upon layer of power stacking. Whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of sharp explosions. The black-scaled serpent, locked in combat with Wang Hao, began to falter. It defended against Wang Hao's ferocious attacks while instinctively retreating deeper into the jungle, but Wang Hao's shadow demon steps were exceptionally agile, allowing him to keep up with the serpent effortlessly, leaving it no chance to escape. Seeing Wang Hao's nimble movements, the black-scaled serpent's eyes flashed red. It bared its fangs and lunged at him in a final, desperate attempt. Despite its excruciating pain, it tried to bite Wang Hao directly, intending to kill him in one swift move. Perfect timing. The power of the ninefold blade technique had reached its peak. Wang Hao's iron blood battle blade, infused with 9 layers of accumulated power, unleashed an unstoppable arc of blade energy. Boom. 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 The blade strike seemed to tear through space itself, slashing fiercely at the black-scaled serpent's head. The deafening sound of impact echoed through the jungle. In the serpent's eyes, filled with despair, its head was severed cleanly by the iron blood battle blade. Blood gushed like a torrent onto the ground. Wang Hao, panting heavily, stared at the lifeless serpent in disbelief. Did I really kill the black-scaled giant serpent? Am I truly this strong? It must be the combination of the powerful ninefold blade technique and the recovery abilities of the vital Qi Greenwood art that allowed me to wear this monster down. Neither could be done without the other. After a brief rest, Wang Hao began to dissect the serpent. Its entire body was a treasure trove of scales, fangs, gallbladder, everything. on it was of immense value. It was practically a mobile treasure chest. However, the serpent's immense strength made it impossible for ordinary postnatal realm martial artists to handle. As for innate martial masters, black-scaled giant serpents rarely provoked them without reason. Besides, innate martial masters typically didn't linger on the outskirts of Xingyun Mountain. They preferred to venture deeper into the mountain in search of better resources. After some time, Wang Hao finished cutting up and packing the serpent's remains and began heading toward the outskirts. This battle gave him a clearer understanding of his own abilities. As long as he didn't encounter top-tier martial artists at the 10th level of the postnatal realm or exceptionally gifted prodigies, he was practically invincible within the postnatal realm. On his way back, Wang Hao didn't encounter any hostile individuals. The scattered groups of people along the roadside had no interest in someone like him, an independent wanderer with no background, not even carrying any luggage. Leaving Xingyun Mountain, Wang Hao returned directly to Jianlin City. Jianlin City, Tianwu Guild headquarters. The Tianwu Association's outpost wasn't far from the Martial Alliance, also located on a bustling street. Inside the outpost, staff members were busy maintaining its daily operations. Wang Hao arrived at the outpost and headed straight for the mission hall. "Mr. Wang Hao, are you here to submit a mission?" a sweet-looking young woman asked respectfully. The moment she spoke, many people in the hall turned their attention to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, the most talked-about figure in Jianlin City recently. Though most of the people here were high-ranking martial artists who typically only cared about major events, Wang Hao's reputation was just too overwhelming. A 16-year-old martial prodigy with dual mastery in divine realms. And he had actually taken on a mission to collect purple star grass from Nebula Mountain? As a mere early-stage acquired martial artist, no less, Wang Hao has already started taking missions. He really is a top-tier genius, terrifying. When I was 16, I was still struggling to survive against level 1 monsters in the wild, and he's already heading to Nebula Mountain. Betting time. How many stalks of purple star grass will Wang Hao find? I'm betting 1. I'll bet 10 stalks. A top-tier genius like him? 10 stalks at least. Don't be so naive. People searching for purple star grass usually camp in the mountains for days. The competition is insane. I don't care. For a genius like Wang Hao, purple star coins might as well fall from the sky. I'm betting 30 stalks. The hall erupted into a lively discussion. Wang Hao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Were the people at the Tianwu Association this idle? 30 stalks? Such a narrow vision. No wonder they're still stuck at martial master level, with no dreams of advancing. Yes, I took on the purple star grass mission, and I'm here to submit it. Wang Hao snapped out of his thoughts and replied with a nod. Mr. Wang Hao, you can take out the purple star grass now. Once I verify its quality, I can help you submit the mission, the staff member, Xiaoyu, said. Take it out here? Wang Hao looked at the small table in front of him with a puzzled expression. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, thinking to herself, it's just a few stalks of purple star grass. Why all the secrecy? Others in the hall also twitched at the corners of their mouths. Did he really need a VIP room just to submit a purple star grass mission? Yes, right here. Xiaoyu maintained her gentle demeanor. All right, if you say so. Wang Hao shrugged. A flash of light came from his spatial ring. In an instant, a massive pile of purple star grass radiating a brilliant purple glow appeared in the middle of the hall. Everyone froze, stunned by the dazzling sight. Holy crap, is that all purple star grass? How is there so much of it? Did Wang Hao find a treasure trove of purple star grass? Does this mean purple star grass is sprouting again recently? No way, I have to head out to search as well. Ah, the house wins. No one guessed right. I'm waiting for you all to treat me. The sheer amount of purple star grass Wang Hao pulled from his spatial ring blinded everyone in the hall. The glowing purple grass sparkled brightly under the hall's lights, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Xiaoyu's face turned green. How long was it going to take to verify all this? Mr. Wang Hao, please put the purple star grass away for now. Let's move to a room to verify it slowly, Xiaoyu said in a low voice. A room? Wang Hao's heart tensed. Were they finally going to make a move against him? No way I'm falling for that. But looking at Xiaoyu's innocent, wide-eyed gaze, Wang Hao sighed heavily and nodded firmly. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao stored the purple star grass back into his spatial ring and followed Xiaoyu into a nearby room. After some time, Xiaoyu finally finished counting. Mr. Wang Hao, there are a total of 121 stalks of purple star grass. Xiaoyu stared at Wang Hao in astonishment. As an outpost staff member, Xiaoyu was well aware of how difficult it was to find purple star grass. Even innate martial masters would only manage a few stalks per mission. But Wang Hao had submitted 121 stalks in one go. It was simply unbelievable. Could this Wang Hao truly be the chosen one of destiny? Xiaoyu wondered silently. Not only was his martial talent extraordinary, with exceptional comprehension skills, but he was also handsome, and completed missions with ease, delivering far more than required. No problem. Settle the rewards, Wang Hao said casually, looking at the young woman whose eyes were now practically glued to him. Soon, Xiaoyu transferred 1.24 billion star coins to Wang Hao, along with an extra 1,000 contribution points. Afterward, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone at the outpost, Wang Hao left the Tianwu Association. Many people, inspired by his success, immediately took on the Purple Star Grass mission, planning to explore Nebula Mountain themselves. I'm a billionaire now, Wang Hao thought to himself, still finding it a bit surreal. But he knew this opportunity was a one-time deal. He had already emptied the valley of all its purple star grass. After leaving, Wang Hao headed straight to the martial artist mall. He sold off all the materials he had collected from Wu Hai and his group. Even the materials from the black-scaled python were traded away. By the time he finished, Wang Hao's star coin balance had reached 1.4 billion. Back at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Wang Hao didn't rush into training. Instead, he pulled out the soul-forging martial art manual ***, Stellar Soul Refinement Technique, ***. Indeed, it was an S-rank martial art. Wang Hao stared at the words on the manual, feeling as though they radiated an enigmatic power. The intricate patterns resembled a map of the entire starry sky. As he studied the characters and diagrams, he felt dizzy and disoriented. He thought to himself, I have a training speed 100 times faster than normal. How can I let this difficulty stop me? His eyes were bloodshot. The more he looked, the more confused he became. He could recognize the individual characters, but together they seemed infused with an arcane energy that made no sense. This is like deciphering some celestial script, he muttered with a bitter smile. Just like in my past life, when I studied calculus, functions, and quantum mechanics, completely beyond comprehension. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to keep reading. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since it's called the Stellar Soul Refinement Technique, could it require the power of the stars to cultivate? He recalled how his thunder body refinement technique required lightning. Perhaps this technique also needed the power of celestial bodies. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to test whether he could harness the power of the stars. Wait, the Extreme Martial Hall doesn't have a dedicated room for cultivating with stellar power? Wang Hao was stunned as he questioned one of the staff members. The staff member replied respectfully, Mr. Wang Hao, the power of the stars cannot be simulated. No matter how realistic the environment, starlight itself is ineffective. The stellar force cannot be replicated in any martial arts facility. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He had no choice but to wait until nightfall. Let's hope for a clear night sky, he murmured, putting away the Stellar Soul Refinement Technique. In the meantime, he decided to focus on cultivating with the Vital Chi Evergreen Technique to enhance his energy reserves. Thanks to his fortune of 1.4 billion star coins, he had purchased 500 Vital Chi pills to aid in his training. Finally, he could splurge to level up. Looking at the table piled high with Vital Chi pills, Wang Hao's heart brimmed with joy. He opened a bottle and began his indulgent training. In the imperial capital, at the Wang family estate. Inside a luxurious room, a burly young man, his entire body wrapped in bandages, was seething with madness in his eyes. Standing beside him was an elderly man in a purple uniform, his hair completely white. When can we make a move on that Wang Hao? He destroyed my Dantian and left me forever unable to become a martial artist. I'll make him suffer every agony imaginable, the young man growled through gritted teeth. This was Wang Shua, scion of the Wang family in the imperial capital. The elderly man, a servant named Zhuan, was a master-level expert, despite his aged appearance. During the martial arts exam, Wang Hao had shattered Wang Shua's bones and destroyed his Qi and Dantian. Wang Shua could no longer gather energy, forever remaining stuck at the martial apprentice level. For someone as proud as Wang Shua, it was a devastating blow. Even though he was born into the illustrious Wang family of the imperial capital, being unable to become a martial artist meant he could never enter the core of power. Even with his father as the head of the Wang family, it wasn't enough. The operation of an entire family couldn't rely on one person alone. This meant Wang Shua would forever depend on the Wang family's protection, destined to live as a hedonistic playboy. Tragically, with his body ruined, even that lifestyle was out of reach. Young master, don't worry. Wang Hao's glory will fade soon enough. I've already arranged for 10 high-level Hotian assassins to capture him in Jianlin City. Zhuan's eyes glinted with malice. Make it quick. There's barely half a month left. Once Wang Hao enters the Imperial Academy, it'll be much harder to get to him. Wang Shua said grimly. Zhuan nodded. For now, Wang Hao hadn't entered the Imperial Academy, which gave their assassins a window of opportunity. Once he was enrolled, the difficulty would skyrocket. After all, the Imperial Academy was the most prestigious institution in Huagua, with immense power. Our men are already stationed near Wang Hao. He won't escape, Zhuan assured him. Good. When the time comes, break his arms and legs and bring him to me. Wang Shu ordered venomously. Zhuan nodded. Rest assured, young master. He's only a martial artist in the early Hotian stage. As long as he leaves the extreme martial hall, our men will strike immediately. Wang Hao, no matter how talented you are, I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. Wang Shi roared, his voice filled with malice that seemed to reverberate throughout the entire estate. The people around him, however, remained indifferent, as if they were long accustomed to his tantrums. Time crept by, and night fell. Atop the extreme martial hall, the night sky was filled with stars, their light spilling over the rooftop. Let's hope this works, Wang Hao muttered under his breath. He took out the stellar soul refinement technique from his spatial ring. The starry light bathed the manual, causing its pages to shimmer faintly as though actual stars were glowing upon them. Holding his breath, Wang Hao focused intently on the words and diagrams in the manual. Under the starlight, the chaotic discomfort in his mind vanished completely, replaced by a refreshing clarity. Oh man, I'm such a damn genius. Wang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, marveling at his ability to uncover such an obscure cultivation method. Immediately, he calmed his mind and began to focus on cultivating. With the aid of the power of the stars, what once seemed like incomprehensible gibberish finally became understandable to him. Why does it feel like a lot of the content is missing? Wang Hao stared at the text of the asterisk stellar soul forging technique asterisk, noticing that the critical parts abruptly cut off. The situation was akin to those terrible authors from his previous life who would leave their stories unfinished. Seeing the incomplete manual, Wang Hao felt a little anxious, hesitating whether to continue practicing it. To hell with it. I've got an SSS grade talent, just do it, he muttered with determination. Thus, Wang Hao began cultivating according to the manual's methods. As he delved deeper into his practice, an enormous star seemed to form in his mind. That star radiated a blazing force, pulling at his spirit, gradually heating up his entire being. The starlight from the heavens cascaded onto his body, absorbed bit by bit. Wang Hao was enveloped in the starlight, as though he had become one with the stars themselves. Ding. The host has cultivated the asterisk stellar soul forging technique, upper volume, star soul plus 0.2 asterisk asterisk. Who knows how much time had passed when the system's notification broke the silence. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes to find that the sun had already risen outside. The morning light spilled onto his face, bringing a touch of warmth. Was that it for the whole night? He looked at the sunrise outside, his mind awake and the surroundings bright. It felt like only a moment. Wang Hao thought to himself. Cultivation really makes time lose meaning. One blink, and the entire night is gone. However, this stellar soul forging technique was far too difficult. He had practiced all night and was still far from achieving entry-level mastery. Upper volume? Is this really incomplete? He glanced again at his attribute panel. Asterisk asterisk name asterisk asterisk Wang Hao talent asterisk divine speed physique, SSS, void shadow, S, realm asterisk postnatal 5th layer cultivation method asterisk asterisk chi growth. Greenwood technique asterisk techniques asterisk blade momentum, minor mastery, enhances blade techniques power by 80%, fist momentum, minor mastery, enhances fist techniques power by 80%, soul refining. Martial arts asterisk asterisk stellar soul forging technique, upper volume, S, uninitiated, blade arts asterisk ninefold blade technique, C, perfect, shadow blade technique, D, proficient. Sky origin / E, mastered, wing cleaving blade technique, E, mastered, body refining martial arts asterisk thunder body refining technique, C, perfect, diamond technique, E, mastered, fist arts asterisk thunderous fist, C, perfect, falling cloud palm, F, mastered, movement arts asterisk shadow demon step, C, proficient, ethereal step technique, E, perfect. Vitality asterisk 350 soul asterisk 2.2 time until next talent copy asterisk 12 days, my soul improved by 0.2, not much, but better than nothing. Wang Hao noticed that the interface had become clearer. With all his martial arts neatly categorized, soul refining, body refining, fist arts, and so on, everything was clearly laid out. He glanced at the talent copy timer again. 12 days remained before he could replicate a new ability. If only Imperial Capital Academy started classes earlier, Wang Hao thought to himself. He had heard that the Divine Martial class at the Academy boasted super geniuses with SS grade talents. Although they weren't comparable to his SSS grade talent, they were still formidable. Whatever, there'll be plenty of opportunities. Imperial Capital Academy's term began on September 1st, 20 days from now. For now, he'd have to make do by copying Su Qingyin's talent. Clearing his thoughts, Wang Hao freshened up, ate breakfast, and returned to training at the martial arts hall. In the top-tier vitality cultivation room, coupled with a large supply of vitality pills, Wang Hao's realm steadily advanced. By day, he practiced the chi growth Greenwood technique. By night, he cultivated the stellar soul forging technique. Time slipped away quietly amidst his relentless efforts. His strength grew rapidly. The bustling street next to the extreme martial arts hall. The roads were crowded with people, lively and vibrant, a scene of prosperity. A group of casually dressed individuals wandered the streets. Though they appeared aimless, their eyes would occasionally dart toward the extreme martial arts hall. Is Wang Hao really not stepping out? A red-haired youth frowned. This Man was Ding Qi, a death soldier dispatched by the Wang clan of the imperial capital and the leader of this group. Beside him, a few companions lay hidden, monitoring the martial arts hall. From every angle, every entrance and exit of the hall was under their watchful eyes. The moment Wang Hao appeared, they would strike together, crippling him first before capturing him. Captain, Wang Hao hasn't stepped out since he returned from the martial artist mall. A voice came through Ding Qi's earpiece. If only we'd arrived a few days earlier. Ding Qi thought to himself. Bitterly. This Wang Hao was such a recluse, spending all his time cooped up in the martial arts hall practicing. Captain, I heard Wang Hao has a younger sister. Should we grab her to force him out? Another cold voice suggested through the earpiece. Are you out of your damn mind? If we directly grab his sister, Wang Hao will definitely report it to the Martial Alliance, and our mission will be ruined. Ding Qi snapped angrily. Besides, Wang Hao hasn't been home for such a long time. He's probably already forgotten about his sister. Ding Qi thought to himself. Exactly. We're here to catch Wang Hao, not his sister. Can you use your brain for once? A cold snort came through the earpiece, clearly directed at the death soldier who had made the suggestion. Listening to his teammates' words, Ding Qi felt conflicted. It seemed reasonable, but something didn't sit right. Don't rush. In half a month, the imperial capital's schools will start. Wang Hao has to go to school eventually. The moment he steps out, it'll be the day of his death. Ding Qi said in a low voice. His comrades nodded one after another over the channel. After all, there was plenty of time, and no one was in a hurry to act. 10 days later, on the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the starlight in the night sky was gradually fading. Wang Hao's entire body emitted a faint glow, as if a dense power of the stars flowed through him. In his mind, a star was slowly forming, its surface etched with ancient and mysterious patterns. Swish! The star gradually stabilized, spinning within Wang Hao's mind. The power it released nurtured his spirit continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first section of the Star Soul Refining Technique. Soul +2. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, starlight flickering within them, his body radiating an aura of mystery. He had finally mastered it. A tremor of excitement ran through Wang Hao's body. The star in his mind continuously emitted a comforting warmth, and the surrounding environment became exceptionally clear. He could even sense the dust particles in the air. Soul 6.2. After 10 days of intense training and the breakthrough in the Star Soul Refining Technique, Wang Hao's soul power had reached 6.2. He could feel the immense power contained in the star within his mind. If used to attack an enemy, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. Sunlight spilled onto his body, bringing warmth. Wang Hao soon returned to the Vital Energy Training Room. The seventh cloud pattern on the energy seed within him was nearly complete. 2 more days of practice, and it would be done. Calculating the time in his mind, Wang Hao noted that the system's replication function had just reactivated following his breakthrough. A few days ago, Su Qingyan had texted him, inviting him to a meal to thank him for his help during the martial examination. Wang Hao naturally agreed and even scheduled it for the day the replication ability refreshed. Clearing his mind of distractions, Wang Hao resumed practicing the Emerald Chi technique. After 10 days of effort, his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of the postnatal realm, just 1 step away from the 7th. Although his progress was swift, the resource consumption was astronomical. In just 10 days, he had consumed nearly 600 energy pills equivalent to 6 million star coins daily, totaling 60 million in 10 days. Such extravagant consumption would terrify most people. An average person wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime, but Wang Hao had blown through it in just 10 days. The sheer cost was staggering. The street outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was still bustling with people. Ding Qi's face was full of irritation. Young Master Wang had urged them multiple times to cripple Wang Hao and bring him back as soon as possible. Not only Ding Qi but the other team members were also growing impatient. Is Wang Hao a damn turtle? It's been over 10 days, and he hasn't shown his face. Ding Qi cursed, his disheveled hair a testament to his frustration. Captain, I can't take it anymore. What if we just charge in? After all, the people inside are all low-level martial artists. We'll find Wang Hao quickly, finish it, and get out. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Are you stupid? If we rush in and it turns into chaos, what if Wang Hao escapes? The whole plan will go down the drain. This is so annoying. All he does is train every day. Anyone looking at him would think he's some kind of martial saint. What kind of genius is this? He's just a damn coward. Exactly. No ambition, no energy. Total waste of our time. Listening to the bickering of his teammates, Ding Qi could only shake his head helplessly. They had killed plenty of people before, but they had never encountered a genius like Wang Hao who hadn't stepped out of the house in over 10 days. Someone so powerful and yet so relentless, how are others supposed to survive? Ding Qi silently grumbled to himself. Keep waiting. I don't believe he can hide forever. Ding Qi said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his teammates stifled their complaints and continued waiting patiently. Ding Qi's eyes were bloodshot, dark circles under them, as he stared at the extreme martial arts hall with a sharp, knife-like gaze inside the vital energy training room. The air was dense with energy. Wang Hao absorbed the energy like a whale swallowing the sea. The faint green energy surrounding him was almost solid, its powerful aura wrapping tightly around his body. Boom! A strong energy wave erupted within the training room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th stage of the postnatal realm. Vitality. Plus 80. Upon reaching the 7th stage, his vitality increased by 80, filling Wang Hao with a sense of exhilaration. The surging power within his body gave him an unparalleled sense of security. He opened the attributes panel and silently read through frowny face name, Wang Hao, talent, godly speed physique, SSS, void shadow, S rank, realm, postnatal 7th layer, technique, green wood chi. Creation manual, skills, blade momentum, minor accomplishment, increases blade power by 80%, fist momentum, minor accomplishment, increases fist power by 80%, soul refining martial art. Stellar Soul Refining Manual, Upper Volume, S Rank, Beginner, Blade Martial Arts, Ninefold Blade Technique, C Rank, Perfect, Shadow Blade Technique, D Rank, Perfect, Heaven Origin / E Rank, Mastery, Wing Cutting Blade Technique, E Rank, Mastery, Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C Rank, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E Rank, Mastery, Fist. Martial Arts, Thunderous Fist, C Rank, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F Rank, Mastery, Movement Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Step, C Rank, Proficient, Ethereal Step Technique, E Rank, Perfect. Supportive Martial Art, Spirit Eye, D Rank, Proficient, Chi and Blood, 480, Soul, 6.8, time until next copy, 0 days. Over the past 10 days, Wang Hao had also been practicing the Spirit Eye technique he learned from Wu Hai and the others. Since mastering the basics of the Stellar Soul Refining Manual, his soul power had been increasing by 0.3 points daily. Wang Hao's perception of his surroundings and his own body became sharper. With his soul power enhanced, he noticed that his martial arts training had also accelerated significantly. He had brought the Spirit Eye to a proficient level in just a few hours and effortlessly refined the Shadow Blade technique to its perfect stage. As for other C-rank martial arts, there hadn't been much progress so far. Mastering C-rank martial arts to the level of mastery was significantly more challenging than advancing lower-ranked techniques. Martial arts cultivation couldn't be rushed. It had to proceed step by step. Wang Hao put his thoughts aside and calmed himself. Next, he planned to meet Su Qingyan. After organizing his gear, Wang Hao prepared to leave the extreme martial arts hall and head to the location where he had agreed to meet Su Qingyan. As he stepped out of the martial arts hall, the people around him stared at him with fervent eyes. He was Wang Hao, the #1 genius of Jianglin City. He had long grown accustomed to these gazes. Walking through the grand hall of the martial arts center, Wang Hao continued towards the exit. The warm sunlight bathed his face, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Ahead lay a bustling street, full of life with cars and people everywhere. Chen Xuan was already waiting in the parking lot. Wang Hao had informed him earlier that he intended to go to the Polar Park in Jianglin City. He had arranged to meet Su Qingyan there at 10 o'clock. Su Qingyan, I'm coming. No, the new S-rank talent, I'm coming. Wang Hao thought to himself excitedly. Just as he stepped out of the hall, he suddenly sensed a faint aura of danger in the air. His eyelid twitched, and his instincts heightened. Someone's targeting me? Boom! 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 Suddenly, a blue light flashed all around him. Wang Hao squinted his eyes as he immediately activated the Thunder Body Refining Technique. Violent thunder energy surged within him, forming a protective purple armor-like barrier over his body. The power within him roared and surged. Swish! 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 The blue light swiftly formed a massive protective dome around him. Then, a group of people appeared before him, their eyes bloodshot and dark circles under their eyes. They glared at Wang Hao with gnashing teeth. Wang Hao, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? A red-haired man growled menacingly. Wang Hao looked at them, bewildered. Who are you? He stared at them coldly. These individuals were all highly skilled postnatal martial artists, exuding a thick killing intent that suggested they had taken many lives. Who would dare stir up trouble with him? 10 formidable postnatal martial artists. This was no small threat. Did you think we'd tell you we were hired assassins? Sent by the Wang family? Dream on, a burly man blurted out cluelessly. His companions shot him looks of utter disbelief, as if staring at an idiot. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Ding Qi snapped coldly. These people were truly useless. Did they think being assassins required no brains? Wang Hao, too, was momentarily stunned. It was rare to encounter someone this ridiculous. He thought to himself, asterisk looks like I'll have to serve you all a ninefold blade technique. Combo later, asterisk the Wang family? When did he ever offend someone from the Wang family? Suddenly, he remembered that during the martial arts examination, he had crippled a certain fat guy. That guy had even tried to make a move on Su Qingyan. At the time, his lecherous expression was nauseating. Wang Hao had shattered all the bones in his body and destroyed his dantian, effectively ending any hope of him becoming a martial artist. If killing hadn't been prohibited during the exam, Wang Hao would have finished him off entirely. Wang Hao, surrender now. There's no one here to save you. If you don't want to suffer a fate worse than death, kneel down immediately. Ding Qi threatened coldly. The blue barrier around them was designed to block all sound and disturbances. It was an expensive tool bought by Wang Shuo, specifically for capturing Wang Hao. Wang Hao sneered inwardly, *, do I need anyone to save me? It's you who should be worried, *, he had broken through to the 7th level of the postnatal stage, his strength so overwhelming it even frightened himself. He felt that if he encountered that black-scaled giant python again, he could take it down with a single strike. 9th blade technique. Hao Wang squinted his eyes as the faint cyan energy coursed wildly through his body. The iron-blooded saber in his hand exuded an aura that seemed to tear through space. Swish! Activating his shadow demon step, Hao Wang instantly slashed towards Ding Qi and his group. 6th brother, get up there and take him out. Ding Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he ordered. Bang! With a burst of cyan energy and thunderous force, Hao Wang closed the distance to Ding Qi in the blink of an eye. One of Ding Qi's team members threw a punch, aiming directly at Hao Wang. Slash! In a flash, Hao Wang's saber cleaved the man in two. Ding Qi's pupils shrank sharply, his voice trembling with shock. Impossible. This is a perfect level C-class martial technique. As a warrior, at the 9th level of the postnatal stage, Ding Qi immediately recognized that Hao Wang's technique had reached a flawless level and it was C-class. That previous strike had been virtually without flaw. The thunderous energy radiating from Hao Wang's body even made Ding Qi feel fear. With one teammate instantly dead, the atmosphere at the scene grew tense. That warrior had been at the 8th level of the postnatal stage, yet he was killed in one blow without any chance to defend himself. Everyone stared at Hao Wang with unease, their hearts filled with dread. Brothers, all of us together. I don't believe he can take on 10 of us. Ding Qi growled through clenched teeth. Hao Wang's strength far exceeded his expectations. According to the intelligence collected by Wang Shuo, Hao Wang's strength should be at most at the 3rd level of the postnatal stage. Sending 10 high-level postnatal warriors to deal with him had already been a generous acknowledgement of his abilities. Ding Qi's remaining teammates charged at Hao Wang in unison, launching their attacks. Various elemental energies swirled in the air, radiating strange glows. Hao Wang's eyes showed no fear. Activating the perfect level shadow demon step, he moved so swiftly that these opponents couldn't even touch him. Moreover, Hao Wang's soul power was extraordinarily strong. His timing when attacking was eerily precise. Though his opponents were high-level postnatal warriors, their martial arts skills were inferior to Hao Wang's. Is this all you've got? And you call yourselves death warriors? Pathetic! I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Hao Wang taunted as he struck. Slash! Blood sprayed everywhere, shattered bodies falling one after another. Hao Wang's mocking words echoed through the space, yet the death warriors dared not let their minds wander. The pressure they faced was immense. In a short span of time, several of their comrades had already fallen to Hao Wang's blade. The remaining warriors were riddled with anxiety as they watched Hao Wang's agile movements and devastating attacks. If he spotted a weakness, it was almost guaranteed to result in instant death. Ding Qi's expression grew so dark it seemed ready to drip water. This was supposed to be a warrior in the early postnatal stage? What nonsense! This guy could rival some innate martial artists. Watching his comrades struggle to hold their ground, Ding Qi felt a chill deep in his heart. Hao Wang was terrifying. Just how long had he been cultivating? 7th brother, 9th brother, now's the time for you to act. Go! Ding Qi shouted through gritted teeth, madness flashing in his eyes. Two young men in the fray stiffened, as if making a crucial decision. Hearing Ding Qi's command, Hao Wang felt his heart sink. These people were about to go all out. The two young men, their faces eerily calm, charged directly at Hao Wang, exuding an ominous energy. Hao Wang's eyelids twitched. Violently, they intended to self-destruct. If that's the game they wanted to play, then he would show them what he was capable of. As the pair rushed forward, the others immediately backed away, putting some distance between themselves and Hao Wang. Boom! 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 A powerful force burst forth in the air, like flames sweeping everything in its path, surging straight for the two youths. Just as they were about to reach Hao Wang, their heads suddenly exploded. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Qi froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hao Wang's face was slightly pale. He had just used the soul forging technique he had cultivated in his mind, unleashing a soul shock that directly struck them. Their heads had exploded on the spot. This soul power was incredibly potent. Although the two had been at the 8th level of the postnatal stage, and he could have killed them through other means, it would never have been so brutal. You're a spirit mind master? Ding Qi suddenly seemed to grasp something, asking in astonishment. Hao Wang frowned. A spirit mind master? Whatever they wanted to call him, he didn't care. He just needed to finish them off. With a cold snort, he swung his iron-blooded saber once more, charging toward Ding Qi and his remaining comrades. With the two just taken out by his soul shock, the others could only focus on defending themselves desperately. Fear filled Ding Qi's eyes. His strength, even at the 9th level of the postnatal stage, posed no threat to Hao Wang. Under Hao Wang's relentless assault, they were left struggling just to survive. Slash! Hao Wang seized his chance, stacking the 9th blade technique to its 8th level, and struck viciously at 3 death warriors who couldn't evade in time. The blade cut through them, slicing all 3 cleanly in half in an instant. Ding Qi stood alongside his 2 remaining brothers, staring at the carnage before them, despair etched across his face. How could they possibly fight against such a monster? The suppressive power of martial arts at the perfect realm was terrifying beyond belief. And this was just sea-level martial arts, which completely crushed anyone at the acquired realm. If it weren't for their excellent teamwork, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Don't be afraid. Soon, I'll send your young master to join you. Wang Hao stepped forward with an eerie gait, his iron-blood warblade now charged. With the strength of 9 layers, Ding Qi trembled uncontrollably, enveloped by the suffocating fear of death. Our young master will avenge us, Wang Hao. You will die. You have no idea how powerful the Wang family in the imperial capital truly is. Ding Qi stammered, his voice shaking. The 3 of them were already locked in Wang Hao's sights. With his unpredictable footwork, Ding Qi knew escape was impossible. You don't need to worry about that. Slash! The iron blood warblade, brimming with the power of 9 layers, sliced through the remaining 3 men as if cutting through tofu. The immense force erupted, cleaving Ding Qi in half amidst his terror. Wang Hao stood motionless, indifferent, as he gazed at the scattered pieces of flesh and blood around him. Seriously? Not even a single cent? Can't these death warriors at least have some benefits? Can't death warriors carry some money? Wang Hao conducted a quick search, only to find that these men didn't have a single penny on them. These death warriors from the aristocratic families of the imperial capital couldn't even be paid a basic wage? Now how was he supposed to leave this place? Wang Hao glanced at the tightly sealed blue barrier surrounding him. He decided to seek help from Hall Master Guan. Wang Hao, you finally decided to contact me. What's going on? Guan Shang's image appeared on the terminal. I killed someone. Wait, no, someone tried to assassinate me, and I fought back. Now I'm stuck here. Wang Hao explained. Guan Shang's expression turned serious. Someone dared to assassinate a member of the Tianwu Society? They must have a death wish. Hold on, Wang Hao fought back, and survived, but now he couldn't get out? Wang Hao recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Stay where you are. I'll be there right away. Guan Shang instructed. Wang Hao nodded and began waiting on the spot. Not long after, a violent impact sounded from outside. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a powerful attack shattered the barrier. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Finally, help had arrived. Guan Shang stepped into view and froze in shock at the scene before him, the mangled bodies and splattered blood covering the ground. Outside, the Martial Alliance had already sealed off the area. No one dared to get close. Did you do all of this? Guan Shang asked in disbelief. All these men were martial artists at the acquired realm, and yet Wang Hao had taken them down single-handedly. Even though the bodies were in pieces, the lingering energy around them revealed their strength. These were all highly skilled warriors at the advanced stages of the acquired realm. Wang Hao nodded honestly. So it was him. Wang Hao had single-handedly eliminated 10 advanced stage acquired realm fighters. His strength was almost beyond comprehension. What level have you reached in your cultivation now? Guan Shang asked, taking a deep breath. 7th stage of the acquired realm, Wang Hao replied, scratching his head. He trusted Guan Shang deeply, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought to call him for help. Guan Shang's eyes were filled with shock. The 7th stage of the acquired realm? How long had this kid been cultivating? Guan Shang stared at Wang Hao as if looking at a monster. He had thought he was already overestimating Wang Hao, but now it seemed he hadn't been even close. To reach the 7th stage of the acquired realm at his age, this was a talent akin to a martial saint, perhaps even an unrivaled martial god. Guan Shang's gaze toward Wang Hao was filled with anticipation and fervor. The thought of witnessing the rise of a martial god ignited a fire in his heart. Wang Hao, you absolutely cannot let this incident get out. When we leave, just say that I gave you a special artifact to help you defeat those men. Guan Shang said sternly. Wang Hao nodded. His abilities were indeed too shocking. While others his age were still at the martial disciple stage, he could already take down high-level martial artists with ease. If demons or devils learned of his strength, they'd certainly target him relentlessly. They might even send martial saints or demon saints to eliminate him. No, he had to keep a low profile and develop quietly. The Wang family of the imperial capital. Do they really think they can mess with the Tianwu Society just because they're the Wang family? Guan Shang said coldly. This incident had stoked his fury. If Wang Hao hadn't been so strong, this could have been a real disaster. 10 advanced stage acquired realm fighters, this wasn't a minor operation. Don't worry, Wang Hao. The Tianwu Society will make sure the Wang family answers for this, Guan Sheng said through gritted teeth. But they're all dead. We don't have any evidence. Wang Hao suddenly realized and spoke up. Guan Sheng snorted coldly. Your word is evidence enough. The Tianwu Society doesn't need proof to act. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Truly, this was the might of Hua Nation's greatest power. Their words carried an undeniable authority. Soon after, members of the Tianwu Society arrived to clean up the battlefield. Wang Hao, take this martial arts manual and make sure you master the basics before heading to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Guan Sheng's hand flickered, and a ring transformed into a martial arts manual that appeared in his hand. Divine Breath Technique, Class C Martial Art. After mastering, one can conceal their own aura and even mimic the aura of other levels. Wang Hao looked at the manual in his hand and immediately understood Guan Sheng's intention. By cultivating this technique, he could hide his true power level, preventing others from seeing through him at a glance. After leaving a few words of advice, Guan Sheng departed swiftly. Wang Hao tucked the manual away and continued on his journey to Arctic Park. Su Qingyan, no, the new S-Class talent, don't run away. Chen Xuan was already waiting in the parking lot. The two got into the car and drove toward Arctic Park. Arctic Park, along a path lined with flowers and trees, a girl of unparalleled beauty stood quietly to the side. The breeze played with her flowing hair, which fell gracefully over her shoulders. She wore a simple yet elegant dress, its hem swaying gently in the wind. Her delicate face bore a hint of nervousness. The park was bustling with tourists, all enjoying the stunning scenery. Sunlight poured down, filling every corner with warmth. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the park. Many passers-by couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Su Qingyan, marveling, that girl is stunning. Some young boys, faces flushed, even tried to strike up a conversation, hoping to get her contact information. Of course, Su Qingyan rejected them all. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at Arctic Park. The park was already lively with visitors. Wang Hao wore sunglasses and a hat, drawing little attention to himself. Feeling the warmth in the air, he stepped into the park. There's this incredibly beautiful girl in the park, so beautiful you can't take your eyes off her. I saw her too. Her grace and looks are 1,000 times better than any celebrity online. She's beautiful, sure, but too aloof. I prefer someone gentler. Like anyone would like you. Look in the mirror, speak for yourself. Hearing the chatter around him, Wang Hao's curiosity was piqued. Could they be talking about Su Qingyan? Excuse me, where is this beautiful girl you're talking about? Wang Hao asked a nearby passerby. The passerby gave Wang Hao a once-over. You want to meet her too? Don't bother. She's already turned down 50 guys. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Was Su Qingyan really that captivating? I just want to take a look. Wang Hao replied. The passerby pointed in a direction, and Wang Hao headed that way. Why does this guy look familiar? The passerby muttered, watching Wang Hao's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Following the path, Wang Hao walked on. Conversations about the mysterious girl continued around him. Soon, Wang Hao arrived at his destination. Su Qingyan stood beside the path, surrounded by a sea of flowers. Towering trees with lush foliage framed the scene. Amid the vibrant blooms and majestic trees, she looked like a goddess of nature herself. The girl, the flowers, the trees, all together formed a perfect picture. Wang Hao gazed at the scene in awe, momentarily lost in thought. Nearby, others were silently admiring her beauty as well. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao steadied himself and approached Su Qingyan. I wonder what kind of person could win her heart. It's only been a short while, and she's already turned down at least 60 people. Someone else is going to try their luck. How long do you think he'll last? I bet 30 seconds. 50 cents, your standards are too low. I bet 5 seconds. 60 cents. 70 cents. 3 seconds. Wang Hao's sharp hearing caught their crude remarks. These guys, measuring him in seconds? Ridiculous. Su Qingyan, meanwhile, was gazing at the sea of flowers, not noticing Wang Hao's approach. Su Qingyan, sorry, I think I'm late. Wang Hao said, looking at the breathtaking girl in front of him. Hearing his voice, Su Qingyan turned around and smiled. I just arrived not long ago. Wang Hao stared at her radiant, smiling face, his heart racing uncontrollably. A faint, pleasant fragrance from Su Qingyan wafted into Wang Hao's nose, momentarily making him lose focus. Ding! S-Class talent detected 1 meter ahead. Copy it? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Wang Hao's mind. Not now. Can't you see I'm busy? Wang Hao grumbled, inwardly, wondering who was meddling in his head. Su Qingyan, noticing Wang Hao's gaze, blushed slightly. Under the sunlight, she looked even more stunning. Ding! S-Class talent detected 1 meter ahead. Copy it? Just as Wang Hao was about to retort, the voice echoed in his mind again. Oh, it's the system. Of course, copy it immediately. Why even ask? Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the S-tier talent Absolute Frost, granting the ability to condense elemental energy into ice and master the power of ice. Absolute Frost. A bone-chilling cold surged through Wang Hao's entire body in an instant. No wonder Su Qingyan was always so composed and distant, it must be because of this talent. Let's take a walk over there, Wang Hao suggested to Su Qingyan, pushing aside his astonishment. This new talent could be studied in detail later. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingyan's eyes. Just now, she had felt a familiar power emanating from Wang Hao. However, the sensation vanished quickly, leaving her to wonder if it was merely her imagination. Alright, let's stroll over this way, she agreed with a nod. The two walked side by side into the sea of flowers, their retreating figures drawing astonished gazes from the surrounding crowd. Does this count as a date? Su Qingyan suddenly thought to herself, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. Wang Hao and Su Qingyan's silhouettes gradually disappeared into the crowd. No way. That guy actually managed to take the goddess away. It's over. All the goddesses are being snatched up. My heart is shattered. I'm going home. The onlookers muttered complaints and regrets, stunned that Wang Hao had truly left with Su Qingyan. That back, it feels familiar. I think so too. Isn't that? It's Wang Hao. It has to be him. The crowd began piecing things together. That unmistakable figure, even with glasses anyone from Jianglin City would recognize him. He was the city's superstar, the genius martial artist Wang Hao. Wang Hao and Su Qingyan strolled leisurely through the flower fields. Wang Hao, thank you for helping me during the martial arts exam. Without you, I'd have never made it into the Imperial Academy, Su Qingyan said softly. Wang Hao smiled. Helping each other out as classmates, that's no big deal. The two continued chatting as they strolled. Is that Su Xinghe your brother? Wang Hao asked, recalling the young man from before. In Jianglin City, there was only one Su family, and both Su Xinghe and Su Qingyan were recognized as prodigies. Su Qingyan nodded, her steps light as the pair wandered through the park. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her hair to sway softly. The faint smile on her face made the surrounding scenery all the more enchanting. The two strolled leisurely amidst the flowers. At a sub-branch of the Azura Hall, in a modest room, Chen Hong stared at the intelligence report in his hand, his expression dark. Did you do this? He asked coldly, tossing the document onto the table. Shen Chang frowned. He had been busy handling Azura Hall affairs and hadn't yet initiated any actions. Without a word, he picked up the report and read it. Someone had attempted to assassinate Wang Hao earlier that morning, but the attempt had failed. Shen Chang's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't ordered this. This wasn't my doing, Shen Chang said coldly. Chen Hong, who had long coveted Shen Chang's soul-refining martial arts, scoffed. Sending 10 martial artists to take out a prodigy like Wang Hao? What a joke. Idiots. Sending 10 martial artists to assassinate Wang Hao? They might as well have handed themselves over on a silver platter. Chen Hong cursed. He wasn't worried about Wang Hao's safety, but the sheer incompetence frustrated him. Wang Hao was far too formidable, 10 people wouldn't stand a chance. Now that the assassination had failed, even the Tianwu Association had been alarmed, making it even harder to act against Wang Hao once he left for the Imperial capital. Shen Chang's face darkened as he realized the implications. Wang Hao's security would undoubtedly be tighter now. We'll have to change our approach. Originally, surveillance around Wang Hao had loosened, but after this failed attempt, targeting him directly will be nearly impossible, Shen Chang remarked. Chen Hong sneered. Easy for you to say. What do we do now? Shen Chang fell into deep thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We'll have to attack from the outside. Wang Hao has a younger sister. Shen Chang's tone turned icy. Chen Hong clenched his jaw. He was well aware of this fact. It was because of Wang Hao's sister that his grandson had clashed with Wang Hao in the first place. Once Wang Hao was dealt with, his sister would be married to his grandson, whether alive or dead, she would become his grandson's woman first. Do you really think this will work? Chen Hong questioned uncertainly. Capturing Wang Hao's sister would be easy, but whether it would draw Wang Hao out was another matter. If Wang Hao turned to the Tianwu Association, things would get very complicated. Chen Hong felt a surge of irritation. Shen Chang let out a cold snort. That's his sister. I refuse to believe Wang Hao would abandon her. Chen Hong took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The two began plotting. 7 p.m. Starlight blanketed Jianglin City, bathing the entire metropolis in a luminous glow. Wang Hao, I'm heading back. Now, Su Qingyan said with a soft smile, her voice gentle. Be careful on your way, Wang Hao reminded her, thinking of the earlier assassination attempt. Su Qingyan clenched her fists playfully. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Looking at the lively yet beautiful girl before him, Wang Hao felt a warmth bloom in his heart. The aloof goddess still had to listen to him obediently. The two parted ways, each heading home. At the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, inside a room dedicated to elemental energy training, a pale green aura swirled within Wang Hao's body. Absolute frost. He immediately activated his extreme frost talent. A faint blue energy slowly condensed into ice crystals, and a piercing cold quickly spread out. The temperature in the cultivation room dropped sharply. The energy within Wang Hao carried the power of ice and frost. Feeling this sudden chill, Wang Hao felt extremely comfortable. Guess I won't need air conditioning in the summer anymore. This is awesome. Swish swish swish. He used his energy to form several ice crystals and launched them directly at the alloy dummy in the distance. Boom! The ice crystals pierced through the alloy dummy, and the cold rapidly froze it solid. Such incredible attack power? Wang Hao stared at the dummy, now frozen into a block of ice, in disbelief. It seemed this talent was indeed formidable. Next, he experimented with extreme frost a few more times, gaining a deeper understanding of the ability. Once he had it figured out, Wang Hao began practicing the new martial art Guan Shang had given him today *** divine breath technique. 2 hours later, a faint aura began to emanate from Wang Hao, enveloping the energy inside his body. Before long, this aura caused his energy to gradually conceal itself, no longer as sharp as before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the basics of the divine breath technique. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, finally succeeding in reaching the introductory level. It seemed auxiliary martial arts were easier to grasp. He remembered how quickly he had succeeded with clear vision eye last time too. He was curious about the actual effects of the divine breath technique. Activate divine breath technique. The energy in his body began circulating in a peculiar manner. A mysterious aura flowed through him. Before long, Wang Hao's originally intense presence became much calmer. The effect was impressive. Wang Hao felt that his aura had been reduced to the level of a low-tier martial artist. He continued to adjust the mysterious aura, but it wouldn't diminish any further. It seemed his proficiency wasn't high enough yet to fully conceal himself. For now, this would have to do. He opened his attribute panel and silently recited, Name, Wang Hao, Talents, 100-fold Speed Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Level, Extreme. Frost, S-Level, ***, Realm, Postnatal 7th Layer, Cultivation Method, Azure Wood Energy Technique, Techniques, Blade Intent, Intermediate, increases blade skill power by 80%, Fist Intent, Intermediate, increases fist skill power by 80%, ***, Soul Refining Martial Art, Star Soul Refinement Technique, Upper Section, S-Level, Introductory, Blade Martial Arts, 9-fold Blade Technique, C-Level, Perfect, Shadow Blade Technique, D-Level. Perfect, Heavenly Origin / E-Level, Mastery, Wind / Technique, E-Level, Mastery, ***, Body Refinement Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, C-Level, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E-Level, Mastery. Fist Martial Arts, Thunder Punch, C-Level, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Level, Mastery, Movement Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Step, C-Level, Proficient, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Level, Perfect, Auxiliary Martial Arts, Clear Vision Eye, D-Level, Proficient, Divine Breath Technique, C-Level, Introductory, ***, Vitality, 480, Soul, 6.8, time until next copy, 30 days, with 3 S-Level or higher talents. Wang Hao was full of anticipation for his next copying opportunity. When the time came, he could copy the talents of the geniuses in the Divine Martial class at the Imperial Academy. Wang Hao took a deep breath, preparing to begin cultivating the Star Soul Refinement Technique. Afterward, he headed straight to the top floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Jianlin City, inside a luxurious villa. Zian, if you don't go home, won't your sister come looking for you? Wang Xinyue asked, hugging a large pillow as she sat on her bed, addressing the young girl across from her. The young girl was none other than Wang Xinyue's classmate, Lin Zian. Humph, how many times do I have to tell you? Call me sister-in-law. My sister's too busy, she doesn't have time to care about me. Lin Zian pouted in reply. Wearing a pink pajama set, Lin Zian looked especially charming under the warm, yellow light. Her fair skin radiated youthful vitality. Wang Xinyue recalled that Lin Zian's older sister had only shown up once during the school opening ceremony and hadn't attended any parent meetings or activities since. However, Lin Zian's sister was extraordinarily beautiful. Far more stunning than those so-called campus goddesses. Her exquisite face and slender figure had left a deep impression on Wang Xinyue. That kind of cold yet pure temperament was like a celestial being from the heavens. Wang Xinyue glanced at Lin Zian, thinking she wasn't bad either. Though she hadn't fully grown into her features yet, she was already incredibly captivating. Are you hoping to become my sister-in-law? Too? Dream on. My brother only has eyes for martial arts. Wang Xinyue said lightly, as if recalling something. Wang Hao would often be away for 10 or 15 days at a time, and Wang Xinyue suspected he might have forgotten. He even had a sister. Lin Zian pouted and flopped onto the bed, resting her face in her hands as she smiled. Brother Wang Hao already promised me. Wang Xinyue, just accept it and listen to me. Wang Xinyue was stunned. Impossible. I don't believe you. You must be dreaming about becoming my sister-in-law. My brother hasn't even met you, how could he have promised that? Lin Zian let out a cold snort. She certainly wouldn't tell Wang Xinyue that she had secretly met Wang Hao. Once she became a martial god, she'd become Wang Hao's sister-in-law in no time. The two girls laughed and playfully fought, their cheerful voices echoing through the room outside the villa. Two men dressed in black were quietly approaching. Wang Hao's sister is inside this villa, one of them asked. Of course. Other than a few servants, Wang Hao's sister is the only one here. I've thoroughly checked, the other replied. The two of them stared at the illuminated villa, a chill creeping into their hearts. These men were Xin Chang and Chen Hong. After some deliberation, they had decided to act tonight. They had conducted their investigation and came straight here, ready to make their move. Let's be cautious and avoid making any noise. There are a few low-ranking martial artists guarding the villa, Xin Chang reminded. Chen Hong nodded in agreement, suppressing his aura as they crept closer to the villa. Inside the room, Lin Zian was still playfully wrestling on the bed with Wang Xinyue when her expression suddenly tightened. Wang Xinyue didn't notice and continued attacking Lin Zian with a pillow. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Zian's eyes. She said in a sweet voice, Xinyue, I'm going to the bathroom. When I come back, I'll really teach you a lesson. Wang Xinyue smirked. Go ahead, you don't scare me at all. With that, Lin Zian turned and walked toward the bathroom. Outside the villa, Xin Chang and Chen Hong had already reached the woods nearby. Just as they were about to move closer, a powerful force suddenly surged toward them. Xin Chang and Chen Hong's faces turned pale. What was this? Boom, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on them, pinning them in place, as though they were about to be swallowed whole. Xin Chang's heart was gripped with fear. Who was this? How could their presence be so overpowering that it rendered him immobile? It was worth noting that Xin Chang's martial arts skills had reached the peak of the 9th stage of innate strength, and he had mastered numerous techniques from the Azura Palace. His abilities were nearly on par with a quasi-grandmaster. Could there truly be a grandmaster-level expert guarding this place? A chill ran down Xin Chang's spine. Was this some kind of joke? Wang Hao's sister had someone of grandmaster rank protecting her. Chen Hong's face was filled with despair. He felt as though the pressure was crushing him alive. Just as they struggled to endure, a small girl with twin pigtails and a delicate face suddenly appeared before them, floating in midair. She was shrouded in a dark aura, resembling a little demon. What are you two doing sneaking around my brother Wang Hao's house? The little girl's crisp voice echoed through the woods. Yet, strangely, no one inside the villa seemed to notice a thing, as if the sound had been completely muffled. Xin Chang's heart sank. Who was this girl? She could float. Only someone at the Grandmaster level could achieve such a feat. Could this little girl really be a Grandmaster? Chen Hong shivered involuntarily. A Grandmaster at such a young age? This was utterly ridiculous, Elder. We were just out for a walk and accidentally took a wrong turn. Xin Chang stammered, his face plastered with an awkward smile. Chen Hong nodded frantically, though he was struggling to breathe under the oppressive aura. Lin Zian pouted adorably, but her aura surged once more. Do you take me for a child? Sneaking around in the middle of the night, you clearly have no good intentions. Xin Chang and Chen Hong felt as if a mountain was crushing their chests, making it almost impossible to breathe. Despair filled their hearts. A Grandmaster. Was this some kind of sick joke? How could Wang Hao's sister have a Grandmaster watching over her? This was beyond absurd. Anyone unaware of the situation would think she was some kind of prodigy. Chen Hong was filled with regret. He cursed inwardly. You've ruined me. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have bothered with those useless soul-tempering techniques. His life was far more important. Elder, we really were just passing through. Chen Hong stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Still lying? Lin Zian snorted coldly, her aura pressing down on Chen Hong once more. Chen Hong felt as though his bones were about to shatter. He couldn't hold on any longer. Grandson. I'm sorry. Grandpa couldn't avenge you. His bloodshot eyes filled with sorrow as blood seeped from his body, turning him into a gory mess. Crack, with a crisp sound, Chen Hong was crushed into a bloody pulp by Lin Zian's aura. Flesh and gore splattered everywhere, some of it landing on Xin Chang. Lin Zian's lips curled slightly in disdain. So weak. He's already done for? Xin Chang's heart went cold. Chen Hong. He was dead? Just like that? Right next to him. He knew that if he didn't say something quickly, he wouldn't escape death either. Elder, I am the Deputy Lord of the Azura Palace branch. Xin Chang forced himself to speak despite his fear. Oh? Lin Zian responded lightly. Azura Palace. Her sister had mentioned it before. It wasn't much of a force. In that case. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Zian's eyes. The dark aura surrounding her transformed into black flames, which surged toward Xin Chang. As the black flames materialized, Xin Chang's pupils contracted sharply, as though he had seen something unimaginably terrifying. Swoosh, accompanied by a sharp crack in the air. Xin Chang's eye was instantly consumed by the black flames in utter despair, reduced to ashes without even a chance to fight back. The black flames surged toward Chen Hong's mutilated remains, incinerating them into ash as well. Seeing both of them obliterated by the black flames, Lin Zian clenched her small fists and declared, who else dares to try their luck? Huh, what's this? Just as Lin Zian was about to leave, she noticed an old piece of parchment lying next to Chen Hong's ashes. Soul Refining Martial Arts. Lin Zian glanced over the contents on the parchment, her head starting to ache. This kind of martial arts manual was far too complex to understand. Better give it to brother Wang Hao. He loves martial arts, I'm sure he'll like this. She recalled Wang Hao mentioning his passion for martial arts. Alright, I'll give it to him then. Thinking about Wang Hao's delighted expression when he received the gift, Lin Zian felt a sweet warmth in her heart, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Under the moonlight, her delicate face appeared even more enchanting. After carefully putting away the parchment, Lin Zian quietly returned to the villa. Not long after she left, a gentle breeze swept through the ashes of the two men, scattering them into the air until no trace remained. It was as if no one had ever been there. Inside the villa room, Wang Xinyue lay on the bed, bored. The door opened, and Lin Zian sauntered in, dressed in pink pajamas. Zian, you're finally back. I was so bored by myself. Wang Xinyue exclaimed excitedly. Call me sister-in-law. Lin Zian replied coldly. No way. I'm not calling you that. Wang Xinyue laughed, lunging toward Lin Zian to tickle her under the arms. Lin Zian, of course, wouldn't let her off so easily. The two girls began to laugh and play, the room filling with youthful energy and joy. Zian, why is there a bloodstain on your clothes? Wang Xinyue asked suddenly, pinning Lin Zian onto the bed, just as she was about to strike again. She had noticed a faint bloodstain on Lin Zian's pajamas. Lin Zian looked down at her pajamas and, indeed, there was a bloodstain. A memory flashed in her mind of the earlier scene when she crushed that man with her aura. It must have splattered on me then. She muttered to herself before quickly adding, I just squashed a couple of mosquitoes in the bathroom earlier. The next day, Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Inside the VIP lounge. Master Guan, why did you come here personally? You could have just notified me. Through the terminal. Wang Hao said. Earlier that morning, he had been practicing in the training room when he suddenly received a message from Guan Shang, who said he was coming to meet him personally. Guan Shang sat in the VIP lounge, holding a cup of tea. I came this time to take you to the imperial capital. To give you an explanation. Guan Shang said directly after taking a sip of tea. Wang Hao blinked, feeling a surge of excitement. The Wang family was coming to find him. This was exhilarating. After the Wang family's failed assassination attempt, Wang Hao had investigated their background in the imperial capital. The Wang family was a top-tier aristocratic clan in the capital, their influence and wealth among the best in the nation. Moreover, their patriarch, Wang Xiong, was a grandmaster-level expert, immensely powerful and inscrutable. But he, Wang Hao, was just a small-time martial artist at the acquired stage. Meeting a grandmaster to demand an explanation? That thought alone made his heart race. What if the Wang family decided to act ruthlessly against him? He'd be doomed. Gulp. Wang Hao swallowed nervously. Isn't this too risky? Seemingly reading his concerns, Guan Shang smiled. Wang Hao, don't be afraid. With me protecting you, what's the Wang family worth? Their grandeur is all for show, they're not as impressive as they seem. Hearing this, Wang Hao's lips twitched. Asterisk. Of course you're not afraid, you're a master-level expert and a hallmaster of the Tianwu Association, asterisk. He thought. Maybe I should practice a bit more before going? Wang Hao said nervously. Facing a grandmaster-level opponent was simply overwhelming. Even though he'd never encountered a grandmaster in person, common sense told him that if a grandmaster wanted his life, he wouldn't stand a chance. That was the most powerful existence below a martial saint, after all. Relax, there's absolutely no problem with this trip to the Wang family. That old guy Wang Xiong won't get off easy if he doesn't give you a proper explanation. Guan Shang said confidently. Is this really something a master would say to a grandmaster? Wang Hao thought. Asterisk. You're just a master yourself, while Wang Xiong is a grandmaster. Asterisk. Are we just going with the two of us? Wang Hao asked cautiously. Facing such a boss-level figure, he, as a mere acquired stage martial artist, had to be careful. If it was just him and Hall Master Guan, he'd have to think things through. Of course not. Our vice president will be coming with us. Guan Shang replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Hao thought to himself. Asterisk. So that's why you were acting like the grandmaster didn't matter at all, because you've got a martial saint backing you up. Asterisk. Alright, if the vice president's going, it should be fine. After all, the vice presidents of the Tianwu Association are all martial saints. What can Wang Xiong possibly do against that? The martial saint going up against a grandmaster, there's definitely a chance for a fight. Alright, I'll go. When do we leave? Wang Hao asked. He was curious to see what the Wang family in the imperial capital was really like. And as for Wang Shua, who had sent assassins after him last time, he spared his life, and yet the man still dared to act so arrogantly. This time, with a martial saint backing him, what was there to fear? Now, Guan Shang replied with a smile, setting down his teacup. Without further delay, the two hurried to the teleportation array in Jianglin City, preparing to leave for the imperial capital. Imperial capital, Wang family inside a meeting hall that was modestly decorated but no less grand, Wang Xiong sat at the head of the table, his face dark and brooding. The air in the room was heavy with tension. Seated on either side of the hall were the Wang family's senior members, all wearing grim expressions. At the very end of the hall sat a burly young man in a wheelchair, his entire body wrapped in bandages, trembling uncontrollably. Beside the young man stood an elderly man with a head full of white hair, dressed in a long robe. His face was grave, and his head hung low. "Father, was I wrong? That Wang Hao crippled me, was it wrong for me to seek revenge?" Wang Shua asked, his voice shaking with anger, his eyes burning with fury. The Wang family elders in the hall remained indifferent, their faces devoid of any sympathy. Wang Shua's words failed to stir even the slightest ripple in their hearts. "Shuor, you are not wrong. Revenge should be sought, grievances should be avenged. You are a member of the Wang family. No matter if he's just some kid from a remote mountain area, you can treat him however you like," Wang Xiong said. Hearing this, Wang Shua was stunned. Was this really something his father would say? "But that kid is with the Tianwu Society. You didn't just go after him, you failed." Wang Xiong's tone turned icy. "How was I supposed to know that he had a treasure given to him by Guan Shang? It's all that damn Guan Shang's fault. If it weren't for him, Wang Hao would already be dead." Wang Shua growled through gritted teeth, his bandaged hands trembling slightly. Many of the senior members of the Wang family sneered in disdain. For someone as capable as Wang Xiong to have such a foolish son, it was almost laughable. "Sure, I'm not your third uncle, but let me say this. How many times have I told you? Even when hunting rabbits, you must use your full strength. You knew Wang Hao was a prodigy, and yet you only sent 10 postnatal martial artists? Does the Wang family lack people?" "The Wang family never runs out of manpower," said a chubby man sitting nearby. I thought." Wang Shua's face was full of bitterness as he lowered his head. He knew he had made a mistake. He should have sent 10 grandmasters from the start. Trembling slightly, he fell silent. "Zhuan, you bear responsibility for this as well. You know what to do," Wang Xiong said, turning to Zhuan, who stood beside him. Zhuan slowly raised his head and replied in a low voice, "Master, this old servant understands." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Zhuan's body. The violent force shook him to the core. Wang Shua felt his mind go completely blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. Boom! Zhuan suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Wang Shua stared blankly at Zhuan's lifeless body, his entire being frozen in shock. "Someone, take the young master away. He's tired," Wang Xiong said calmly. "Master, we need to discuss how to deal with the Tianwu Society." A voice interjected. It was Wang Shua's third uncle. Wang Xiong nodded, and the group began deliberating on a plan to confront the Tianwu Society. Jianlin City, Martial Alliance headquarters. The teleportation array in Jianlin City was located within the Martial Alliance headquarters. Guan Shang led Wang Hao quickly out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and toward the Martial Alliance. Many in the alliance greeted Guan Shang as they passed, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, showing no air of superiority. "Wow, it's Hallmaster Guan and Wang Hao. Are they heading to the Imperial Capital? I heard Wang Hao's going to attend the Imperial Capital Academy. We might not see him again. It's kind of sad. Who knows what amazing things Wang Hao will accomplish in the Imperial Capital. Our Jianglin City's #1 prodigy will definitely make it big. He's bound to become the strongest." The Martial Alliance was abuzz with chatter and speculation. "This time, when you go to the Imperial Capital, the Tianwu Society will arrange accommodations for you. If you're not comfortable in the school dormitory, you can stay at the place we prepared for you," Guan Shang explained as they walked. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He'd have a house to live in when he got to the Imperial Capital? How awesome was that? Guan Shang continued briefing Wang Hao on the Imperial Capital's dynamics. The Imperial Capital was home to many powerful factions. The most prominent were the Martial Alliance and the Tianwu Society. There were also a few slightly weaker groups, though still formidable, such as the Dragon God Society in Phoenix Pavilion, top-tier forces in Huagua. Apart from being slightly weaker than the Tianwu Society in terms of peak combat power, they were equally matched in other aspects. Wang Hao had heard of these factions before and knew they were colossal entities. Below them were the elite noble families. Though they lacked top-tier martial artists, they wielded vast wealth and influence, making them formidable in their own right. Listening to Guan Shang's introduction, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Finally, he was going to the place where geniuses gathered. He didn't know how strong the geniuses in the Imperial Capital were, but back in Jianglin City, he had essentially become invincible among the younger generation. He thought of Chen Tian from Lingxiao Pavilion, the one often hailed as the #1 genius of Jianlin City. Now, Chen Tian probably couldn't even withstand a slap from him. These days, cutting down high-level martial artists felt as easy as slaughtering chickens. Chen Tian was no longer even worth a second thought. Master Guan, are you planning to use the teleportation array? At the entrance to the teleportation array, a staff member asked respectfully. Guan Sheng nodded. We must head to the imperial capital immediately and make all the necessary arrangements. The staff member quickly got to work. Shortly after, Guan Sheng and Wang Hao stepped into the teleportation array. The array emitted a dazzling light, and Wang Hao felt himself enveloped in warmth. There was a faint pressure in the air. The teleportation will start momentarily. Guan Sheng reminded him. The light grew brighter, and the air became denser. Whoosh! With a sharp, piercing roar, Wang Hao felt himself enter a chaotic space. Moments later, the feeling of chaos dissipated, and the light from the teleportation array gradually dimmed. Wang Hao and Guan Sheng stepped out of the teleportation array and onto the land of the imperial capital. The teleportation array there was also located within the martial arts alliance. The two walked outward, yet surprisingly, no one greeted Guan Sheng. These people are really strong, Wang Hao thought to himself. Although they didn't display their true strength, the faint sense of oppression they exuded made Wang Hao feel a sense of danger. Finally, they stepped out of what felt like the beginner's village, and the unfamiliar surroundings filled Wang Hao with excitement. If he could conquer this map. After all, this was a place where martial gods resided. Wait, had he come here too soon? Master Guan, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. A loud, hearty voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. At the entrance to the martial arts alliance, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe greeted them with a smile. He seemed unassuming and carried no hint of oppressive aura, his demeanor warm and approachable. This is the unparalleled genius I discovered in Jianlin City, Wang Hao. Guan Sheng introduced him. Wang Hao, this is our vice president, the Azure Mountain martial sage. Guan Sheng continued. Greetings, vice president. Wang Hao greeted respectfully. A martial sage. This was the first time he had ever encountered a living martial sage. Truly, a hero emerges from the young. Such a deep reserve of energy and exceptional martial arts skills at such a young age, no wonder Master Guan thinks so highly of you. The Azure Mountain martial sage looked at Wang Hao with admiration. Under the martial sage's gaze, Wang Hao felt as though he were being completely seen through. This was the power of a martial sage, his very gaze carried immense pressure. Ha, Vice President, don't overpraise Wang Hao. He still has a long way to go. Guan Sheng said with a laugh. Wang Hao, take this. It might come in handy, the Azure Mountain martial sage said, ignoring Guan Sheng's words. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an ancient-looking stone. Wang Hao blinked and glanced at Guan Sheng. When the Azure Mountain martial sage gives you something, you take it, Guan Sheng said. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao accepted the stone. Thank you, Vice President, he said sincerely. The moment he held the stone, Wang Hao felt his mind become extraordinarily clear. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your sea-level martial art, the ninefold blade technique, has broken through to the divine realm, ***, ding. Congratulations to the host, your blade momentum has advanced to the mastery stage, increasing your blade technique's power by 150%, ***, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Hao's body, overshadowing the heavens and earth. The Azure Mountain martial sage narrowed his eyes slightly, and a glow emanated from his body, enveloping the group tightly within it. In an instant, their figures disappeared into the spatial void. This is blade momentum at the mastery stage. Guan Sheng stared at Wang Hao in disbelief. The sharp aura radiating from Wang Hao made even Guan Sheng feel a shiver of cold. He had never expected that Wang Hao, not only comprehending blade momentum, had achieved the mastery stage. This was simply unbelievable. How could a postnatal martial artist reach blade momentum mastery? Who would believe it? Excellent, excellent. Wang Hao, you've performed remarkably. Reaching blade momentum mastery at the 7th stage of postnatal cultivation, your future is limitless. The Azure Mountain martial sage laughed heartily, his eyes filled with even greater approval. Feeling the sharp blade intent coursing through his body, Wang Hao was elated. He silently called up his attribute panel in his mind. Name, Wang Hao, innate talents, divine speed physique, SSS, void shadow, S-rank, absolute frost, S-rank, realm. Hotian 7th level, technique, greenwood chi creation manual, skills, blade momentum, mastery, increases blade power by 150%, fist momentum, minor accomplishment, increases fist power by 80%, soul forging martial arts, stellar soul forging manual upper volume, S-rank, beginner, blade arts, ninefold blade technique, C-rank, transcendent, shadow, blade technique, D-rank, perfect, heavenly origin / E-rank, transcendent, wind cleaving blade technique, E-rank, transcendent, body refining arts, thunder body refinement. Manual, C-rank, perfect, Vajra manual, E-rank, transcendent, fist arts, thunderous fist, C-rank, perfect, falling cloud palm, F-rank, transcendent, movement techniques, shadow, demon step, C-rank, proficient, ethereal movement technique, E-rank, Perfect, support techniques, Ling Ming eyes, D rank, proficient, divine breath technique, C rank, beginner. Vitality, 480, soul, 6.8, time until next duplication, 29 days. Finally, he had acquired his first C-rank martial art of transcendent level. Wang Hao's heart brimmed with excitement. Just how powerful could a C-rank martial art of transcendent level truly be? This stone was simply miraculous. With just a light touch, it elevated his martial skill directly to perfection, and his blade momentum instantly reached mastery. This stone contains a trace of my martial Dao intent, so when your martial arts reach their peak, it can create a breakthrough effect, explained Qingshan Martial Saint patiently, as if he had seen through Wang Hao's confusion. Thank you, Vice President, for imparting your martial Dao intent. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude earnestly to the Martial Saint Qingshan. Although Wang Hao didn't fully understand what martial Dao intent was, he knew it was undoubtedly something extraordinarily precious. Qingshan Martial Saint waved his hand dismissively and said, "The credit goes to your own comprehension ability. My intent is merely auxiliary. With talents like you and our Tianwu Guild, we might just cultivate another martial god in the future." Even Qingshan Martial Saint had high hopes for Wang Hao, which filled Guan Shang's heart with immense satisfaction. After a few more casual exchanges, Qingshan Martial Saint deactivated the shielding barrier he had set up earlier. Alright, let's not waste time, we'll head straight to the Wang family. Qingshan Martial Saint instructed. Guan Shang nodded, putting his thoughts in order. Then let's leave now. Slash. With a mere wave of Qingshan Martial Saint's hand, the space before them tore open, revealing a fissure emanating a desolate and chaotic aura. The space was directly ripped apart. Wang Hao stared wide-eyed, in shock at the scene before him. This was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. A martial saint could actually tear through space? Truly unbelievable. Guan Shang's expression, however, remained calm, as if he had long grown accustomed to the sight. Boom, boom, boom. The space fracture expanded, swallowing the group whole. At the very moment they were engulfed, a radiant light emanated from Qingshan Martial Saint's body, tightly encasing the group within it. Wang Hao felt as if his vision was drowned in a boundless expanse of white. SHHHHHH. Moments later, the sound of rushing wind pierced the air. Before long, a bustling and opulent scene unfolded before Wang Hao's eyes. A vast area of luxurious villas appeared in front of him. This is the Wang family, Guan Shang announced. Qingshan Martial Saint took the lead, with Wang Hao and Guan Shang following closely behind. At the entrance of the villa district, the head of the Wang family stood respectfully, awaiting their arrival. "Welcome, Lord Qingshan Martial Saint." A loud and reverent voice echoed from the entrance. Qingshan Martial Saint's expression remained indifferent as he walked straight ahead. The group entered the Wang family's villa district without hesitation. The Wang family's head followed behind them respectfully, not daring to utter a single word. The aura of a martial saint is truly unparalleled, Wang Hao thought to himself. He was certain that the man behind them was the head of the Wang family, yet he dared not make even a single sound. Walking along a path lined with rare and exotic flowers, it wasn't long before Qingshan Martial Saint led Wang Hao and Guan Shang into the Wang family's reception hall. The reception hall was extravagantly adorned with decorations Wang Hao had never seen before. The air was permeated with a faint, pleasant fragrance. "Lord Martial Saint graces us with his presence. I am utterly overwhelmed," Wang Xiong stammered, trembling with fear. The senior members of the Wang family stood nearby, their faces equally stricken with terror. To think that a mere assassination attempt would warrant the presence of a martial saint. Wang Xiong's heart turned ice cold. He had initially assumed Tianwu would at most send a grandmaster. Instead, they had sent a martial saint, leaving him no room for maneuver or negotiation. As a grandmaster himself, Wang Xiong was acutely aware of a martial saint's might. In truth, if Qingshan Martial Saint wished to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. "Well then, since I'm here, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" Qingshan Martial Saint asked as he took a seat, while the Wang family members stood trembling. "Lord Martial Saint, in regard to Wang Hao," a man forced himself to speak despite his fear. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, his body abruptly exploded, flesh and blood splattering across the reception hall of the Wang family instantly felt a heavy weight pressing down on their hearts, their breathing cautious and shallow. Wang Xiong's entire body went cold. This was the power of a martial saint. A mere grandmaster seemed no more significant than a mosquito in front of him. Guan Shang and Wang Hao stood silently behind the martial saint, not uttering a single word. "I'm a reasonable person. But if someone refuses to listen to reason, then I have other ways to make them understand," said Martial Saint Qingshan. Indifferently, as if the blood-soaked scene moments ago had nothing to do with him. "Martial Saint, I understand." Wang Xiong took a deep breath, then spoke. "Bring that unfilial son of mine out," he commanded. Before long, someone pushed a wheelchair into the room. Sitting in it was Wang Xiong's son, Wang Shuo. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, with only his face exposed. He trembled uncontrollably, not daring to lift his head. Martial Saint, this is my unworthy son. A father's failure to teach is the father's fault. My son has made mistakes, and it is my responsibility as his father to bear the consequences, Wang Xiong said. Screech, suddenly, Wang Xiong swung his left hand with a surge of powerful energy, slicing directly through his own right hand. His face turned deathly pale as his right hand fell to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Master! Father! The Wang family stood frozen in shock. Wang Shua's eyes were blank, his heart filled with anguish and confusion. Why had it come to this? He couldn't help but blame himself. Had he truly been wrong? He wished desperately that the severed hand was his own. The father he had always seen as omnipotent now seemed so helpless and insignificant in front of the martial saint. The other senior members of the Wang family were equally stunned. How could this be? He actually severed his own hand. Seeing Wang Xiong, his arm dripping blood, Wang Hao felt a deep sense of shock. Even a grandmaster dared not utter a single defiant word before the martial saint. Instead, he severed his own right arm without hesitation. Martial saint, I failed to properly teach my son and deserve death. But the Wang family still needs me. I am willing to sever my right arm as penance and offer an additional 10 billion star coins and 1,000 top-grade origin crystals. I hope Martial Saint and brother Wang Hao can let go of their anger. Wang Xiong said, his face pale, sweat dripping down continuously. 10 billion star coins. 1,000 top-grade origin crystals. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. As expected of a top-tier family offering 10 billion star coins in a single breath. And top-grade origin crystals? Just hearing the name suggested unimaginable worth. Your Wang family possesses a martial technique called the Nine Nether Frost technique, correct? Add that technique as well, said Martial Saint Qingshan with a calm, indifferent expression. Wang Xiong's body trembled slightly, blood still pouring from his wound. Yes, Martial Saint, Wang Xiong replied, bowing his head in deference. It wasn't long before the Wang family servants brought in a star coin card, origin crystals, and the martial arts scroll. Wang Hao, Guan Shang, let's go, Martial Saint Qingshan said, taking the items and turning to leave with Wang Hao and Guan Shang without sparing Wang Xiong another glance. Farewell, Martial Saint. As the group departed, the Wang family shouted their farewells in unison. Thud, not long after Martial Saint Qingshan and his group left, Wang Xiong finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold himself up any longer. No one could fathom the immense pressure he had endured just now. Martial Saint Qingshan was one of the most powerful figures on the entire Blue Star. Master, master. As Wang Xiong fell, the senior members of the Wang family rushed to his side. Quick, call a doctor. Someone shouted, immediately leaving to find help. Wang Xiong struggled to sit up and moved to Wang Shua's side. Sure, do you think your father is useless? Wang Xiong asked, his face ashen. Tears welled up in Wang Shua's eyes. Father, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wang Xiong clutched his severed arm with his left hand. Sure, did you see clearly? That is a martial saint. Just by standing there, no one can oppose him. Our Wang family hasn't seen a martial saint for many years, and now, we finally have an opportunity. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Martial Saint Qingshan, Wang Hao, and their group moved through the lively, crowded urban landscape. Skyscrapers towered above, vehicles flowed endlessly along the streets, and flying crafts zipped back and forth across the sky. The scene was vibrant and full of life. Wang Hao glanced around. Powerful individuals passed by constantly. The imperial capital was far more prosperous than Jianlin City. Wang Hao, the Wang family once targeted you. If I were still the hot-headed man of my youth, I would have wiped them out long ago, leaving no trace behind. But the current circumstances don't allow for that, Martial Saint Qingshan said slowly, a complex glimmer passing through his eyes. Guan Sheng stood silently by his side, his gaze filled with respect. There were truths that Guan Sheng understood in his heart, but now was not the time for Wang Hao to know them. All he could do was offer a bitter, helpless smile. Vice President, achieving this outcome is already more than satisfactory, Wang Hao replied steadily. Eradicating an entire family. Wang Hao had no doubt about Martial Saint Qingshan's overwhelming power. The scene at the Wang family's estate was still fresh in his mind. The Wang family members had been utterly terrified in the presence of the martial saint, like schoolchildren trembling. Before a stern teacher, even a grandmaster would have no thought of resisting in the presence of the Aoyama martial saint. Wang Xiong had no choice but to sever his own right arm in exchange for a wealth of cultivation resources. Wang Hao, train well. This world is truly magnificent. Our Hua nation, even the entire blue planet, is still so small and weak, said the Aoyama martial saint, a sigh escaping his lips as if some thought had crossed his mind. Weak? Wang Hao's heart tightened. Could it be that even the martial saint considered himself weak? As if sensing Wang Hao's doubts, the Aoyama martial saint added, don't be deceived by how strong our Tianwu association seems. Our enemies are equally formidable. Enemies, could he mean demons? Before Wang Hao could ask further questions, the figure of the Aoyama martial saint suddenly disappeared from the street, the imperial capital, Tianwu Association headquarters. Old Guan, long time no see. How do you have time to return to the capital this time? And is that the little genius you discovered in Jianlin City? Truly extraordinary, and rather handsome as well. Don't call him a little genius. Wang Hao is the top scorer of this year's martial exam. Don't joke around. The halls of the Tianwu Association were alive with greetings as many approached Guan Shang with enthusiasm. Guan Shang responded to each one, leading Wang Hao toward the living room. Wang Hao, on the other hand, followed silently, playing the role of a low-key subordinate. These people were at least innate martial masters. As a postnatal martial artist, Wang Hao knew there was no need to draw undue attention to himself. Wang Hao, do you see that? That's the martial saint. Even Wang Xiong, that old fox, dare not utter a word in his presence, Guan Shang remarked casually while sipping tea, a smile on his face. Wang Hao nodded. The mere presence of the Aoyama martial saint sitting there was an overwhelming threat in itself. This outcome was more than satisfactory to Wang Hao. The patriarch of the Wang family, even as a grandmaster, had been forced to sever his own arm to protect his useless son. That so-called waste of a son? Wang Hao couldn't care less. Even if that son hadn't been rendered useless, Wang Hao could easily control him. By the way, why did the vice president disappear so suddenly earlier? Wang Hao suddenly remembered. The vice president isn't that free. That was just one of his avatars, Guan Shang explained. An avatar? Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. An avatar alone could suppress the entire Wang family. Just how powerful must the Aoyama martial saint be? Not to mention the martial gods above the martial saints. This is what the vice president asked me to give you, the 9 Nether Frost technique taken from the Wang family. Guan Shang said, his spatial ring flashing as he pulled out an ancient martial arts manual. Wang Hao accepted it, carefully examining the manual. 9 Nether Frost technique, SS rank martial art. Utilizing the frost energy of the 9 Nether, mastery of this technique may lead to the formation of martial intent. SS rank martial art. Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the highest level martial art he had ever encountered. It wasn't like the incomplete S-rank stellar soul refining technique. Master Guan, are you really giving this to me? Wang Hao swallowed hard. This was an SS rank martial art, a technique with the potential to form martial intent. Though he wasn't entirely sure what martial intent was, he knew the martial saints relied on it for their power. To think that something so valuable would be given directly to him. A wave of warmth surged through Wang Hao's heart. He felt grateful for having joined the Tianwu Association. Without it, the Wang family would have likely sent an innate martial master or even a grandmaster to deal with him long ago. Thinking of Wang Xiong, a chill ran down his spine. That man was utterly ruthless. Wang Hao had no doubt that without the backing of the Tianwu Association, he would have been doomed long ago. The vice president has high hopes for you, but bear in mind, this martial art isn't something you can master easily. It's best to wait until you've broken through to the innate realm before you attempt it, Guan Sheng advised. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. The incomplete soul refining technique had taken him nearly half a month just to grasp the basics. This SS rank martial art would undoubtedly be exponentially more challenging. Additionally, the vice president exchanged your 10 billion star coins for access to the Tianwu Association's chi pool. You can train there for a week, Guan Sheng added. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The chi pool. Now that was a treasure. Shortly after, Guan Sheng led Wang Hao directly to the chi pool of the Tianwu Association. Before departing, Wang Hao had even purchased a large supply of chi pills. If he had access to the chi pool, he'd naturally make the most of its benefits. The two of them moved through the bustling crowds, heading toward the rear mountain of the Tianwu Association. The closer they got to the rear mountain, the more Wang Hao could sense the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the entrance to the mountain stood 2 guards, their auras radiating immense strength. The entire rear mountain was enveloped by a pale blue protective barrier. Go on in. This is a bottle of innate pills prepared for you. I hope that by the time you emerge, you'll be an innate martial master. Guan Sheng handed Wang Hao a small bottle at the gate. Wang Hao accepted it with a firm nod. Master Guan, don't worry. Breaking into the innate realm is a piece of cake for me. With that, he stepped into the rear mountain as Guan Shan watched him go. As he watched Wang Hao's departing figure, Guan Sheng felt nothing but satisfaction. If this kid could break through to the innate realm within a few days, reaching such a level at the age of 16, wow, how thrilling. He made up his mind silently. I need to intensify my training too, or this kid will catch up to me next year. Guan Sheng suddenly realized that his own level was only at the Grandmaster stage. After the innate stage comes the Grandmaster stage. Saying this, Guan Shan left the back mountain. As soon as Wang Hao entered the back mountain, he immediately felt the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing toward him. The back mountain of Tianwu society. Here, the spiritual energy In the air was overwhelmingly thick, making the atmosphere feel almost heavy. After a long while, Wang Hao finally reached the summit of the back mountain. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense it was almost tangible, swirling around the surroundings. The vegetation was vibrant and flourishing, with lush flowers and grasses exuding the essence of spring. Wang Hao took a deep breath, instantly feeling the spiritual energy within his body surge. At the center of the summit was a pool, filled with a liquid form of spiritual energy. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment at the scene before him. The density of the spiritual energy here surpassed that of the most advanced cultivation rooms in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall by far. He couldn't resist the urge to jump in and train. Without hesitation, Wang Hao dove straight into the energy pool. The moment he entered the water, the Greenwood Chi creation technique within him instantly activated. He felt an immense tide of spiritual energy flooding into his body. "Ah, this feels amazing!" Wang Hao shouted. Then, he brought out a stash of energy pills he had prepared beforehand, swallowing them one after the other, and entered an even deeper state of cultivation. 7 days later, in the back mountain of Tianwu Society, the energy pool enveloped Wang Hao's entire body in dense spiritual energy. A faint, azure force flowed along the surface of his skin, and a powerful aura burst forth from within him. His golden core brimmed with explosive amounts of energy. His skin became smooth and refined, as though he had undergone a complete purification. While his appearance remained the same, his aura transformed into something mysterious and ethereal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third level of the innate stage. Vitality plus 120, the system's voice chimed in. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, finally reaching the third level of the innate stage. This energy pool was truly extraordinary. On the third day of his training, he had broken through to the 10th level of the acquired stage and immediately consumed an innate pill. The power of the innate pill transformed the spiritual energy seed within him into a golden core. The golden core was the hallmark of an innate martial master. As the saying goes, once you have a golden core, you hold your destiny in your own hands. From the innate stage onward, martial artists became fundamentally different from ordinary people. After achieving the innate stage, one's lifespan was significantly extended. Even martial artists with average talent could live up to 200 years once they formed a golden core. The thought of living for 200 years filled Wang Hao with excitement. He mentally summoned his attribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100-fold speed physique, SSS, void. Shadow, S, extreme cold, S, realm, third level of innate stage, techniques, Greenwood Chi creation technique, skills, blade momentum, mastery, plus 150% blade power, fist momentum, proficiency, plus 80% fist power, soul. Refining technique, Star Soul refinement technique upper part, S, beginner, blade techniques, 9-fold blade technique, C, transcendent, shadow blade technique, D, perfect, heavenly origin / E, transcendent. Wind cleaving blade, E, transcendent, body refining techniques, thunder body refinement technique, C, perfect, Vajra technique, E, transcendent, fist techniques, thunderbolt fist, C, perfect, falling cloud palm, F, transcendent, movement techniques, shadow demon step, C, proficient, ethereal step, E, perfect, support techniques, Ling Ming I, D, proficient, breath concealing art, C, beginner, vitality, 980, soul, 6.8, time. Until next replication, 22 days, with his vitality reaching 980, Wang Hao looked at the numbers on the panel with immense satisfaction. 98,000 kilograms of strength. Who could withstand a punch from him? Over the past days, he had relied entirely on absorbing spiritual energy, without focusing on cultivating other techniques. He had also consumed all his energy pills within 7 days. After breaking through to the innate stage, the effectiveness of the pills had noticeably diminished. This breakthrough was primarily thanks to the energy pool's support. It's time to head out, Wang Hao thought to himself. The Imperial Capital Academy had already started its term, and he needed to report in. Packing up briefly, he left the back mountain. At the mountain gate, Guansheng had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing the dramatic transformation in Wang Hao, Guansheng's face lit up with joy. It was obvious Wang Hao had broken through to the innate stage. A 16-year-old innate martial master. A flicker of disbelief crossed Guansheng's face. When he had sent Wang Hao into the mountain a few days ago, he had suspected that Wang Hao might achieve a breakthrough. However, actually seeing Wang Hao standing before him after the breakthrough still left him momentarily stunned. Master Guan, I'm out, Wang Hao said with a smile. Snapping out of his daze, Guansheng took a deep breath and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Wang Hao, well done. Then, Guansheng led Wang Hao to the accommodations that Tianwu Society had arranged for him. There aren't any villas here, Guansheng said with a smile as he led Wang Hao into a standalone luxury residence. Though the house wasn't as grand as the villas in Jianglin City, it was fully equipped with all kinds of modern appliances and amenities. There was even a small lawn at the entrance. Not bad, Wang Hao remarked. Living in such a big place on my own, I don't feel lonely at all. From here, if you walk along this street for 2 kilometers, you'll reach the Imperial Academy. Guan Sheng pointed at the street outside as he spoke. Wang Hao looked out the window. Beyond the fence was a wide road. So close to the Imperial Academy? It seemed Hallmaster Guan had already made all the arrangements for him. For cultivating at the innate stage, you'll primarily use elemental crystals like the top quality one that Wang Xiong from the Wang family brought out earlier. Guan Sheng began explaining the cultivation methods for the innate stage to Wang Hao. At the innate stage, energy pills were no longer sufficient to keep up with the absorption speed of a cultivator's golden core. At this point, elemental crystals were needed. These crystals were divided into 4 grades: low quality, mid quality, high quality, and top quality. Wang Hao recalled the small box that the Wang family's servant had carried. It really seemed to be filled with the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder the energy pills had started losing their effectiveness after he broke into the innate stage. It wasn't his problem after all. As for martial arts, I can't really help you. With your talent, trying to teach you would just be making a fool of myself, Guan Sheng said with a laugh. Take a good rest today. Tomorrow, head over to the Imperial Martial Academy to register. I've already spoken to your mentor, so there won't be any issues. After giving a few more instructions, Guan Sheng left. Once Guan Sheng was gone, Wang Hao immediately began cultivating his martial arts. Though this high-end residence wasn't particularly large, it was equipped with a dedicated training room. Wang Hao practiced his martial arts techniques there, and by night, he focused on cultivating the stellar body refinement technique. As for why he wasn't practicing his other techniques, after training non-stop for 7 days, he was nearly exhausted. Moreover, without the assistance of an energy pool, his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and eating breakfast, he set off for the Imperial Academy. The streets near the Academy's entrance were bustling with students walking together in groups. In contrast, Wang Hao walked alone toward the Academy. After quite a walk, he finally arrived at the gates of the Imperial Academy. Standing tall at the entrance was a massive stone tablet. 4 bold and powerful characters, Imperial Academy, were etched into its surface. Even from afar, Wang Hao could sense the immense energy emanating from the monument. His mind was completely captivated. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your C-grade martial art, Phantom Shadow Step, has reached the perfect stage. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your C-grade martial art, Divine Breath Technique, has advanced to the proficient stage. The notifications of breakthroughs echoed in his mind. So this was the Imperial Academy? Even a single stone tablet could push one's martial arts to new heights with ease. How terrifying! Wang Hao took a deep breath. If he gained so much just standing outside, he couldn't imagine how extraordinary the environment inside must be. He continued walking toward the academy. At the entrance, aside from students, there were also many martial artists gathered around the stone tablet. That inscription was written personally by the martial god. It contains the supreme truths of martial arts. Even after hundreds of years, the essence of its teaching still lingers. I've been staring at it for a while, but I don't feel anything except a bit dizzy. Same here. My legs are even going numb. That's just because you've been standing too long, isn't it? Still, the martial truths are truly incredible. Just looking at the inscription for a few moments, I could feel the sheer power within the words. Wow, you can actually sense the martial truths? What class are you in? Teach me. By the way, what exactly are martial truths? I'm not really sure how to explain it. Then what's the point of saying anything? Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he listened to the chatter of the students and martial artists around him. Why did these people seem a bit clueless? Hey, are you a freshman? Haven't registered yet? I can take you there. Just as Wang Hao was about to step through the gates, an excited voice called out. Turning his head, he saw a young man in a white jacket walking toward him. How did you know I haven't registered yet? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Could it be that his reputation as a peerless genius had already spread? Did he already have fans? You're not wearing your academy badge. The young man in the white jacket pointed to the badge on his own chest. Wang Hao froze for a moment. Nearly every student around him had a badge pinned to their chest. It was required to enter the academy. Those without badges had to be escorted by someone. This young man was evidently responsible for guiding new students who hadn't yet registered. It wasn't unusual. Some students might have missed the official registration day due to unforeseen circumstances. Which class are you in? I need to verify your identity, the young man in the white jacket asked with a smile. Divine martial class. Wang Hao. Wang Hao answered directly. The young man's eyes froze. Instantly, Shenwu class. Not only him, but the people at the school gate also stared at Wang Hao with astonished expressions. Shenwu class? No way, this handsome guy is in Shenwu class? Impossible. Shenwu class is the top-tier genius class at the Imperial Capital Academy. How old is he? How can this be? I bet he must have misspoken. I think so too. The minimum requirement for Shinwu class is the Xiantian realm. He just awakened, how could he possibly qualify? There must be some mistake. Exactly, the monsters in Shinwu class couldn't possibly look this handsome. I'll bet anything when they check, there won't be any record of him, and he'll end up in a regular class. +1. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Hao blinked. Was Shinwu class really that amazing? The young man in the white jacket ignored the surrounding voices and pulled out a tablet to look up Wang Hao's information. Shinwu class, Wang Hao, 16 years old. The man in the jacket stared at the data on the tablet, his breath catching for a moment. It was real Wang Hao. Shinwu class. He took a deep breath, his gaze slightly dazed as he looked at Wang Hao in front of him. Only 16 years old, and already a Shinwu class student? What kind of joke was this? Yet, the tablets. Information couldn't lie. Did you find it? Wang Hao noticed the man in the jacket spacing out and asked quickly. The man nodded. Wang Hao, come with me. I'll take you to Shinwu class. With that, he led Wang Hao into the campus. No way, he really went in. Just now, Zhang Yang said something like, I'll take you to Shinwu class. This is too much. He's really in Shinwu class? Did they lower the standards? He said Wang Hao is in Shinwu class. Wait, Wang Hao, he was the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. Now I remember, the 16-year-old dual-path genius martial artist, Wang Hao. So it's him. This is unbelievable. That Shinwu class we're talking about. The number of students there is already small, and there have been so many top scorers before him. What makes him special? I don't accept this. Are you last year's top scorer? I ranked 18th last year. Then shut up, you 18th place. What gives you the right to speak? Even after Wang Hao left, the group continued arguing non-stop. Wang Hao followed the young man in the jacket as they headed toward Shinwu class. The campus was brimming with youthful vitality. Students left their marks on the sports fields, grassy areas, and classrooms. Laughter echoed everywhere, mingling with discussions about martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. Wang Hao, my name's Zhang Yang. Let's exchange contact info. If you ever have any questions about the school, feel free to ask me. My talent isn't great, but I know a lot about how things work here, the young man in the jacket offered. Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately opened his terminal and added Zhang Yang's contact information. After exchanging details, the two continued walking deeper into the campus. The Imperial Capital Academy truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier institution. The campus was vast, with beautifully designed architecture. The atmosphere of martial cultivation was palpable. Everywhere, students sparred and honed their skills. The ambient energy of the heavens and earth was noticeably denser here than in the outside world, almost resembling a mid-tier energy cultivation chamber in an advanced martial arts dojo. Before long, the two passed through the teaching buildings and reached the entrance to a small path. Zhang Yang looked at the path ahead, a hint of unease in his eyes. Wang Hao, this path leads to Shinwu class. Grandmaster Lin is currently teaching inside. Just follow this path straight ahead. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said. Wang Hao nodded. Thank you, Senior Zhang Yang. No need to thank me. It's what I'm here for. If you need anything, just let me know. Be careful on this path. Zhang Yang smiled and reminded him. With that, Zhang Yang turned and left. Wang Hao stared at the path, sensing it wasn't ordinary. There seemed to be a unique energy hidden within it. Since Zhang Yang had warned him to be cautious, Wang Hao decided to see for himself. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao stepped onto the path. Boom! A strong pressure suddenly bore down on him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. This was gravity? Wang Hao panted slightly, adjusting his breathing. Then, he continued forward along the path. The pressure's effect on him grew increasingly insignificant. At first, it caught him off guard. If a postnatal martial apprentice tried to walk this path, they probably wouldn't last long. Wang Hao thought to himself. Although he didn't know the exact strength of this gravity, it was definitely beyond what an average postnatal martial apprentice could endure. He pressed on, gradually adapting to the oppressive force. Before long, Wang Hao heard faint voices coming from deeper down the path. Was Grandmaster Lin teaching already? Wang Hao's heart stirred. Possibly due to the gravity field, the voices were muffled and unclear. After some time, Wang Hao finally reached the end of the path. As soon as he stepped off, the pressure lifted instantly, and the energy within his body surged back to life immediately. An intense gaze fell upon Wang Hao, sending a chill down his spine. This gaze made him feel incredibly tense. Was this the aura of a grandmaster? A being second only to a martial saint? You must be Wang Hao. A calm yet commanding voice echoed from afar. Wang Hao suppressed the nervousness in his heart and nodded. Come in. The voice sounded again. The terrifying gaze disappeared, and Wang Hao regained his composure. He realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he continued forward. It was an open-air classroom, surrounded by special protective barriers. The concentration of spiritual energy In the air was significantly denser than in any other part of the Imperial Capital Academy. Even before stepping into the classroom, Wang Hao could feel the strong waves of energy. Inside, about 20 young individuals sat upright, their eyes fixed on the podium. At the front stood Grandmaster Lin, dressed in a martial arts robe. His presence was commanding yet calm, his face adorned with a faint smile. Wang Hao, take the seat in the front row on the right, Grandmaster Lin instructed. Wang Hao took a deep breath and walked over to the designated spot. The students' curious gazes followed him. They had been informed that a new classmate would be joining them, and many looked on with a mixture of curiosity and unspoken intent. Even without actively using his spiritual senses, Wang Hao could feel the faint attention directed at him. I just started today's lesson, which is on fist momentum. Wang Hao, even if you're unfamiliar with it, listen carefully, it will help you grasp the concept in the future, Grandmaster Lin said. Wang Hao's divine breath technique was already at a proficient level, his ability to conceal his true strength nearly flawless. Even a Grandmaster couldn't tell his actual cultivation level, assuming him to still be at the Hotian stage. Wang Hao blinked, silently cursing, unfamiliar? My blade momentum is already perfected, and my fist momentum is at a minor achievement. Do you think my unparalleled talent is just for show? Around him, a few students chuckled softly. Grandmaster Lin, I understand. I'll listen carefully, Wang Hao replied, keeping his tone humble. He wasn't about to announce that he had already grasped fist momentum. Grandmaster Lin nodded approvingly, pleased with Wang Hao's modest attitude, and continued his lecture. Once you master fist momentum, you'll develop an inner aura. This aura will enhance your techniques when using fist techniques. Furthermore, fist momentum not only allows you to, but also enables. Grandmaster Lin continued elaborating on the intricacies of fist momentum, his voice steady and authoritative. The other students listened with rapt attention, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. Wang Hao, however, stifled a yawn. He had spent the past 7 days cultivating in the energy pool without rest, and was utterly drained. For some reason, listening to Grandmaster Lin's lecture was making him drowsy. Next to him, a young man furrowed his brows. What's wrong with this Wang Hao? Even if he doesn't understand, he should at least pay attention. Yawning and looking so indifferent on the first day, what's that supposed to mean? Disrespecting Grandmaster Lin? Or looking down on our divine martial class? This young man was Qin Ming, a 21-year-old martial master at the 3rd level of the Xiantian stage. He had joined the divine martial class last year as a student of the Imperial Martial Academy. Though not considered one of the top talents in the class, Qin Ming was known for his relentless diligence, earning the admiration of his instructors. In the academy, he was seen as an inspirational figure, someone with average talent but extraordinary perseverance. While others trained 10 times, he would train 100, sacrificing all leisure for cultivation. His place in the divine martial class was hard-won through sheer effort. Qin Ming despised laziness, especially in prodigies like Wang Hao. At just 16, Wang Hao had achieved the rank of martial artist and now joined the divine martial class, a place Qin Ming had struggled for years to enter. Why, Qin Ming thought bitterly. With such talent, he's already yawning on the first day, acting so uninterested. Does he even deserve to be here? Unaware of the storm brewing in Qin Ming's mind, Wang Hao continued to sit there, oblivious to the offense he had caused. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Lin carried on with his lecture, seemingly unperturbed by Wang Hao's low energy. After a while, he finally paused. Some of you might be tired. Let's stop here for now. Take some time to digest what I've shared, and we'll continue shortly, Grandmaster Lin said, his gaze briefly flicking to Wang Hao before leaving the classroom. The atmosphere immediately became lively. The students began animatedly discussing the lesson, their excitement palpable. However, many couldn't help but glance at Wang Hao, their thoughts clear. This guy's got some nerve, zoning out on the first day. As soon as Grandmaster Lin exited, Wang Hao perked up. What's happening to me? He muttered. It felt like he was back in his school days when just hearing a lecture made him sleepy, but as soon as the teacher left, he was wide awake. Could I have some kind of weird condition that makes me drowsy during lessons? Wang Hao fretted internally. If this unparalleled genius has a problem, how's that even possible? On the side, Qin Ming was absolutely furious. What the hell? The moment Master Lin left, Wang Hao acted like he had just hit the lottery jackpot, all lively and smug. Having such talent yet choosing to waste it, a person like that doesn't deserve to be in our Shinwu class. Qin Ming completely lost his composure. Wang Hao, what's the meaning of this? Qin Ming stared coldly at Wang Hao, his gaze so icy it seemed to freeze the air. Wang Hao. The surrounding students stopped chatting and all turned to look at Qin Ming. Do we even know each other? Wang Hao frowned. Ever since arriving in the capital, he hadn't caused any trouble yet. No, wait, he hadn't even had the chance to show off yet. And now, this guy comes targeting him on the very first lesson. Whether we know each other or not doesn't matter. But for you to dare Doze off during Master Lin's lecture? Is that your way of provoking our Shinwu class and Master Lin himself? Xin Ming's eyes were as sharp and cold as knives. The surrounding students were thoroughly entertained. Everyone knew Qin Ming's temper. Perhaps due to some past experiences, Qin Ming had a strong aversion to lazy people. Wang Hao just so happened to sit next to him, and, well, wrong place, wrong time. Hee, the show's about to start. You wouldn't understand, and I don't feel like explaining. Coming at me with disrespect from the get-go, accusing me of provoking Master Lin? Are you out of your damn mind? Wang Hao pointed to his own head as he responded. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding students grew even more intrigued. Wang Hao actually dared to talk back, going head-to-head with Qin Ming. Many of them were already pulling out snacks, ready to watch this drama unfold. Wang Hao, do you think you're the only genius in Huaxia? Let me tell you, even if you're top tier in Jianlin City, in Shinwu class, your so-called talent is nothing. Qin Ming retorted. As his words fell, many in the classroom nodded in agreement. Clearly, the sentiment was mutual. Yeah, so what if you're a martial arts exam champion? Our Shinwu class isn't short on people like you, said a red-haired student cracking sunflower seeds. Wu Yan's right. Shinwu class is full of geniuses. Whatever martial arts exam champion you are, you might shine in other classes, but here? It's meaningless, added a chubby young man gnawing on a chicken claw. Exactly, Jianlin City? What kind of backwater place is that? Never even heard of it. A 16-year-old martial artist? That's a total joke. Dual mastery of Shinwu techniques? Those F-level, E-level trash techniques? So what if you've mastered them? Try mastering a D-level or C-level one if you're so capable. The nearby students talked freely, completely unconcerned about whether Wang Hao could hear them or not. After all, Wang Hao was just a martial artist, while the lowest rank in Shinwu class was the innate realm. To them, Wang Hao wasn't worth the time of day. A genius who here isn't a genius. Seeing everyone supporting him, Qin Ming's sneer deepened. So what if you're a 16-year-old genius martial artist? Right now, you don't even have the right to lift your head. Wasting your talent and provoking Shinwu class and Master Lin. Today, I'll show you that there's always a higher mountain, a stronger person. My apologies. I was wrong just now. Wang Hao's tone was icy. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Admitting fault now? Too late. The surrounding students were equally pleased. Not bad. Not bad, this kid's at least sensible. Though it lacked dignity, admitting fault was better than stubbornly refusing. If he studied hard from now on, maybe they could still be classmates. Then tell us, where exactly were you wrong? Qin Ming pressed on, not planning to let it slide. You all might have misunderstood. Initially, I thought only that guy had something wrong with his head. I didn't expect all of you to be full of nonsense too. Wang Hao replied calmly. The moment Wang Hao's words landed, the surrounding classmates were stunned, their mouths agape, sunflower seeds scattering to the floor. Did I hear that right? What did Wang Hao mean by that? Did he just say all of us have garbage in our heads? Qin Ming was equally shocked, but his shock quickly turned into rage. Wang Hao, what's the meaning of this? Are you seriously challenging the entire Shinwu class? Qin Ming's furious roar reverberated through the entire Shinwu class, even causing the protective barriers in the room to tremble slightly. Wang Hao, kneel down and apologize immediately, or don't even think about walking out of this classroom in one piece. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a martial artist. You'll see. Wang Hao, take back what you said. We don't want to ruin the camaraderie between classmates. How dare you say that? Do you even know where you are? This is Shinwu class, not your little backwater Jianlin City. I'm sorry, I was wrong again. Not only are your heads full of garbage, but let me make this clear, every single one of you here is trash. All of you, trash. Got it? Wang Hao shouted loudly, his gaze filled with disdain. His words echoed clearly throughout the room, reaching the ears of every single person in Shinwu class. Qin Ming's anger seemed to take physical form, his body trembling uncontrollably. Trash? This guy actually called all of Shinwu class trash, not just Qin Ming. The entire class erupted in chaos. How could he possibly be this arrogant? Even being a bystander got them insulted? That was too outrageous. Many students were shaking with anger. These students from the Divine Warrior class were the cream of the crop, always treated with courtesy and respect by everyone they encountered. Even the instructors at Imperial Martial Academy wouldn't dare to treat them harshly. And now, Wang Hao had the audacity to call them trash. You. Qin Ming pointed at Wang Hao, his entire body trembling with fury. The surrounding students were equally incensed, their eyes fixed on Wang Hao with burning rage. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the classroom, they would have already rushed forward to teach him a lesson. You what? What are you stammering for? Don't understand human speech? I said you're all trash, got it? Wang Hao sneered at Qin Ming, his face full of disdain. What, I'm your dad or something? I take a nap in class, and you dare to make a fuss? Even Grandmaster Lin didn't say anything. Do you think you're in charge of Imperial Academy? Wang Hao, looks like you need to be shown just how powerful I am. Qin Ming roared as a surge of primal energy exploded from his body, rippling like waves in the air around him. Qin Ming, teach him a lesson. How dare he call us trash? Show him the might of the Divine Warrior class. Make sure he can't even take care of himself after this. How dare he insult us? Smack him so hard he can't even speak again. At $% and asterisk. The crowd was seething with righteous indignation. Who in their right mind would dare provoke the Divine Warrior class? A punishment was inevitable. Wang Hao looked at Qin Ming and let out a cold laugh. All it took was a little mocking to push him over the edge? The so-called genius of the Divine Warrior class? Perhaps it was time to show these frogs in a well what a true genius really looked like. He began to gather his primal energy. Ahem. What's going on here? Just as the two were about to clash, a deep voice rang out. The students turned their heads in unison. Grandmaster Lin stood there, clad in his martial robes, his face stern as he surveyed the crowd. I was gone for just a moment, and you all stir up this kind of trouble? This is a classroom, not a battleground. Grandmaster Lin said gravely. Grandmaster Lin, it's Wang Hao. Qin Ming started, pointing at Wang Hao. But the words stuck in his throat. How could he possibly explain that they were about to fight because Wang Hao called them trash? He couldn't bring himself to say it. His face turned beet red, and inwardly he cursed Wang Hao for humiliating him like this. Grandmaster Lin, here's what happened. My classmates were just giving me a warm welcome. We got so caught up in our conversation that this classmate here got a little too excited and stood up to stretch. Wang Hao explained seriously, his expression as innocent as could be. The surrounding students were about to explode with rage. A warm welcome? Too excited? Standing up to stretch? Qin Ming's forehead throbbed with veins of anger. He thought to himself, Wang Hao, if Grandmaster Lin weren't here, you'd already be lying on the ground. Grandmaster Lin's lip twitched slightly as he listened. Of course, he had seen everything that had just happened. This Wang Hao certainly had guts, stirring up trouble with so many students on his first day. Earlier, even Grandmaster Lin had felt anxious, worried that the students wouldn't be able to hold back, and would beat Wang Hao half to death. Enough. This ends here. Back to class. If anyone dares to fight in my classroom, I will not go easy on them, Grandmaster Lin said firmly. The students gritted their teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Grandmaster Lin, I'd like to spar with Wang Hao. Qin Ming took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Nonsense. You're a third Romanate martial master, and you want to spar with a mere martial practitioner? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Grandmaster Lin frowned. Why was Qin Ming so intent on challenging Wang Hao? Grandmaster Lin, I'm willing to suppress my cultivation to Wang Hao's level. Please allow it. Qin Ming insisted. The moment Qin Ming said this, the other students' eyes lit up. That's right, by lowering his strength to match Wang Hao's, it would be a fair fight. It wouldn't count as bullying. Although Qin Ming wasn't the strongest in the Divine Warrior class, his experience far surpassed Wang Hao's. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. Sparring? Wasn't this just an opportunity for him to show off? Grandmaster Lin weighed the situation as he glanced at the two of them. Although Wang Hao was a martial practitioner in the profound connection realm, his cultivation level wasn't very high, and his skills relied on two low-tier martial arts techniques. He didn't have much of an edge. Qin Ming, on the other hand, had average talent but was relentless in his efforts. Fine. Perhaps this would serve as a good lesson to temper Wang Hao's arrogance. Wang Hao, Qin Ming wants to spar with you. Do you have any objections? Grandmaster Lin asked. The other students stared at Wang Hao, their gazes full of implied threats. It was as if they were saying, if you don't agree, don't think about leaving after class. Qin Ming's eyes were locked on Wang Hao as well. He thought, you were shouting so arrogantly just now. Let's see if you still dare to step up. Wang Hao seemed hesitant. Wang Hao, we all know how talented you are. We'd love to see your strength, just say yes. One of the students urged. That's right, you're a dual-channel martial arts prodigy, defeating Qin Ming should be a breeze. With Wang Hao's top-tier talent, how could he possibly be afraid of Qin Ming? No way, is Wang Hao really scared? The surrounding classmates all held Wang Hao in high regard, practically idolizing him. These guys are so annoying, forcing me to show off in front of everyone. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I guess I'll spar with Qin Ming then, Wang Hao said, pretending to be shy. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Ming and his crew immediately lit up with joy. They agreed, thrilled beyond words. In Qin Ming's mind, he was already picturing how he would utterly crush Wang Hao. Since you're being so cooperative, I'll make sure to give you a few extra lessons later. Grandmaster Lin's eyelid twitched. Wang Hao actually agreed. Does this guy even realize how many enemies he's made already? Forget it, better he gets beaten up by his classmates now than by monsters later. Alright, since both of you agree, I won't say much. Remember, your classmates, keep it friendly, don't let it get too personal. Grandmaster Lin coldly reminded them. Qin Ming quickly nodded. Don't worry, Grandmaster Lin, I'll take extra good care of Wang Hao. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Friendly? These guys would love nothing more than to tear me apart. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted from Grandmaster Lin's body. This energy condensed at the edges of the classroom, forming a protective purple barrier. You too, step inside. Within this energy shield, your power will be compressed to a postnatal 5th stage level, Grandmaster Lin said nonchalantly. Postnatal. 5th stage. The moment those words left Grandmaster Lin's mouth, many of the classmates felt a jolt in their hearts. Wang Hao was already at the postnatal 5th stage. How long had it been since his awakening? A few months at most, right? How could he reach the 5th stage so quickly? Their hearts grew heavy. Wang Hao was only 16 years old and already at the postnatal 5th stage. What did that imply? It meant he could very well become a pre-celestial martial master before the age of 18. All eyes were locked on Wang Hao. Though his mouth was sometimes foul, his talent was undeniably extraordinary. Qin Ming, on the other hand, was seething with jealousy. This guy was that strong? At 16. Qin Ming had still been struggling in the body tempering phase. It was infuriating. Qin Ming's heart burned with frustration. Why didn't I have such talent? I've worked the hardest, I should have the best talent. Still, no matter how talented someone is, strength is what truly matters. Just wait, I'll beat you so badly you'll be calling me dad. Heck, I might as well change my name to Qin Useless after this. Qin Ming cursed silently to himself. Wang Hao curiously eyed the barrier. Could it really suppress power? What kind of thing was this? Without much delay, the two stepped into the barrier under the expectant gazes of their classmates. The moment he entered, Wang Hao felt a powerful force suppressing his energy. Grandmaster Lin is incredible. A casual gesture, and he can suppress someone's level like this. Qin Ming, expressionless, stood inside the barrier, his eyes locked on Wang Hao. Whoever gets thrown out of the barrier loses. Your classmates, I trust you know where the line is, Grandmaster Lin continued. Qin Ming's energy had already begun to build. Wang Hao, on the other hand, seemed completely indifferent, as though he had no intention of fighting back. Begin! Grandmaster Lin's voice echoed throughout the classroom. Qin Ming immediately launched into action, his movements lightning fast, gathering energy in his hands as he charged toward Wang Hao. Qin Ming is using his signature D-level martial technique, the 8 consecutive punches. Wang Hao still hasn't reacted, he's in danger, exclaimed Wu Yan, standing nearby, narrating excitedly. The entire class was brimming with anticipation, already imagining Wang Hao getting pummeled into a swollen mess. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his immense mental strength allowing him to clearly sense Qin Ming's attack speed and angles. Whoosh! Just as Qin Ming's fist was about to land, Wang Hao lightly shifted his body. Qin Ming's punch barely grazed his sleeve. Qin Ming missed. Wang Hao evaded. Wu Yan shouted in surprise. After missing, Qin Ming landed lightly on his feet, immediately launching another attack at Wang Hao. Qin Ming strikes again. Wang Hao still hasn't made a move. Qin Ming's fist is coming down. Wang Hao, what are you doing? He's raising his hands. What's he planning? Wu Yan's commentary grew increasingly animated. The surrounding classmates watched the scene, holding their breath. Qin Ming's fist is coming again. Wang Hao is in danger. He's about to get hit. No. Wait, Qin Ming missed again. Wait a second, Wang Hao is making a move. No. Qin Ming. Qin Ming. Wu Yan's voice trembled. The situation on the field was completely unexpected. Qin Ming's 2 consecutive attacks had been effortlessly dodged by Wang Hao. Qin Ming's heart sank. How is this possible? Smack! As Qin Ming's 3rd attack missed its mark, Wang Hao suddenly made his move, landing a harsh slap squarely on Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this happen? Bang! Qin Ming's face instantly swelled up, and with a single slap, he was sent flying out of the protective barrier. Nearby, Wu Yan, who had been passionately narrating the fight, turned red with disbelief. Qin Ming. Qin Ming. He's been instantly defeated. The other students were frozen in shock, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. Even though his cultivation level was suppressed, Qin Ming's martial arts and combat techniques were still formidable. How could he lose? I refuse. I refuse to accept this. Wang Hao ambushed me. Qin Ming roared in fury, unable to accept the fact that Wang Hao had defeated him with just one slap. Grandmaster Lin remained calm on the surface, yet a flicker of astonishment betrayed his usually stoic demeanor. Even though he had anticipated that Wang Hao might defeat Qin Ming, he had never imagined that Qin Ming would lose with just a single strike. Wang Hao's understanding of martial arts and his combat prowess far exceeded Qin Ming's. What an extraordinary talent, truly remarkable. A loss is a loss. Can't even accept a minor failure? Grandmaster Lin said lightly, his gaze filled with admiration for Wang Hao. Qin Ming clenched his fists tightly, his mind swirling with doubt. Why couldn't I even defeat someone at the 5th level of the acquired stage? This. Wang Hao, he's got real skill, managing to instantly take down Qin Ming. But man, his arrogance is unbearable, calling us all trash. Yeah, his talent is undeniable, but his mouth is way too sharp. He's not actually that great. Qin Ming underestimated him, and he was too caught up in his emotions to fully showcase his strength. Exactly. I think so too. Wang Hao deliberately provoked Qin Ming, and then the surrounding students murmured among themselves, many of them chalking up Qin Ming's defeat to overconfidence. Grandmaster Lin sneered internally. Overconfidence? These kids have never experienced a real test, they have no idea what true combat looks like. Anyone else? Not convinced? Line up, one by one. Wang Hao mocked as he noticed the murmuring among his classmates. He already knew these so-called geniuses were just finding excuses. This time, no more holding back. Did you all really think this super genius act of mine was fake? Wang Hao's words caused an uproar among the watching students. This guy was way too arrogant, actually telling everyone to line up and face him one by one? Qin Ming bit his lip until it bled, his heart burning with frustration. He desperately wished for another chance. I could have handled it. I could have won. Even Grandmaster Lin was at a loss for words. This kid was provoking them again. If I were one of these students, I wouldn't hold back anymore, I'd teach him a lesson right away. Screw this, Wang Hao is way too cocky. I can't take it anymore. Don't stop me, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Yeah, I can't stand him either. How can someone be so irritating? Whoever steps up and puts him in his place, I'll back you up emotionally. Su Jing, you go. You're the strongest among us right now. You can definitely beat him. All eyes turned towards a figure in the corner. It was a young man in a black t-shirt, his complexion fair, and his demeanor slightly lazy. This was Su Jing. Su Jing had joined the divine martial class last year and was also a top talent. He smirked faintly. Though Wang Hao's arrogance annoyed him, he wasn't the type to lose his head over a few taunts. We're all classmates. Shouldn't we be united and friendly? Why resort to fighting and killing? If Wang Hao wants to brag, let him brag, Su Jing said calmly, his tone entirely unruffled. Though confident he could handle Wang Hao, who knew what tricks Wang Hao might have up his sleeve? If something went wrong, he'd end up a laughingstock just like that idiot Qin Ming. That would be a disaster. Hearing Su Jing's words, the surrounding students were visibly upset. But with Su Jing unwilling to step up, there wasn't much they could do. Su Jing, I've got rare photos of Lin Shihan, the campus belle of Imperial Martial Academy, in black stockings. If you really teach Wang Hao a lesson, I'll let you see them. A chubby student named Chen Shou chimed in. Su Jing's eyes lit up. Lin Shihan in black stockings? Now that's a treasure. Chen Shou had been hoarding something so valuable without sharing it? What a miser. Lin Shihan was the #1 beauty of Imperial Martial Academy, her look so stunning that people couldn't look away. She was the dream girl of countless male students. Su Jing, of course, was no exception. With such a tempting reward, it was worth taking the risk. The other students also cast envious glances at Chen Shou, annoyed that he'd been keeping such a prized possession to himself. Upholding the honor of our divine martial class is our duty. I'll do it, Su Jing declared righteously. The moment he spoke, the corners of his classmates' mouths twitched. That's not what you were saying just now, what a pervert. Still, since Su Jing was willing to step up, there was no problem. Inside the barrier, Wang Hao saw the group whispering among themselves and wondered what kind of schemes they were cooking up this time. If none of you say anything, I'll take it as your admission of defeat. The so-called geniuses of the divine martial class? Ha, not a single one of you can fight? Wang Hao continued his taunts, waiting for an opportunity to showcase more of his skills. A Grandmaster Lin was utterly speechless. He had figured it out. Wang Hao was a walking cannon, always ready to fire at anyone, anytime. Wait a second. If he ever reached the level of a Grandmaster. What a joke. At this rate, it was doubtful he'd even live long enough to get there. Humph. Wang Hao, let me, Su Jing, teach you a lesson. Don't go around spewing nonsense and tarnishing the reputation of our divine martial class. Su Jing snorted coldly as he spoke. Go, Su Jing. Take Wang Hao down. That Wang Hao is way too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson. Exactly. He's challenging the dignity of the divine martial class. He must be disciplined. Seriously, can't anyone put him in his place? Su Jing, go beat him down. +1. The surrounding students cheered for Su Jing. No one doubted that he would win. Su Jing was a prodigy, with an exceptional talent for comprehension. Though he had only reached the 4th stage of the innate realm, he had already mastered a C-level martial art to a proficient level. Within the divine martial class, Su Jing was ranked among the top. Let's not forget, innate martial artists typically only train with D-level martial arts. To even get started with a C-level technique was impressive, let alone mastering it. As for Qin Ming, despite his hard work, he was just mediocre. Qin Ming watched Su Jing intently, torn with conflicting feelings. On one hand, he hoped Su Jing would give Wang Hao a proper beating to avenge everyone. On the other hand, he worried that if Su Jing lost, it wouldn't just be him who had been defeated by Wang Hao, which would make the humiliation even worse. Of course, Su Jing had no clue about Qin Ming's thoughts. He walked over to Qin Ming and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Qin Ming nodded with a complicated expression, thinking to himself, why am I even doubting him? There's no way Su Jing could lose. With everyone's expectations weighing on him, Su Jing stepped into the protective barrier. This isn't for that photo. This is for the honor of the divine martial class. I must win, Su Jing silently vowed to himself. Grandmaster Lin glanced at Su Jing stepping onto the field and didn't hold out much hope for Wang Hao. The gap in martial arts was just too vast. F-level and E-level martial arts, even at their peak, couldn't compare to C-level techniques. Hopefully, this loss will make you reflect on yourself, Grandmaster Lin mused. Wang Hao, now facing Su Jing in his black t-shirt, remained expressionless. Finally, the battle was about to begin. So this is one of the top fighters in the divine martial class? If I can take this guy down, maybe they'll finally stop running their mouths. Wang Hao, today I'll teach you a lesson and show you what real strength looks like, Su Jing declared coldly. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and smirked. You're still far from it. Su Jing's face darkened. Did this guy really think beating Qin Ming was enough to turn his fortunes around? Both sides, prepare. Begin. Grandmaster Lin announced, his deep voice echoing throughout the classroom so that everyone could hear it clearly. Su Jing is gathering his energy. If he strikes now. Wu Yan started commentating excitedly, only for Qin Shou to immediately clamp a hand over his mouth. Stop it. If you keep praising Su Jing, you're going to jinx him, Qin Shou said as he kept Wu Yan's mouth covered. The other students nodded in agreement. This Wu Yan, he needed to stop talking. They all wanted to focus on the fight without any distractions. Wu Yan was full of grievances. Let me go. I won't say anything anymore. But if you keep holding me down like this, how am I supposed to watch the fight? At this point, Wu Yan was completely restrained by Qin Shou and a few other students, unable to see anything happening on the field. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Jing's internal energy turned a brilliant gold, enveloping his entire body in a golden radiance. He looked like a golden war god. Wang Hao, watch out. I'm coming. Su Jing took a deep breath. For the black silk. No, for the honor of the divine martial class. Wang Hao stared at Su Jing, who was radiating golden light, and his expression finally grew serious. He hoped the Su Jing would actually put up a decent fight. Su Jing's body shot forward like an arrow, generating waves of golden energy that rippled through the air. Boom! In an instant, the two were almost nose to nose. Su Jing's fists, imbued with his gathered energy, swung fiercely toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao, with his extraordinarily sharp mental acuity, easily tracked Su Jing's attack trajectory. But he didn't dodge. He threw out his own punch, his fist glowing faintly with a cyan power, its force overwhelming. Boom! The two punches collided with a deafening explosion that reverberated through the air. Su Jing's body was forcefully knocked back by Wang Hao's overwhelming strength. Screech! Su Jing planted his feet firmly on the ground, sliding backward several steps and leaving deep gouges in the floor. The fist he had used in the clash was now swollen and red, his body trembling slightly. How could Wang Hao have such absurd strength that he managed to knock him back? Could he have also trained in body-strengthening martial arts? The students on the sidelines stared, their eyes wide with shock. This Wang Hao is just too incredible. Su Jing is a strength-type genius and has even mastered a C-rank body refining martial art. Unbelievable. This guy is only 16 years old and can suppress Su Jing. Do you think Su Jing is going to lose? Wow, is this what a super genius looks like? It's terrifying. What are we even worth compared to this? Don't rush to conclusions, the match has only just begun. We have to believe in Su Jing. Su Jing, come on. You have to beat Wang Hao. The crowd erupted in cheers for Su Jing. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could Wang Hao really defeat Su Jing? Nearby, Grandmaster Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. As the instructor of the divine martial class, he was well aware of the strength of every student. Su Jing, despite his power being suppressed to the 5th level of the acquired realm, could still handle a typical 8th level acquired martial artist, thanks to his talent in martial arts amplifications. What gave Wang Hao the ability to overpower Su Jing? Grandmaster Lin could tell that Wang Hao was relying purely on his physical strength, without employing any martial arts techniques. Could someone this terrifying truly exist? A person with unparalleled talent, comprehension, and combat ability? Su Jing exhaled softly, his expression growing unusually serious. Wang Hao, your talent is extraordinary. I had intended to save this move for the next assessment, but for the honor of our divine martial class, I've decided to let you experience it now, Su Jing declared. Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Bring it on, then. I'll get serious too. Seeing Su Jing withstand his attacks without falling, Wang Hao secretly admired him. Without using martial arts to amplify his power, Wang Hao's strength, refined to its limits, through the thunder body refining technique, was not something an average martial artist could endure. Even Qin Ming couldn't take a single slap from him. In Wang Hao's eyes, Su Jing had earned his respect as a worthy opponent. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Su Jing remained calm. The energy within his body surged violently, concentrating in his legs. In no time, golden whirlwinds swirled around his legs. This is the C-rank martial art hurricane kick. Wang Hao's done for. I didn't expect Su Jing had mastered 2 C-rank martial arts. Forcing Su Jing to use another C-rank technique, Wang Hao is already impressive. Even if he loses, I have to respect his talent. This hurricane kick harnesses the power of whirlwinds. Its attack strength far surpasses regular C-rank techniques, and Su Jing has mastered it to a proficient level. Say no more, I've seen this episode, Wang Hao's going to lose. The surrounding students were unanimous in their belief that Su Jing's move would leave. No doubt about the outcome. Let me go. I want to watch. Wu Yan, who was being held back, stomped his feet in frustration. Watching such an intense battle from the sidelines while being restrained was driving him mad with frustration. Qin Ming's face darkened. Wang Hao was going to lose. He hadn't expected Su Jing to have hidden such a trump card. Grandmaster Lin, staring intently at the battlefield, was ready to intervene at any moment to rescue Wang Hao. He hadn't imagined that Su Jing had successfully mastered the hurricane kick. Based on his judgment, Wang Hao had almost no chance of winning. On the field, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, observing the golden whirlwind-wrapped legs of Su Jing. In his mind, he thought, if that's how it's going to be, then let's do this. Boom boom boom. Su Jing moved, his whirlwind-powered legs charging fiercely at Wang Hao. Using the momentum, Su Jing closed the distance in an instant. As he reached Wang Hao, he raised one leg, imbued with the golden whirlwind, and swept it toward his opponent. At that exact moment, it seemed as though lightning flickered within Wang Hao's body. Thunder strike fist. Wang Hao's fist erupted with the power of thunder, the sound of rolling thunder reverberating through the air. Su Jing's heart sank. What is this power? The deafening roar of the punching force collided directly with Su Jing's whirlwind-enhanced leg. As the two forces clashed, Su Jing's heart tightened. Boom boom boom. The whirlwind was instantly shattered by the overwhelming power of the thunderstrike fist. Su Jing looked on in despair, thinking, what kind of power is this? Outside the ring, Grandmaster Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a C-rank martial art at the perfect realm. Wang Hao is unbelievable. At such a young age, he's reached the peak of a C-rank martial art. The other students, though unable to fully grasp what was happening, felt the sheer, crushing dominance emanating from Wang Hao. It was impossible to ignore. Could this mean Su Jing was going to lose? Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixed on the unfolding battle. As the whirlwind dissipated, Wang Hao's fist struck Su Jing's leg. Su Jing's eyes widened as he felt an incredibly violent force surge through him. Bang! Su Jing was sent flying by the immense power, crashing out of the ring and slamming into the classroom's protective barrier. The impact was so intense that tiny cracks appeared on the shield. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. Su Jing had lost? Who's next? Wang Hao's voice echoed across the classroom. All the students stared blankly at Wang Hao, who stood like an invincible war god. That single question reverberated in their ears, leaving no room for any other thought or emotion. Anger, surprise, unwillingness, all of it vanished before Wang Hao, leaving only deep shock. Su Jing had lost. Chen Shou, who had been holding Wu Yan back, finally couldn't help but release him, momentarily. Stunned. Finally let go of me, you beasts. So, what's the situation now? Did Wang Hao get badly beaten? Wu Yan quickly broke free and anxiously looked towards the arena. Wang Hao stood there, straight and unscathed. At the far edge of the classroom, Su Jing had already fainted. How is this possible? Wu Yan stared at the scene before him, at a loss for words. Wasn't Su Jing using C-rank martial arts, hurricane kick? How did he lose in the blink of an eye? No one could believe it. Su Jing had lost. Even after using C-rank martial arts, Su Jing still lost. Who else could possibly defeat Wang Hao? Wang Hao must be cheating somehow. Su Jing used C-rank martial arts and still lost. Chen Shou looked at the unconscious Su Jing, unable to accept it. Wang Hao is too strong. He was right. Compared to him, we're just trash. So this is what a true top-tier genius looks like. Even C-rank martial arts are useless against him. Looks like we really were full of ourselves. Wang Hao wasn't wrong to call us garbage. Wait, didn't Wang Hao also use C-rank martial arts? And his mastery level was even higher than Su Jing's. Could it be a perfected C-rank martial art? That's so unfair. Wow, if that's a perfected C-rank martial art, no wonder he crushed Su Jing so easily. This is terrifying. Wang Hao is a total freak. 16 years old, at the 5th level postnatal realm, with perfected C-rank martial arts. Even the so-called martial god of youth wouldn't compare. This is truly shocking. The surrounding students were all whispering, their eyes filled with fear. This wasn't a person, it was a monster. Previously, when he defeated Qin Ming, they could attribute it to taking advantage of Qin Ming's emotions. But this time, his overwhelming defeat of Su Jing left no room for excuses. And Su Jing had even used C-rank martial arts. No matter how hard they tried to deny it, the truth was right in front of them. This 16-year-old genius had completely crushed everyone in the divine martial class. Faced with someone who had mastered perfected C-rank martial arts at just 16, any more excuses would just be self-deception. Off to the side, Qin Ming's eyes were brimming with excitement. Wang Hao won. Ha ha ha. Even Su Jing lost, so losing to him doesn't feel shameful at all. In Qin Ming's eyes, Wang Hao suddenly seemed much more agreeable. Not bad, Wang Hao. Well done. Anyone else want to give it a try? Wang Hao continued, his voice carrying a provocative edge. The surrounding students kept their heads down. If even Su Jing had lost, who would dare challenge him? Faced with such an unparalleled genius, who would have the courage to speak up? Wang Hao, we're sorry. You were right, we really are just trash. Yeah, we're nothing but trash. Wang Hao, please show mercy. We were wrong. A number of students called out to Wang Hao, their voices filled with submission. Wang Hao was taken aback. Was this still the divine martial class? Weren't geniuses supposed to be proud and unwilling to admit defeat? He had only defeated 2 of them, and they were already giving up? This didn't make sense. Shouldn't they be defiant and keep challenging him? Even if the gap in skill was big, shouldn't they at least try? He wasn't done having fun yet. Grandmaster Lin watched Wang Hao's expression, full of dissatisfaction, and his eye twitched. This kid might have incredible talent, but his temperament. Grandmaster Lin was tempted to go up and teach him a lesson himself. Alright, today's sparring ends here. Chen Bin, go tend to Su Jing's injuries. Everyone else, back to class. Grandmaster Lin commanded. As soon as Grandmaster Lin spoke, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to face Wang Hao anymore. What a relief. This kind of monster, challenging him again would just be asking for death. Then, a young man in a blue jacket walked over to Su Jing. Wang Hao smirked. Since Grandmaster Lin had spoken, he'd let them off for now. The students returned to the classroom as Grandmaster Lin withdrew the Yuan energy barrier and resumed teaching. Wang Hao returned to his seat, listening to Grandmaster Lin's lecture. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, he slumped onto his desk and fell asleep. Next to him, Qin Ming observed Wang Hao, no longer harboring the disdain he'd felt earlier. A genius like him, having a bit of an eccentric personality was normal. On the podium, Grandmaster Lin didn't seem to mind Wang Hao dozing off. At 16, having already mastered perfected C-rank martial arts, he could do whatever he wanted. What followed was a curious scene in the classroom. Grandmaster Lin stood at the podium, lecturing, while Wang Hao, seated in the front row, napped. The rest of the students, however, were listening intently. The sight was oddly harmonious. After some time, Grandmaster Lin finally concluded his lecture. That's all for this morning's lesson. Class dismissed. Grandmaster Lin announced before preparing to leave the room. Ah, class is over. Awesome. Wang Hao, who was groggy from dozing off, perked up instantly when he heard the words class dismissed. Grandmaster Lin, who had just turned to leave, twitched slightly at the sound of Wang Hao. Stirring in thought to himself, couldn't you wait until I was gone before waking up? This is so awkward. Forget it. A genius is a genius. You're just that impressive, Finally, Grandmaster Lin suppressed his emotions, gave a cold snort, and left without looking back. Sleeping during class, and even Grandmaster Lin doesn't rebuke him. This is what they call a super genius? Wang Hao is something else. I'm so envious. If I had Wang Hao's talent, it'd be incredible. Becoming a perfect level C-rank warrior at just 16 years old. If I had Wang Hao's skills at 16, I'd be teaching Grandmaster Lin myself. That's nothing. If I were Wang Hao, I'd go right now and pee at the principal's office door as a show of dominance. Not fair. If I were Wang Hao, I'd immediately become the principal of the Divine Martial Academy. I'd take the school beauty. I'd want %, you and hashtag you and you and The surrounding classmates were arguing so heatedly their faces turned red, and the topic of discussion was nothing but if I were Wang Hao, is this really the Divine Martial Academy's elite Divine Martial class? Wang Hao listened to the chatter, his scalp tingling. He thought to himself, this is more like the idiot class. Can I still drop out of here? Wait a second, something didn't add up? Wasn't that admissions officer last time saying the Divine Martial Academy only had about 100 students? But there are only 20-something people here. Student Wang Hao, I'm like the encyclopedia of the Divine Martial class. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Just as the surrounding noise was reaching its peak, Chen Shou quietly approached Wang Hao. He wasn't preparing to do anything sinister, he just wanted to befriend Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing before him and couldn't help but ask the question on his mind. The students here now, we've all joined the divine martial class in the past few years. Those with even greater talent, or those who joined earlier, are basically no longer training at the school. Chen Shou began explaining to Wang Hao. There were currently 98 students in the divine martial class, most of whom had entered in the past 2 years. The others were either out on missions, training in isolation, or stationed on the demon battlefield. So that's how it is. No wonder these guys look like a bunch of scrubs. The demon battlefield. Just hearing the name sounds extremely dangerous. That's definitely not a place I'd want to go. No way I'm showing my face until I've reached the level of a martial god. Does that mean we don't have to attend class in the divine martial class? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he asked. Chen Shou nodded. Of course. The divine martial class has never forced anyone to attend. You can come or not, but if you do show up, you have to follow classroom rules. After saying this, Chen Shou gave Wang Hao a complicated look. But honestly, Wang Hao, with your exceptional talent, rules and such don't really apply to you. Chen Shou realized he might have spoken out of turn and quickly added a few more sentences to clarify. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Why does this sound like I'm running the divine martial class myself? Also, our divine martial class holds a monthly assessment, where rewards include access to the vital energy pool and the enlightenment realm training grounds. Chen Shou seemed to recall something and continued speaking. Vital energy pool, enlightenment realm. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. This was precisely the reason he had joined the divine martial class. But honestly, Wang Hao, even with your extraordinary talent, I don't think you have much of a chance, Chen Shou added. He then went on to explain the details of the monthly assessment. The monthly assessment was a competition that many of the class's top talents participated in. The content of the test involved slaying demons within the Void Sky Mirror. The Void Sky Mirror was a treasure of the Imperial Capital Academy. Students could enter it to battle virtual demons. Only the top 16 scorers in the rankings were granted access to the vital energy pool. The top 3 also earned the right to train in the enlightenment realm. Void Sky Mirror? Isn't that basically like a virtual reality game? I get it. Wang Hao thought to himself. What about the rewards? How much training time does the first place get? Wang Hao couldn't wait to ask. Chen Shou's eye twitched. First place, student Wang Hao. Only those who make it to the top 16 get any rewards. Last time, the 16th place finisher was Wei Quan, and he's a 6th stage innate warrior, Chen Shou said. 6th stage innate warrior. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that even a 6th stage innate warrior could only rank 16th. It seems the divine martial class really isn't simple. Wang Hao took a deep breath. But a 6th stage innate warrior? He felt confident he could take one down. Wang Hao's brow arched slightly, and he felt a bit more at ease. What about first place? Wang Hao pressed on. First place is Lin Chang, an extreme 10th stage innate warrior, practically at the Grandmaster level. Chen Shou replied. Grandmaster level. Wang Hao knew that reaching the 10th stage of the innate realm was already close to becoming a Grandmaster, just one step away. But that one step had stopped countless geniuses in their tracks, although he wasn't sure exactly how strong the 10th level of innate martial arts was. Anything associated with the title of Grandmaster undoubtedly surpassed the strength of an ordinary innate martial artist. Are there no Grandmasters in our class? Wang Hao asked again. Those who've broken through to the Grandmaster level have long since graduated from the divine martial class, Chen Shou replied in a somber tone. Wang Hao chuckled silently. That was certainly true. Once a martial artist reached the Grandmaster level, they were already top-tier powerhouses. Even within the Sky Martial Society, they were considered a vital core force. How could someone of such caliber still linger in the divine martial class? How much training time does the first place reward include? Wang Hao blinked, continuing to probe. Chen Shou gave Wang Hao a peculiar look, likely thinking to himself, this must be what it's like to talk to a genius. The first place reward is 7 days of training in the Essence Energy Pool, along with 3 days in the Enlightenment Realm, Chen Shou answered. Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the response. 7 days in the Essence Energy Pool and 3 in the Enlightenment Realm, pretty impressive. But could he actually take first place? Although the assessment involved slaying monsters within the Void Mirror, could he really compete with someone approaching the Grandmaster level? He still felt uncertain. Forget it, no point overthinking now. There was still time before the monthly assessment. By then, if he grew stronger, maybe he could seize first place. Wang Hao shook off his thoughts. The monthly assessment was scheduled for the end of this month. Today was September 2nd, and the assessment would take place on September 30th. 28 days remained. If he didn't rush and manage to replicate another talent before then, he could crush the Void Mirror and any quasi-grandmasters in his way. Beep. Beep, beep. Just as Wang Hao was about to ask about his classmate's talents, the terminal in his hand suddenly buzzed. He promptly opened it. The screen displayed a message from Guan Shang. Wang Hao, come to the Sky Martial Society headquarters immediately. We've prepared the equipment you'll need to cultivate the 9 Nether Frost technique. Seeing this message, Wang Hao's heart surged with excitement. He could finally begin training in the 9 Nether Frost technique. He had long anticipated this SS-level martial art. Even the incomplete Stellar Soul Refinement art was incredibly powerful, so this new technique was bound to exceed his expectations. After breaking through to the innate realm last time, Guan Shang had informed him that cultivating this martial art required not only immense comprehension but also specific auxiliary equipment. Without them, even a lifetime of practice would only lead to the entry-level stage. He hadn't expected the necessary equipment to be prepared so quickly. The Sky Martial Society truly lived up to its reputation. Wang Hao quickly composed himself and prepared to head to the headquarters to begin training in this SS-level martial art. Qinshu, I have something urgent to attend to and need to leave the school. If the teacher asks, just make up an excuse for me, Wang Hao said before dashing off, leaving Qinshu staring blankly at his retreating figure. Just like that? He's gone? Qinshu muttered, watching Wang Hao's carefree departure, completely baffled. What a lunatic. He just makes up some random reason and leaves. The surrounding classmates noticed Wang Hao's departure, but no one said much. For a genius like him, doing whatever he wanted was pretty normal. Not long after, a young man in a white shirt, exuding an air of arrogance, strode directly into the divine martial class. Where's Wang Hao? Get out here. You dare mess with my cousin Lanling? His voice echoed across the entire classroom. It's Zhang Wentao, ranked 18th in last month's assessment. What's he doing here? Wasn't he training on the demon battlefield? He's here to cause trouble for Wang Hao. Oh, this is going to be good. I'd love to see how badly Wang Hao gets beaten up. But what even happened between them? Don't tell me it's another one of those trashy stories where the jerk messes with the innocent girl. The classmates whispered among themselves, the room thick with gossip and anticipation. Zhang Wentao was one of the top talents in the divine martial class. Usually aloof and dismissive of others, his current focus on Wang Hao had everyone expecting some drama. Though Wang Hao's talent was admirable, his sharp tongue could definitely provoke trouble. Qinshu, is Wang Hao not here today? Zhang Wentao asked, scanning the room but failing to spot the face he was looking for. His brows furrowed in annoyance. His cousin had gone to great lengths to ask for his help. If he couldn't deal with this matter properly, how would he explain himself? Qinshu hesitated before replying. Wang Hao had something urgent to take care of and left. Zhang Wentao raised an eyebrow. Left for something urgent? Turning his attention elsewhere, he noticed Su Jing's pale complexion and asked, Su Jing, what's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Su Jing, Wu Yan started to explain. I just tripped, that's all. Su Jing snapped, glaring coldly at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shivered at the look. Asterisk these people treat me like I'm not even human. Asterisk Zhang Wentao frowned, sensing something strange about the atmosphere. Forget it. Since Wang Hao wasn't here, he'd leave for now. Qinshu, the moment Wang Hao returns, you'd better notify me immediately. Got it? Zhang Wentao barked. Qinshu nodded repeatedly, looking like a pecking chicken. After Zhang Wentao left, Qinshu let out a cold scoff. Notify you? Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. Then, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Hao, informing him that Zhang Wentao was looking for him and attaching all of Zhang Wentao's details. Although Wang Hao's current strength was still lacking, his talent was terrifyingly immense. In the future, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhang Wentao. Even a fool would know who to support. The imperial capital. Tianwu Association headquarters. Inside a rustic and ancient room, Wang Hao stared at a grayish-black crystal before him, not daring to blink. The crystal emitted a chilling aura that made his bones feel icy cold, sending shivers down his spine. Master Guan, are you sure this thing can help me cultivate the 9 Nether Frost technique? Wang Hao's eyes widened as unease crept into his heart. Was this thing reliable? Guan Shang held a cup of tea, his expression calm. This is the nether crystal, which only drops when a nether demon is slain. It is an essential material for cultivating the 9 Nether Frost technique. The technique itself was founded by your Wang family's ancestor, the Frost Martial Saint Wang Han, who drew inspiration from the nether demons. What? The Wang family actually had a martial saint? Wang Hao nearly jumped in surprise, his heart racing with anxiety. He had crippled the son of the Wang family patriarch and even severed the patriarch's right arm. If that martial saint ancestor were alive, his life would definitely be in danger. Wang Hao swallowed hard, thinking to himself that being targeted by a martial saint would be a nightmare. Guan Shang gave a faint smile. You had a lot of fun during the martial arts exam back then, didn't you? Wang Hao's face flushed red. How was he supposed to know the Wang family had a martial saint ancestor? No need to worry, the Wang family's ancestor died hundreds of years ago. Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Good, he's dead. Martial saints were terrifying. Even if the ancestor were alive, a martial saint is still just a martial saint. Our president has killed plenty of demon saints and monster saints, Guan Shang said with a commanding air. Wang Hao steadied himself, thinking, that's right. What's a martial saint compared to our president? Our president is a martial god who's afraid of whom? As for that martial saint ancestor, he can go to hell. Also, cultivating the 9 nether frost technique must be done in an extremely cold environment. You can practice in the special training room of the Extreme Martial Dojo. There are 10 nether crystals there, just enough for you to reach the entry-level stage. After that, you'll have to gather more yourself from the demon battlefield. Guan Shang added. He clearly knew that Wang Hao had already become the spokesperson for the Extreme Martial Dojo, so using their special training room wouldn't be a problem. Wang Hao blinked. So I'll have to get the rest of the resources myself? The demon battlefield is so dangerous. Whatever. I'll use up these first and worry about the rest later. Additionally, cultivating the 9 nether frost technique might be somewhat painful. Think it over carefully. If you can't handle it, you can wait until you reach the Grandmaster level to start practicing, Guan Shang advised. Wang Hao scoffed, it's just an ordinary SS class martial art. No big deal, don't worry about me. Guan Shang chuckled, gave him a few more instructions, and then sent him on his way. Wang Hao carefully stored the nether crystal and then left. Not long after Wang Hao departed, a black hole appeared in the room. A middle-aged man in a green robe stepped out of it, none other than Xingshan, martial saint of the Tianwu Association. Vice President, why not provide Wang Hao with sufficient resources to help him grow rapidly? Guan Shang asked as he looked at Xingshan, martial saint. With Wang Hao's talent and exceptional comprehension ability, if given enough resources, he could very likely break through directly to the martial god realm. Guan Shang pressed on. Xingshan, martial saint, gave a faint smile. Without trials and tribulations, relying solely on resources will only ruin his talent. Guan Shang listened silently. Do you still remember the god-making project? Those martial god seeds. A trace of regret flickered in Xingshan, martial saint's eyes. Guan Shang fell quiet. Of course he remembered. Back when Ling Tian, martial god, had just ascended to the martial god realm, he had launched an aggressive campaign, battling numerous monster gods and demon gods to seize a vast amount of resources. Later, someone proposed initiating the god-making project. The plan was to select the nation's top talents and provide them with unlimited resources to cultivate more martial gods. Those martial god seeds were indeed extraordinarily gifted, reaching the Grandmaster and even Great Grandmaster stages in a short amount of time. However, due to a lack of real-world combat experience, they performed worse than some warriors with lower talent when fighting demons and monsters. Many martial god seeds even lost their will to fight, failing to even become martial saints. Though Great Grandmasters were already among humanity's elite, the gap compared to the resources invested in them was astronomical. Extremely rare heavenly materials, divine medicines, and sacred elixirs had been supplied in abundance. Resources sufficient for martial saints were lavishly used on a group of martial masters and grandmasters. It was pure extravagance. Xingshan, martial saint, narrowed his eyes slightly. Our president, back in the day, had nothing. He carved out the path to becoming a martial god purely through his fists. Wang Hao is already far luckier than he was. Guan Shang remained silent. That was true, their Ling Tian martial god was the true self-made legend who had climbed his way to the peak. Step by step. So, although Ling Tian, the martial god, is a newly ascended deity, he is undoubtedly one of the most powerful figures on Blue Star. No martial god in the world would dare claim they could defeat him. Our world doesn't need ordinary warriors. We need a supreme powerhouse capable of ruling the galaxy. Xingshan, the martial sage, continued. Ruling the galaxy. Guan Shang's eyes widened in shock. Vice President, do you really think so highly of Wang Hao? This was the first time in many years that Xingshan had given such high praise to a younger generation. His gaze seemed as though it could pierce through space, his deep-set eyes shimmered with a mysterious brilliance. Time is running out for us. Wang Hao left the headquarters of the Sky Martial Society and headed straight to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the imperial capital. The staff there naturally recognized Wang Hao. After all, he was their brand ambassador and a super genius. Though the imperial capital was teeming with talent, it was exceedingly rare for someone like Wang Hao to master divine martial arts by the age of 16. Under the respectful guidance of the staff, Wang Hao proceeded directly to the specialized training room. It seemed that the people here weren't quite as enthusiastic as those in Jianlin City. Wang Hao recalled how, back in Jianlin, no matter where he went, he would always draw attention and spark discussions. Training. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Wang Hao prepared to cultivate the 9 nether frost technique. Wait, didn't I just get some messages? Wang Hao suddenly remembered that his terminal had vibrated several times earlier. Oh well, let's check the messages first. He opened his terminal. Jiang Wentao? I messed with his cousin? Wang Hao stared at the message sent by Qin Shou, falling into contemplation. Lan Ling. This name sounds so familiar. Could I really have done something like that? Impossible. Could it have been my ex stirring up trouble? Wang Hao's eyes widened as he desperately tried to recall the memory. Nothing. Not a single recollection. Just great. Now I have to take the blame. Another message from Chen Shou popped up on the terminal. Wang Hao, you could give up. Such a gorgeous girl? Truly worthy of being a super genius. I, Chen Shou, salute you. Asterisk attached to the message was a picture of Lan Ling. In the photo was a girl in a white chiffon dress. Her youthful face was delicate and flawless, her skin smooth and radiant. The picture had an almost luminous quality to it. With the addition of the white stockings on her legs, she was undeniably eye-catching. So it's this little girl. Wang Hao immediately understood. Damn brat. Just because I defeated you during the martial trials, now you're sending people to mess with me. Jiang Wentao, 7th level innate realm. Just a mere 7th level innate. Damn brat. Once I've mastered the 9 Nether Frost technique, I'll turn your cousin into a fool. Although, how did I not notice before? This girl does have a certain charm. Forget it. Trash photo. Ruining my mood. Might as well add it to the collection. With that, Wang Hao saved the photo into his archive and prepared to resume his training. Activate Extreme Frost Mode. Wang Hao commanded. The training room was immediately engulfed in an endless chill. The entire space became ice cold. Wang Hao gripped the nether crystal firmly, channeling his internal energy as guided by the martial technique. Hiss. It was freezing. Wang Hao couldn't help but shudder as the surrounding frost and the nether chi from the crystal were absorbed into his body. Even with his S-grade extreme frost talent, he could feel the cold seeping into his very bones. This SS-grade martial art. How could it be so excruciating to cultivate? The extreme frost seemed to freeze even his willpower. The chaotic energy brought by the nether chi caused Wang Hao unbearable pain. Ah! He felt his brain turning numb, his body on the verge of losing all sensation. Voices urging him to give up echoed in his mind. Asterisk stop training. Just give up, asterisk, but the golden core within him continued to spin ceaselessly. The pale blue internal energy nourished his body, preventing him from breaking down. Give up, asterisk, are you kidding me? Asterisk, I am someone with SSS grade talent. Give up, asterisk, absolutely not. The veins on Wang Hao's forehead bulged, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with determination. This wasn't just a little pain. It felt as though he was being torn apart. Master Guan, you're trying to kill me here. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. Despite the excruciating pain, he steadfastly continued the martial arts practice. As the 9 Nether Frost technique progressed, Wang Hao's body gradually adjusted to the intense agony. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the nether chi had enveloped his entire body, with the frost continuously seeping into him through his skin. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Shura Hall, inside a dark room, black energy filled the air, and several elderly men with menacing auras were slowly absorbing the energy. On the other side of the room, a young man knelt on the ground, his bloodshot eyes full of reverence. Have you investigated the destruction of the Jianlin City branch? A raspy voice asked. The speaker was an old man wearing a ghostly mask, continuing to absorb the black energy as he spoke. The young man trembled slightly. Reporting to the hall master, the culprit has not yet been identified. Useless. A branch was annihilated, and you still have no results. What use are you even capable of? The old man's voice turned chillingly cold. The young man felt as though he were caught in a violent storm, on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. Hallmaster, this might have something to do with this year's top scorer in the martial exam, Wang Hao. He gritted his teeth and stammered, trembling as he spoke. The elder slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this. As his eyes opened, the pressure on the young man intensified, nearly driving him to collapse. Top scorer in the martial exam? Wang Hao? Do you think I'm so old and gullible? The top scorer in the martial exam, just a creature as insignificant as an insect, and you dare bring this to me? The elder scoffed coldly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the elder's aura erupted, slamming directly toward the young man. The youth was sent flying, crashing into the edge of the room. A force tightly restrained him, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream, the pain unbearable. Hallmaster, young Feng has always been extremely prudent in his actions. What harm is there in giving him another chance? At this moment, another elder, seated beside the Shura Hallmaster, opened his eyes. Please, Hallmaster, spare my life. I swear, I'll find the killer who destroyed our branch hall as soon as possible. The young man struggled, his voice hoarse. Black energy continued to coil around his body, inflicting endless agony, a torment far worse than death. Since the great elder pleads for you, I'll give you one last chance, the Shura Hallmaster said coldly. As soon as he spoke, the black energy gradually dissipated. The young Man convulsed uncontrollably, seemingly unable to recover from the excruciating pain. After a while, his convulsions ceased. He looked at the Shura Hall Master with eyes full of terror. "Thank you, Hall Master. Thank you, Great Elder," he said repeatedly, kowtowing so hard that blood trickled down his forehead. "Feng Hong, let me warn you, don't ever try to deceive me with such nonsense again. I only care about results. Understood?" The Shura Hall Master's gaze was icy cold. The young man continued to kowtow, his eyes filled with fear. "Yes, thank you, Hall Master, for sparing my life. I won't dare again." "Enough. Get out," the Shura Hall Master ordered coldly. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled out of the room in a panic, stumbling as he went. After his departure, the room fell silent once more. The Hall of Shura. "Hall Master Feng, what did the Hall Master say?" a middle-aged man asked respectfully, standing beside Feng Hong. Feng Hong's eyes turned icy as he snarled. "Those old fools, they deserve to rot in that room for the rest of their lives." The middle-aged man kept his head down, not daring to utter a single word. "Who issued Xin Chang's last mission?" Feng Hong took a deep breath and asked. "It was issued by an elder of Lingxiao Pavilion in Jianlin City," the middle-aged man replied after a moment of thought. "Send our men immediately. Wipe out that entire Lingxiao Pavilion," Feng Hong commanded coldly. The middle-aged man trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Hall Master Feng, are you suggesting?" Feng Hong shot him a cold glance. "Do I need to say it again?" 10 days later. Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Imperial Capital. Inside a special training chamber, a young man stood as still as an ice sculpture, his body enveloped by extreme cold and a ghostly, nether-like aura. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the young man's eyes snapped open, and the icy chill and nether aura surrounding him were instantly drawn into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the SS-level martial art, 9 Nether Frost technique at the beginner level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th level of innate realm, with an increase of 150 vitality points. He had mastered the SS-level martial art and advanced his cultivation level. Wang Hao took a deep breath, feeling gratified that his 10 days of effort had paid off. He hadn't expected the nether crystal to contain such an abundance of energy. While cultivating the 9 Nether Frost technique, he absorbed the nether aura, and his energy reserves grew steadily at the same time. Though slower than the energy pool, it was far faster than an ordinary energy crystal. Feeling the surging energy within his body and the mastery of the 9 Nether Frost technique, Wang Hao was overcome with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Opening the attribute panel, he silently recited, Name, Wang Hao Talents, Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Void Shadow. S-Rank, Ultimate Frost, S-Rank, Realm, 4th layer of Innate Realm Cultivation Technique, Azure Wood Chi Creation Art Skills, Blade Momentum, Mastered, increases blade power by 150%, Fist Momentum, Intermediate, increases fist power by 80%. Soul Refining Martial Art, Star Refining Soul Art, Upper Part, S-Rank, Beginner, Blade Techniques, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-Rank, Ordinary, Shadow Blade Technique, D-Rank, Perfected, Heavenly Origin / E-Rank, Ordinary, Wind Severing Blade Technique, E-Rank, Ordinary, Body Refining Martial Art, Thunder Body Refining Art, C-Rank, Perfected, Diamond Art, E-Rank, Ordinary, Fist Techniques, Thunderous Fist, C-Rank, Perfected, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Rank, Ordinary, Movement Techniques. Shadow Demon Step, C-Rank, Perfected, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Rank, Perfected, Support Techniques, Spirit Eye, D-Rank. Proficient, Divine Breath Technique, C-Rank, Skilled, Special Martial Technique, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS Rank, Beginner. Vitality, 1130 Soul, 6.8 time until next duplication, 11 days with his vitality reaching 1130, Wang Hao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. The 9 Nether Frost energy lay dormant within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Combined with his ultimate frost talent, a fiery determination burned in Wang Hao's eyes. Boom! 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 Wang Hao struck forward with a powerful punch at the super alloy training dummy. His primal energy merged with the 9 Nether Frost energy and frost power, creating a howling storm in the air. Moments later, the distant alloy dummy shattered into fragments. Zhang Wentao, bring it on. I'll use you as practice soon enough. 7th layer of innate realm? If I don't beat you into submission, I'll write my name backward. Wang Hao opened his terminal. While training, he had turned off all notifications. Now that he had finished, it was time to check them. Missing something important would be troublesome. As soon as he opened the terminal, 999 plus messages flooded in. Wang Hao, don't come back. Zhang Wentao is waiting for you every day at the Divine Martial class. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Wang Hao's eyes burned with fury. 10 days of relentless training had left his emotions volatile. The aura of the underworld lingered around him, amplifying his anger. Zhang Wentao dared to camp out and wait for him every day? After school, don't leave, I'll make sure you understand real power. After reading Chen Shou's message, Wang Hao began scrolling through others. Brother Wang Hao, what are you up to? Brother Wang Hao, why aren't you replying to my messages? Brother Wang Hao, are you training? Brother Wang Hao, I've prepared a gift for you, sob sob. Sob. Brother Wang Hao, did you receive my gift yet? Brother Wang Hao, do I look good in this dress? Brother Wang Hao, wait for me, I'll become a martial god soon. Brother Wang Hao, are you not replying because you're worried about distracting me from my studies? Looking at the 99 plus unread messages from Lin Zian, Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. Many of the messages included photos Lin Zian wearing Lolita outfits, white stockings, black stockings, and various other styles. Everything was there. This little girl, so young, yet already so mischievous. Why can't she focus on her studies instead of sending things that distract me? No, these need to be saved. I'll talk to her about it properly later. As he scrolled through the messages, he couldn't help but mutter his critiques. This photo is way too revealing. She didn't even cover up the key areas. This one would look better with white stockings. Black stockings don't match this outfit. This dress isn't bad, but it's a bit too long. If it were shorter, it'd be perfect. This shot is pretty good, full of youthful energy. He continued flipping through the photos, only to find that there weren't any more left. TCH, just this? And you think this can test my willpower? What kind of martial artist wouldn't be able to handle this? If you can't take good photos, at least take more to make up for the poor quality. Kids these days really don't know how to act, Wang Hao sneered, silently saving the photos for later. Bro, where are you? You haven't been home in ages, bro. You went to the capital without even telling me. Did you forget about me? Who's this calling me bro? Wang Hao frowned, puzzled. Oh, right, my cheap little sister. Wang Hao smacked his forehead. I almost forgot I have a sister. He immediately dialed Wang Xinyue's number. Hello? Who is this? A slightly haughty voice answered on the other end. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Xinyue, it's your brother. Wang Hao spent a good while patiently comforting her, and only then did Wang Xinyue's mood gradually improve. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? She suddenly asked, just as Wang Hao was about to wrap up the call. Hiss. That disdainful look from my little sister. Seriously, kids these days. Sis, don't ask questions like that again. My heart is only set on martial arts. A girlfriend would only slow down my training, Wang Hao said with a stern face. On the other end of the line, a girl in a delicate white chiffon dress standing beside Wang Xinyue burst into a radiant laugh. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up. See? I told you, my brother has zero interest in women. You don't stand a chance. Wang Xinyue scoffed triumphantly. Lin Zian's lips curled up slightly. In her mind, she thought, you don't understand. My brother is just waiting for me to become a martial god. Apart from martial arts, the only space in his heart is reserved for me. So, he didn't respond to my messages earlier because he was training. Thinking of this, Lin Zian felt overjoyed, certain that Wang Hao would be thrilled to receive her gift. The Lingxiao Pavilion and the Shura Hall branch in Jianglin City have been wiped out. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao fell into deep thought. During the call with his sister, Wang Xinyue had mentioned the news about the destruction of the Shura Hall branch and the Lingxiao Pavilion. I haven't even had the chance to make a move, and they're already gone? Confusion filled Wang Hao's mind. Well, since they're gone, there's no point in worrying about it. He brushed off the thoughts, washed up at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and started eating. Mr. Wang Hao, there's a package for you, sent from Jianglin City, a staff member informed him respectfully during the meal. A package, Wang Hao blinked. Could it be from some overzealous fan? No, that kind of thing isn't popular in this world. Forget it, let's open it and see. The staff member handed him the package. As he opened it, he found an exquisitely crafted box inside. For my dearest brother Wang Hao. A piece of paper was attached to the box with a simple heart doodled on it, looking adorably innocent. Damn, it's that little girl's gift. Wang Hao recalled Lin Zian messaging him earlier about sending him something. This little girl, what does she even know about love? I should just return this to her. I'm an SSS class gifted martial artist. How could I accept a gift from a little girl? What a joke. With a cold snort, Wang Hao thought to himself, does she really think a mere gift can sway me? As if my resolve is that weak. Still, since it's already open, might as well take a look. There's no harm in that. Right. Opening the box, he found an ancient piece of parchment inside. Wang Hao's eyelid twitched. The Starforged Soul Refining Technique. His eyes widened. How could this little girl, holding the lower volume of the Starforged Soul Refining Technique in his hands? Wang Hao fell into deep thought. Forget it. So much for resolve. If it had been anything else, he could have ignored it. But this was soul refining martial arts, and he was already training with the upper volume of the same technique. Ugh. Wang Hao exhaled heavily. This Lin Zian, this was soul refining martial arts. Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Hao couldn't help but wonder, could this little girl be the daughter of some ultra-wealthy family? I better call And ask her, asterisk, the thought nagged at him. This thing was too precious, it burned in his hands just holding it. Not long after, Wang Hao dialed Lin Xian's number. Brother Wang Hao, you're finally calling me. I'm so touched, I could cry. Lin Xian's voice was brimming with excitement the moment she picked up. I got the package you sent, Wang Hao said straight to the point. Hee, that's great. Did you like it, brother Wang Hao? Lin Xian's voice was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. Wang Hao gave a helpless smile. Do you even know what that is? On the other end, Lin Xian smiled knowingly, her eyes sparkling. Nope. I just found it on the road. It looked like something for cultivation, so I thought I'd send it to you. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Found it on the road? Do good looks naturally come with luck? This absurd. What kind of unlucky fool would drop such a treasure? That item is very important to me. Thank you, Wang Hao said sincerely after taking a deep breath. Brother Wang Hao, you're welcome. My things are yours anyway. And don't forget our promise. Lin Xian chirped cheerfully. Asterisk promise? What promise? Asterisk. Wang Hao's mind was a jumble of question marks. When I become a martial god, you have to marry me, okay? Lin Xian added shyly. Her face turned bright red as she quickly hung up the phone. Wang Hao? Asterisk marry. Lin Xian asterisk listening to the dial tone from the other side, Wang Hao was momentarily speechless. Asterisk when did I ever agree to marry her? Asterisk flashes of memories from Jianglin High School came to mind. Asterisk didn't I only agree to be her boyfriend? Wait, no, what am I saying? I didn't agree to anything. Asterisk oh, right, she has to become a martial god first. With that thought, Wang Hao's mind returned to clarity. Asterisk by the time she becomes a martial god, I'll be long gone. Asterisk by then, once she awakens her talent, I'll just provide her with some extra training resources. Wang Hao mused to himself regarding what Lin Xian just said. Wang Hao wasn't worried at all. Becoming a martial god wasn't something that could be achieved so easily. Not to mention, she was just a girl who hadn't even awakened her talent yet. He himself wasn't entirely confident about it either. What a pity it wasn't nighttime, otherwise, he could have tested the full effects of the S-rank soul refinement martial arts technique. Wang Hao put away the martial arts manual and continued eating in the cafeteria. He hadn't had a proper meal in days, relying solely on the vitality within the nether crystal to barely sustain himself. Now, he was absolutely starving. Imperial Academy. Divine Martial Class. The students in the Divine Martial Class were deep in lively discussion, while some were sparring with each other. On the martial arts field beside the classroom, the air was filled with the sounds of debate and the clash of martial techniques, creating a harmonious scene of martial fervor. That brat Wang Hao really plans on skipping class forever? Zhang Wentao frowned as he sat in the classroom, continuously absorbing the surrounding elemental energy. Beside him, Chen Shou remarked, I think he's just scared. After all, you're now a 7th stage innate martial master. Wang Hao wouldn't even be able to run away, let alone come to the divine martial class. As they spoke, Chen Shou casually sent a message to Wang Hao. Classmate Wang Hao, Zhang Wentao is still in the classroom right now. Chen Shou continued chatting with Zhang Wentao, both of them mocking Wang Hao as they spoke. Ding! Suddenly, Chen Shou's terminal received a new message. Tell that fool Zhang Wentao not to leave after class. I'm coming over right now. Chen Shou's heartbeat quickened as he read the message. He immediately turned to Zhang Wentao. Bro, are you sure about this? Even though Wang Hao was ridiculously confident, Zhang Wentao was a 7th stage innate martial master. You? Chen Shou gritted his teeth. Though Wang Hao was arrogant, based on his performance on the first day, if they fought on equal footing, he might actually stand a chance against Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao probably wouldn't rely on his higher cultivation to crush Wang Hao, would he? Looks like Wang Hao really isn't coming today. Zhang Wentao stretched lazily, preparing to leave the school. Just as Zhang Wentao was about to walk out, Chen Shou clenched his teeth tightly. Tao bro, I got a message. Wang Hao is coming to school in a bit, Chen Shou said with determination. If Wang Hao himself wasn't afraid, then why should he worry? Zhang Wentao's eyes lit up. Wang Hao was coming to school. The students training nearby stopped what they were doing as soon as they heard the news, their excitement palpable. Wang Hao was coming. This was going to be interesting. Everyone stopped their discussions and fixed their eyes on Zhang Wentao, curious about how he would handle Wang Hao. Chen Shou, are you serious? Zhang Wentao's gaze locked onto Chen Shou with an intensity that bore into him. Chen Shou took a deep breath. Tao bro, are you doubting my reputation as the divine martial classes? Go to source for information? Ah, good, very good. If Wang Hao really shows up, I'll give you 10 low-grade vitality crystals. Zhang Wentao said, visibly excited. Chen Shou's eyes sparkled. Truly worthy of a top-tier genius, offering 10 vitality crystals just like that. Although they were only low-grade vitality crystals, even one could sustain an ordinary innate expert's cultivation for a day. A single crystal was worth 100,000 star coins, 10 crystals equaled a million. Thank you, Tao. Bro. Don't worry, my intel is absolutely reliable. Chen Shou said, patting his chest confidently. Zhang Wentao nodded, his mind already working out a plan. He had to make sure his cousin could finally vent her frustration. Oh, and it would be perfect to block him at the school's central combat arena. The combat arena was the only way to reach the divine martial class. He also needed to gather more people. Back during the martial entrance exam, so many people had witnessed Wang Hao's actions. Now it was time for Wang Hao to experience the humiliation of being defeated under everyone's watchful eyes. Spread the word immediately, let everyone know something big is about to go down at the central combat arena. Draw as many people as possible. Zhang Wentao ordered his classmates. The students' eyes lit up. Was Zhang Wentao planning something major? Was he going to teach Wang Hao a harsh lesson in front of the entire school? Wang Hao, your time has come. From the very first day Wang Hao joined the divine martial class, he had beaten them all so thoroughly that they couldn't even fight back. Even though they kept telling themselves that Wang Hao was an unparalleled genius. Now that they had this chance, they weren't going to let it slip by. Without needing further prompting, the students eagerly got to work. As Zhang Wentao watched everyone's enthusiasm, he found it a bit odd. Why were they so motivated when he hadn't even promised any rewards? Oh well, the more people, the better. After that, Zhang Wentao sent a message to his cousin, Lan Ling. On a small path within Imperial Academy, a tall, stylishly dressed girl strolled leisurely, her pleated skirt swaying with each step. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the message, her eyes widening in surprise. There was activity at the central combat arena. After hiding for so long, you finally dare show your face? Let's see how my cousin deals with you. This girl was none other than Lan Ling, who had been defeated by Wang Hao with a single punch during the martial entrance exam. With a spring in her step, she headed toward the central combat arena. Meanwhile, news spread like wildfire throughout Imperial Academy. A major event was about to unfold in the central martial arena of the school. What kind of event? No one could say for sure, but the rumors were spreading with absolute confidence. Zhang Wentao was worried that Wang Hao might catch wind of the news and flee. To prevent that, he ensured the rumors spread by the students were all vague. Even though no one knew exactly what was happening, the news spread through the school at an astonishing pace. Many classrooms were abuzz with discussion. What's going on? What could it be? Even some of the mentors were puzzled. How could such an important event be happening without their knowledge? What a joke! How could the mentors possibly not have heard anything? Despite the lack of clarity, excitement filled the air as everyone flocked to the central martial arena, afraid of missing out on something big. After all, there was no harm in taking a look. Missing a major event would be the real loss. As the rumors spread further, more and more students began heading toward the arena. Even those who had been planning to head home after school changed their minds and went in groups toward the martial arena. Wang Hao, after finishing his meal, rushed back to the Imperial Martial Academy. Zhang Wentao, don't get too cocky. My strength has improved dramatically. Taking care of a small fry like you at the 7th stage of innate martial arts will be a breeze, he muttered to himself. Upon entering the school, Wang Hao noticed that the area near the gate was relatively empty, with only a few people hurrying toward the school's center. It wasn't just one or two, many students were making their way to the central area. Hey, aren't you going to the martial arena? Something big is about to happen there. Why are you just wandering around here? A voice suddenly called out to Wang Hao as he walked forward at a leisurely pace. A young man in a black t-shirt looked at him with confusion. Something big? What's happening? Wang Hao asked. The young man scratched his head. I don't know, but everyone's saying something major is going down. You'd better hurry, or you'll miss it. A crowd rushing into the unknown? Wang Hao's lips twitched in amusement. This Imperial Academy was truly something else. You go on ahead, Wang Hao said, taking a deep breath. The young man grinned and bolted toward the martial arena. Wang Hao shrugged. These people had way too much time on their hands, blindly following the crowd without knowing what was going on. Forget it, he decided to head to the divine martial class to settle things with Zhang Wentao instead. Meanwhile, at the central martial arena, Zhang Wentao watched as more and more students gathered, feeling a bit nervous. What if Wang Hao didn't show up? He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chen Shou. Chen Shou's brows were furrowed. Things had already escalated to this point. Around them, numerous mentors were observing, and even more students had surrounded the arena, leaving no room to move. What's going on? Are they going to test us? Yeah, this is wasting my cultivation time. Every second counts if I want to become a martial god. Stop pretending you think you can become a martial god? What a joke. Why drag all of us here? There's got to be something serious happening. With this many people gathered, isn't that already something big? Scattered voices of discussion rose and fell across the crowd. Not far away, Wang Hao was slowly approaching the scene. Are all these people gathered here for me? He wondered. No way. I've only been here for 10 days, there's no way they're this concerned about me. This isn't the old place. I'm not that famous here. Wang Hao was realistic about his own reputation and skill level. The martial arena hovered in midair, surrounded by a purple aura of primordial energy. Below it, the crowd was teeming with people, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Hao thought, this is just one big show-off event, isn't it? If I could teach Zhang Wentao a lesson here, right in front of everyone, that would definitely be satisfying. But it seems like they've got something else planned. Out of respect for my fellow students, I'll let Zhang Wentao off the hook for now. Reining in his thoughts, Wang Hao continued moving forward. Tao, look! Wang Hao's here! A student from the Divine Martial class exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang Wentao's eyes lit up. That brat finally showed up. Wang Hao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Wentao's voice boomed across the martial arena, amplified by his martial energy. Damn, who's yelling like that? My eardrums are about to burst. Something's going down. Who's Wang Hao? Does anyone know? He's the top scorer in this year's martial exams, a genius who got into the Divine Martial class right after enrollment. But he hasn't been to school for 10 days. Someone's picking a fight with Wang Hao. Now this is big news. I heard he mastered divine-level martial techniques at the age of 16. An absolute prodigy. This is getting interesting. Looks like someone's trying to use Wang Hao as a stepping stone to boost their own reputation. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter about Wang Hao. Although many of them didn't know him personally, his reputation preceded him. After all, he was the top scorer of this year's martial exams and had mastered divine-level martial techniques, a talent beyond compare. Waiting for me? Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Zhang Wentao? Before long, a young man swiftly emerged from the crowd. Wang Hao, you finally arrived. Zhang Wentao said coldly. You're Zhang Wentao, right? Wang Hao replied without a hint of fear. Zhang Wentao sneered ominously and said in a chilling tone, back then, you bullied my cousin. Now it's your turn to pay the price. From a distance, some classmates seemed to overhear their conversation. That's Zhang Wentao. He said Wang Hao bullied his cousin. Oh, so it's Zhang Wentao. No wonder he looks familiar. Wait, Wang Hao bullied Zhang Wentao's cousin? No wonder there's such a commotion. Turns out Wang Hao slept with Zhang Wentao's cousin. Wow, this is some explosive gossip. I didn't expect to hear something so juicy. As the rumors spread, the entire crowd became restless. Beside Lan Ling, a beautiful girl said, Lan Ling, I never thought Wang Hao was such a scumbag. He actually slept with Zhang Wentao's cousin and refused to take responsibility. It's infuriating. Lan Ling listened to the murmurs around her, panic surging in her heart. Wang Hao slept with me? Why don't I remember anything about it? Her head pounded fiercely. Damn Wang Hao, this is all your fault. Oh. So, what do you plan to do? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wentao's gaze shifted toward the martial arena. If you're a man, then fight me. Let everyone watch, let's have an honorable duel. The classmates around Zhang Wentao from the Divine Martial class immediately displayed excited expressions, wondering if Wang Hao would accept the challenge. Fine. I'll see this through to the end, Wang Hao replied calmly. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the students beside Zhang Wentao erupted with excitement. Wang Hao had agreed. Good. You're worthy of being called a prodigy. I won't bully you. This martial arena can suppress levels. I'll lower my power level to match yours. Zhang Wentao declared boldly. Zhang Wentao hadn't expected Wang Hao to agree so readily. He thought he'd need to threaten or bribe him before he'd accept. But Wang Hao was surprisingly straightforward. When Zhang Wentao finished speaking, the surrounding students quieted down. Many of them recalled the fear they had felt when Wang Hao had overwhelmed them before. Su Jing couldn't help but shiver as if he could already see Zhang Wentao being crushed. This time, it's your turn, Zhang Wentao. The students instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Shou gave Zhang Wentao a silent glance. Brother, you've got some guts. Zhang Wentao's classmates hadn't told him about Wang Hao dominating their entire class on his very first day. After all, the fewer people who knew about that, the better. But it wasn't just the students from the Divine Martial class who were shocked, even Wang Hao himself was taken aback. Someone actually dared to make a request like this? He glanced at the other students from the Divine Martial class, who all subconsciously avoided his gaze. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Someone set the stage and even walked into the trap themselves. Guess I shouldn't hold back too much. Alright, let's get in the ring and fight, Wang Hao said. Zhang Wentao smiled outwardly but secretly made up his mind. In this fight, he would teach Wang Hao a brutal lesson. Do you think lowering my power level to match yours puts us on equal footing? Low-level martial skills can't compare to high-level techniques, Zhang Wentao thought smugly. The group headed toward the martial arena. Zhang Wentao couldn't shake the feeling that his classmates were giving him strange looks, but he brushed it off. After all, defeating Wang Hao was the priority. Zhang Wentao, go for it. Take down that scumbag Wang Hao. Yeah, give it to him good. Zhang Wentao, we're rooting for you. Your poor cousin, she was wronged by Wang Hao. Teach him a lesson. The students were fired up, cheering loudly for Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao was utterly confused. What was going on? Wang Hao's eyes widened, and his sharp mental strength quickly picked up on the key pieces of information. Me? Slept with? Zhang Wentao's cousin? That overly strong, freakishly powerful girl? What kind of joke was this? When did I ever do such a thing? Before long, Zhang Wentao also figured out what these people were gossiping about. In the crowd, Lan Ling's eyes were almost brimming with tears as she furiously said, "Scumbag Wang Hao, this is all your fault. Stop spreading rumors. Wang Hao didn't do anything like that. We were just sparring as classmates." Zhang Wentao shouted, using his power to amplify his voice so everyone could hear. He knew Wang Hao hadn't done anything and quickly clarified. If this rumor spread, he shuddered at the thought his cousin's father would probably come after him with a blade. Zhang Wentao's booming voice stunned the entire crowd, silencing all the chatter. But a moment later, the arena erupted into even livelier discussions of Zhang Wentao. "We understand. We support you. Teach that scumbag a harsh lesson. There's no need to explain. Those who get it, get it. We won't spread rumors. We know Wang Hao didn't really do anything. No need to elaborate. We're with you. Damn, Wang Hao is actually pretty handsome. So annoying. A scumbag, sure, but how is he also this good-looking? I'm so jealous. Keep it coming. Not only is Wang Hao handsome, but he's also crazy talented. How's that? Feeling even more bitter now? If he really is a scumbag, I'd almost envy Zhang Wentao's cousin." The chatter among the students grew increasingly animated. Many of the boys rallied behind Zhang Wentao, eager for him to put Wang Hao in his place. The girls, on the other hand, gazed at Wang Hao with sparkles in their eyes. Handsome and gifted, so what if he was a scumbag? All he wanted was to spread warmth to more girls. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Hao swallowed hard. No matter what, today's chaos. It was all Zhang Wentao's fault. Wang Hao thought to himself, just wait, I'll make you pay in a moment. Zhang Wentao, for his part, was utterly speechless. What does those who get it even mean? What are they getting? He couldn't make sense of it himself. Taking a deep breath, he decided to focus. Fine, I'll deal with Wang Hao. First. Explanations can come later. Both of them strode expressionlessly onto the arena. Below the stage, a sea of students stared intently at them. Not far away, Lan Ling's eyes burned with anger. That Wang Hao was infuriating beyond words. Before long, the purple shield of the battle arena lit up. "Wang Hao, I don't want to say much more. But for what you did back then, it's time to pay the price," Zhang Wentao said coldly. Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Pay the price? Are you even qualified to demand that?" The students below the arena heard every word clearly. Their suspicions only solidified. What he did back then, paying the price now, classic storyline. The evidence is damning. He's definitely a scumbag. This Wang Hao is something else. He actually slept with Zhang Wentao's cousin. Damn it, this Wang Hao is so arrogant. Sleeping with someone's cousin and still acting all high and mighty. Zhang Wentao, go for it. Don't let Wang Hao strut around like this. We're behind you. Wow, Wang Hao is so cool. My heart's about to explode. But what do I do? He's a scumbag. Just wait to see the scumbag get a brutal beating. Chen Shou, activate the power suppression field in the arena. Zhang Wentao ordered. Chen Shou's eyes flickered with a trace of pity. Tao Ji's reputation precedes him. What a shame, looks like Wang Hao is about to join the list of casualties. Without a word, Chen Shou activated the power suppression mechanism. Zhang Wentao frowned slightly. Why didn't Chen Shou bother asking about Wang Hao's capabilities? Then again, he probably already knew. After all, no one in the divine martial class understood it better than him. As the suppression field activated, Zhang Wentao felt his yuan power steadily diminish, eventually stabilizing at the level of the 5th stage of Hotian cultivation. So that was Wang Hao's true strength, Hotian 5th stage. Zhang Wentao stowed away his earlier disdain. Reaching the 5th stage of Hotian at this age, his talent truly was remarkable. But unfortunately, you messed with the wrong person. Time for me, your senior, to teach you a proper lesson. Moments later, yuan power surged within Zhang Wentao, and the entire arena was engulfed in scorching heat. Boom! 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 Zhang Wentao, like a fiery war god, charged ferociously at Wang Hao. The spectators around the arena watched with bated breath, excitement brimming in their eyes. The battle was finally underway. The violent aura swept toward Wang Hao. And yet, he stood there, motionless, as if completely unfazed. A faint smirk curled at Zhang Wentao's lips. This kind of person, who only knows how to bury themselves in cultivation, must be utterly terrified in the face of such a ferocious attack. Well then, don't mind if I go all out. The students surrounding the arena were all fired up, some already picturing Wang Hao being utterly defeated. In the crowd, Lan Ling clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself, Wang Hao, you eliminated me back then. Now. Meanwhile, the other students in the divine martial class looked on with an air of knowingness. Asterisk Wang Hao's done for. No way he's getting out. Of this one, asterisk flames enveloped Zhang Wentao as he lunged at Wang Hao with blistering speed. The air itself seemed to burn with heat. But just as Zhang Wentao's attack was about to land, Wang Hao nimbly sidestepped out of the way. Zhang Wentao's strike missed entirely, and in the next moment, he felt an immensely powerful force barreling toward him. A sinking feeling gripped Zhang Wentao's heart. Asterisk this Wang Hao really isn't simple. Asterisk at the instant of impact, golden yuan power erupted from within Zhang Wentao, forming a protective shield around him. Bang! Wang Hao's casual punch smashed into the shield, shattering it in an instant. Immediately after, Zhang Wentao was sent flying across the arena. Screech! Zhang Wentao's body skidded across the arena floor, leaving behind a long, jagged trail. His heart sank halfway to despair. How is this possible? Asterisk is this what the strength of Hotian 5th stage is supposed to be? That shield, broken in a single blow. Asterisk Zhang Wentao felt his body tremble slightly. Wang Hao's punch just now carried an icy chill that made him shiver uncontrollably. The arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Many couldn't believe their eyes. Zhang Wentao, a top-tier genius from the divine martial class, couldn't defeat Wang Hao? Is this some kind of joke? Wang Hao actually. They've activated the arena's force field restriction. It's now a battle of the same level. So that's what's going on. But Wang Hao is incredible. Even with Zhang Wentao suppressing his cultivation level, his martial skill gap couldn't be bridged. Wang Hao. Is this what it means to be a super genius? Terrifying. The scene on the battlefield left the students of Emperor Martial Academy in utter shock. They had assumed Wang Hao was nothing more than an overrated prodigy, but it turned out his strength was absurdly real. Lan Ling stared at the battle on stage, her gaze somewhat dazed. She hadn't expected Wang Hao to be this powerful. Wang Hao stood on the battlefield with a faint smile on his face. The golden glow of the setting sun fell on him, making Lan Ling's heart skip a beat. This Wang Hao actually looks kind of ugh. What am I thinking? Lan Ling angrily ruffled her hair, trying to shake the thought away. Meanwhile, the students from the divine martial class had an expression of understanding, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. Are you just going to lie down and make it easy for me? Is this all you've got? Wang Hao said disdainfully. Wang Hao's words instantly ignited Zhang Wentao's fury. How dare this guy talk to him like this? He was courting death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suppressing the icy chill within him, Zhang Wentao charged at Wang Hao once more. The crowd of students erupted. Seriously? Wang Hao is way too arrogant. I feel like I want to punch him myself. This isn't arrogance, it's dominance. Turning haters into fans, no doubt about it. As the discussion below continued, Zhang Wentao had already charged forward again, pushing his internal energy to its very limit. The sound of air being torn apart echoed in the arena. Wang Hao's expression remained calm, his eyes sharp as if they could pierce through everything. Boom, boom, boom. As Zhang Wentao closed in, Wang Hao struck with a single punch. The sheer force sent Zhang Wentao flying backward once more. Wang Hao, I will make you pay for this. Zhang Wentao roared, his anger reaching its peak as flames ignited across his entire body. Is fury your only tactic? Wang Hao chuckled, his cold words stabbing into Zhang Wentao's heart like needles. Zhang Wentao charged. Again. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hao didn't hold back, countering with relentless, powerful blows. Zhang Wentao was repeatedly knocked back, and the surrounding students were left speechless. What's with this guy? Zhang Wentao was supposed to be a genius, yet he was being utterly humiliated. Zhang Wentao had lost count of how many times he'd been sent flying. From the mocking look in Wang Hao's eyes, he felt like nothing more than a clown. The murmurs of the crowd were filled with ridicule for his arrogance. Su Jing, watching from the sidelines, swallowed nervously. So Wang Hao had been holding back all along? Seeing Wang Hao's casual yet devastating attacks, Su Jing understood Wang Hao wasn't even using his full strength. This guy, is he really just a postnatal martial artist? How can he possibly be this strong? Wang Hao, do you dare to lift the level restriction? Let's fight based on our true strength. Zhang Wentao shouted hoarsely after being sent flying once more. On equal footing, he couldn't defeat Wang Hao. Zhang Wentao had completely conceded. His pride was already shattered. He just wanted to give Wang Hao a proper beating. Lan Ling looked at her cousin, kneeling pitifully on the battlefield, with torn clothes and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why? Her cousin was supposed to be a top-tier genius in the divine martial class. Wang Hao. Lan Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. Lift the level restriction? Zhang Wentao's words rang in Lan Ling's ears, making her eyes widen in shock. Was this really something her proud cousin would say? Lan Ling trembled slightly. Was the gap between her and Wang Hao truly this vast? Even her cousin, whom she had always admired, looked so powerless in front of him. The other students were even more uproarious. This was Zhang Wentao, a renowned genius of the divine martial class, and yet he was making such a desperate request. To lift the level restriction for a rematch after being beaten like this? How shameless. Many who had supported Zhang Wentao started siding with Wang Hao instead. Zhang Wentao had no dignity left, his thick skin was truly shocking. Tao Ge has really lost it. Chen Shou commented from the side. Su Jing looked at the battlefield with a complex expression and nodded slightly. To make such a shameless demand, if this wasn't desperation, what else could it be? Wang Hao definitely won't agree. Lifting the level restriction? A martial artist fighting a martial master? That's a joke. Wu Yan chimed in. The surrounding students from the divine martial class nodded in agreement. As long as Wang Hao hadn't lost his mind, he would never agree. Tao Ge has completely disgraced himself. Su Jing sighed. In front of everyone, he had been beaten by Wang Hao like a helpless dog, and not just once. Zhang Wentao's gaze locked onto Wang Hao, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Wang Hao's face remained expressionless. Restricting his realm of power essentially meant restraining his own strength. If he hadn't been holding back the Nine Nether Heavenly Frost technique within him, Zhang Wentao would have been dead hundreds of times over by now. But to not release those restrictions, what's in it for me? Wang Hao asked coldly. He didn't mind giving Zhang Wentao another beating, but if he could gain something out of it, that would make it all the more perfect. Zhang Wentao felt a flicker of joy in his heart. Could it be that Wang Hao didn't understand his level of power? 1000 low-grade yuan crystals. Zhang Wentao said mockingly. Coming from such a small, insignificant place, Wang Hao was so straightforward, always talking about benefits. Fine, 1000 low-grade yuan crystals, surely that was enough payment to beat you to a pulp. Wang Hao, however, was internally overjoyed. Are you trying to insult a beggar? Wang Hao frowned. While he could easily thrash Zhang Wentao again, expecting him to hold back with just 1000 low-grade yuan crystals? Dream on. Wang Hao's words made Zhang Wentao's expression darken. Was 1000 yuan crystals still not enough? Fine, I'll give you 10,000. Wang Hao squinted, staring Zhang Wentao down at 10,000 low-grade yuan crystals. A flash of hesitation crossed Zhang Wentao's eyes. That was 1 billion star coins just to get beaten up once? But then he recalled the humiliation he'd just suffered, and his fury exploded. Even if it's 1 billion, if I don't beat you into a dead dog today, then I'm no longer Zhang Wentao. I'm talking about 10,000. Mid-grade yuan crystals, Wang Hao said with a cold sneer. Zhang Wentao was stunned. Are you crazy? 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals, that's 10 billion star coins. Low-grade yuan crystals were generally worth 100,000 star coins each, while mid-grade ones were worth 10 times that, 1 million star coins apiece. Mid-grade yuan crystals were specifically used by master-level experts for training, containing purer and more abundant elemental energy. If you can defeat me, I won't take a single yuan crystal. Wang Hao continued. Zhang Wentao froze. Was this guy insane? Did he truly think he was invincible? The conversation between the two had reached the ears of the students surrounding the combat arena. This Wang Hao, he actually suggested a wager worth 10 billion star coins. A 10 billion star coin duel? Is this the world of super geniuses? Absolutely insane. But I think Wang Hao is deliberately throwing out such a huge number to scare Zhang Wentao into backing down. Zhang Wentao has no class. He's already been beaten so badly, yet he still refuses to lower his realm. How tactless. I'm rooting for Wang Hao. If you don't have 10 billion, don't come out here and embarrass yourself. Oof. If Zhang Wentao really dares to put up 10 billion, I'd like to see how Wang Hao handles it. Well, he's already said it. If Zhang Wentao really does put up the money, Wang Hao will have no choice but to follow through. The chatter immediately caused the combat arena to erupt into a frenzy. The earlier scene of Zhang Wentao being beaten to a pulp was quickly forgotten. Everyone's attention was now fixated on the figure of 10 billion star coins. They were all eager to see how this wager would play out among the crowd. Lan Ling bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with anxiety. Things had spiraled completely out of her control. She had only intended to make Wang Hao suffer a little, but now their reputations, hers and her cousins, were nearly wrecked. Has Wang Hao lost his mind? Brother Tao is a 7th level innate martial artist. Without the realm suppression, there's no way he can win, Chen Shou said with a frown. I don't think Wang Hao is the type to act recklessly, Su Jing commented. From the side, he had been watching the fight just now. Zhang Wentao's attacks weren't weak at all, resembling those of an 8th level postnatal martial artist. But Wang Hao had dodged everything effortlessly and even countered with ease, as though bullying a child. Could he have already broken through to the innate realm? Su Jing wondered but quickly shook his head, mocking himself. A 16-year-old at the postnatal 5th level was already impressive enough. Breaking through to the innate realm? Impossible. He dismissed the thought immediately. A 16-year-old innate martial artist? He'd have to be crazy to entertain the idea. I think the other students are right. Wang Hao is only using the 10 billion figure to intimidate Brother Tao into backing down. Wu Yan chimed in. The other students nodded in agreement. This explanation made the most sense. Although Zhang Wentao was a top-tier genius, 10 billion star coins wasn't something you could just casually produce. Wang Hao's chances of winning were slim, but if Zhang Wentao couldn't come up with the money, there'd be nothing more to say. But was that really the case? Su Jing's gaze grew contemplative as he fixed his eyes on Wang Hao in the combat arena. Are you serious? If I defeat you, you won't take even a single yuan crystal? Zhang Wentao's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. At this moment, Zhang Wentao was kneeling on one knee in the combat arena, his body trembling slightly. It wasn't clear whether it was from excitement or pain. Did Wang Hao think that just because he was injured, his combat strength had diminished significantly? Zhang Wentao mulled it over in his mind, convinced that Wang Hao was trying to take advantage of his recent injury to score a big win. How naive. Did he really think a Xiantian martial artist was easy prey? I, Wang Hao, stand by my word. If you beat me, I won't take a single yuan crystal. Wang Hao replied calmly. Zhang Wentao clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing. 10 billion star coins? Fine, let me show you what I've got. His eyes snapped open as a ferocious aura erupted from his body. Alright, very well. I'll give you what you want. Wang Hao remained composed, his gaze steady and unafraid as he stared at Zhang Wentao, whose momentum had suddenly exploded. As Zhang Wentao spoke, the crowd of students around the martial arena grew visibly excited. A duel worth billions, this was beyond thrilling. Regardless of whether Wang Hao won or lost, the students of Imperial Martial Academy were certain to remember this battle. Tao Ji agreed. Looks like Wang Hao really miscalculated this time, murmured Wu Yan from a distance. If it were me, I'd agree too. After being beaten like that, how could you not seek revenge? Besides, Tao Ji is a Xiantian 7th level martial artist. No matter how strong Wang Hao is, he might not be able to beat him. Xin Yang chimed in. The surrounding students erupted into chatter. It seemed like it was finally Zhang Wentao's turn to give Wang Hao a harsh lesson. Su Jing's eyes flickered with a strange light. Could Wang Hao really be doing something so thankless? She wasn't convinced. The discussions around the martial arena grew louder and more heated, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Then put down 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals first, Wang Hao said coldly, his eyes locked onto Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao's face changed. 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals? That was no joke. Did Wang Hao really think he had that kind of money? Do you seriously think you can beat me? Zhang Wentao sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Wang Hao frowned slightly, then retorted dismissively, whether I can or not is my business. But if you can't even put up the stakes, what's the point of fighting you? Their exchange was clearly heard by the crowd, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Was this billion star coin duel still going to happen or not? This is ridiculous. Wang Hao might have his flaws, but I'm on his side here. If you can't even produce 10,000 yuan crystals, why act all high and mighty? Exactly. Winning or losing is one thing, but not even being able to gather the stakes? That's just insincere. Trying to freeload off someone? Yeah, that's not happening. Wang Hao's no fool. The students of the divine martial class didn't say much. With Zhang Wentao's family background and strength, coming up with 10,000 yuan crystals shouldn't have been a problem. The question was whether he had the guts to go through with it. Blue Ling, biting her lip at the edge of the martial arena, thought to herself that even as the most cherished daughter of the governor of the magic capital, putting together 100 billion worth of yuan crystals wasn't easy. Wang Hao's words hit Zhang Wentao like a hammer. Veins bulged on Zhang Wentao's forehead as he struggled to contain his rage. I don't have 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals, but I can offer something else instead. Zhang Wentao bit out through gritted teeth. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, then what is it? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wentao's internal energy surged. A sudden shroud of energy enveloped both of them, cutting off the outside world so no one could see or hear what was happening. Wang Hao frowned. What was Zhang Wentao up to? Hiding them like this, what was he planning? The students outside the martial arena were stunned. What just happened? Did they disappear? Were they planning some kind of secret deal? The members of the divine martial class looked on with serious expressions. Zhang Wentao's choice to conceal them clearly indicated he wanted a private discussion with Wang Hao. What's so important that it has to be kept this secret? Wang Hao asked impatiently, his eyes filled with suspicion. Was this thing really worth that much? It's something with an immense background. I don't want word of it getting out, Zhang Wentao replied coolly. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Was Zhang Wentao about to produce some kind of legendary treasure? Alright, then spit it out. What is it? Wang Hao pressed. The ancient token of gods and demons. Zhang Wentao said gravely. The ancient token of gods and demons? Wang Hao was filled with questions. What even was that? Seeing Wang Hao's confusion, Zhang Wentao smirked condescendingly. Typical country bumpkin. You don't even know about the ancient token of gods and demons. It's the key to entering the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. With it, you can access that mysterious, powerful battlefield. Zhang Wentao explained slowly. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons already sounded incredibly impressive. Without hesitation, he used his terminal to look up information on the ancient token and the battlefield. The screen filled with data that made Wang Hao's eyes widen. Divine inheritances, ancient godly weapons, primordial celestial artifacts, supreme elixirs. A cascade of powerful terms flooded his mind. Well, does the ancient token of gods and demons seem worth the price to you? Zhang Wentao asked coldly. Wang Hao took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Even though the treasures in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were said to have dwindled, finding even a single ancient godly weapon, or better yet, a sacred weapon, would be unimaginably valuable. According to the information in the terminal, the divine demon ancient token had only appeared once at an auction in the imperial capital over the past few centuries. Its price back then nearly broke 12 billion star coins. A divine demon ancient token worth 12 billion star coins. Well, let me see the divine demon ancient token first. I'll verify if it's real myself. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared at Zhang Wentao. No doubt about it, the top talent of the divine martial class really did have extraordinary luck. He even possessed such a rare treasure. This is great. Now, it belongs to me. Let me check if it's genuine. I wouldn't lie to you. Zhang Wentao frowned and reluctantly pulled out a vintage-looking token from his spatial ring. The token exuded an air of mystery, with the words Divine Demon clearly engraved on its surface. Wang Hao took the Divine Demon ancient token and carefully compared it with the information on the terminal. After thorough verification, he confirmed that it was, without a doubt, authentic. Once confirmed, Wang Hao immediately stashed the token into his own spatial ring. Zhang Wentao's eyelid twitched wildly. Wang Hao, what do you think you're doing? Give me back the Divine Demon ancient token right now. This kind of treasure is safer with me. If you beat me, I'll naturally return it to you. Wang Hao said with a smirk. There was no way he'd give it back so easily. What if Zhang Wentao lost and decided to renege on the deal, fleeing with the token? That would be a massive loss. The veins on Zhang Wentao's forehead throbbed. This guy was utterly infuriating. He took a deep breath and decided to let it go for now. Fine, let him hold on to it for now. He'll soon taste the bitterness of losing something he thought he had in his grasp. After that, I'll teach him a harsh lesson. As for whether Wang Hao dared to actually steal from him, Zhang Wentao couldn't believe he'd have the guts. His treasures weren't something just anyone could touch. And as for the possibility of losing, that thought hadn't even crossed Zhang Wentao's mind. An innate martial master versus a postnatal realm fighter? This would be a piece of cake. Let's begin. Zhang Wentao's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't care in the slightest. He had already taken the 12 billion star coin Divine Demon ancient token from Zhang Wentao. What did a few blares matter? Zhang Wentao withdrew the energy barrier that had enveloped the two of them. Their figures reappeared in the martial arena. Are these two still going to fight? They've been in there forever. I think they've worked something out. It looks like the battle's about to start. Zhang Wentao's stare is terrifying. I can't imagine what might have happened in there. Could it be that Wang Hao pulled some kind of trick inside? The surrounding students were abuzz with speculation. Chen Shou, lift the realm suppression. Wang Hao's voice rang out from the martial arena, cutting through the chatter. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted. It's finally happening. Wang Hao must be out of his mind to agree to this kind of fight. Yeah, he's still too young. Maybe he'll be able to beat Zhang Wentao in the future, but right now, a lesson will do him some good. It'll teach him a bit of common sense. Don't forget, Wang Hao is a total scumbag. Well, he's handsome and talented. Who cares if he's a scumbag? Wang Hao, come flirt with me. The chatter continued. Chen Shou, hearing Wang Hao's request, walked to the edge of the martial arena and deactivated the realm suppression field. Not far away, Lan Ling watched the two figures in the arena and found the whole scene absurd. Wang Hao actually dared to challenge her cousin in a fair fight without any realm suppression? Was he tired of living? Forget it. After this lesson, don't bother targeting him anymore. Lan Ling thought to herself. The students of the Divine Martial class all wore serious expressions as they focused intently on the arena. Wang Hao's done for. This time, Brother Tao is definitely going to teach him a harsh lesson. Wu Yan said with a sigh, as if he could already see Wang Hao being thoroughly beaten. Qin Yang was equally excited. Wang Hao had humiliated him before, and now seeing him about to face retribution filled him with satisfaction. Su Jing remained expressionless, clenching his fists tightly. As the realm suppression field was lifted, Zhang Wentao's energy surged rapidly, radiating a powerful oppressive force. Wang Hao, don't worry. I'll make sure to torment you bit by bit. Zhang Wentao's voice echoed throughout the martial arena. The energy of a 7th-level innate fighter roared across the arena as Zhang Wentao charged directly at Wang Hao. The surrounding students felt their hearts tighten. Finally, the scumbag Wang Hao was about to get what he deserved, right? How long could he possibly last? No one believed Wang Hao could win. Anyone with a brain knew it was impossible for him to come out on top. Do you know why I agreed to lift the realm suppression? It was to protect you. Wang Hao shouted, his voice resonating across the arena. His right hand began to emanate the icy power of the 9 Nether Frost Force and the extreme cold energy. As Zhang Wentao charged forward, a chill ran down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe it. The oppressive aura emanating from Wang Hao made it hard for him to breathe. The students watching the arena were stunned. How could Wang Hao's presence be so overwhelming? Could it be? No, it's impossible. Zhang Wentao completely lost his composure. Smack! Wang Hao's hand, imbued with the 9 nether frost force and the extreme cold energy, slapped Zhang Wentao across the face. Boom! 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 Zhang Wentao's face instantly swelled up as a large bruise formed. The extreme cold energy and the 9 nether frost force corroded his body, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground and lose consciousness in an instant. The Dou arena was plunged into a deathly silence. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Lan Ling covered her mouth, staring blankly as she internally cried out, "Cousin! Cousin!" Even the classmates from the divine martial class were dumbfounded. That was a master at the 7th level of the innate realm. Zhang Wentao had activated all his yuan energy, and yet he was defeated in a single moment? Wang Hao. Is he really just a 16-year-old kid? Is he truly a martial artist? What a monster! Su Jing's eyes flickered with a strange light, confirming his suspicions. As I thought, Wang Hao is anything but ordinary. After the silence, the arena erupted into fervent discussion. What just happened? I'm completely stunned. Zhang Wentao got taken down in seconds? No way, Wang Hao must have rigged this fight. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, the battle was already over. I thought Zhang Wentao would beat Wang Hao senseless, but it turns out, Wang Hao is the real powerhouse. Incredible. This feels like he's using cheats or something. Look at Wang Hao, who dares challenge him now. Other people come to the school as top-tier geniuses of the divine martial class, but this gap between people is worse than the gap between humans and dogs. The battle in the Dou arena left every student in awe. Wang Hao had actually defeated Zhang Wentao in seconds, leaving everyone dumbfounded. All eyes were glued to Wang Hao, who stood in the center of the arena. The setting sun cast its golden glow on his handsome face, making him appear even more dazzling. Combined with the immense power he had just unleashed, he was utterly magnetic. I'm starting to believe what Zhang Wentao said. Wang Hao really didn't do anything with his cousin. Exactly. A man with this kind of power, how could he be a scumbag? Even if he were, I'd still accept it. Right, Zhang Wentao's cousin? She's not even worthy of Wang Hao. Wang Hao is a super genius. Humph, if only Wang Hao would treat me like that, I'd gladly let him. Lan Ling listened to the chatter around her, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Why? I just wanted to teach Wang Hao a lesson. Why did it turn out like this? Lan Ling's tear-filled eyes gazed at Wang Hao standing in the arena. Her crystalline tears glimmered in the light as Wang Hao, like a radiant beam of light, pierced straight into her heart. So terrifying. This is Wang Hao? It seems he was holding back that day. Qin Yang said under his breath, the scene before him completely shattering his understanding. Beside him, Chen Shou and Wu Yan remained silent. They already knew how strong Wang Hao was. But now, Zhang Wentao, a 7th level innate master, couldn't even withstand a single move from Wang Hao. This can't even be described as monstrous. He's only 16 years old. 16. Wu Yan murmured to himself. The other students in the divine martial class found it equally impossible to believe. They, too, were among the top tier geniuses of Emperor Martial Academy, but Wang Hao's performance was simply outrageous. Chen Shou suddenly remembered when Wang Hao had asked him earlier about the reward for taking first place in the monthly assessment. Could Wang Hao really take first place? Thinking about Wang Hao's strength today, Chen Shou's heart tightened. Could it be? Will Wang Hao really claim the top spot this time? In the Dou arena, Wang Hao noticed the fervent gazes of his classmates and hesitated slightly. Had he made himself too conspicuous? Then, Wang Hao activated his shadow demon step and vanished from the arena in an instant, finishing the show and making a swift exit. How exhilarating. Using his shadow demon step, Wang Hao practically became a blur, speeding away from the scene. The other students remained behind, continuing their heated discussions. Emperor Martial Academy. Principal's office. Several teachers were discussing strategies with the principal. Before long, all their phones buzzed at the same time. The principal, sipping tea, picked up his phone. Put. Seeing the message on his screen, the principal nearly spat out his tea. Wang Hao defeated Zhang Wentao instantly? How is this possible? The principal was dumbfounded, as if recalling something significant. Stop what you're doing. Immediately suppress this news. Don't let it leave. Emperor Martial Academy. Notify the Heavenly Martial Assembly and arrange for much stricter protection for Wang Hao, the principal ordered at once. The teachers around him understood the gravity of the situation. A 16-year-old who could instantly defeat a 7th level innate genius like Zhang Wentao, this was the makings of a future martial god. If the news got out, it could draw the attention of the demon saints or devil saints. This was no exaggeration, there had been such cases in the past. The teachers quickly dropped their tasks and began mobilizing others to take action. The news of Wang Hao defeating Zhang Wentao spread rapidly within Emperor Martial Academy. Everyone who heard it was utterly shocked. Before long, the entire school was placed on lockdown. All communications within the campus were suspended, ensuring no information could leak out. While the school was under lockdown, Wang Hao had already returned to the Limit Martial Arts Hall. Inside the special training room of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao toyed with the ancient divine demonic token in his hand, his blood boiling with excitement. Ancient divine weapons, supreme elixirs. Be patient, I'm coming for you. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Hao's terminal suddenly chimed. He opened it, and an image of Guansheng appeared. You little rascal, you really know how to put on a show, don't you? Taking down Zhang Wentao, a 7th level innate cultivator, in an instant. Guansheng's voice carried a trace of mockery. Wang Hao cleared his throat. How did this news reach Guansheng so quickly that Zhang Wentao was too arrogant? I couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Hao blinked, replying casually, all right, I get it, stop pretending. Young people are impulsive, I can understand that. Fortunately, your principal sealed off the news right away. Otherwise, TSK. Guansheng shook his head inside. The sealed news was a relief to Wang Hao. He didn't want to show off, but Zhang Wentao had invited trouble, bringing people to help him and even delivering the divine demonic token right to his door. Not retaliating would have been too much to tolerate. The secrecy made things a lot easier. There won't actually be any demon saints or devil saints coming after me, will there? Wang Hao asked, a bit worried. Guansheng smirked and shrugged. Though his expression was serious, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. 16 years old and already capable of defeating a 7th level innate cultivator in seconds, this was more impressive than the seeds of the martial god. With a genius like this, how could demons and devils not be annihilated? Relax. The news was sealed off quickly. You got lucky this time. Demon saints and devil saints don't waste their time, they only target the top-tier geniuses, Guansheng reassured him. Hearing this, Wang Hao smiled. As long as there was no trouble, he could focus on having fun again. How's your training with the 9 Nether Frost technique coming along? Guansheng asked. Could this kid already have made progress? Guansheng felt a twinge of anxiety but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, this was an SS-level martial art, and Wang Hao was just an innate level cultivator. I've already entered the initial stage. Wang Hao blinked, responding nonchalantly. What? Guansheng's eyes widened in shock. He'd already reached the initial stage? Guansheng's heartbeat sped up. He couldn't believe Wang Hao's speed. This was an SS-level martial art. Even getting to the initial stage would take at least 10 days, right? Guansheng knew a lot about this martial art. The head of the Wang family was also cultivating it. But it was said that even at the level of a grandmaster, the Wang family head had taken 3 months just to reach the initial stage. And Wang Hao had done it in 10 days. Even the legendary martial god Ling Tian hadn't been this fast. This kind of speed left others in the dust. Guansheng was astonished and began to understand why the Green Mountain Martial Saint thought so highly of Wang Hao. By the way, Master Guan, do you have any more nether crystals? I've used up all the ones I had. Wang Hao asked. If he could get more nether crystals, that would be great. These were far more useful than ordinary energy crystals. Not only were they purer, but they were also ideal for cultivating the 9 Nether Frost technique. Guansheng snapped out of his thoughts, recalling the instructions from the Green Mountain Martial Saint. If Wang Hao ran out of nether crystals, he'd have to go to the demon battlefield to find them himself. That would also serve as a form of training. They didn't just want a prodigy who could cultivate, they needed someone who could stand strong in the galaxy. Taking a deep breath, Guansheng said, Wang Hao, nether crystals can only be obtained by defeating nether demons on the demon battlefield. You'll have to get them yourself. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. The demon battlefield. Fine, he'd endure it. After all, it was for quicker advancement. I'll send you a device that can detect nether demons. It'll help a lot, Guansheng added. Wang Hao's spirits lifted. A device like that? His efficiency was about to skyrocket. The two chatted for a while longer before Guansheng, seemingly in a hurry, abruptly ended the call. I still wanted to ask about the divine demonic token, Wang Hao muttered, looking at the disconnected call. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Never mind, he'd ask next time. The ancient divine demonic battlefield wasn't a place an ordinary innate martial artist could just waltz into. After the call ended, Wang Hao focused his attention on training his martial arts. Without an energy pool or nether crystals, his cultivation efficiency was indeed too low. Martial arts training seemed like a more reliable option for now. In a specialized training chamber, the violent lightning elements were slowly absorbed into Wang Hao's body. His physique brimmed with the power of thunder. Right, Lin Chang. Wang Hao suddenly remembered. It was said that Lin Chang possessed an SS-level lightning affinity. Chen Shou had previously shared information about Lin Chang, who had taken first place in last month's Divine Martial Class assessment. Lin Chang was a 10th level innate quasi-grandmaster with an extremely explosive SS-level lightning affinity. Wang Hao thought to himself, next time, he'd try to replicate Lin Chang's ability. The power of thunder was incredibly effective against demons and devils. Ordinary ones would be easily vanquished upon contact, but Lin Chang seemed to currently be on the demon battlefield. Should he head there to find Lin Chang? Chen Shou had mentioned that Lin Chang had already reached the limit of 10th level innate and might soon break through to the Grandmaster level. If that happened, Lin Chang probably wouldn't participate in the monthly assessment anymore. Wang Hao hesitated in his heart. The battlefield of demons and monsters. Forget it, let's go. Besides, he needed to find the nether crystal, and if he could replicate Lin Chang's talent along the way, that would be even better. After making up his mind, Wang Hao felt at ease and continued his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and soon, the stars twinkled faintly outside. It's time to practice the star soul refinement technique, Wang Hao said, opening his eyes. He went straight to the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Pavilion. The power of the stars in the sky enveloped him. The star soul refinement technique within his body automatically began to operate. Wang Hao took out the other half of the star soul refinement technique that Lin Xian had given him. Comparing the contents of the two halves, the circulation of the star power became much smoother. Having the complete version was indeed far superior to just half of it. Wang Hao felt a deep sense of ease and immersed himself in intensive cultivation. The news of Wang Hao defeating Zhang Wentao was still fermenting. Although the principal had locked down the information promptly, some bits still leaked out. However, the news didn't spread widely because it was simply too unbelievable. Most people who heard about it dismissed it as hype. Just flattery for Wang Hao. The classmates who had witnessed it firsthand didn't say much. The students of Emperor Martial Academy were the best in the nation and could distinguish between important and trivial matters. The Zhang family, imperial capital. At this moment, Zhang Wentao's entire body was ice cold, his face pale as several Grandmaster-level experts worked to dispel the cold energy within him. Are you saying it was that martial exam? Champion, Wang Hao, who reduced Wentao to this state? The Zhang family patriarch frowned deeply, his face full of disbelief. He had heard of Wang Hao's reputation. After entering the academy, he had joined the divine martial class and was even part of the heavenly martial society, a rising star. But wasn't he still just a postnatal martial artist? The blazing vitality of the Grandmaster experts surged into Zhang Wentao. Under this nurturing energy, his complexion gradually improved. A subordinate nearby spoke, Patriarch, it's true that Wang Hao defeated the young master. The Zhang Patriarch narrowed his eyes slightly. Did he rely on some external force? For a postnatal martial artist to defeat Wentao? It's absurd. If Wang Hao really used some underhanded means, even if he is part of the Heavenly Martial Society, I'll make him pay the price, he declared. Looking at the frail Zhang Wentao before him, the Patriarch's heart was full of pain. Patriarch, it was a fair duel. Wang Hao didn't use any tricks, the subordinate said. The Zhang Patriarch's eyes were filled with doubt. How could this be possible? But his subordinates wouldn't lie to him. Could it be Wang Hao truly possessed such strength? Forget it, Wentao had always been competitive. Perhaps this setback would help him grow. The Wang family, imperial capital. Inside the underground chamber of the Wang family estate, there was a highly secretive space. A middle-aged man missing his right arm stood inside. The chamber was filled with chaotic and malevolent energy. At the center of the room, a robust young man was tightly enveloped by black, chaotic energy, his body racked with relentless, evil power. His body trembled uncontrollably, clearly enduring immense pain. Sure, Wang Hao has already become someone capable of defeating a 7th-level innate martial artist. The middle-aged man looked at the young man before him, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes before his expression turned cold and merciless. 7th-level innate. No! I've poured my heart and soul into barely reaching the innate realm. How can I be content with this? Ah! The young man's eyes were filled with madness as the chaotic, evil energy continued to invade his body. The thought that Wang Hao could defeat a 7th-level innate martial artist consumed Wang Shua's mind. He had to rapidly enhance his strength and crush Wang Hao with an unstoppable force. Father, infuse me with Grandmaster-level evil god Qi. I must make Wang Hao perish. Wang Shu roared, his voice tearing through the air, echoing in the chamber. Wang Xiong took a deep breath. Sure, say no more. Hang in there. The entire Wang family depends on you. With those words, he turned and left the chamber. At the entrance, a group of men shrouded in black energy stood guard with unwavering vigilance. Prepare to infuse the young master with Grandmaster-level evil god Qi. Wang Xiong ordered. Hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in the guardian's eyes. Grandmaster-level evil god Qi, this was no small matter. After giving his instruction, Wang Xiong left the chamber. Sure, you're still not ruthless enough. Don't blame your father. Soon, you'll understand my painstaking efforts. With a conflicted expression, Wang Xiong walked farther and farther away. Inside the chamber, heart-wrenching screams continued to echo, resembling the wails of damned souls. In hell. In the imperial capital, inside a luxuriously decorated villa. A stunningly beautiful young girl sat quietly in the cultivation room, slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not long after, a graceful middle-aged woman gently pushed open the door to the cultivation room. "Aunt Lu, why are you here so late? Is there something you need?" The young girl opened her eyes, smiling as she looked toward the woman. "Cheng Yan, that classmate of yours from Jianlin City. He's truly something else," the middle-aged woman said, her eyes filled with astonishment and a touch of helplessness. Su Qingyan frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong with Wang Hao?" Lu Fei took a deep breath, her expression complicated, and said, "That classmate of yours just defeated the top prodigy of the Xinwu class, Zhang Wentao, in an instant." The moment she finished speaking, Su Qingyan was stunned in shock. Although she wasn't entirely familiar with the exact strength of the top prodigies in the Xinwu class, she knew that apart from Wang Hao, who was admitted directly into the class upon enrollment, most others had to reach the innate realm to qualify. Moreover, the top prodigies of the Xinwu class were at least mid-level innate realm experts, weren't they? "Aunt Lu, you must be joking. Wang Hao." Su Qingyan tried to suppress her disbelief and continued to ask. Lu Fei looked at Su Qingyan seriously. "Qingyan, do you think I would say something like this casually?" Su Qingyan clenched her fist slightly. Lu Fei was an old friend of her mother's and someone with significant influence in the imperial capital. Her mother had entrusted Lu Fei to look after her, and Lu Fei had always been fond of her. "Qingyan, Aunt Lu heard that back in Jianlin City, you and Wang Hao had a pretty close relationship." Lu Fei stared at Su Qingyan, her gaze intense. Su Qingyan's face turned slightly red as she whispered, "We're just ordinary classmates." Seeing her reaction, Lu Fei had already formed her own assumptions. "Qingyan, Aunt Lu has seen many people rise and fall over the years. Those so-called prodigies, those chosen ones destined to be martial gods, how many of them truly reached the top? You're a smart girl, and the situation in the imperial capital is far too complex right now. Even grandmasters and martial saints struggle to maintain their footing in this whirlwind. Wang Hao may be talented, but it's uncertain if he can endure." Lu Fei trailed off, nearly sighing. Su Qingyan's nails nearly dug into her palms. "Aunt Lu, She lowered her head, a wave of helplessness washing over her. "Think it through for yourself. I have other matters to tend to," Lu Fei said before turning to leave. Su Qingyan watched her retreating figure, and Wang Hao's image resurfaced in her mind. The next morning, on the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as the starlight gradually faded, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. The starlight energy within his body was fully retracted, leaving no trace behind. His entire being seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious aura. My soul power? The complete version of the stellar soul refinement technique was indeed far more powerful than before. His soul power had surged dramatically. Wang Hao felt as if every particle in the air was now clearly visible to him. What was going on? The rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, under the scan of his mental power, revealed no hidden traces or secrets. How has my soul power suddenly increased so much? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power has reached level 10, unlocking a new profession. Psionic Master. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A psionic master. Wang Hao recalled hearing about this profession previously, when the Wang family's death warriors had tried to deal with him. He realized that his mental power now seemed capable of manifesting his physical force. With a soft swish, he used his mental power to lightly lift a stone from the distance. The stone floated gently in midair. Wow, this is amazing. I won't even need chopsticks to eat anymore. Using mental power will be so much more convenient. I truly am a genius among geniuses. He opened his attribute panel and muttered to himself. With the new profession unlocked, there had to be some changes on the panel. Name: Wang Hao, ***, talent, hundredfold speed physique, SSS, void shadow, S, extreme frost, S, martial realm, 4th level innate martial master, soul realm, jade tier initial psionic master, techniques, greenwood chi refinement. Technique, ***, skills, blade momentum, major mastery, plus 150% blade power, fist momentum, minor mastery, plus 80% fist power, soul refinement technique, stellar soul refinement technique, S tier, entry level, blade arts, 9-fold. Blade technique, C tier, transcendent, shadow blade technique, D tier, perfect, heaven origin strike, E tier, transcendent, wind cleaving blade, E tier, transcendent, ***, body refinement techniques, thunder body refinement technique, C tier. Perfect, Vajra technique, E tier, transcendent, ***, fist techniques, thunderbolt fist, C tier, perfect, falling cloud palm, F tier, transcendent, movement techniques, shadow demon steps, C tier, perfect, ethereal steps, E tier. Perfect, ***, support skills, luminary vision, D tier, proficient, breath concealment technique, C tier, skilled, special techniques, 9 nether frost force, SS tier, entry level, vitality, 1130, soul, 10, time until. Next replication, 10 days, ***, jade tier initial psionic master. Wang Hao stared at the information on the panel, his mind filled with questions. Jade tier initial. What did that mean? He immediately accessed his terminal and looked up the rankings for psionic masters. Jade, Spirit, Profound, Saint, Divine. As Wang Hao read the descriptions on the terminal, he finally understood the hierarchy of psionic master levels. The Jade grade corresponds to the beginner level, the Spirit grade to a master, the Profound grade to a grandmaster, the Saint grade to a martial saint, and the Divine grade to the level of a martial god. So, this means I'm just at the lowest level of a mentalist? Wang Hao muttered to himself. This feels way too weak, but his mental strength was undeniably formidable. Whether it was for detecting his surroundings or ambushing enemies, it was incredibly effective. Wang Hao recalled how he used the stellar soul refining art in the past to deal with high-ranking mercenaries, often defeating them in one strike. Of course, that was partly because the opponents weren't prepared for mental attacks. But honestly, who would constantly guard against a mentalist's ambush? After all, mentalists were extremely rare. Advancing one's soul power was extraordinarily difficult. Only upon reaching the master or even grandmaster levels could one truly grasp more advanced abilities. And on top of that, soul-refining martial arts were very uncommon and challenging to cultivate. Not everyone could have talent as exceptional as mine. Becoming a mentalist requires both natural aptitude and a stroke of luck, and I happen to have both. As these thoughts filled his mind, Wang Hao collected himself and left the rooftop. After freshening up, he headed off for a meal, the cafeteria of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Using his mental power, Wang Hao fed himself. A delicious drumstick floated up from the plate and flew straight into his mouth. If only I had this kind of mental power in my previous life. Then I could eat and play video games at the same time. How awesome would that be? Wang Hao thought, as he eagerly bit into the drumstick. After finishing his meal, he returned to the training room. The tool Guan Shang mentioned earlier, capable of detecting nether demons, had already arrived. So this is the device that can detect nether demons? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he examined the package. It was an object that resembled a compass, exuding a mysterious aura. I'll find out its use when I get to the demon battlefield, Wang Hao thought to himself. He gave it a quick glance before storing the compass in his spatial ring. Right, I should take on a demon battlefield mission while gathering some cultivation resources, Wang Hao murmured. He then began browsing through the missions released by the Tianwu Guild on his terminal. Most of the tasks involved collecting demon corpses, with the minimum requirement being grandmaster-level demons. Others were about finding rare materials, and there were even quite a few search and rescue missions. These missions seem way too troublesome, Wang Hao thought as he scrolled through the list, starting to feel overwhelmed. Can I even take down a grandmaster-level demon? And as for finding materials, I wouldn't even know where to start. What a joke. He simply didn't have the time to waste searching aimlessly. After searching for a long while, Wang Hao still hadn't found a mission that suited him. Suddenly, one particular mission caught his attention. Harvest fire lingji mushrooms. Fire lingji mushrooms grow along the edges of the fire demon encampments in the demon battlefield. Each mushroom is valued at 100 million star coins. Submitting one earns you 1,000 contribution points. Staring at the mission, Wang Hao recalled his experience gathering purple stargrass in Nebula Mountain. With my shadow clones, this is practically free money. Fire lingji mushrooms, valued at 100 million star coins each. If I gathered thousands of them, the Tianwu Guild might just go bankrupt. I'll deal with that when the time comes. Something this expensive probably won't be that easy to harvest, Wang Hao reasoned as he accepted the mission without hesitation. With the task confirmed, he began preparing the gear and supplies he would need for the demon battlefield. After a while, with everything ready, Wang Hao arrived at the Tianwu Guild's teleportation array. Using the teleportation array, he left the imperial capital immediately. The demon battlefield. The air here was thick, with the stench of blood and an atmosphere of tension. There were no rules, murder could happen at any moment. Death and chaos were constants in this place. The battlefield was teeming not only with countless humans but also with ferocious demons. Whether you were an unparalleled genius, a powerful martial artist, or a fearsome demon, this was the ground where your strength would be tested. There was no room for sentiment here. Humans, demons, and monsters all operated on one principle. Strength was the only measure that mattered. Only the strong survived. In the northern part of the demon battlefield, a young man clad in white was locked in fierce combat with a group of ferocious demons. The surrounding area was engulfed in a chaotic blend of worldly energy and demonic aura, creating a spectacular scene. Several companions fought desperately alongside him, their energies clashing with the sinister force of the demons. In no time, the white-clad youth was drenched in the blood of the demons. Whoosh! 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 Blazing flames erupted from his body, sweeping across the battlefield and incinerating many demons. Howl! With a series of agonized howls, the demons were reduced to ashes. In the inferno, the air reeked of a foul stench and was scorching hot. Brother Zhou, your flames are getting more powerful. You're close to reaching the 8th stage of the innate realm, aren't you? A tall young man praised. Yeah, once. You break through to the 8th stage, you can finally go after Zhang Wentao and avenge yourself, another companion added. The young man in white snorted coldly. If I hadn't been injured last time, there's no way Zhang Wentao could have beaten me. This young man in white was Zhou Jin, one of the top geniuses of Xingqian Academy. Although he and Zhang Wentao were from different academies, the two had been sworn rivals ever since they awakened their talents. Their strength was evenly matched, and neither was willing to yield to the other. After being defeated by Zhang Wentao last time, Zhou Jin had silently resolved to turn the tables and claim victory. Big brother Zhou, I've got some hilarious news. Zhang Wentao was defeated by a mere Hotian warrior, said a burly man next to him, glancing at his phone. Zhou Jin's gaze sharpened. Zhang Wentao defeated by a Hotian warrior? That's absurd. Zhang Wentao's strength was on par with his own, and he had even managed to defeat him last time. Let me see that, Zhou Jin demanded. The burly man immediately handed his phone to Zhou Jin. Top scorer of the martial exam, Wang Hao easily defeated Zhang Wentao, used external power. As Zhou Jin read through the information, his brows furrowed deeply. Big brother Zhou, I get it now. It's obvious that Wang Hao must have used some sort of underhanded trick to win. Otherwise, how could a Hotian warrior possibly defeat Zhang Wentao? It's a joke, plain and simple, said a tall youth. Zhou Jin's expression turned skeptical before he coldly responded, forget it. If he was defeated by a Hotian warrior, then he's not even worthy of competing with me. A loss is a loss, no amount of excuses can cover up the fact of failure. Isn't external power still a part of one's strength? However, for a rival I've faced so many times, if I ever come across this Wang Hao, I'll be sure to teach him a lesson. With that, Zhou Jin dismissed the matter from his mind. The others discussed it for a while longer but soon dropped the topic as well. Wang Hao stepped through the teleportation array and opened his eyes, finding himself in a place filled with chaos and tension. So, this is the legendary demon battlefield? As soon as he exited the array, he saw people dressed in all sorts of attire around him, many of whom were also wearing masks like himself. The air was thick with the stench of blood and an oppressive atmosphere of unease. Did you hear? Lin Cheng from the Imperial Capital Academy just defeated Mo Tang, who was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Pride list. Holy crap, that's incredible. Finally, a human has broken into the top 3 on the list. Absolutely. Lin Cheng is a real hero for us humans. He's only 20 years old, what a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Lin Cheng, the Heavenly Pride list, what are they talking about? Could I have traveled to another world again? The people around him were all abuzz with the news of Lin Cheng's ascension to 3rd place on the Heavenly Pride list. It was clearly a significant event. Wang Hao slowly stepped out of the teleportation array. As soon as he emerged, he could feel the air brimming with turbulent elemental energy, wild and ferocious, swirling all around him. Can I even survive in this place? Wang Hao wondered, sensing the savage atmosphere around him. He noticed many eyes fixated on him the moment he stepped out. Another newcomer. Wonder how long he'll last in the demon battlefield. This kid hasn't even reached the Xiantian realm and dared to come here? He's got guts, I'll give him that. I bet he stepped into the wrong teleportation array. Coming here as a Hotian warrior? That's practically a death wish. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Hao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had a habit of concealing his true cultivation level, so everyone here thought he was just a lowly Hotian warrior. Clearing his throat lightly, Wang Hao continued walking deeper into the demon battlefield. Where's that old man who sells maps? I could really use some more S-rank martial arts techniques. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense but didn't find any hidden big shots around. With a sigh, he pressed on. He's actually going in. What guts! Some people just don't fear death. Oh well, it's his own life, no one else to blame. Sky-shattering squad recruiting. Join now. Axe Gang. After a few remarks, the crowd lost interest in Wang Hao. After all, no one could stop someone intent on throwing their life away. At the outskirts of the demon battlefield, the air was thick with violent elemental energy and chaotic tension. So this is what the Heavenly Pride list is all about. As Wang Hao walked further in, he reviewed the information on his terminal. The Heavenly Pride list was created by a mysterious organization known as the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. This group operated within the demon battlefield as an intelligence network and a marketplace for all sorts of transactions. From rare treasures and martial arts manuals to divine weapons and even humans or demons, you could trade for practically anything here. Of course, all transactions were conducted using yuan crystals. Ordinary human star currency was worthless in this place. The Heavenly Pride list recorded the top 500 elites among humans and demons below the Grandmaster level. Those who made it onto the list were essentially considered future Grandmasters, provided they didn't meet an untimely end. Before Lin Cheng defeated Mo Tang, the top 3 spots on the Heavenly Pride list had always been occupied by demons. In fact, out of the top 10, only 3 were humans, the rest were all demons. Looking at his terminal, Wang Hao let out a sigh. The disadvantage humans face on the demon battlefield is truly this severe? Only 3 humans in the top 10 rankings. He furrowed his brows slightly. While the heavenly prodigy ranking didn't reflect all combat power, it still held some reference value. The war between humans and demons had raged on for years, and the hatred ran deep. It seemed that humanity's future depended on him to save it. Wang Hao set his thoughts aside and pulled out a compass from the spatial ring. First things first, I need to find the nether demon and obtain the nether crystal. With the nether crystal, his strength would grow rapidly. He slowly infused his yuan power into the compass, which began to emit a strange light. The glowing light guided him deeper into the demon battlefield. This thing is way too smart, Wang Hao remarked with a tinge of amazement as he observed the lively rays. Following the compass's guidance, he swiftly traversed the battlefield. In a valley within the demon battlefield, several human warriors were locked in a fierce battle against two terrifying nether demons. The demons were shrouded in a black, ominous aura, and their razor-sharp claws exuded an icy killing intent. Brother you, these nether demons are too strong, a female warrior in a tight-fitting outfit, her curvaceous figure trembling, exclaimed. Xiaoling, don't be afraid, these nether demons are already on their last legs. Just hold on a bit longer, and we'll take them out, the strongest among them, a young man, reassured her. This young man, Yu Jian, was a 7th layer innate martial master, known to Xiaoling as Brother Yu. The woman, Yi Xiaoling, was a 6th layer innate martial master. The other two members of the group were 5th layer innate martial masters. Together, they formed a small team specialized in hunting demons on the battlefield. The other two warriors didn't speak, but the speed at which their yuan power circulated clearly increased. Their yuan power had already been pushed to its limits, their relentless attacks crashing against the nether demons. Gradually, the demons' auras grew weaker. Seeing the nether demons weakening, Yi Xiaoling's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. Brother Yu, these two nether demons are about to fall. Yu Jian, hearing this, smiled as well. Their attacks grew even more ferocious, the air filled with the powerful ripples of yuan energy. Roar! Suddenly, roars echoed from the distance, causing their hearts to tighten. More demons approaching? Slash! In the brief moment they were distracted, one of the nether demons' auras suddenly surged. Black energy swept out like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 Yu Jian was struck by the black energy and sent flying, crashing into a distant rock wall. Brother Yu! Yi Xiaoling screamed in shock as she saw Yu Jian flung away. As Yu Jian was thrown back, the two nether demons launched a frenzied counterattack on the remaining 3 warriors. Within a few exchanges, Yi Xiaoling and the others were forced back, coughing up blood as they collapsed to the side. Yu Jian stared at the nether demons before him, a chill running down his spine. He realized they had taken too big a risk this time. Facing 2 nether demons simultaneously was far too dangerous. Despair filled Yi Xiaoling's eyes. Was this the end? Were they going to die here? Swoosh! 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 Just as the nether demons prepared to deliver the killing blow, a masked young man suddenly sped toward them from the distance. Yi Xiaoling's heart tightened when she saw the young man rushing over and sensed the powerful aura of a 5th layer postnatal martial master radiating from him. This guy, was he here to die? No, she couldn't let him make such a foolish move. You there, don't come any closer. These are nether demons, quickly! Yi Xiaoling shouted. Slash! Before she could finish her warning, the young man had already swung his blade twice, instantly slaying the terrifying nether demon. Blood splattered everywhere, black liquid flowing endlessly from the corpse. Yi Xiaoling stared blankly at the scene before her. Was this really a nether demon? It wasn't just her, Yu Jian and the others were equally stunned. This young man had just killed a nether demon in an instant? Ma'am, what were you just saying? Wang Hao turned to ask Yi Xiaoling after finishing off the 2 nether demons. Ma'am? Yi Xiaoling was utterly baffled. Did he just call her ma'am? Her entire body trembled with anger, her fiery figure quivering as if on the verge of erupting. Watching Wang Hao rummage through the nether demon corpses not far away, Yi Xiaoling took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself. Forget it, don't get mad. He did save us, after all. Young man, thank you for saving us. I'm Yu Jian, the leader of the White Wind Squad, Yu Jian said, forcing himself to stand despite his injuries. It's nothing, really, just a small effort, Wang Hao replied casually, still combing through the demon corpses. After some time, he finally found a nether crystal embedded in the head of one of the demons. Yi Xiaoling and the other 2 warriors managed to stand as well, quickly expressing their gratitude to Wang Hao. But why was there only one nether crystal? Wang Hao continued to search through the other demon's corpse, but no sign of another crystal could be found. Young man, not all nether demons have nether crystals, Yu Jian explained. Why Yu Jian watched as Wang Hao used his battle blade to sift through the corpses, casually reminding him, is this how it's done? Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion. Yu Jian proceeded to explain the nuances of nether demons to him. Only nether demons at the Grandmaster level or above, or those with special nether demon bloodlines, were guaranteed to carry nether crystals. Regular nether demons only had a small chance of possessing them. As for the probability, Yu Jian continued, it varies. but it's usually around 1%. What the hell? So you need pure luck to get a nether crystal? Wang Hao was stunned by Yu Jian's explanation. No wonder Tianwu didn't just hand me a nether crystal. Makes sense now. TSK, that Xiaoma guy totally missed his calling by not joining the Nether Demon Clan's planning department. Is this Nether Demon one of those with a special bloodline? Wang Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. Yu Jian shook his head. Nether demons with special bloodlines are core clan members. They're incredibly rare to encounter. Guess. I'm pretty lucky then, only killed 2 nether demons and already picked up a nether crystal. Yi Xiaoling's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Wang Hao. Little brother, is this your first time in the demon battlefield? She suddenly asked. Wang Hao nodded. Then you must be from a top-tier faction or one of the super geniuses from the 4 great academies. Yi Xiaoling concluded confidently. Damn, casual strangers can just guess my background. Like that. Gold really shines no matter where it is, huh? Xiaoling. Yu Jian scolded her with a sharp glare. It was a major taboo in the demon battlefield to pry into someone's identity. Since Wang Hao was wearing a mask, it was clear he wanted to remain anonymous. Yi Xiaoling stuck out her tongue playfully and looked away, clearly realizing her mistake. Little brother, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I may not be that powerful, but I've been around the demon battlefield for a while and know quite a bit. Yu Jian offered enthusiastically. Thank you, brother Yu. I do have some things I'd like to ask. Wang Hao replied humbly. Sensing Wang Hao's friendly demeanor, Yu Jian's mood lifted as well. Wang Hao went on to ask Yu Jian about many aspects of the demon battlefield. While there was plenty of information on his terminal, it was often disorganized and outdated. The group slowly made their way outside. The air on the demon battlefield was thick with the smell of blood, and broken corpses were scattered everywhere. After being scolded by Yu Jian, Yi Xiaoling stopped her playful antics but occasionally snuck glances at Wang Hao. So big? The demon battlefield is actually this vast? Wang Hao exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Yu Jian nodded. The demon battlefield is like another dimension. It's not in the same space as our world. Humanity hasn't even fully explored it yet. Wang Hao froze, astonished. He hadn't expected the demon battlefield to be larger than Blue Star. Initially, he thought it was just a small instance map, but it turned out to be a massive, top-tier world map, leaving him deeply shaken. We're currently at the very edge of the battlefield, in the northern region. As you head south, the demons grow increasingly powerful, Yu Jian explained. Further, even at the outskirts, there were so many demons, and most of them were at the innate level. If they ventured deeper, Wang Hao swallowed nervously. Demon saints, devil saints, or even demon gods were such terrifying beings really out there? Better to stay at the outskirts and play it safe. Little brother, on the demon battlefield, you not only have to be wary of demons but also of our own people. Yu Jian suddenly warned. As soon as he finished, Yi Xiaoling jumped in to add, exactly. Some people are even scarier than demons. They don't just rob their own kind, they even collude with demons to harm their fellow humans. She pouted angrily. Wang Hao's heart sank. Sure enough, no matter the world, there were always those who engaged in the most disgusting acts. Xiaoling's absolutely right. Those scumbags, if you sense someone with a strange aura or who gives off hostile vibes, don't hesitate. Either strike first or get the hell out of there. Trust me, you'll be glad you did. Yu Jian emphasized. Wang Hao nodded, signaling his understanding. All right, I should ask about the Fire Spirit Demon's base. Brother, do you know where the Fire Spirit Demon's base is? Wang Hao asked. He had accepted a mission to find Fire Spirit mushrooms. The task mentioned the mushrooms were located in the Fire Spirit Demon's base but didn't specify its exact location. Little brother, about 30 kilometers east from here, there's an area that serves as the Fire Spirit Demon's outpost on the outskirts. If you're looking for Fire Spirit mushrooms, that's your best bet. But be careful, it's pretty dangerous. Yu Jian informed him. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. 30 kilometers to the east wasn't too far. And danger? He'd just send out a shadow clone, nothing to worry about. Wang Hao continued asking about various aspects of the demon battlefield, and Yu Jian answered each question in detail. Yi Xiaoling occasionally chimed in to provide additional context. Well, isn't this Yu Jian? You managed to escape last time, but this time, you're not getting away. A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind as the group was walking forward. Wang Hao, Yu Jian, and the others slowly turned around. A man dressed in black, accompanied by 8 formidable fighters, came into Wang Hao's view. Likuan, what do you think you're doing? Yi Xiaoling's gaze was sharp as a blade, her cold stare fixed on the man, her tone icy. Yu Jian's face was full of rage. This guy was relentless, like a shadow that couldn't be shaken off. Xiaoling, if you let my brothers and I have our fun, I might consider sparing your lives. Likuan's eyes burned as he stared fervently at Yi Xiaoling, his gaze attempting to pierce through her defenses. Behind Likuan, his henchmen ogled Yi Xiaoling, their expressions equally lecherous. As for Wang Hao and the others, they were treated as if they were invisible. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just warned himself to be cautious of his own people, and now trouble had come knocking. Young man, you should leave. These people are here for us. Yu Jian spoke to Wang Hao with an apologetic look in his eyes. Leave? Where would I go? None of you are leaving. Lai Kuan snapped back before Yu Jian had even finished speaking. His chilling voice filled the space. Wang Hao felt a surge of irritation. Who exactly wasn't leaving? It certainly wouldn't be him. Xiaoling, I, Lai Kuan, always keep my word. If you don't want your companions to die miserably, you'd better behave and do as we say. Lai Kuan licked his lips, a sinister grin forming as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xiaoling. What exactly is in your heads? Wang Hao spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Wang Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Lai Kuan and his men. Not only were they stunned, but even Yu Jian and Yi Xiaoling were momentarily at a loss for words. You've got a death wish, don't you? Lai Kuan's glare locked onto Wang Hao. This punk dared speak to him like that. He was as good as dead. Suddenly, Lai Kuan's internal energy erupted, and the air was instantly enveloped in a scorching aura. His henchmen's eyes turned ferocious as they focused on Wang Hao. Young man, be careful. Lai Kuan is an innate stage 8 martial master. Yu Jian warned loudly. Wang Hao smirked. Innate? Stage 8? Perfect, he thought. This would be a good chance to test his strength. With a sudden burst, Wang Hao's internal energy surged forth, exuding an icy chill that struck fear into everyone around him. Lai Kuan's face changed drastically. This intensity was terrifying. Even Yu Jian and Yi Xiaoling turned pale. They had thought they understood Wang Hao's power, but now, feeling his full aura, they couldn't help but shiver. Who exactly was this man? His power was absolutely monstrous. The cold emanating from Wang Hao felt like it could freeze someone to the bone. Attack! Kill this guy! Lai Kuan gritted his teeth and barked orders at his henchmen. Wang Hao was too unsettling. Whether his power was real or not, this man had to die. The moment Lai Kuan's words fell, his henchmen charged at Wang Hao. Wang Hao stood motionless, his right palm extending outward. The energy of the 9 nether frost technique and extreme cold force began to coalesce. The air echoed with the sharp sound of energy piercing through at high speed. A streak of faintly black energy shot out from Wang Hao's palm, rushing toward the oncoming attackers. Lai Kuan's men were instantly struck by the extreme cold energy and the 9 nether frost technique. Lai Kuan's entire body trembled, the horrifying scene before him making it hard to breathe. What kind of person was this? It was terrifying. The energy-filled fighters were encased in frost, instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Yi Xiaoling gulped audibly. Just who was this young man? With a single burst of energy, he had frozen so many people. His strength was utterly frightening. Moments later, the frozen fighters suddenly shattered into pieces. The solidified flesh and blood exploded, scattering in all directions. It was as if these people had never existed. You? Who are you? Lai Kuan stammered in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he stared at Wang Hao. This was like staring into the face of a demon. This man had wiped out all his subordinates in a single move. Wang Hao chuckled. The one who's going to kill you. With a sudden shhhlk, a bloodstained warblade appeared in Wang Hao's hand. His body flickered as he performed the shadow demon step, a flash of blade light slicing through the air. With a dull thud, Lai Kuan's head was effortlessly severed, his face frozen in disbelief. Yu Jian and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. How long had this fight lasted?